Check-in successful in the Dragon Ball world. Reward obtained Immortal Body. Next check-in location Sun Wukong's residence. Reward Saiyan Bloodline. Li Shu snapped open his eyes. Listening to the system voice in his head, he knew he had transmigrated. But he didn't even know how he died. It was absurdly ridiculous. Whatever. In his previous life he had been an orphan with no ties. The Dragon Ball world was fine too, and the Immortal Body was awesome. Li Shu was a little excited but also a little regretful. Dragon Ball was an anime from decades ago, and he had almost forgotten the plot. The last time he watched it was the last time. Never mind. I have the Immortal Body. I'll just take my time searching. If I remember correctly, Saiyans are a warlike race with the trait of growing stronger the more they fight. As long as they aren't killed, they only get more powerful. The Saiyan Bloodline and the Immortal Body were simply the perfect match. Li Shu felt a little excited again, full of expectations for his future. The powerhouses of the Dragon Ball world could casually punch a planet to pieces or kick the universe into chaos. But it didn't matter. He had the Immortal Body, so he didn't worry about his safety and could freely take risks. Li Shu looked around. He was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by huge rocks and towering mountains. Unable to tell north from south, he was completely lost. Great lost at the very start. But if he remembered correctly, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan also lived in the mountains. What was that mountain called again? Maybe it was Mount Nizi. Yeah, that sounded right. He just didn't know the current timeline or whether Wukong was on the mountain. Just then a roar echoed through the mountains and the ground trembled. A green-skinned dinosaur appeared in the distance, drooling as it stared at him. Li Shu was not flustered at all. A dinosaur appearing in the Dragon Ball world was completely normal. He even beckoned the dinosaur with one finger, wanting to test how far the Immortal Body could go. According to Dragon Ball's power level system, the average adult had a battle power of 5, the infamous weakling level 5. But he was not an ordinary adult. He suffered from hypoglycemia, high uric acid, hidden blood in urine, osteoporosis, kidney yin deficiency, kidney yang deficiency, spleen, stomach disharmony, one leg shorter than the other, selective amnesia, and more. His battle power was probably around 3. And a dinosaur's battle power. Before Li Shu could finish his analysis, he was gone, swallowed whole by the green dinosaur. Huh. A flicker of confusion passed through the green dinosaur's eyes. It wasn't the first time it had eaten a human, it ate them often. But why couldn't this human be chewed apart? At that moment Li Shu was experiencing something completely new. As the green dinosaur chewed, his body was constantly torn apart and reassembled. It simply wouldn't break down. Even though he couldn't die, it hurt. Li Shu cried from pain, wailing loudly. Having grown up in a peaceful era, how could he have ever endured such torment? Back home, a tiny cut on his finger would have been enough to make him call an ambulance and demand general anesthesia. Stop chewing, stop chewing. You can't chew me apart. Please just swallow me whole. Li Shu's begging voice came from inside the green dinosaur's mouth. The dinosaur was shocked. Tui. The dinosaur spat Li Shu out. This human not only couldn't be chewed apart, but also tasted sour and a little fishy, not delicious at all, truly hard to swallow. When the dinosaur saw the food it had spat out, having its body continuously wriggle and reassemble, terror filled its eyes. With a frightened roar, it ran away. That's all. After being reborn, Li Shu wiped the tears from his eyes, dusted himself off, stood up, and looked at the fleeing dinosaur with a mocking expression. Once I collect the 7 Dragon Balls, my first wish will be to not feel pain, Li Shu thought. 10 days later, Li Shu was skin and bone. This is bad, this is really bad. I can't die, but I'm starving. Li Shu dragged his weak body along the mountain, staggering, and stared hungrily at the fruit on the trees. He didn't know how to climb. It would be better to just die. This is pure torment. Li Shu had long since cried all his tears. He leaned against a big tree with no hope, deciding to lie flat and wait by the stump for a monkey. He wasn't going anywhere. In this godforsaken place not a single person had appeared in 10 days. There was food, but he hated it. He couldn't reach it. He had even been eaten and vomited out by 38 different dinosaurs. After that, even the dinosaurs shook their heads when they saw him. Li Shu had never felt so useless. Truly a new generation waste of youth. Comfort indeed made one regress. Having grown up in a peaceful era, he had long lost the ability to survive in the wild. Once I collect the 7 Dragon Balls, my second wish will be to never be hungry. Li Shu thought angrily, then drifted into a groggy sleep. After who knows how long, a rich meaty aroma jolted the sleeping Li Shu awake. He raised his heavy eyelids, his vision still blurry, and felt 2 heads bobbing in front of him. Konnichiwa. Hello, came a child's voice. Mao Samashita. He's awake, came an old man's voice. Li Shu was stunned. He suddenly realized that people here didn't speak Mandarin. He couldn't understand Japanese. No way. Li Shu felt a deep sense of helplessness again. Why hadn't he transmigrated into a Chinese-dubbed Dragon Ball world? What should he do now? The old man spoke again, making an inquiring gesture, as if asking if Li Shu was hungry. The child also seemed about to say something more. He seems like an idiot, the child said. Li Shu recovered some strength, sat up on the bed, and racked his brain for every Japanese phrase he had learned from movies and shows. He tentatively said, "Yamit?" The old man asked in confusion. "Aren't you hungry?" "Nizi." Li Shu understood that one. The old man was saying this was Mount Nizi. The old man and the child in front of him must be Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. It all matches completely. It seemed the plan of lying flat and waiting by the stump for a monkey had worked. Excitedly, Shu tried out a second Japanese phrase, iku. Iku. So Dane. I see. The old man smiled and nodded, then ladled a bowl of meat soup from the pot set up in the clearing and brought it over. Arigato. Thank you? Li Shu's eyes lit up. It seemed his Japanese wasn't bad, he could at least communicate. He immediately started eating. In no time at all, Li Shu finished the entire pot of meat soup and leaned back against the tree in satisfaction. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Side check in quest: the taste of dinosaur meat completed. Reward obtained: language mastery. Language proficiency. What a timely blessing. Li Shu thanked heaven and earth. If he had to learn from scratch, he would never master Japanese in his lifetime. He wouldn't die, so he could never learn it. However, the voice in his mind was not over. Achievement unlocked: I starved myself to death. You who possess an immortal body nearly died of starvation. You are the first in history. Congratulations, you received the reward Chi cents. Achievement value 1. Li Shu was overjoyed. Just as I expected, all of this was within my expectations. Yes, I deliberately starved myself to test the system's nature with my life. Young man, why are you alone here? Asked Son Gohan. How should I explain? Li Shu's mind raced. I'm lost, he said. Son Gohan smiled and said, It's dangerous in the mountains alone. Why not stay at my place for a while? Do you have any way to contact your family? No, I'm an orphan. Li Shu shook his head. Poor child. Son Gohan glanced at Wukong, who was curiously observing Li Shu. Like Li Shu's son, Wukong was also an orphan, a poor child he had picked up from the mountains. Is this Mount Nizi? On the way home, Li Shu decided to confirm. Mount Posa, it's Mount Posa. But you can't eat it. Son Wukong quickly replied. Son Wukong looked at Li Shu's rear and asked curiously, Why don't you have a tail either? Looking at the innocent Son Wukong, Li Shu recalled a scene on a full moon night. Son Wukong transformed into a giant ape and trampled to death his grandfather Son Gohan, who had raised him. This is the innate ability of the Saiyans. Upon seeing the full moon, they transform into a giant ape, ferocious and unstoppable. Young Son Wukong could not control this power and lost his reason. Cutting off the tail would end the transformation. Without a tail, a Saiyan could no longer become a giant ape. Li Shu wanted to prevent this tragedy. He said, I cut off my tail. Ah. Why? Son Wukong's eyes widened. Son Gohan looked at Li Shu in surprise. Could this young man also have been born with a tail like Son Wukong? Li Shu explained. Because this is our weakness. With that, Li Shu grabbed Son Wukong's tail. Son Wukong's pupils constricted, his whole body went limp, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Son Gohan stared in shock, hardly believing his eyes. See. I wasn't wrong. Li Shu released his grip. Son Wukong regained his strength, jumped up in surprise, and turned his head to look at his own tail, which was wagging lively behind him. He thoughtfully took off his pants and blurted out, Do you have a little thing there? Does that need to be cut off too? Li Shu's mouth opened slightly as he stared at Son Wukong's private area, speechless. That really isn't necessary. Li Shu held his forehead, speechless. Although strictly speaking it is indeed one of our weaknesses, it's acceptable. Son Wukong scratched his head, not understanding, and pulled his pants back up. Son Gohan chuckled at the scene. Young man, what's your name? From the same place as Wukong. My name is Li Shu. I don't know if I'm from the same place as Wukong, but I am indeed the same kind of person as him. Li Shu was about to obtain the Saiyan Bloodline, so calling himself the same kind as Son Wukong was not far off. Soon Li Shu arrived at Sun Wukong's home and the system's voice rang out. Sign in at Sun Wukong's residence successful. Reward obtained Saiyan Bloodline. Next sign in location unknown. Please stay tuned. A smile crept across Li Shu's face. With Immortal Body and Saiyan Bloodline he would be invincible in the Dragon Ball world. As for the next sign in reward, whatever it could come or not. Wow, big brother, your tail has grown back. Just then Sun Wukong looked at Li Shu's rear in amazement. Li Shu also felt the change and looked behind him. The tail was moving nimbly as if it had always been there, responding to his will. I forgot to tell you, even if we cut off the tail it will inexplicably grow back. Seeing this, Son Gohan had no more doubts about Li Shu. Should we cut it off? Asked Sun Wukong. Cut it off. That would hurt like hell. Besides, with his immortal body it would grow back immediately. How would he explain that? Too troublesome. It grows back after cutting. Actually, there is another way to overcome this weakness. Li Shu quickly shook his head. Double standards were fine. What method? We can train our tails. But on full moon nights we'd better not look at the moon or a terrible transformation will happen. Wow, Grandpa said the same thing. Sun Wukong nodded innocently. Sun Gohan looked at Li Shu in surprise as if he wanted to say something. The last time Sun Wukong saw the full moon and transformed into a giant ape, it terrified him. He decided to talk with Li Shu after Wukong fell asleep. This young man clearly knew a lot. In the following days Li Shu watched Sun Gohan teach Sun Wukong martial arts. At first he wanted to join in, but after seeing the brutal training methods he decided to mentally prepare first. Soon night fell. After dinner Sun Wukong went to bed early. Sun Gohan came to Li Shu's room. Li Shu seemed to have been waiting for him. Sun Gohan asked, "What are your plans next?" "None. I hope Grandpa can take me in." Li Shu had his speech ready. "I'm an orphan, alone and homeless. I lost my job. I came to the mountains to clear my mind, but I got lost. You know the rest. I nearly starved to death. I want to stay and repay your kindness." Sun Gohan was silent for a moment, looking at Li Shu's tail. "Have you also experienced the giant ape transformation?" Wukong lost his mind when he transformed into a giant ape. He has no memory of it. That's why I've never taken him out of the mountains. But you are different from Wukong. You can remember everything that happened after transforming. Li Shu did not hesitate. I have a way to control Wukong's wild power after transformation. Li Shu shared the fragmented memories of the Saiyans with Sun Wukong. There was no need to conceal this, and it would also earn Sun Wukong's trust. Saiyans. You and Wukong both come from a planet called Vegeta. Wukong's mission was to annihilate everyone on this planet. After hearing Li Shu's account of the Saiyans, Sun Wukong stood utterly stunned. He suddenly recalled that when he first found Wukong, the boy was indeed inside a spherical spacecraft, and his temperament was exceptionally wild and irritable. Later, due to a head injury from an accident, Wukong lost his memory and became gentle. This convinced him of Li Shu's words. Fortunately, Wukong seemed to have forgotten all of this. And what about you? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled. I'm different from Wukong. He was born a warrior, but I wasn't. When Saiyans are born, their battle power is measured. I was abandoned because my power was too low. Among the Saiyan race, the weak are not worthy of staying. So when I was born, I was sent away from Vegeta planet to fend for myself. Li Shu fabricated a white lie, looking at Sun Wukong with a forlorn expression. The kind-hearted Sun Wukong regarded him with sympathy without suspicion and asked, "Then what is the method to control the giant ape?" "Cut off the tail," Li Shu said earnestly. "Grandpa, as you just saw, our Saiyans' severed tails can grow back. It's harmless to us." Sun Wukong remained puzzled. "But you still retained your memories after transforming." Li Shu smiled. "That's because Wukong is still young and cannot control that wild power, so he loses his mind. He'll be fine after a few more transformations. We can also train his willpower more often or inject him with sedatives after he transforms." Hearing this, Sun Wukong finally relaxed with a smile. Over the years, every full moon night he had been on tenterhooks, dreading any accident. But I can't always keep my memory and sanity after transformation either. So every full moon I lock myself in a room, trembling with fear. This is also one of the reasons I want to stay. If anything happens to me, I hope Grandpa will cut off my tail. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly and agreed to let Li Shu remain. The next morning during breakfast, Sun Wukong recounted the time Wukong had turned into a giant ape. Upon learning that he had nearly killed his grandpa, Sun Wukong burst into tears, terrified. "Wukong, from now on we'll add a new training regime, strengthening your willpower. When you accidentally transform next time, you must learn to control that savage power and stay rational. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, tearfully eating a dinosaur leg. At Sun Wufan's request, Li Shu reluctantly joined the daily training. Li Shu, I'm old. After I pass away, I hope you'll take care of Wukong. That was why Sun Wufan insisted on Li Shu training with them. Li Shu had no reason to refuse and agreed at once. In the days that followed, he experienced both pain and joy. The pain was the hardship of training, the joy was the palpable sense of growing stronger. Breaking rocks with his chest, snapping trees with his head, splitting firewood with bare hands, all became trivial. Most importantly, he learned to climb trees and even defeated a green-skinned dinosaur. 1 year later, on a full moon night, Wukong got up to pee and accidentally saw the moon transforming into a giant ape. My God, this is terrifying! Sensing the ferocious, terrifying aura, Li Shu, hiding in the house, was in shock. He dared not go out, not because he feared death but because he too would transform under the full moon. Leave this to me. Don't you dare go out. I can't handle 2 giant apes at once. Sun Wufan rushed to Li Shu's room. Seeing that Li Shu had no intention of stepping out, he felt relieved, grabbed a hatchet, and charged toward the giant ape Wukong. Wukong! Remember the training. Stay rational. Imagine a calm lake in your heart. Sun Wufan shouted at the rampaging giant ape. But the giant ape did not respond. Instead, it roared at Sun Wufan and charged. Sun Wufan was helpless, dodging and weaving under the ape's attacks, desperately trying to awaken Wukong's sanity. It seemed futile, but Sun Wufan didn't give up. Only when he could no longer hold out did he reluctantly sever Wukong's tail. As the tail fell, the giant ape let out a furious roar, then its body trembled violently, and began to shrink rapidly. Sun Wufan smiled wryly at the unconscious Wukong on the ground and carried him back to the room. The next day, the moment Wukong woke up, he rushed to his grandpa, sobbing. Grandpa, did I transform last night? I almost killed you, didn't I? You remember? Sun Wufan looked at him in surprise. This meant Li Shu's method was working. In time, Wukong would surely master the giant ape's power and stay rational after transformation. Grandpa, I didn't mean to. I couldn't control myself, Wukong said hastily. Sun Wufan asked with a smile. Don't you notice anything different about your body? Huh? Is there? Wukong curiously examined himself, and soon widened his eyes. Ah. Where's my tail? Here. Sun Wufan pulled out a severed tail from somewhere and continued. Remember, cutting off the tail after transformation turns you back to normal. If your brother Li Shu ever accidentally transforms and can't stay rational, you must do the same. Sun Wukong nodded repeatedly. After a year together, he had grown deeply attached to Li Shu. Li Shu, munching on a dinosaur leg at the table, watched the scene with a smile when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Next check-in location: the site of the dragon summoning. Reward 1 extra wish. Li Shu's eyes lit up. Perfect. First wish, no pain. Second wish, never hungry. Beautiful. Looking at the dinosaur leg in his hand, Li Shu suddenly felt that the never hungry wish was a bit unnecessary. His wilderness survival skills now surpassed 10 Bear Grylls's. According to the story's progression, he just had to wait quietly for Bulma to show up. Next plan: wait by the tree for the horse. Li Shu lay back again. Why wouldn't a life of eating dinosaurs every day and waiting for the Dragon Balls to come to him be perfect? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Li Shu had been living on Baozi Mountain for 5 years. Sun Wukong was 11 years old. It was worth mentioning that Grandpa Sun Wufan had passed away 2 years ago, when Sun Wukong was 9. This filled Li Shu with deep emotion. Although with his help Sun Wufan did not die under Sun Wukong's feet, what was destined to come would eventually come. Such was the wheel of fate. Perhaps this was already the best outcome. At first Sun Wukong was very sad, but time could erode everything, and with Li Shu's comfort Sun Wukong quickly emerged from his grief. Over these 5 years Sun Wukong had transformed several more times and had basically mastered the power of his giant ape form, maintaining his rationality. As for Li Shu, well, it was not worth mentioning. His tail could not be cut off, absolutely could not be cut off. Every time it was severed it would quickly reattach automatically, which rendered the then still alive Sun Wufan utterly speechless. Fortunately, each time his tail was cut, Li Shu would regain the moment of sanity. After experiencing the pain of tail severance multiple times, he completely mastered rationality after just 1 transformation. In his giant ape form he was invincible on Baozi Mountain, and even Sun Wufan was no match for him. Transforming into a giant ape became Li Shu's most powerful trump card. Sun Wukong's tail had also grown back. Wukong, now the dinosaurs on Baozi Mountain are almost eaten up by us. I now declare from this moment on. The dinosaurs of Baozi Mountain were classified as first-class protected animals forbidden to be hunted. Li Shu, munching happily on a charcoal-grilled dinosaur leg, said regretfully. Not to mention this dinosaur meat is really delicious. Never get tired of it, never get tired of it at all. Perhaps this is the real reason why dinosaurs went extinct in the Jurassic period. Huh. Sun Wukong gnawing on a dinosaur but looked at Li Shu in confusion and mumbled indistinctly, but dish ish the best. That's true too. Then how about reducing from 5 a day to 1 a day? Does this one count? Sun Wukong pointed at the half-eaten dinosaur meat still on the grill. Li Shu coughed dryly and said, of course not. Hee hee. Sun Wukong grinned and said happily, then tonight I want garlic-flavored, no raw marinated, no, let's just have dinosaur sashimi. Humph, look at your ambition. Tonight Big Brother will make you a whole 18 ways of dinosaur. Li Shu had been a chef in his past life, and over these years he had completely conquered Wukong's stomach. Hearing about the new cooking methods, Sun Wukong immediately became excited and asked impatiently, then what ingredients are we going to catch today? Are there any big piranhas? Besides dinosaurs, Wukong's favorite food was raw marinated big piranha. Speaking of which, his mouth began to water. There are. Li Shu laughed heartily. In these 5 years the happiest thing was nothing more than this. The two quickly finished off the remaining dinosaur meat, then hurriedly rushed to the riverbank, each dangling their tail into the water like fishing rods, waiting patiently for prey to bite. In no time the two had a bountiful harvest. Another day of abundance. After catching all the ingredients, Li Shu tied them together, and chatting and laughing with Wukong they dragged them back home, a spectacular sight. Just then Li Shu sensed a strange human presence through his chi perception. He couldn't help but stop and look in that direction. Wukong also stopped and looked over curiously. Before long a speeding car came rushing around the corner, its horn blaring loudly, accompanied by a girl's shout, "Move! Move! Hurry, move aside! Buma! The plan of waiting for the horse has succeeded." Li Shu in his excitement forgot to dodge. Buma inside the car was startled by the mountain of terrifying piranhas. In her panic she mistook the accelerator for the brake and charged straight at them. Buma closed her eyes in a scream, followed by a huge crash. She directly sent Li Shu and Wukong flying. Li Shu was a bit helpless. Seeing Buma for the first time, he had been too excited to dodge. Although it wasn't serious, it really hurt. No rush. Buma has already arrived. How far can it be to gather the 7 Dragon Balls? The wish of not afraid of pain was about to come true. Oh no, I hit someone. She hastily leaned half her body out of the car window, looking at the figures she had knocked away in the distance. Wukong stood up and walked angrily toward Buma. Hey, what kind of monster are you? Why did you hit us? Are you trying to steal our food? Buma's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the two in front of her. One of them, a child, without any explanation simply lifted the car and overturned it. This frightened Buma terribly. Alone in the wilderness, she felt the danger and quickly drew her gun and fired. Wukong felt pain but was unharmed. Why aren't you dead yet? Buma stared at Wukong in shock. Why would I die? My body is trained like steel. You monster, you actually wanted to steal our food. Saying that, Wukong was about to act. He had never seen the outside world. Buma immediately realized and hastily said, wait, I'm not a monster. I'm a human. I don't want to steal your food either. Human. Wukong stopped and looked at Buma curiously. Why do you look different from us? You seem very weak. Of course I'm different from you. I'm a girl. A girl. You're a girl. Wukong was stunned, then curiously looked at Buma and naturally lifted her skirt to peek inside. Hey, what are you doing? Buma was instantly furious. Wukong asked, do girls not have tails either? Tails. Buma couldn't help but look behind Sun Wukong. Indeed, there was a tail. She then looked at Li Shu, who was watching the scene at a distance, and saw that the young man also had a tail. These two bumpkins have actually attached fake tails to their butts, thinking it's trendy. How tacky, Buma thought to herself. After learning that the other person was a girl, Wukong scratched his head apologetically and said, apart from Grandpa and Big Brother, you are the first female human I've ever met. Li Shu watched this scene with a chuckle. Childhood memories suddenly surged in his heart. This immersive viewing experience was indescribably wonderful. Grandpa said that if you meet a girl, you must be gentle to her. Why don't you come to my house? Big Brother is going to make some delicious food tonight. Are you living with your grandpa and Big Brother now? Buma asked. Wukong replied, Grandpa passed away long ago. It's just me and Big Brother. Buma was a bit tempted. She had just witnessed Wukong's strength firsthand. It was a rare power. She needed his help to find the Dragon Balls. At the same time, she was also a bit worried. Bulma, believing herself to be exceptionally beautiful, worried that these two might harbor improper thoughts toward her. Yet upon second thought she found them rather peculiar. One was an innocent child who had never seen a girl before, and the other was a simpleton who did nothing but giggle. They hardly seemed like the kind to harbor ill intentions. She took out the Dragon Ball radar again and saw that the location of the Dragon Ball coincided with the direction Wukong and his companion had taken. Could the Dragon Ball be at their home? Bulma finally made up her mind to go and have a look, while also trying to persuade the two to join her in searching for the Dragon Balls. Along the way, the innocent exchange between Wukong and Bulma amused Li Shu greatly, and he kept laughing foolishly by the side. During these 5 years, Li Shu had not taught Wukong any knowledge. Every day aside from eating together, they only cultivated together. He did not wish to influence Wukong's pure nature and thereby alter his life's trajectory. "Do you have a little dick? Why do you girls wear another pair of pants under your trousers? Can you take off your pants and let me see?" Bulma's forehead bulged with veins. She punched Wukong on the head and roared, "You perverted little brat. If you won't show me, fine. Stingy." Wukong rubbed his head, muttering discontentedly. Bulma huffed angrily. When they arrived at Wukong's dwelling, she immediately spotted the gleaming Dragon Ball, ran over excitedly, and picked it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stars. It's the 4-star ball. Bulma was overjoyed. Son Wukong quickly snatched it back, claiming it was his grandfather. Everything proceeded according to the original plot. With Bulma's explanation, Son Wukong finally understood the function of the Dragon Balls. Without any deviation from the plot, at Bulma's request, Wukong agreed to go with her to find the remaining Dragon Balls. After the three finished their meal, they set off on their journey to find the Dragon Balls. After walking for a while, Li Shu made a suggestion. "Miss Bulma, do you have another Dragon Ball radar? I think we can split up. That way we can collect all 7 Dragon Balls faster." "Yes, why didn't I think of that?" Bulma's eyes lit up. She searched for the capsule containing the laboratory, and said, "Wait a moment, I'll make another one right away." Li Shu looked at Bulma's capsules with envy. When he watched Dragon Ball as a child, he had a dream to become a great scientist when he grew up and invent the capsules. However, reality was harsh. He had gone to study cooking at Old East, and those past memories were not worth recalling. Bulma, true to her genius, created a new Dragon Ball radar in just over 10 minutes. "Wukong, you go with Bulma. I'll manage on my own." After testing the radar, Li Shu turned to Wukong. This was merely an excuse. Knowing the plot, he had no intention of searching. He knew that even without his help they would still manage to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. He just needed to wait until they had gathered them all, then reap the benefits. After all, in the end the wish was stolen by Oolong, who asked for a pair of women's panties. Wouldn't it be more reliable for him to steal a wish for fearlessness of pain? He didn't even need to steal the wish. The next check-in reward could grant him a wish. Fearlessness of pain was already within his grasp. In truth, Li Shu simply didn't want to interfere with the original development of the plot. He preferred to be a spectator, experiencing the magnificent world of Dragon Ball firsthand. Next plan: wait for the dragon. After noting down Bulma's contact information, Li Shu parted ways with Wukong. Now, without any hesitation, he executed the flight technique and soared into the air, speeding toward the distant city. Having mastered Chi Sense, he had long learned the flight technique. After all, flight was an ability every human desired, and Li Shu was no exception. The reason he had not taught it to Wukong was as stated above. Teaching the flight technique to Wukong in advance would likely cause a drastic change in the plot. Perhaps they would never meet the turtle immortal, triggering a chain reaction. Baozishan was about 1400 to 1500 kilometers from the city. Li Shu reached the city's airspace in half an hour. Gazing at the neon lights of the metropolis, he was in high spirits, and decided to feast his way through the entire city. Damn, I forgot to ask that rich girl Bulma for some money. Li Shu suddenly realized that he had just come out of the mountains penniless. During the 5 years at Baozishan, he had been self-reliant, self-sufficient, and well-clothed, and well-fed. He had gradually lost the concept of money. Li Shu walked down the street in distress, staring at the various eateries and inhaling the tantalizing aromas. He was so hungry he could cry. Tears of longing streamed from his mouth. "I want to eat grilled chicken so badly." Li Shu stopped in front of a grilled chicken shop, unable to move another step, staring wistfully at the diners feasting. After 5 years of cultivation in the mountains, his combat power was now at least around 30. Wasn't he able to earn some money? Just as Li Shu was about to go into the mountains to catch a few dinosaurs to sell, the corner of his eye caught sight of an unexpected figure. No, to be precise, it was a cat person. The cat immortal. Does he also like grilled chicken? Li Shu was taken aback and memories of the cat immortal flooded his mind. It was a cat that lived on Karen Tower over 800 years old, rarely descending from the tower. Yet here he was encountering him at a grilled chicken shop. If memory served, the cat immortal possessed a bug-level food in the Dragon Ball world, the Immortal Bean. Eating one would keep you full for 10 days, and even the most severe injuries would heal instantly, restoring you to peak condition. In later plot developments, Wukong and the others relied on the Immortal Beans to turn the tide of battle multiple times. Li Shu's heart stirred. With his immortal body, he didn't care much about instant healing. What he valued was the property of not needing to eat for 10 days, and the restoration of stamina. Although he could resurrect infinitely, his stamina could not be recovered. During the first 10 days after his transmigration, he had indeed suffered from hunger. If he obtained the immortal beans combined with the forthcoming fearlessness of pain, his immortal body would have no weaknesses. Not only could he not be killed, but he would also grow stronger with each battle with unlimited stamina and wouldn't have to worry about hunger and prolonged fights. It was truly invincible. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Side quest triggered. Check-in at the top of Karen Tower. Reward: Basic Immortal Bean Jar. Basic Immortal Bean Jar automatically produces 1 immortal bean per day. Li Shu did not hesitate to lavish praise on the system in his mind, using all the eloquent words he had learned. Unfortunately, he did not know the exact location of Karen Tower. But having read many idioms and stories, he had already devised a perfect plan. The wait for the cat plan was set in motion. Li Shu sat at the entrance of the grilled chicken shop waiting for the cat immortal to come out. Li Shu sat at the entrance of the yakitori shop watching others eat, while tears streamed uncontrollably from his mouth. Passers-by cast sidelong glances at him, and a couple dining by the window regarded the rustic Li Shu as if he were a savage, their eyes brimming with disdain. Embarrassed, Li Shu averted his gaze, realizing that staring at others while eating with tears flowing was indeed impolite. Some customers who intended to visit the yakitori shop shook their heads and left upon seeing Li Shu seated at the doorstep. It seemed he was disrupting their business. Li Shu felt awkward. His plan of waiting by the shop had encountered its first unprecedented setback. Just as he stood up to leave and find a spot that wouldn't affect the shop's business, the owner rushed out. The owner, with a look of disdain, handed Li Shu a lunch box and 100 yen, saying, "You're from the countryside, right? Take this and go beg somewhere else. Don't hinder our business." Speechless, Li Shu glanced at his own dragon skin coat and said, "Actually, I'm not a beggar. I'm a dinosaur hunter. Would you like to try some new ingredients in your shop? Let me tell you, dinosaur meat is delicious. I've even thought of a name for the dish. How about grilled dinosaur? Not bad, right?" The owner was taken aback. Grilled dinosaur. The name did sound intriguing, and he felt a flicker of interest. In his youth he had been fortunate enough to eat dinosaur meat with his father, and its flavor was truly beyond compare to chicken. Nobita Bear took another look at the wild man before him. The genuine leather coat seemed to be made of dinosaur skin. The taste of grilled dinosaur skin, even after 20 years, remained vivid in his memory, 100 times more delicious than chicken skin. A dinosaur hunter. Nobita Bear observed the 18-pack abs that the wild man inadvertently revealed, and his doubts began to wane. Not bad. Li Shu quickly took the food and money, savoring the tender, juicy chicken skewers while discreetly pocketing the 100 yen. He continued, "I can give you a dinosaur leg for free. If it tastes good, you can buy more from me. How about that?" Hearing this, Nobita Bear's face instantly lit up with a smile. He repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, for my rudeness earlier. I'm very willing to give it a try. My name is Nobita Bear. May I ask your name?" "Li Shu." "Mr. Li Shu, when could you deliver the dinosaur leg?" Li Shu had just started to say when he saw the cat immortal finish his meal and walk out of the shop. He quickly changed his tune. "I suddenly have something urgent. I'll come find you in a few days. Thanks for the food." Li Shu finished his meal, wiped his mouth clean, and walked away without looking back, leaving Nobita Bear staring in astonishment. He swaggered behind the cat immortal, feeling quite pleased. Unexpectedly, during his waiting for the cat plan, he had stumbled upon a way to make money. As for the dinosaur protection plan, Li Shu had already cast it aside. His tracking skills were superb, but he didn't use them because in the face of absolute power, even the most advanced tracking techniques would be futile. Li Shu was well aware of the cat immortal's formidable strength at this stage. Rather than being cautious, it was better to be bold and brazen. He was soon spotted by the cat immortal. Unflustered, Li Shu smiled and greeted him with a wave. "Can I come and visit the Karen Tower?" The cat immortal hadn't expected this young lad to recognize him. Perhaps he was a descendant of an old acquaintance. He kindly replied, "Of course, little one. But can you tell me your name?" "My name is Li Shu. I love traveling. My grandfather told me that the Karen Tower is the tallest tower in the world, but I didn't know where it was. Today I happened to meet the Karen Immortal and I didn't want to miss this opportunity." "And your grandfather is the cat immortal?" asked again. Li Shu replied, "Sun Wufan." Sun Wufan. The cat immortal thought for a long moment before finally recalling. His smile grew even warmer. "So you're the grandson of the Turtle Immortal's senior disciple." Li Shu explained, "Actually, my grandfather rescued me from the mountains and took me in." He then recounted the events and his 5 years in Mount Poses, speaking slowly and deliberately. Along the way the cat immortal listened intently. When he learned that Sun Wufan had passed away, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. They arrived at the sacred land of Karen, where a towering pillar rose into the clouds, its end invisible. "We're here, child. That's the Karen Tower. I can only bring you this far. To ascend you must rely on your own strength." The cat immortal pointed to the distant Karen Tower and spoke kindly. Li Shu gazed at the tower, his heart filled with awe. Although he had seen it many times in the anime, only by being there in person could he truly appreciate the breathtaking grandeur of the towering structure. "I'll be waiting for you at the top, child. Remember, you can only reach the top using your own power." With these final words the cat immortal soared into the sky and departed. Li Shu was well aware of the rules for climbing the Karen Tower. He also knew that the legend of the super holy water at the top enhancing one's strength was a myth. The true cultivation that could increase power lay in the process of reaching the summit and obtaining the super holy water from the cat immortal. Despite knowing this, Li Shu planned to fly up first, complete the check-in task to claim the reward, and then begin his training. "I learned the sky dance technique through my own effort. Shouldn't that count as my own power?" With this thought, Li Shu walked toward the Karen Tower. He was stopped in front of a tent by a man who looked like a Native American holding a spear with a small child beside him. Bora eyed Li Shu warily and barked, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Leave this place immediately." Li Shu remembered this father and son. They were the generations of guardians here. He replied politely, "Sir, I've come to climb the Karen Tower. The Karen Immortal said he would be waiting for me at the top." The Karen Immortal. Bora was stunned. Though his family had guarded the place for generations, none had ever seen the Immortal atop the tower, and they had always believed it to be a mere legend. Nevertheless, he wasn't about to let a stranger climb their sacred site without a challenge. "Defeat me and you'll earn the right to climb the Karen Tower." Bora spoke solemnly. Li Shu smiled and didn't refuse. This was also a good opportunity to test the results of his 5 years of training. He sensed the energy emanating from Bora. It was considerably weaker than his own. If my combat power is around 30, then Bora's is probably only about 10, just slightly above an ordinary person. Li Shu felt relieved he wouldn't embarrass himself. Although his combat power exceeded his opponent's, the gap was not insurmountable, and could be bridged through skillful technique. Li Shu did not let his guard down. He offered a respectful bow first, then assumed a combat stance and spoke in a steady voice. "Please guide me." Noticing the courtesy and refinement of his opponent, Bora's hostility diminished considerably. He returned the bow and said, "I will hold back." Once both were ready, Li Shu launched the first strike, charging toward Bora like an arrow flying from a bow. So fast. Bora's expression shifted dramatically as he sidestepped with urgency, pushing off the ground to barely dodge Li Shu's punch. After 5 years on Powai's mountain sparring with Goku, Li Shu was far from a combat novice. Li Shu had already anticipated Bora's reaction and followed up with a spinning side kick. It was evident that Bora's fighting technique was no match for Li Shu's. Rendered completely defenseless, he was swept away by Li Shu's whip-like kick. Defeated in merely 2 moves, Bora's face was flooded with shame at the thought of his earlier boast about holding back. "Well fought." Li Shu returned the gesture with a respectful bow, though inwardly somewhat disappointed. The fight had been hardly satisfying at all. He suddenly yearned to encounter a formidable opponent for a proper battle. Li Shu knew his Saiyan combative instincts were stirring again, and there was nothing he could do about it. Bora accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, and was equally impressed by Li Shu's magnanimity. "You are an excellent warrior," he said. "Uncle, you're quite skilled as well. You're simply older," Li Shu said with a smile. "Is that so?" "Ha!" Bora laughed boisterously. "Our ancestors have guarded this land for generations, and only one person ever succeeded in reaching the top of the tower." Li Shu knew exactly who that person was, Master Rashi, that lecherous old man. Then Bora recounted the legend of the Ultra Saint Water to him. Li Shu was skeptical, but he put on a show of astonishment to pay proper respect, which greatly pleased Bora. Bora decided to invite Li Shu home for a meal. Nobody knows how tall Karen Tower truly is, but climbing it will undoubtedly drain your energy. If you're hungry, come eat at my house. A free meal was too tempting to refuse, and Li Shu readily accepted. Before the astonished eyes of Bora and his son, Li Shu launched himself skyward with a swift whoosh, vanishing into the clouds, a sight that utterly terrified the father and son. Void walking. The cat sage had been observing events below the tower all along. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. With this ability, Karen Tower held no training value for Li Shu whatsoever. In merely a few minutes, Li Shu smoothly reached the summit. Side quest check-in: top of Karen Tower, check-in complete. Reward obtained: Junior sends a bean pot. Achievement unlocked: first system item obtained. Congratulations! You have received the reward Dimensional Storage Space. Achievement points 1. Hearing the 2 consecutive system notifications, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Shu's face. He had not expected anything beyond the Junior sends a bean pot. With a mere thought, Li Shu sensed the existence of the Dimensional Storage Space. It was not large, estimated at only about 1 cubic meter. A earthenware kimchi jar stood quietly within. At that moment the cat sage appeared. His eyes were perpetually narrowed into slits, hiding his pupils entirely. Yet, as any cat lover would understand, even squinting eyes can be extraordinarily charming. He spoke seriously. Li Shu, I did not expect you to have mastered void walking. Who taught you? Void walking. Does that require instruction? Li Shu regarded the cat sage with feigned confusion. Self-taught. The youth before him impressed the cat sage, especially knowing he was descended from an old friend, a promising seed worth nurturing. Unfortunately, he had flown up rather than climbed, so he had gained no physical conditioning. At this thought, the cat sage asked temptingly, Have you ever heard of the Ultra Saint Water? Just then the system voice resonated once more within Li Shu's mind. Achievement quest triggered: the taste of Ultra Saint Water. Obtain the Ultra Saint Water from Karen, and after tasting it you will receive 1 eye technique lottery opportunity. Eye technique. Li Shu's imagination ran wild, recalling the scene years later when he transformed into a Super Saiyan and wielded the Manjikyu Sharingan against Frieza. The thought alone was thrilling. However, he might just as easily pull the Byakugan style eyes or even cross eyes. One understands how these lotteries work. If this were a notoriously unreliable system, and he pulled cross eyes, he would never need to lift a finger against enemies again. They would simply laugh themselves to death, achieving victory without battle. Do you find the Ultra Saint Water amusing? The cat sage watched the suddenly giggling youth with mild irritation. Li Shu immediately snapped back to reality, and quickly waved his hands. No. I just happened to think of something delightful. What delightful thought? My wife giving birth. Under the subconscious influence of brainwashing from TikTok in his past life, Li Shu blurted it out. The moment he spoke, he regretted it. Whether in his past life or this one, he had no wife, not even close. A wave of melancholy suddenly washed over him. You're already married. The cat sage was genuinely surprised, a tinge of envy stirring within him. He had lived for 800 years and still had no wife. No, I was merely fantasizing about a future scene where my wife gives birth. Li Shu explained sheepishly. Then have you heard of the Ultra Saint Water? The cat sage did not wish to pursue the topic further. Li Shu nodded repeatedly, and repeated what Bora had told him at the base of the tower. The cat sage nodded approvingly, then produced an exquisite water flask. Inside is the Ultra Saint Water. Foolishness, it is merely tap water. You cannot deceive me. Li Shu kept these thoughts to himself, and instead preserved the cat sage's dignity, pretending to be overjoyed. Would you truly give it to me? Of course. If you can obtain it, it is yours. A smirk curled the corners of the cat sage's lips. Very well then, forgive me. An idea formed in Li Shu's mind. The plan to ambush the cat had begun. He first pretended to make several grabs, all of which the cat sage effortlessly evaded. Once the sage's peculiar amusement was satisfied, Li Shu deliberately fell for the trap and leapt from Karen Tower. Remember, you are not permitted to use void walking during the retrieval. The cat sage called out triumphantly. Understood. I will surely obtain it. Li Shu ran down along the pillar to the base of the tower. Rather than climbing back up immediately, he stopped by Bora's home for a hearty meal. This is absolutely delicious. Thank you, Uncle Bora, for your hospitality. At that moment the cat sage stood before a water vat, the surface reflecting Li Shu's current image. An impressive boy indeed, composed and unhurried, knowing to fill his stomach first. However, what unfolded next in the vision caused a flicker of confusion to cross the cat sage's face. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Shu went straight to the city, and used his only 100 yen to buy a ball of yarn. He chuckled to himself, thinking there was no cat that could resist a ball of yarn. When Li Shu returned to the Karen Tower, the cat Immortal had already fallen asleep. He did not take advantage of the cat's slumber, knowing full well that the feline was merely pretending. In the face of such a disparity in strength, a frontal assault would yield no chance of victory, only endless mockery. Only cunning could prevail. Li Shu was in no hurry. He found a patch of empty ground and also lay down to sleep. What fine character indeed, the cat Immortal praised inwardly after sensing Li Shu's departure. The next day at dawn, Li Shu once again launched his campaign to seize the super holy water. Time and again the cat Immortal toyed with him, and on several occasions Li Shu fell from the Karen Tower, yet he never lost heart. During this period the cat Immortal even gave Li Shu a senzu bean to restore his strength. It should be about enough now, right? After so many attempts he must have grown careless, Li Shu thought, silently observing the cat Immortal's demeanor while calculating the opportune moment. Now. The instant the cat Immortal toyed with him once more and he fell from the Karen Tower, Li Shu abruptly hurled a black ball of yarn upward. Holding his breath, he pressed himself against the stone pillar, evading the cat Immortal's line of sight, and did not descend the tower as usual. The waiting for the cat plan was now in motion. What is that? The cat Immortal's attention was immediately captured. When he saw it was a ball of yarn, an irresistible itch stirred in his heart, and he longed to bat it with his claws. Just as the yarn ball was about to fall under gravity's pull, the cat Immortal could no longer resist. Driven by feline instinct, he dashed forward and extended his claws. At that moment a figure flashed before his eyes. Oh no! The cat Immortal was startled, realizing he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late to react. He felt a lightness in his hand. The super holy water hanging from his staff had vanished. Karen Immortal, I yield to your superior skill. Li Shu held the super holy water, smiling as he looked at the stunned cat Immortal. The cat Immortal gave a rueful laugh and asked, do you know who was the last person to take the super holy water from me? Who? Li Shu asked, feigning ignorance, knowing he had to give the other face. It was your grandfather's master, the turtle hermit. What? Li Shu's expression of shock was perfectly timed. Do you know how long he took? The cat Immortal asked again. Li Shu dutifully shook his head. 3 years. The cat Immortal held up 3 fingers, then changed to one, saying, and you only took 1 day. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. May I drink the super holy water now? Li Shu asked politely. The cat Immortal suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Go ahead, drink. Li Shu did not stand on ceremony and downed it in one gulp. The achievement quest taste of super holy water was completed. Congratulations, you have earned 1 chance to draw an ocular technique and achievement points 1. Li Shu did not rush to draw. Instead he said, Karen Immortal, this is just ordinary water, isn't it? Is the process of gaining power actually in my repeated climbing of the Karen Tower and the struggle for the super holy water? The cat Immortal looked at Li Shu in surprise. You are a clever child. It seems you have already sensed the change in your own strength. After completing the task, Li Shu had no intention of staying longer, but before leaving he wanted some senzu beans. No one could ever have too many of these. The cat Immortal was not stingy and gave Li Shu 10 senzu beans. He was quite satisfied with the boy's character and talent, and had thoughts of nurturing him. After leaving the Karen Tower, Li Shu found a random hilltop in the wilderness, and muttered to himself, system draw. The lottery system loaded. Ocular technique rewards loading. Load complete. Current ocular technique draws 1. Begin drawing. Yes. Li Shu did not hesitate, and a series of ocular technique names flashed through his mind. Dragon seeing eye, blood will eye, Bikugan heavenly eye, crossed eyes. What? Crossed eyes is actually here. Li Shu was greatly alarmed and silently prayed that he would not draw crossed eyes. He simply could not understand how crossed eyes counted as an ocular technique. Isn't that ridiculous? Fortunately crossed eyes flashed by and Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Narrow mind, eye of chaos, heart pupil, fiery golden eyes, 3 flower flame eyes, autumn eye. What? Li Shu was dumbfounded. I can tolerate narrow mind and eye of chaos, but this autumn eye. How can I tolerate that? There's a typo. For a full 5 minutes Li Shu saw countless names of ocular techniques, bizarre and strange. Anything even remotely related to eye pupil sight or gaze was considered an ocular technique, even homophones and typos. It was far more absurd than the most ridiculous fantasy. After browsing all the ocular techniques, the draw began. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the ocular technique battle eye. Before Li Shu could react, the draw was over. When he saw the name, he let out a long sigh of relief. At least the name sounded reliable. At the same time, a burning heat spread through his eyes accompanied by intense pain, and he instantly went blind. Ah! Li Shu writhed in agony, rolling on the ground like an earthworm, twisting and bouncing. No. I must speed up the search for the Dragon Balls, even if it means changing the course of the story. The wish for no pain must be realized as soon as possible. The waiting for the dragon plan was declared a failure. To hell with it. Li Shu could no longer bear the pain, his mind was in chaos, and he fainted from the agony. When he regained consciousness, he felt he was moving, more precisely being dragged along the ground by something. At the same time, an intense hunger assaulted him, draining all his strength, stronger than the feeling of being starved for 10 days before. How long have I been unconscious? Damn, I haven't missed summoning Shenron, have I? Since he wouldn't die anyway, Li Shu was not at all worried about his current predicament. He hastily opened his dimensional storage space, and checked the number of senzu beans in the basic senzu bean jar. 1, 2, 3, 4. 46. I've been unconscious for over a month. Li Shu was furious. Despite his extreme hunger, he let out a thunderous roar. The system has failed me. Though he couldn't remember the exact time when Goku first gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, it was definitely not long. Over a month had passed. Shenron was probably already on his annual leave. The system has failed me, the system has failed me. Li Shu was filled with grief and indignation, his heart burning with resentment. According to the Dragon Ball setting, the Dragon Balls have a 1-year cooldown period, so the wish for no pain was postponed for a year. Meanwhile, Li Shu's roar startled the tiger-headed demon that was dragging him. Li Shu was in a terrible mood. After eating a senzu bean, his hunger vanished instantly, and his stamina and strength returned to their peak. Glancing at the barbecue grill nearby and the seasonings on the ground, he fixed his gaze darkly on the tiger-headed monster. Obviously, the tiger-headed monster wanted to roast and eat him. Combat power 8, huh? Li Shu suddenly froze. He could actually see a combat power value above the tiger-headed monster's head. So this is the battle Li Shu realized with some understanding. But you made me unconscious for over a month, and that's all you've got. Li Shu was extremely dissatisfied. He easily broke free from the tiger-headed monster's grip, and without a word gave it a thorough beating, venting his fury and resentment. The tiger-headed monster begged for mercy, but Li Shu turned a deaf ear and roared. Speak! Why didn't you prepare cumin when you were barbecuing? Bang! Li Shu punched it, snarling. You won't talk. Then I'll beat you to death. The tiger-headed monster wept bitterly. Bang! Still not talking. I guess you don't want that tiger dick of yours anymore. The tiger-headed monster was terrified and frantic. Bang! Fine. I see you've got a tough mouth. The tiger-headed monster was in tears. Bang! That feels better. This punch lifted Li Shu's spirits considerably. He stopped beating it and praised. Not bad, you're a tough nut. Such hard bones would make a great soup. But forget it, I appreciate you. I'll spare your life. The tiger-headed monster looked at Li Shu in fear, tears of grievance streaming down. I wanted to speak. You didn't give me a chance. An unprecedented sense of grievance and frustration overwhelmed the tiger-headed monster, and it couldn't hold back any longer. It sat on the ground wailing in misery. Li Shu, who was about to leave, suddenly said, You look kind of delicious when you cry. Not delicious. I'm not delicious at all. The tiger-headed monster shook its head like a rattled drum, its tears stopping instantly, and fled in panic. Too terrifying. This human is too terrifying. Mom! I'm going home to find Mom. Watching the tiger-headed monsters fleeing back, Li Shu squinted his eyes and shouted. Wait for you. No way. The tiger-headed monster didn't look back, its massive body trembled slightly as it ran even faster. It had thought today was lucky, stumbling upon a human to improve its meal during a walk, but it turned out to be a disaster. A figure appeared ahead of it, the very terrifying human. I'll run you over. The tiger-headed monster thought fiercely with no intention of slowing down. Battle power of 8, a total scrub. Li Shu simply extended one finger, neutralized the tiger-headed monster's charge, and pinned it to the spot. Then, under the tiger-headed monster's terrified gaze, Li Shu reached out and felt around its body. Soon he pulled out a stone ball with 3 dim stars on it. It was the 3-star Dragon Ball in its cooling state. So the dragon has already been summoned. Li Shu's last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished upon seeing this petrified 3-star ball. Glancing at the trembling tiger-headed monster, Li Shu let it go. Eating a talking animal always made him feel a bit uneasy. Then Li Shu rolled his eyes upward, wanting to see his own combat power. But soon he abandoned this foolish idea. No one's eyes can see the top of their own head. Li Shu found a lake and through the reflection on the water saw the combat power above his head. Combat power 53. Only 53. Li Shu stroked his chin in thought. He couldn't recall at all what the combat power of Wukong and the others was at this time. Thus he couldn't determine where his current strength stood. At this point in time Wukong should be training with Kellen under the Turtle Hermit, right? Li Shu planned to go check on them, first to see what Wukong and the others' combat power was now, and second because he had agreed to split up earlier but ended up unconscious for over a month. Wukong must be worried about him, right? He needed to report his safety. Third, he also wanted to train under the Turtle Hermit for a while. If he remembered correctly, the World Martial Arts Tournament was only a few months away. Based on the system's patterns recently, he might trigger some kind of quest. What was the prize money for the tournament champion? It seemed like 100 million. The time was too long ago, Li Shu really couldn't remember. Anyway, when he watched Dragon Ball as a child, he thought it was a huge sum. Even if there was some discrepancy, it wouldn't be too far off. With that money, he should be able to live comfortably for a while. Thinking of this, Li Shu suddenly remembered Nobi Bear at the grilled chicken shop. He had promised to deliver a dinosaur leg in a few days, but it had been over a month. Just then a Tyrannosaurus Rex was urinating in the distance. Li Shu without a word chopped off one of its legs. The T-Rex stared blankly at the human, let out a roar, and then hobbled away clutching its little thing. In the city at the grilled chicken shop, Nobi Bear was doing the final cleaning. A figure appeared at the door in his peripheral vision. "Sorry sir, we're closed." Nobi Bear didn't look up, still cleaning. "It's me, uncle." Li Shu grinned and placed the huge dinosaur leg on the table Nobi Bear was cleaning. Nobi Bear looked up in surprise. When he recognized the visitor, a hint of surprise showed on his face. "Sorry uncle, I was delayed by some things these past few days. Here's the dinosaur leg I promise you." "I thought you weren't coming. Have you eaten? Let me make you something. I'll try this dinosaur leg. You're my first customer, so don't refuse," Nobi Bear said excitedly, looking at the dinosaur leg. "Okay uncle, I'll trouble you then." Faced with delicious food, Li Shu had no reason to refuse. "Wait a moment." Nobi Bear quickly called over a few helpers to handle the dinosaur leg. Just then the system's voice suddenly chimed. Achievement unlocked: Trustworthy Merchant. Honesty is the first step to becoming a merchant. Congratulations, you have received the reward Double Money Buff Achievement Points 1. Double Money Buff: the amount of money gained is permanently doubled. Unexpected, truly unexpected. The sudden system prompt filled Li Shu with exceptional surprise. He hadn't expected this unintentional act to earn him another achievement. Counting carefully, he had completed 4 achievements, and earned 4 achievement points. He had no idea what these points were for. "System Daddy, what are these achievement points for?" "System, they can be used to upgrade system items and system rewards." Answer complete. Achievement points -1, current achievement points 3. After receiving the system's reply, Li Shu felt a bittersweet mixture of joy and sorrow. It had been over 5 years since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, yet he had only accumulated a mere 4 achievement points. In the beginning it was forgivable that he did not know their purpose, but now that he had just learned of their incredible power only to have 1 point deducted, it was truly disheartening. If he had known earlier, he would have figured it out on his own. With his keen intellect, it certainly would not have taken long. Li Shu did not wallow in sorrow. He remained composed and untroubled. After all, he could not die, and he had ample time to earn achievements. First, he would upgrade the dimensional storage space. 1 cubic meter was far too small, barely enough room for a single dinosaur leg. With a mere thought, Li Shu quickly received the system's prompt. Would you like to spend 1 achievement point to upgrade the dimensional storage space by 1 cubic meter? Only 1 point for a mere 1 cubic meter. Li Shu felt somewhat distressed by such an exorbitant cost and firmly declined. He then chose to upgrade the Junior Senzu Bean Pot. Insufficient achievement points. Upgrade failed. Attempting to upgrade the Battle Scanning Eyes. Insufficient achievement points. Upgrade failed. Attempting to upgrade the Immortal Body. Insufficient achievement points. Upgrade failed. Attempting to upgrade the Saiyan Bloodline. Insufficient achievement points. Upgrade failed. Attempting to upgrade the Double Money Buff. Insufficient achievement points. Upgrade failed. Li Shu felt deeply frustrated. Faced with so many consecutive failures, he nearly wished to uninstall the system entirely. System uninstalling system. What the? Stop. Cancel uninstallation, cancel it immediately. Li Shu was instantly panic-stricken, shouting frantically within his heart. System uninstallation terminated. System termination successful. Li Shu breathed a profound sigh of relief. Within those mere seconds he had broken into a cold sweat overcome by lingering dread. Fortunately it had all been a false alarm. Just then Nobikuma's dinosaur legs were ready. Please enjoy your meal. Li Shu hurriedly picked one up, took a bite to steady his nerves, and under the irresistible lure of fine cuisine his earlier displeasure instantly vanished. Nobikuma was also thoroughly satisfied with the quality of the dinosaur meat, and the two parties finally settled on a purchase price 10,000 yen per gene with a monthly supply requirement of 200 gene. Though the demand was not substantial, a monthly income of 2 million yen left Li Shu thoroughly content. To him it was hardly any different from picking up free money. Nobikuma generously prepaid a full month's payment, and Li Shu proved himself reliable. The very next day he delivered an abundance of dinosaur meat that far exceeded expectations. After departing from Nobikuma's yakitori shop, Li Shu purchased a large quantity of pictorial books, magazines, and videotapes, all intended as meeting gifts from Master Rashi. Side quest check-in triggered. Proceed to Master Rashi's residence, and complete the check-in. You will receive the reward Cultivation Potion. Cultivation Potion increases cultivation effectiveness by 30% for 1 month. As expected, a quest had been triggered. His hypothesis was correct. This time Li Shu felt no surprise whatsoever. Through his interactions over this period he had already grasped roughly how the system's quests were activated. As long as it involved characters and locations connected to the storyline, it was highly probable that a quest would be triggered. Li Shu took out the newly purchased map, studied it carefully, and located the direction of the island where Master Rashi resided. He then found an uninhabited spot and soared into the sky. On the sandy beach of Master Rashi's residence, Master Rashi lay reclined on a sunshade chair perusing a risque women's magazine. Out on the distance a small boat drifted gently. Li Shu stood at the bow quietly gazing at Master Rashi on the distant island, but he did not catch sight of Goku's figure. Has Goku gone to find me instead of training at Master Rashi's place? Li Shu considered this possibility extremely high, though it was also possible that Master Rashi had sent Goku out to train by delivering milk. Having watched the original story, Li Shu was quite familiar with Master Rashi's peculiar training methods. Goku must have gone out already, and Krillin was not on the island either. Judging by the timeline, Krillin should have also arrived at the island by now, training alongside Goku under Master Rashi's guidance. But because of his own appearance, the course of events might have already shifted, causing Goku to never appear here at all, instead roaming the world in search of him. Lost in thought, the small boat had already drawn close to the island. Li Shu could clearly perceive Master Rashi's combat power. Combat power 100, only 100. Li Shu was somewhat surprised. This differed from his expectations. His own combat power had already reached 53, while Master Rashi had lived for over 300 years and trained at Korin Tower for 3 years. How could his power be so pitifully low? It seems he has slacked off, indulging in pleasure and neglecting his cultivation. Li Shu stepped onto the island, but Master Rashi remained utterly absorbed in his scandalous magazine, oblivious to his arrival. Side quest: Master Rashi's residence check-in completed. Reward obtained: Cultivation Potion. Master Rashi might appear to have lost his ambition in recent years, but in the original story Goku had indeed trained under his tutelage and achieved extraordinary growth and strength. It must be admitted that Master Rashi was remarkably effective when it came to teaching disciples. Using the cultivation potion on Master Rashi's training should yield considerable results, certainly boosting his combat power by dozens of points. Li Shu approached Master Rashi proactively and interrupted his enjoyment. Martial arts master, these magazines are outdated. Have a look at mine. Master Rashi was initially somewhat irritated, but upon seeing the pristine risque magazines in Li Shu's hands his brow instantly lightened with joy. He snatched them eagerly and began studying them with great interest. Oh ho 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 ho. Not bad at all. As he read, Master Rashi suddenly sensed something amiss. Looking at Li Shu with confusion, he asked, "By the way, who are you?" "Martial arts master Son Gohan is my grandfather. My name is Li Shu." Li Shu once again felt how convenient the title Son Gohan is my grandfather truly was. Master Rashi set aside his magazine and curiously examined Li Shu before asking, "Are you Goku's older brother?" Hearing this, Li Shu's heart leaped with joy. He quickly replied, "Martial arts master, have you seen Goku?" "Haha, that brat Goku is training right here at my place. However, he left early this morning to deliver milk and won't return until noon." After saying this, Master Rashi returned to his risque magazine. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the plot had not changed. After all, Goku was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. If his own presence had altered the storyline and changed Goku's life trajectory, leading to Goku being unable to defeat the formidable enemies he was destined to face, or causing key events that should have occurred to never happen, then Li Shu's three grand plans, his plan to lie flat, his plan to earn achievements, and his plan to complete check-ins, would all come to nothing. The mere thought of Goku failing to defeat Piccolo, failing to defeat the androids, failing to defeat Vegeta, failing to defeat Frieza, failing to defeat Cell, failing to defeat Majin Buu, and being personally forced to save all of humanity in a world overwhelmingly dominated by Japanese characters, was exhausting just to imagine. But most importantly, Li Shu feared that once the original trajectory of the plot was altered, unforeseen and terrifying consequences would occur. For instance, if Frieza arrived prematurely, Majin Buu awakened ahead of time, or Dark Goku appeared too soon, these would be consequences too dire to bear. Though Li Shu was unafraid, since he could not die, if Earth were destroyed, what meaning would life hold? As a human from another parallel universe, Earth was the only place where he could truly live. Li Shu harbored no grand ambitions, he merely wished to wander freely, live a carefree life, and immerse himself in the manga he had loved as a child. He wanted to follow the protagonist, and witness one miracle after another. He had no desire to replace Goku and become the new hero. His previous life had been exhausting enough. In this life, having finally gained an advantage, he wished to live lightly, leisurely, and at ease, just completing missions and earning achievements, nothing more. Master Turtle Hermit, I wish to train under you as well, Li Shu pleaded, gazing at the old master. Barring unforeseen events, the World Martial Arts Tournament was sure to bring achievement missions. He recalled that in this tournament Goku and the Turtle Hermit were evenly matched, with Goku ultimately losing and placing second. That meant Goku's combat power after training was nearly on par with the Turtle Hermit's, with no significant gap. With his own combat power of 53, he could probably not even defeat Krillin. Not greedy, if he could raise it to 80 or 93rd place would suffice. I need to test you. Before the Turtle Hermit could finish, Li Shu smirked mysteriously, opened the bundle on his back, and revealed its contents before the old master's eyes. The Turtle Hermit's eyes widened. Intimate paradise. The pure white of a young lady. Ultimate. Phoenix. And even a compilation of exotic pleasures. The Turtle Hermit was dazzled, unable to put down any of the books. He flipped through them and found they even contained illustrations. Then he pointed to a stack of videotapes beside them, his voice trembling with excitement and anticipation. These are all top-notch and censored footage. Li Shu chuckled. Heh. The Turtle Hermit was ecstatic, hastily stashing the treasures away, and said solemnly, you have passed my test. Is there a guest? Just then a beautiful girl with flowing blue hair stepped out of the Turtle Hermit's house, her curious eyes wide. Lanchi. Li Shu instantly recalled this character from the story, a miraculous being who transformed into a wild motorcycle woman upon sneezing. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Achievement mission triggered the Turtle Hermit's wish. Prevent the Turtle Hermit from seeing Lanchi's underwear to receive the reward Turtle Hermit's energy wave. Well, I never expected the system to recognize that I am an upright and principled person. The system's voice rang again. Current achievement mission is a time-limited mission. Time-limited mission description: successfully prevent one of the Turtle Hermit's shameless actions within today. Mission reward: achievement points doubled. If not completed, the mission will disappear permanently. What? Achievement points doubled. Truly good deeds are rewarded. As a righteous warrior, I am duty-bound. Turtle Hermit, your wish may not be fulfilled. Your disciple is prepared to sacrifice himself for righteousness. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? This is Li Shu, Goku's older brother. From today on he will train with us. Remember to make an extra portion of food at noon, the Turtle Hermit said with a lecherous gaze. So you're Goku's brother. Your tail seems thicker and longer than Goku's. Lanchi looked at Li Shu's rear with a gentle expression. At that moment the Turtle Hermit noticed that Li Shu also had a tail, and a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. But soon his gaze was drawn to Lanchi's graceful figure, and his mind wandered, an involuntary lecherous smile spreading across his face. At noon Li Shu was watching a risque film with the Turtle Hermit. To be honest, the plot was quite engaging, full of twists and turns. Just as they reached the climax, a familiar voice came from outside. We're back. The Turtle Hermit was startled, frantically searching for the remote control. He pressed the power button just as Goku pushed the door open. You're back. Dinner is almost ready. I'll go take a shower, you eat first, don't wait for me. The turtle hermit with a serious expression removed the videotape and walked past Goku. At that moment Goku spotted Li Shu behind the turtle hermit. His eyes wide and face brimming with joy. Brother. Goku was overjoyed and leaped into Li Shu's arms. Li Shu smiled and patted Goku's shoulder saying, "Sorry Goku, I got lost in the forest. I hope I didn't delay your search for the Dragon Balls." Naive Goku, completely oblivious to Li Shu's kind light, shook his head. "No, we've gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon." Goku, as if he had endless stories to tell, recounted all their adventures collecting the Dragon Balls. Li Shu listened while comparing them with the memories in his mind, finding no discrepancies. But the dragon couldn't grant any wish. "Bulma tricked us." Goku's final words startled Li Shu. Couldn't the dragon even fulfill such a small wish as a pair of women's underwear for Oolong? "What wish did you make?" Li Shu asked hurriedly. Goku said, "I wished for the dragon to find my brother, but the dragon said he couldn't, only that you were still alive, and told us to make another wish." In the end, Oolong wished for a pair of underwear. Goku laughed heartily. "Oolong wears it on his head every day, looks hilarious." Li Shu smiled and fell into thought. Although the process of making the wish was slightly different, the final outcome was the same, which raised many questions. The dragon could resurrect all of humanity yet couldn't locate him. What was the reason? Was there a mysterious force forcibly correcting the plot? Or was it due to the time travel? Why think so much? It was too complicated. Next time we find the Dragon Balls, we'll make a wish and find out. Unable to figure it out, Li Shu simply stopped thinking and turned his gaze to the strongest Earthling, who seemed a bit shy. Facing a stranger, Krillin was somewhat reserved and quickly greeted him. "Hello, big brother. I'm Krillin." Obviously Goku had told Krillin about Li Shu, which came as no surprise. He scrutinized Krillin, wondering if there was any chance of triggering an achievement mission from him. After all, he was a key character. During the battle against Frieza, Goku's successful transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan was largely due to Krillin's crucial role. Though he died rather miserably, it didn't matter. He was resurrected in the end. Krillin felt a chill under Li Shu's gaze. It wasn't the look of recognizing a kindred spirit, but an indescribable lustful stare. Krillin instinctively clenched his rear, his mind racing as he recalled everything Liu Kang had told him about Li Shu. It seemed pretty normal. Hope I'm overthinking this. Krillin sat there awkwardly restless and at a loss for where to place his hands. "Dinner's ready." Lan Chi's voice, like a heavenly melody, granted Krillin a reprieve. He shot up and shouted, "Let me help." Combat power 36, combat power 15. Li Shu smiled and withdrew his gaze, having taken in the combat powers of Liu Kang and Krillin, gaining a rough estimate of his own current strength. The sumptuous dinner on the table whetted Li Shu's appetite. The turtle hermit watched these 3 gluttons and felt that before long his savings would be drained. He accidentally dropped his chopsticks on the floor. He crawled under the table, his eyes fixed on Lan Chi's long legs wrapped in a short skirt, his body trembling with perverse excitement. "This time I must succeed." The turtle hermit silently encouraged himself, steadied the chopsticks in his hand, and reached for Lan Chi's skirt. Suddenly Lan Chi stood up. It turned out that Wukong, Krillin, and Li Shu had run out of rice, so she turned to the kitchen to fetch more. These 3 bottomless pits. The turtle hermit, who had almost succeeded, was somewhat annoyed, but he didn't lose heart. He waited quietly. Soon Lan Chi returned to her seat, and he grew excited again, extending his chopsticks once more. But just then Li Shu slammed the table. "This is absolutely delicious." With a loud bang, his palm shattered the table into pieces. The turtle hermit's lecherous appearance was exposed to everyone. At the same time, a high-pitched female scream pierced the air. "Aya!" Lan Chi jumped up, pressing her skirt down with both hands, glaring at the turtle hermit with shame and anger. Slap! The turtle hermit's bewildered, lecherous face came into full view. Lan Chi's face flushed crimson as she delivered a resounding slap, then fled in mortification. The turtle hermit touched the bright red handprint on his cheek, his face filled with bitterness. He now deeply regretted taking Li Shu as a disciple. This was sheer insubordination. Wukong and Krillin stared dumbfounded at the scene. The innocent Wukong had no idea what had happened, but Krillin instantly understood and sneered at the turtle hermit. Li Shu smiled as he watched, feeling immensely pleased, even wanting to shout. "Is that all?" The limited time achievement mission, the turtle hermit's wish, was completed. "Congratulations. You have obtained the reward Kamehameha and 4 achievement points." Achievement points 4. Li Shu was overjoyed. Kamehameha held no appeal for him. He could learn it sooner or later anyway. But these 4 achievement points were extremely satisfying, equivalent to what he had earned in the previous 5 years. And the mission was fairly simple. Upgrade cultivation potion. Li Shu said magnanimously to the system in his mind. Current achievement points 7. Do you wish to spend 5 achievement points to upgrade Cultivation Potion to Super Cultivation Potion? Cultivation Potion increases cultivation results by 30 duration 1 month. Super Cultivation Potion increases cultivation results by 50 duration 6 months. Yes. Cultivation Potion upgrading. Congratulations, you have obtained Super Cultivation Potion. In this upgrade experience, Li Shu deeply understood the powerful role of achievement points. Unfortunately, he could not know in advance the number of achievement points required for an upgrade. He could only find out when he had enough points. Just then Lan Qi returned. Her hair had turned golden, and she held 2 AK-47s in her hands with a dozen grenades tucked into her waist, glaring ferociously at the turtle hermit. You old pervert, die! Da-da-da-da-da-da! Boom! Boom! The whole household scattered in panic. The turtle hermit was the most disheveled, fleeing all over the house, destroying much of the furniture, and nearly blowing up the house. Li Shu chuckled at the scene, finding it amusing. The matter only subsided when the turtle hermit risked his life to make Lan Qi sneeze, turning her back into the gentle blue-haired Lan Qi. In the afternoon, Li Shu drank the Super Cultivation Potion, put on a 20-gene weighted turtle shell, and began training alongside Wukong and Klin. The training process was tedious, painful, dull, and hardly worth mentioning. After just half a day, Li Shu found his combat power had increased by 1 point, reaching 54, a remarkably obvious effect. Looking at Wukong and Klin beside him, their combat powers remained unchanged at 36 and 15 respectively. Li Shu roughly estimated that for Wukong to be evenly matched with the turtle hermit, and ultimately lose his combat power, was likely between 80 and 90. After all, the turtle hermit was old and a human, while Wukong was not only young but also a Saiyan. Considering these factors, the gap was probably about 10 to 20 points of combat power. Thus the range of 80 to 90 combat power was quite reasonable and logical. With over 5 months until the World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong's daily combat power increase averaged around 0.25. So in just half a day, Li Shu had increased his combat power by 1 point. The training effect was truly impressive. No wonder the system item Super Cultivation Potion was a system product, always top-notch. Although it was partly due to the cheat, it was also his first time training this way, so the improvement was larger. Perhaps the subsequent gains would not be as significant. Li Shu's guess was correct. The daily combat power increase after training gradually diminished. A month later, his combat power had only reached 67. It was also on this day that the turtle hermit announced a major piece of news. In 4 months, I want all 3 of you to sign up for the World Martial Arts Tournament to test your training results. Li Shu's eyes lit up. Finally, the moment had come. System Daddy, hurry up and release your achievement mission. Triggered side quest sign-in mission, World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Upon completing the sign-in, you will receive the reward Battle Eye Special Eye Drops X1. Battle Eye Special Eye Drops use once daily for a small chance to upgrade Battle Eye. Triggered achievement quest Champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Quest reward Super Saiyan Enlightenment Potion X1. Super Saiyan Enlightenment Potion. After consumption, there is a small probability to gain enlightenment of Super Saiyan form. Triggered achievement quest Runner-up of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Quest reward Super Transformation Enlightenment Potion X1. Super Transformation Enlightenment Potion. After consumption, there is a small probability to gain enlightenment of Super Transformation, and a higher probability to gain enlightenment of Transformation. Triggered achievement quest Third place of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Quest reward Transformation Enlightenment Potion X1. Transformation Enlightenment Potion. After consumption, there is a small probability to gain enlightenment of Transformation. Several consecutive system notification messages rang out. Even though Li Shu had mentally prepared himself, he was still pleasantly surprised. All top 3 have rewards, which is quite satisfying. What he favored most was not the champion's reward but the runner-ups. Super Saiyan. How could it be as fun as Super Transformation? Moreover, he had theoretically already mastered the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. It only required diligent practice to grasp it, so there was no need for the Enlightenment Potion at all. After learning about the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong and Kulin trained even more diligently. Especially Sun Wukong, who carried the Saiyan Bloodline filled with a battle-hungry gene, was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Day by day, Li Shu could clearly see that under the stimulation of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Sun Wukong's battle power was growing rapidly. But his own daily increase in battle power was rapidly declining. 4 months later, Li Shu looked at the battle power above Sun Wukong's head, then at his own, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Sun Wukong battle power 80. Li Shu battle power 75. Am I really this untalented? I trained at Ka-Lin Tower ahead of time and I even used cheats. Li Shu felt his young heart had been dealt a heavy blow. Hey, is this what it means to be a protagonist? Even with cheats I can't catch up. Such a result only pointed to one problem: his cheats weren't enough. It didn't matter. Li Shu glanced at Ka-Lin, who had only 35 battle power, and his mood improved a lot. But soon Li Shu felt puzzled. After spending more than 5 months together, not a single achievement quest had been triggered from Ka-Lin. But upon reflection he felt relieved. On Baozi Mountain he had spent 5 years with Sun Wukong and similarly didn't trigger any achievement quests. There's plenty of time, I don't believe it. Li Shu stared intently at Ka-Lin, who immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. During these 5 short months of training, Ka-Lin often had this feeling. Big Brother Wukong's gaze is too terrifying. Could he really have improper intentions toward me? Ka-Lin subconsciously kept his distance from Li Shu with a hint of fear in his heart. Li Shu smiled and averted his gaze. That evening, on the last day of the registration period for the World Martial Arts Tournament, the Turtle Hermit led Li Shu's son Wukong and Ka-Lin to the registration site, where they quickly completed the registration procedures. Upon learning that the preliminaries would start tomorrow, the battle-hungry Sun Wukong was very disappointed. However, after encountering Buma Yamu Cha Wulong and Pu Er, Sun Wukong became happy again. These were all good friends he had met on his journey to collect the Dragon Balls. Yamu Cha was a bandit in the evil desert, making a living by robbing homes. He was the founder of the Wolf Fang Fist. With a good nature, after meeting Sun Wukong and becoming Buma's boyfriend, he completely reformed. Wulong and Pu Er were both animal people with superpowers, a pig and a flying cat. They were classmates at the superpower kindergarten, both mastering the superpower of transformation. When he was a child, Li Shu had always envied this superpower. Now his childhood fantasy was about to come true. Li Shu. Buma looked at Li Shu in surprise and quickly became angry. Weren't we supposed to split up? How could you just disappear without even calling me? You made me worry for nothing. Buma was very beautiful, and even when angry she had a unique charm. At first Li Shu had some thoughts about Buma. After all, she was a rich and beautiful woman. In his era few men could resist such a temptation. But in the end he thought better of it. He wanted to witness firsthand how the proud Scion Prince would be tamed by Buma. To be honest, he quite liked the character Beiji Ta. If he hadn't known, it would have been fine, but now that he knew, it would be a bit unethical to take someone else's wife. Most importantly, women only slow down my quest speed. Facing Buma's interrogation, Li Shu apologized repeatedly. He had indeed forgotten to report his safety to Buma. Buma snorted coldly and stopped dwelling on the matter. Soon, under the introductions of Sun Wukong and Buma, both sides got to know each other. Li Shu curiously glanced at the top of Yamu Cha's head. Battle power 30. He then looked at Wulong. Battle power 6. This guy Wulong should be able to farm quite a few achievements, right? Li Shu's gaze as he looked at Wulong gradually brightened. Wulong was startled and looked at Li Shu warily. Li Shu smiled and withdrew his gaze. He had only found a general direction for triggering achievement quests. The specific details were still to be explored. After a brief catch-up, everyone returned to their accommodations to rest, conserving their energy for the final preparations for tomorrow's preliminaries. Li Shu, on the other hand, left the hotel alone and went to Nobi Little Bear's yakitori shop. During the 5 months of training under the Turtle Hermit, Li Shu had not forgotten the monthly orders from Nobi Little Bear. Moreover, he had been guiding Nobi Little Bear to open branch stores, wanting to see if he could farm some achievements. The yakitori shop's business was extremely booming. Nobi Little Bear was busy as a bee, but the moment he saw Li Shu, he put down his work and warmly welcomed him. Li Shu-kun, you came just in time. Try my new dish, raw marinated dinosaur lantern. You must have never tasted it before. It's huge and very satisfying to eat. Raw marinated dinosaur what? Li Shu wondered if he had misheard. People eat this stuff. And raw marinated. Truly a nation known as BT, it lives up to its reputation. No. I just ate, I'm very full. No need. I'm here for the martial arts tournament, and I came to see you on the side. Li Shu quickly refused. Nobi Little Bear suddenly said, to be honest, brother, I have a request. Here it comes. These 5 months of effort have not been in vain. Li Shu's eyes lit up and the system notification had already sounded. Triggered the limited time achievement quest Legendary Dinosaur, Cuckoo. Help Nobi Shixiong tame Cuckoo long before dawn. Quest reward Endless Dinosaur Legs. Attention. The limited time achievement quest's achievement points are doubled. If failed, this quest will disappear permanently. Endless Dinosaur Legs. Li Shu found this reward somewhat puzzling. Could it be a superpower that conjures dinosaur legs out of thin air? That seemed too useless. Li Shu was only slightly disappointed but still full of drive. After all, double achievement points were a real prize. Under Nobi Xiaoxiong's narration, Li Shu roughly understood what Kukulong was. It was a creature that did not appear in the original story, an animal person with superpowers just like Wulong. Nobi Xiaoxiong had no idea it was a dragon. In his description, this legendary dinosaur turned out to be an enormous rat that gave him endless headaches. It often stole the ingredients he had prepared, and despite his best efforts he could not drive that damned rat out. Especially the dinosaur meat he had purchased from Li Shu at great expense. The rat was particularly fond of it. Its speed was so fast we could never catch it, and it was extremely cunning. All our mousetraps were useless against it. It toyed with us for a whole month, leaving me tormented. Fortunately, Li Shujun, you have arrived. Since you could even subdue a dinosaur, you must be an excellent martial artist. I hope you can help me catch this rat. I am willing to pay a generous reward. Li Shu waved his hand and said, Xiaoxiong, we are already good friends. I will help you catch this rat. Forget the reward. How can I accept that? Well, whether you catch the rat or not, all your meals at my shop will be free from now on. An hour later, Nobi Xiaoxiong closed the shop. He said to Li Shu, it is very sly. It only appears when there are few people, often stealing food when we least expect it. Li Shu nodded and smiled. I already know where it is hiding. Really? Nobi Xiaoxiong was delighted. You go ahead and clean up as usual. Leave it to me, Li Shu said with confidence. In his sight, a combat power indicator hovered in midair at the kitchen corner. Combat power 8. So this is your superpower, invisibility technique. Li Shu looked with interest at the empty kitchen corner. Without his battle eye, he probably would never have completed this task. Li Shu did not act rashly. There were still a few hours until dawn. He needed to think carefully and formulate a proper plan. After all, the quest required him to help Nobi Xiaoxiong tame this Kukulong. Merely catching it would not fulfill the task. Can he see me? At that moment, Kukulong, hidden in the corner, looked at this monkey man with some doubt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can see through my invisibility technique. Kukulong encouraged himself in his heart. He had roamed the city for over a decade, eating and drinking well every day without working, and had never been caught. This experience gave him ample confidence. But even so cautious as he was, he did not intend to take risks. He decided to leave this shop and find another to continue his carefree life. He was clever. He never plagued a single shop for too long because he understood a principle, one that could only be sensed, not expressed, which was his way of survival. Meanwhile, Li Shu frowned. He hadn't come up with a good idea, and it seemed that Kukulong was about to flee. The combat power indicator floating in midair was slowly moving toward the door. He really can see me. Kukulong had been watching Li Shu closely. He noticed that the other's gaze followed his movements, which filled him with terror. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from this monkey man, which scared him immensely. He no longer moved cautiously but dashed straight for the door. As he sprinted, his invisibility technique instantly failed. Evidently his actions were restricted while in the invisible state. Had I never thought a dinosaur could look so much like a rat. When he saw Kukulong, Li Shu was momentarily stunned. Kukulong was not large, about the size of an adult female cat. Not only did he have a shifty-eyed rat-like face, but his sharp little mouth was so tiny that it couldn't even cover his two front teeth. His panicked expression was quite amusing. If the system hadn't called him a dinosaur, Li Shu would have thought it was a giant rat. You can't escape. Li Shu flicked his finger, and a blue light wave shot out, striking Kukulong in the abdomen, knocking him severely wounded to the ground. Since he couldn't think of a better plan, he decided to suppress the creature by force, compelling it to submit before his divine might. Under Kukulong's terrified gaze, Li Shu grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up. You look delicious. Li Shu grinned. No. Don't eat me. I'm sick, very sick. Please don't eat me. Kukulong was extremely timid and kept begging. At that moment, Nobi Xiaoxiong came over to watch and praised Li Shu profusely. Li Shu smiled and said, Xiaoxiong, what do you plan to do with this fellow? I have a good suggestion. What suggestion? Nobi Xiaoxiong asked curiously. He has caused you considerable losses, hasn't he? Why not make him work here to compensate you? Work? No way. I will never work in my life. You might as well eat me. Before Nobi Xiaoxiong could react, Kukulong screamed in terror. He seemed to have an intense aversion to the idea of working. Why would you rather die than work? Li Shu asked him curiously. Cook Along did not explain. He shouted no reason. I will never work. It's better to kill me than to make me work. Oh. Cook Along's fierce reaction troubled Li Shu. Li Shu then said, tell me why and I won't make you work. Really? Cook Along was overjoyed and quickly explained the reason. It turned out that this fellow had worked before, but because of his ugly comical appearance, short stature, and clumsy error-prone ways, he was constantly mocked by customers and colleagues and scolded by his boss, which caused him great psychological trauma and torment. So he swore that he would never work again in his life. Well, I'm not an unreasonable person. Li Shu sympathized with Cook Along's plight. But you did do wrong. You caused losses to my friend and you must compensate for those losses. Working is definitely necessary, but I can assure you that what happened to you before will never happen again, Li Shu declared with conviction. How can you guarantee that? Cook Along looked at Li Shu with suspicion. Li Shu explained. Because the job is simple. You just need to turn invisible beside the diners and honestly record their evaluations of the food and the restaurant. Invisible. This mouse can turn invisible. No wonder we couldn't catch him. Yebi Xiaoxiong stared at Cook Along in amazement. I'm not a mouse, I'm a dinosaur. I just look like a mouse. Cook Along defended himself with some displeasure. A dinosaur. Yebi Xiaoxiong was about to mock him, but Li Shu quickly stopped him and said, Xiaoxiong-kun, please do me a favor and take in this little guy. He's quite pitiful. Of course, Li Shu-kun, your suggestion is excellent if he is willing. Yebi Xiaoxiong nodded. 1 year. Just work for a full year, and this debt is cleared. Then you can decide whether to stay or leave. Li Shu added another sentence, looking sincerely at Cook Along. Is that all? Cook Along's heart stirred. He actually longed to make some friends but was afraid of being mocked, so he had always been sneaking around. Although he seemed to live well every day, deep down he was always empty and lonely. Is that all? Are you willing? Li Shu smiled at Cook Along. After hesitating for a moment, Cook Along said weakly, Well, all right then, but can I make a small request? What request? If someone mocks me, can you teach them a lesson? Is that all? Looking at Cook Along's cautious demeanor, Li Shu agreed readily. Limited time achievement mission: the legendary dinosaur Cook completed. Congratulations. You have received the reward Endless Dinosaur Leg achievement points 4. Another 4 achievement points. Li Shu was overjoyed. Although he had painstakingly guided for 5 months without triggering the related achievement mission, the final result was the same. Perhaps some achievement missions are triggered by character affinity. Without the harmonious 5 months with Yebi Xiaoxiong, this achievement mission might not have been triggered. Just as Li Shu was pondering, to his surprise, the system's message notifications did not end there. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden achievement mission Cook Along's Heart Knot, and received the reward Invisibility Insight Potion X1 achievement points 2. Invisibility Insight Potion: after consumption there is a small chance to gain insight into invisibility. This unexpected delight made Li Shu feel immensely pleased. His achievement points had now reached 8. So there is a hidden achievement setting. It must be related to the way the achievement mission was completed. Li Shu firmly kept this in mind. In high spirits, Li Shu returned to his lodgings. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku were already snoring away. But he had no sleepiness at all. He tried to upgrade each of Immortal Body, Saiyan Bloodline, Battle Vision, Preliminary Senzuken, and Double Money BUFF, but all failed. I'm so done. Can it at least give a hint how many achievement points are needed to upgrade these? After complaining, Li Shu took out the Endless Dinosaur Leg. Endless Dinosaur Leg, a renewable edible weapon. When you're tired from fighting, feel free to take a few bites to replenish your stamina. Combat power increased by 1 when equipped. Wow, it's actually a weapon! Li Shu was quite surprised and suddenly felt it wasn't as useless as he thought. Li Shu estimated it was about 2 meters long and felt particularly handy in his hand. Looking at himself in the mirror holding a 2-meter steaming dinosaur leg, he thought it looked quite cool. His combat power had also increased from 75 to 76. Li Shu couldn't help but take a bite of the dinosaur leg. The meat was tender and juicy, no worse than his own cooking. And the bitten part quickly regenerated. What he had thought was a useless item now seemed more and more pleasing, filling Li Shu with pleasant surprise. Upgrade Endless Dinosaur Leg. Li Shu gave the command decisively. This item could increase combat power by a percentage, definitely a top-tier attribute worth cultivating. Do you want to spend 1 achievement point to upgrade Endless Dinosaur Leg to Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1? The success rate of this upgrade is 99. Damn, there's a success rate! Li Shu was annoyed. This system isn't developed by some Tencent, is it? Yes. Li Shu had no choice. He'd test the waters with 1 achievement point. How could a 99 success rate fail? Upgrading endless dinosaur leg. Congratulations. Upgrade failed. What the FCK? Congratulations, my ass. A 99 success rate and it still fails. This success rate is just for reference, isn't it? Li Shu was furious. Dog system, if you're going to mess with me, I'll uninstall right now. Upgrade endless dinosaur leg. Li Shu quickly stopped that dangerous thought and reluctantly gave the command again. He refused to believe it. With a 99 success rate, could he keep failing? He still had 7 achievement points. He could afford to play this game. Upgrading endless dinosaur leg. Congratulations. Upgrade failed again. Again. What the hell do you mean again? What the hell is again? I'll show you. Li Shu was fuming, his face twisted in rage as he stomped his feet. Dog system, just you wait. Li Shu left the hotel that night and bought paper ingots, candles, incense burners, a gold base, and a compass, yellow paper, hand soap, facial cleanser, whitening face mask, an introductory guide to feng shui, and a cross. On the way, he casually picked a few willow branches. If I pull out the occult, how will you respond? Li Shu's eyes were bloodshot like a gambler who had lost everything. First, he took out the compass and, following the descriptions in the feng shui guide, found a geomantically auspicious spot. Then he found a large rock and carved the word System Dad on it. Next, he lit candles, burned yellow paper and paper ingots, arranged the incense burners around in the 8 trigrams orientation, and lit the incense. Then he poured hand soap and facial cleanser into the gold basin and thoroughly washed his hands and face. Finally, he dipped a willow branch into the water from the basin and sprinkled a few drops on the System Dad rock, symbolizing a dragonfly touching water. May all the gods and Buddhas bless me. Amen. Li Shu held the cross devoutly in his hand and immediately issued the command. Upgrade endless dinosaur leg. Do you want to spend 1 achievement point to upgrade endless dinosaur leg to endless dinosaur leg LV1? The success rate of this upgrade is 99. Yes. Li Shu shouted through gritted teeth. Upgrading endless dinosaur leg. Congratulations. You failed to upgrade yet again. Li Shu. I must have forgotten to apply the face mask. Li Shu gazed at the neglected mask, fuming inwardly. 15 minutes later, after applying the face mask, Li Shu's complexion looked much better. He wasn't sure if it was the mask, but he seemed to have turned a bit fairer too. This is the last time. If I fail again, I'll quit. I'd be a dog if I keep playing. Each attempt only uses a little achievement, which doesn't seem much, but it can't withstand continuous failures. 3 achievement points all gone to waste. Li Shu felt a pang of regret. He swore this would be the absolute last time. Endless dinosaur leg upgrading. Endless dinosaur leg upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a new item, Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1. Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the leg. Equipping it increases combat power by 2. Can be attached to the leg. Seeing this new attribute, Li Shu's eyes lit up. This feature is great, wonderful, truly awesome. It seems it took 4 attempts to succeed, but it's not a loss. Li Shu couldn't wait to try the new ability. The dinosaur leg completely merged into his right leg, showing no sign of abnormality. Combat power 76. Combat power increased from 1 to 2. The effect is not very obvious. The battle, I cannot see the decimal values, so it's not very intuitive. His luck seemed pretty good. He had already used 3 attempts as a cushion. Should he press the advantage? Li Shu quickly convinced himself and issued the command. Most importantly, he wanted to know how many achievement points the next upgrade would cost. Do you want to spend 2 achievement points to upgrade Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1 to Endless Dinosaur Leg LV2? The success rate for this upgrade is 98. A 98 success rate. Li Shu always felt that this success rate should be interpreted in reverse. Yes. Li Shu made up his mind after only a moment's hesitation, and he was prepared for failure. After all, even with a 99 success rate, he had failed 3 times in a row. Now the success rate had dropped significantly to 98, making it almost impossible to succeed on the first try. Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1 upgrading. Endless Dinosaur Leg LV1 upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new item, Endless Dinosaur Leg LV2. Endless Dinosaur Leg LV2, a renewable edible weapon. Can be attached to the leg. Equipping it increases combat power by 3. Succeeded on the first try. Li Shu found it hard to believe. He apologized devoutly. System Daddy, I misunderstood you. Combat power 77, only 3 points left to match Wukong's combat power. With only 2 achievement points left, Li Shu decided not to continue upgrading. He planned to try the invisibility epiphany potion. This thing only has a low chance of granting enlightenment, and there's only 1 bottle. Once used, it's gone. He didn't know when he would get such a reward again. He was still quite tempted by the invisibility spell. So he tentatively said, "Upgrade invisibility epiphany potion." Insufficient achievement upgrade failed. Forget it, I'll save it for now. Li Shu was truly scared by the 3 consecutive failures with a 99 success rate, and he wanted to play it safe. The next morning, Wukong and his group headed towards the martial arts arena. Li Shu followed behind, looking like he hadn't woken up, appearing listless. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Wukong couldn't help asking. Li Shu rubbed his brow and said unhappily, "I thought of some sad things and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Your state of mind is not good for today's match. Although it's just the preliminaries, you may encounter strong opponents. You must not let your guard down." Master Rashi said somewhat seriously. "I understand, Teacher Rashi. I'll adjust my state." Li Shu immediately took out a senzu bean and ate it, instantly restoring his energy and spirit to a full state. "Senzu beans?" Master Rashi looked at Li Shu in surprise. "Have you already been to Karen Tower?" Li Shu did not deny it, nodding and saying, "When I left, Master Korin gave me a small bag." As he spoke, Li Shu gave each of the 3 a senzu bean. Wukong asked curiously, "What is a senzu bean? Is it tasty?" "It looks amazing." Clint carefully examined the small green bean. He had clearly seen the change in Li Shu after he ate the senzu bean. Master Rashi explained, "This is a specialty of Karen Tower. No matter how severe the injury, eating one will instantly restore you to peak condition, and it can also sustain you for 10 days without feeling hungry." While this bean is amazing, Wukong and Clint were astonished. "Unfortunately, the yield is not high." Master Rashi was lamenting when suddenly his eyes widened. He quickly grabbed Wukong's hand. "If you eat it now, what will you do if you get injured later?" "It looks tasty. I just wanted to taste it." Wukong grinned, scratching the back of his head. Li Shu laughed. "Master Korin has accumulated a lot over the years. I still have more." As he spoke, Li Shu gave each one another bean. "Here, have a taste and experience it. If it's not enough, I still have more." Master Rashi was stunned. "How many did Master Korin give you?" He just a small bag, just a small bag. It's enough for us." Li Shu evaded the question without giving a direct answer. Master Rashi didn't press further, but carefully put away the 2 senzu beans for emergencies. After all, Wukong and Clint were still children. Hearing Li Shu's words, they quickly each tasted one. "What? It has no flavor at all." Wukong's eyebrows and nose scrunched up, his face full of disappointment. Clint also wore an expression of blandness. Just then the group arrived at the martial arts arena. Side quest check-in task: World Martial Arts Tournament venue completed. Congratulations, you have received a reward: Battle Eye Special Eye Drops 1 bottle. Battle Eye Special Eye Drops use once daily with a small chance to upgrade Battle Eye. The system's reward notification made Li Shu's spirits lift. He quickly said, "Upgrade Battle Eye Special Potion." Insufficient achievement upgrade failed. Achievement points are completely insufficient. Li Shu's heart was filled with helplessness. He could only take a gamble on this small probability. After all, it's once a day, and even if it fails, it won't hurt much. Immediately Li Shu took out the eye drops and put 2 drops into his eyes. A sharp pain instantly struck. Li Shu thought to himself, "Oh no!" Last time awakening, this battle eye had caused him to faint from the pain, and he was unconscious for over a month. Now, with the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament about to begin, if he fainted again, that would really suck. Fortunately, the stinging sensation in his eyes came and went quickly without activating the brain's protective mechanism to induce unconsciousness. "Congratulations, your Battle Eye has been upgraded to Battle Eye LV1. Did it work?" "I failed 3 times in a row with a 99 success rate, yet this low probability event succeeded on the first try." Li Shu found it hard to believe, marveling at the capricious nature of probability. Both loved and hated thrilling, always causing one's emotions to swing wildly. He suddenly understood why so many people became addicted to gambling. The occurrence of a low probability success on oneself brought an unparalleled sense of joy. If not for his insufficient achievements, he would have immediately upgraded never-ending dinosaur legs several times. Such good luck and being unable to press the advantage was truly a pity. Something seemed off. Li Shu suddenly realized, why did Battle Eye have no description? What was the difference between Battle I and Battle I LV1? He wanted to ask the system but quickly suppressed the thought. The consultation fee was too expensive, he simply couldn't afford it. Bro, are you okay? Li Shu's momentary anomaly caught the attention of Wukong and the other two. Combat power 80. 93. Li Shu looked at Wukong, paused for a moment, then said, "It's nothing. The sun's a bit dazzling." At that moment their group encountered Yamcha and his companions. During the exchange Li Shu obtained an important piece of information. What? The champion's prize money was only 1 million. Li Shu was speechless, never expecting it to be so far from his imagination. Such a meager sum was less than what he earned from selling a single dinosaur. But it didn't matter. What he valued was not the prize money or fame, but the system achievement rewards. With Li Shu's combat power now at 77.25, as long as his luck wasn't too bad and he didn't encounter Master Roshi and Wukong in the preliminaries, the third place was practically secured. He might even manage to defeat Wukong and snatch second place. After all, the difference between them was only 3 points of combat power. It all came down to performance. During their training on Mount Pausa, Li Shu often sparred with Wukong, losing more than winning. The main reason was his fear of pain, unlike Wukong, that battle maniac who grew more excited with pain. As for first place, Li Shu had no ambitions. The Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion was of little significance to him. He preferred the Super Transformation Epiphany Potion. The only regret was that the achievement points awarded for first place were surely far more than those for second and third. Go draw lots quickly. There are 138 participants this time, divided into 4 zones. The top 2 from each zone advance to the top 8. Hope we don't get drawn together. Yamcha said. Hey, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom. Master Roshi made an excuse and slipped away. Li Shu glanced at him, well aware of his intentions, but didn't expose him. Soon they finished drawing lots. No way. Wukong and I are in the same zone. Clint exclaimed, intimidated before the fight even began, staring at the number plate in shock. Wukong looked at the match schedule and said, "Our numbers are far apart, so we shouldn't meet." Li Shu also examined the schedule. As Wukong said, each zone took the top 2 into the top 8, and Wukong and Clint's numbers were far apart, so they wouldn't encounter each other. Barring accidents, both would advance to the top 8 and meet in the semifinals. Yamcha. Li Shu saw the name and looked at the confident man beside him with a strange expression. Combat power 30. 87. Yamcha also noticed that he and Li Shu were in the same zone, and would face each other in the first round. You're number 34. Yamcha asked, a confident smile on his face. Li Shu nodded with a trace of pity. Yes, I didn't expect we'd meet in the first round. Yamcha's luck was simply terrible. He was about to get a first-round elimination ticket without even knowing it. The more confident he smiled now, the more painful it would be later. Li Shu felt a bit sorry for him. After all, they were acquaintances. Yamcha had no idea of Li Shu's strength. In his mind, Wukong was his only rival. His goal was the championship. Sorry, I won't hold back. For this tournament I trained hard alone in the mountains for a whole month, Yamcha said with a regretful smirk. A whole month of hard training. Li Shu was speechless. He didn't have much impression of Yamcha, but he didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Yamcha, my big brother, is very strong. Don't underestimate him, Wukong said from the side. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Yamcha smiled confidently and turned to Wukong. It's good that we're not in the same zone. We should meet in the finals and have a splendid battle then. Wukong, make sure you don't lose in the preliminaries, Wukong said with fighting spirit. I won't lose. Yamcha chuckled confidently. Neither will I. Let's meet again later. With that, Yamcha left, and headed toward Zone 2 without sparing Li Shu, who was also in Zone 2, another glance. In his eyes it seemed Li Shu had already lost and wasn't worthy of his attention. His only goal was to defeat Wukong and win the championship. To that end he had endured a month of grueling training. Wukong, your friend here completely disregards your big brother, Li Shu said with feigned displeasure. Clint grinned. He'll regret it. I'm the one most afraid of running into you too. Unlike Yamcha, Clint had trained with Li Shu for several months and had some understanding of his strength. He had a clear self-awareness and would be satisfied with third place. Wukong said, Brother Yamcha is pretty strong. You need to take him seriously. He knew his big brother Li Shu well. He was good at everything except sometimes being too casual, often slacking off during training, and especially afraid of pain, lacking the demeanor of a true martial artist. In his brother's own words, he was rather laid back and preferred to take it easy. Wukong didn't quite understand what that meant. Got it. The preliminaries are about to start. I'll head over now. Li Shu waved his hand and walked towards Zone 2. Wukong and Clint also went to Zone 4. All 138 participants were waiting for the preliminaries to begin. A few minutes later the referee shouted through a megaphone. Preliminaries begin. Contestants with the called numbers please step onto the stage. No killing during the match. No weapons or external forces. Each preliminary match lasts 1 minute. Falling off the stage, conceding, or being unable to get up within 10 seconds counts as a loss. Contestants number 34 and 35 please step onto the ring and prepare for the match. Were they the first to appear? Li Shu was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Yamcha, who stood confidently beside him, then lightly leapt onto the platform. Yamcha followed closely behind and the two locked eyes. Meanwhile Goku was also the first to appear in Zone 4. Huh. Are both brothers from that pair appearing first? Which one should we watch? Krillin found himself torn for a moment. He did not want to miss either fight. Glancing between Goku's opponent and Li Shu's opponent, he ultimately chose to watch the match between Li Shu and Yamcha. He wanted to know where Yamcha's confidence came from. The match duration is 1 minute. You may begin, the referee declared. Li Shu offered a respectful bow with palms together. Please advise. Yamcha had never encountered such etiquette before, but he mimicked the gesture, returning the bow and saying, Please advise. He then assumed a combat stance, fully prepared for battle. Li Shu, by contrast, stood casually with no intention of attacking first. Their standoff sparked considerable chatter among the onlookers. They appeared evenly matched, so the fight should be exciting. Are you afraid to strike first? Yamcha thought to himself, then suddenly drove his foot forward and curled his fingers into wolf fangs, launching his attack toward Li Shu. In Li Shu's eyes, Yamcha's movements were slow, no need to rush. He was considering which approach would be best to defeat his opponent. After all, he was Goku's friend, so Li Shu should show some courtesy. Terrified and frozen, Yamcha saw it as Li Shu being completely overwhelmed by his aura, desperately searching for a countermeasure. That helpless expression disappointed him. From his combat experience, given the distance between them, Li Shu had no chance to react. His attack was certain to land. His wolf fang fist could crater solid boulders. This opponent would definitely lose. He had expected a formidable rival, but found him unexpectedly fragile. Since he was Goku's senior brother, Yamcha decided to hold back slightly, dialing down his power to avoid killing him outright. Just as the strike was about to connect, and victory seemed assured, Li Shu moved. Yamcha's vision blurred momentarily, and suddenly Li Shu was gone. His winning blow missed completely, and he could not discern Li Shu's movement at all. Oh no! Yamcha's face contorted with alarm as he spun around defensively, but there was no sign of Li Shu behind him. A voice echoed from above. I'm up here, guard properly. The instant he heard the voice, Yamcha looked up to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling straight for his face. Too fast. Yamcha's face drained of color, unable to react in time, and took the full force of the punch. With a thud, his head slammed into the platform, producing a dull impact sound. Such incredible speed. Outside the ring, Krillin stood frozen in astonishment at what he had witnessed. He tried imagining himself in that position, and knew he could not have reacted any faster. The other spectators erupted in gasps, their eyes now filled with apprehension as they looked at Li Shu. 10. 9. The referee rushed to Yamcha's side, counting aloud. Can he barely withstand this much force? Li Shu looked at him with mild exasperation. He had only used 30% of his strength. 8. 7. When the referee reached 7, Yamcha regained consciousness after a brief daze, shaking his head and rising to his feet, blood trickling from the corners of his lips and his nostrils. I underestimated you. I will go all out now. Yamcha regarded Li Shu with newfound seriousness, and adopted his combat stance once more. The wolf fang wind fist, is it? I am quite eager to witness it. Li Shu stood casually, his expression full of anticipation. Yamcha would not be caught off guard again. That casual posture had deceived him just moments ago. With a fierce battle cry, he positioned his palms like wolf fangs, one forward and one back, his body crouched like a wild beast as he charged anew. This time he poured everything into it, his wolf fang palms slashing viciously toward Li Shu, carving bright trails through the air. At that moment Li Shu understood. Defeating his opponent with full force was the greatest respect, helping them confront reality, and recognize the unbridgeable chasm between them. Losing so decisively in the first round, would Yamcha endure such a blow? Li Shu's face softened with pity, once more unhidden and genuine. Yamcha's wolf-fang wind fist revealed countless openings to Li Shu's eyes. Bam! A precise side kick slower to initiate but arriving first thanks to the longer reach of his leg connected squarely with Yamcha's abdomen. Guh! Yamcha's body curled completely inward, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Under the tremendous impact his eyeballs nearly popped from their sockets as he was launched out of the platform, crashing through the thick wall, and leaving a massive hole before collapsing unconscious. Unfortunately, just outside that hole, Bulma was perched on Oolong's back about to spy on her boyfriend Yamcha's preliminary match. Instead, Yamcha flew out and landed unconscious at her feet. Meanwhile, at the Zone 2 platform, an eerie silence fell as everyone stared in shock at the carefree fighter on stage. Krylen's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, his body trembling as he swallowed hard. Incredibly. He's so strong. Doesn't he feel even stronger than Goku? The referee was utterly stunned. 3 seconds passed before the referee snapped out of his daze and rushed over to check Yamcha's breathing. Finding him alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, summoned medical personnel, then sprinted back to the platform and announced, "Contestant No. 34 wins. Thank you for the lesson." Li Shu mimicked the martial arts masters from his past life, smiling as he bowed to the crowd before hopping off the platform. As Li Shu walked through, the crowd instinctively parted to clear a path for him. "You are simply too impressive." Krylen's excitement could not fully mask the disappointment on his face. "Do not be so hard on yourself, Krylen. You are strong as well." After responding, Li Shu added, "Yamcha's injuries must be serious. Let me feed him a senzu bean, he is Goku's friend after all." With the medical staff watching in shock, Li Shu placed the senzu bean into Yamcha's mouth and gave him water to help him swallow. Yamcha soon regained consciousness. Bulma had been watching anxiously, and the moment he woke she cried out with joy. "Yamcha, you are okay. That is wonderful. Who was your opponent? Could it have been Goku? You were eliminated right at the start." Yamcha, who had just regained consciousness, heard his girlfriend Bulma's words and his face instantly flushed crimson, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Li Shu. As soon as Yamcha sat up, he saw Li Shu, his expression highly unnatural. He slumped there dejectedly and said, "I thought that after a month of intense training I had a chance to contend for the championship, or at least reach the top 8. Wukong was my true rival. I never expected to be eliminated in the first round of the preliminaries. You are strong and I accept defeat with full conviction." Yamcha rekindled his fighting spirit, staring intently at Li Shu. "Next time I will definitely defeat you." Li Shu found it somewhat speechless. It seemed he had still gone too easy on him. This guy had completely failed to grasp reality. He was entirely uninterested in such a feeble opponent, and was about to offer a perfunctory reply when something unexpected happened. Triggered achievement quest: beat up Yamcha in the next 3 battles with Yamcha. Defeat him with a single move each time. You will receive the reward Burst Chi. Burst Chi in this state, combat power is doubled and skill power is doubled. Li Shu's eyes lit up and he gazed at Yamcha with fervent sincerity. Fine. I'll wait. When is the next time?" Yamcha was stunned. He hadn't thought about it at all. "How about after the preliminaries? You just caught me off guard. If we had another match, maybe I would have lost," Li Shu said earnestly. "Actually, the gap between us isn't that big. You just underestimated me too much." Yamcha scratched the back of his head. "Is that so?" But upon careful thought it did seem that way. If he had done this then that, and finally this, maybe he would have won. Thinking this, Yamcha felt Li Shu was right, so he nodded. "Alright then, after your preliminaries are over we'll have another sparring match." "Deal." Li Shu bid farewell to Yamcha and returned to Arena No. 2. Soon it was his turn again. Yamcha also came over and watched intently from below the stage. In this match, Li Shu's opponent was a werewolf with a combat power of only 15. Worried about scaring Yamcha, he deliberately sparred with the werewolf for several rounds before finding an opportunity to win by a narrow margin with a side kick. Seeing this, Yamcha became even more convinced of his earlier thoughts. He had indeed been too careless. In the third match, Li Shu used the same tactic, seized an opportunity, and won again with a side kick. The system's voice rang out simultaneously. "Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 3 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 1 bottle of Blessing Potion. Achievement points 2. Blessing Potion slightly increases luck for 1 minute. The unexpected achievement reward caught Li Shu off guard. If that was the case, would 4 consecutive wins, 5 consecutive wins, and so on also yield rewards? Surprising, truly surprising. Li Shu roughly calculated that he would need to go through 8 matches in the preliminaries. What would be the reward for 8 consecutive wins? Li Shu could hardly wait. He was eager to verify this hypothesis. He was desperately short of achievement points. With another victory, the system reward arrived as promised. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 4 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 1 bottle of Blessing Potion, achievement points 2. In the following time, the system reward notification sounded incessantly, and a lingering smile spread across Li Shu's face. Moreover, his smile gradually twisted the corners of his mouth, nearly reaching his ears. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 5 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 1 bottle of Blessing Potion, achievement points 3. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 6 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 1 bottle of Blessing Potion, achievement points 3. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 7 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 2 bottles of Blessing Potion, achievement points 3. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement 8 consecutive wins in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 2 bottles of Blessing Potion, achievement points 5. Haha. 16 achievement points. And 8 bottles of Blessing Potion. My dinosaur legs are about to take off. Li Shu wanted to roar with joy, but he forcibly suppressed the urge. Moreover, he noticed that as the number of consecutive wins increased, the achievement points and item rewards also increased. If he kept winning all the way to the championship, how many rewards would he get? This gave Li Shu, who originally had no intention of striving for first place, a sudden idea. It would be an immense fortune that was hard to refuse, and it stirred his heart. After the final match, the organizer soon announced the end of the preliminaries. The top 8 contestants please gather at the assembly hall. No surprises occurred during the preliminaries. Wukong and Kellen also successfully advanced to the top 8, and the 3 of them walked together. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations! You have earned the achievement top 8 contestant in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament. Reward 1 bottle of Super Blessing Potion, achievement points 5. Super Blessing Potion greatly increases luck for 1 minute. Awesome! I can't miss any future martial arts tournaments. They're a sacred ground for farming achievements. Li Shu beamed with delight. Just then Yamcha approached, rubbing his fists eagerly. Li Shu, our agreed time has come. Yamcha had carefully watched all of Li Shu's matches in the preliminaries, and he now felt confident enough to defeat Li Shu. Fine. Let's use this venue for another match. Under the impact of consecutive rewards, Li Shu had almost forgotten about this matter. Yamcha nodded emphatically and leaped onto the arena with Li Shu following closely. As long as I block his side kick, victory will be mine. Yamcha stared at Li Shu with extreme seriousness, convinced that he had found Li Shu's weakness. In all the matches just now, Li Shu had relied on his speed advantage to evade his opponent's attacks, and then seize the moment to win with a single side kick without exception. If I go all out with the Wolf Fog Fist, using a high-frequency attack rate to compress Li Shu's movement space, then deliberately expose a flaw to lure his side kick, and then attack his lower body while he's off guard, I will surely win. The advantage is mine. Yamcha was full of confidence, having prepared a perfect strategy. Once both were ready, Yamcha launched the first attack, unleashing his signature move. Wolf Fog Fist. Yamcha's aura was imposing, looking considerably stronger than before. Wukong and Kellen watched with great interest, not in a hurry to gather at the assembly hall. Isn't it over? Why are they fighting again? Wukong asked in confusion. Kellen said. It must be that Yamcha is not convinced. I told him long ago that my big brother is very strong, but he didn't seem to take it seriously. Wukong glanced over and said, Yamcha is probably going to lose again. Kellen hadn't noticed that, but he knew Yamcha was definitely no match for Li Shu. Sure enough, as Wukong's words fell, Li Shu executed another side kick, again striking after the opponent's move, but arriving first with a speed so fast that Yamcha couldn't react at all. Bang! Yamcha's attacking posture instantly froze. He curled up again, clutching his abdomen in pain, kneeling on the ground, but unlike last time, he was not sent flying. Li Shu felt that his control over power had improved a little again. Good fight. Li Shu took out another immortal beam, fed it to Yamcha, and helped him up. Yamcha stood up silently, looking somewhat dejected. Li Shu sensed a hint of trouble. If Yamcha gave up like this, how would he complete his achievement task? No, I need to think of a way to keep tricking him. Got it. Li Shu's brain raced, and in an instant he came up with a plan. He said, Yamu-cha, to tell you the truth, I actually drank the super holy water and my power increased several times. This is unfair to you. If you also drink the super holy water, I'm afraid I would be no match for you. Super holy water. Hearing this, Yamu-cha's eyes lit up. He looked at Li Shu with hope, finally finding the reason for the gap in their strength. Li Shu said seriously, "The super holy water is at the top of Kailin Tower. A cat immortal lives there. If you pass his test, you can drink the super holy water. The immortal beans I gave you were also given to me by the cat immortal. Good. After I drink the super holy water, I will challenge you again." Yamu-cha regained his fighting spirit. After asking for the direction of Kailin Tower, he left in a hurry. Watching Yamu-cha's hurry back, Li Shu didn't expect the other to be so easily fooled. "Big brother, can the super holy water really increase power several times?" Wukong suddenly asked. Kulin also looked at Li Shu attentively. Both of them longed to gain greater power. Li Shu smiled and said, "Of course. After the martial arts tournament ends, you can give it a try too." Before long, the three arrived at the tournament hall. Wukong and Kulin curiously looked at the other top 8 competitors. Li Shu had a deep impression of this episode. Even after decades, he still clearly remembered that a heavyweight figure was about to appear whose entrance would instantly shock the entire audience. "Fortunately, I prepared in advance." Li Shu took out a pair of nose plugs, blocked his nostrils, and then put on a gas mask. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Wukong and Kulin looked at Li Shu in confusion. Li Shu took out another set of gas mask and nose plugs and handed them to Wukong. "You'll know in a moment." "What about me?" Kulin hurriedly asked. Seeing Li Shu's serious manner, he also wanted one. "You." Li Shu carefully examined Kulin's face and laughed. "You don't have a nose. You don't need this stuff." Li Shu's strange behavior attracted the attention of the other top 8 competitors. Some were curious, some scoffed. The next second, their expressions changed in unison. They all covered their noses and looked in horror at the entrance. A burly man with disheveled hair and bare upper body, followed by a swarm of flies, walked into the venue with heavy steps. A large drop of saliva always hung from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body emitted a foul stench. "Who is this guy?" Kulin asked in horror, covering his non-existent nose. Li Shu explained. "He's a savage. It is said that he has never taken a bath since birth and has cultivated an astonishing constitution called super body odor." Wukong curiously lifted his mask a little, wanting to feel how bad the smell was. The next moment, his face changed drastically. He quickly put the gas mask back on his face, full of lingering fear. The referee couldn't stand it either. Covering his nose, he shouted, "Mr. Savage, please wait over there for a moment. I will call your name later." Hee hee. The savage wisely moved away from the crowd. The others all breathed a sigh of relief, silently praying that their opponent would not be this guy. He was too disgusting. Fighting him would feel like dirtying their hands. "Now the person whose name I call will come up to draw lots to determine the order and opponent." Soon the 8 completed the draw. Upon learning the result, Kulin was filled with terror. My opponent is the savage. And I'm the first to go on stage." Kulin was terrified. The thought of the savage's disgusting appearance made him shudder. Seeing this, Li Shu's mind stirred. He said, "Kulin, you don't have a nose. It's all in your mind. You can't smell anything at all." "Huh. I don't have a nose. That's right, I don't have a nose." Kulin touched the area where his nose should be and suddenly became very happy. With his mind at ease, he indeed couldn't feel the overwhelming stench, and was no longer afraid. "Congratulations. You have achieved the achievement Kulin has no nose and earned 1 chance to draw a nose technique plus 2 achievement points." Upon hearing the reward notification, Li Shu grinned. It seemed his guess was correct. He had finally triggered an achievement on Kulin. At this moment, the referee came to the open-air arena and, under the gaze of the crowd, announced the order and opponents for the top 8 matches. The first match: Kulin vs. Savage. The second match: Qinglong vs. Li Shu. The third match: Lan Fong vs. Nan Wu. The fourth match: Sun Wukong vs. Ji Lian. Li Shu didn't expect his luck to be so bad, directly facing the turtle hermit disguised as Qinglong, which put enormous pressure on him. At this stage, the turtle hermit was almost invincible. In the original story, he was the champion of this tournament. Li Shu dared not take it lightly. Instead of watching Kulin's first match, he directly started the lottery. He had to improve his strength in a short time, otherwise he couldn't get past the turtle hermit, and he wouldn't get any of the top 3 rewards. Lottery system loading. Nose technique rewards loading. Loading complete. Current nose technique lottery count 1. Start the lottery. Yes. After Li Shu confirmed, streams of nose technique information flashed through his mind. As expected, just like with eye techniques, any word related to the nose dam it counted as a nose technique. Fortunately, Li Shu had already prepared himself mentally, otherwise he would have cursed the moment he saw the first nose technique. Rhinitis. Rhinitis, for heaven's sake. Li Shu prayed frantically. Please don't draw this one. He already had rhinitis. If he drew rhinitis again, what would that be? Big rhinitis. Super rhinitis. Li Shu was speechless, but fortunately among the subsequent flashing nose techniques he saw some more reliable technique names. Sinusitis, nosebleed, sky-reaching nose, dog nose, pig nose, myriad nose, snot nose, poop. Seeing this, Li Shu felt exhausted. The nose techniques were utterly absurd. 80% of the nose techniques sounded unreliable just by their names. How could I have forgotten this? Li Shu's heart stirred, and with a flip of his palm a bottle of golden potion appeared in his hand. Super Blessing Potion drastically increases luck for 1 minute. Without a second thought, Li Shu downed it in one gulp. It tasted pretty good, a bit like iced black tea. Aside from that, he felt no other change. Damn. Li Shu suddenly remembered something. Last time he awakened a pupil technique, the pain had put him in a coma for a month. Thinking of this, he quickly placed an immortal bean in his mouth, ready to swallow it immediately if anything went wrong. All nose techniques reviewed. Beginning the lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the nose technique, Battle Nose. This lottery is really thrilling. Li Shu let out a long breath, finally relieved. He soon realized Battle Nose. Battle Eye. Could they be a set of skills? Before he could ponder further, a sharp pain shot through his nose. Fortunately, he was prepared and immediately swallowed the immortal bean. One had to admire the miracle of the immortal bean. The excruciating pain vanished instantly. Li Shu was completely at ease. He kept twitching the tip of his nose, eager to test the peculiarity of the Battle Nose. Like the Battle Eye, the Battle Nose came with no description whatsoever, relying entirely on self-exploration. Yet Li Shu's nose tip grew sore, and he felt nothing special. Even his basic sense of smell had not improved in the slightest. No way. Is it even more useless than the Battle Eye? This result left Li Shu speechless. At least the Battle Eye could show combat power, the Battle Nose truly did nothing. It's even worse than rhinitis, Li Shu thought. Just then Clin won his match and returned to the waiting area elated. Congratulations, Clin. You're in the semifinals. Wukong hopped over and hugged Clin. Clin chuckled, I owe it all to brother Li Shu. Otherwise I couldn't have beaten that savage. By the way, brother Li Shu, that old man Qinglong seems pretty tough, but I think I've found his weakness, Clin whispered. Li Shu pretended to be surprised, not revealing that Qinglong was actually Turtle Immortal. He's a lecher. Clin sneakily glanced around, pulled out a pair of women's underwear from somewhere, and quickly handed it to Li Shu, grinning. You can use this to lure him. Li Shu was startled, fumbled to take the briefs, glanced around nervously, and quickly stashed them away. Soon after, the referee's voice rang out, please welcome contestants Qinglong and Li Shu to the stage. Go for it, big brother. Wukong and Clin shouted simultaneously. Li Shu nodded, non-committally stepped onto the ring and faced his opponent, Turtle Immortal. The referee, also the announcer, quickly introduced both and declared the match begun. Yet at the command, neither Li Shu nor Turtle Immortal moved. They both stood casually on the stage, staring at each other. This strange behavior stirred murmurs among the audience. What are they doing? Why aren't they fighting? Wukong asked, puzzled. Clin also shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. The announcer, baffled, started improvising. What? Both Qinglong and Li Shu have chosen the same tactic. If the enemy does not move, I do not move. They seem to be waiting for the other to strike first, seeking a flaw. Truly a duel of masters. Just standing still is so thrilling, so magnificent. Truly a duel of masters. Just standing still is so thrilling, so magnificent. Gazing at the motionless Turtle Immortal, Li Shu's expression was extremely solemn. He did not act rashly, but quietly raised his combat power. Would you like to spend 4 achievement points to upgrade Endless Dinosaur Leg LV2 to Endless Dinosaur Leg LV3? Success rate 95. Yes. Upgrading. Congratulations. Upgrade failed. Li Shu's mouth twitched and he muttered inwardly, continue upgrading. Meanwhile, Turtle Immortal frowned, realizing the young man wasn't falling for it, and decided to attack first. The announcer bellowed, he disappeared. Qinglong has vanished. Such incredible speed. And Li Shu remains motionless, showing no reaction. Could this match be over? Found him. Qinglong has leaped into the sky while Li Shu still shows no reaction. As far as I know, Li Shu displayed astonishing speed during the preliminaries, excelling at waiting for the opponent to move and striking after. Can he dodge Qinglong's attack? Li Shu sighed. Turtle Immortal had only stared at him for a few seconds, enough for him to upgrade twice. To his dismay, despite a 95 success rate, he had failed consecutively again. 8 achievement points gone. How infuriating. Li Shu quickly composed himself and focused on the duel. As Turtle Immortal appeared above him, the tip of his nose twitched almost imperceptibly, so slight that it was barely noticeable without close observation. Li Shu sensed something strange. He had caught a whiff of danger from above. He could even gauge the distance of that perilous aura. Is this the battle nose? Knows I've wronged you. Li Shu was overjoyed. Being able to sense danger in advance, and even judge the time of its arrival by the distance of the dangerous aura, this was a divine skill. With such a divine skill, as long as he didn't get distracted and the gap in combat power wasn't too vast, his body could react the moment danger struck, he would be undefeatable. And with the underwear as a trump card, that old lecher Turtle Immortal would be at my mercy. At that moment Li Shu was brimming with confidence. He dashed forward to dodge the attack while creating distance from Turtle Immortal, silently calculating the timing for his trump card. Young man, just dodging won't do, Turtle Immortal said. Then with a flick of his body he left an afterimage while his true form rushed before Li Shu, throwing a punch. Afterimage fist. Li Shu recognized it instantly. He knew this technique too. Sun Wufan had taught him on Mount Pauza. The key was to confuse the opponent with the afterimage. If the opponent reacted just a fraction of a second slower, it would expose a huge opening, giving the attacker an advantage. However, this technique was useless against Li Shu. He also left an afterimage, once again creating distance from Turtle Immortal. Master Rashi's punch missed, yet his movements did not cease. As if he had anticipated it, he flickered, leaving behind an afterimage as his true form closed in on Li Shu, refusing to grant him any respite. Though Li Shu's speed was remarkable compared to his opponent, he still fell 3 parts short. In an instant, Master Rashi reached Li Shu, his body dividing into 5, attacking from 5 directions, with fists, palms, kicks, and stomps. Li Shu's nose twitched, and he instantly saw through the 5 assaults as mere afterimages. The true strike came from above. Then with a sudden stomp of his left foot he used the leverage to execute a 90-degree upward split kick, an incredibly difficult maneuver. What? Even Master Rashi midair with his flying kick was taken aback. Even if Li Shu had mastered the afterimage fist and could instantly see through his illusion, there was no way he could immediately pinpoint his exact location. And to respond so decisively with such exaggerated motion, wide amplitude, and ferocious attack, as if he was certain of where he would appear, leaving no room for adjustment, it was as if he had eyes on the top of his head. What a terrifying combat instinct! A dull thud echoed. Their feet collided and Master Rashi's eyes widened in disbelief. For a fleeting moment he thought he saw Li Shu's right leg transform into a dinosaur leg. And a roasted dinosaur leg at that. At the same time, a tremendous force surged from the impact point, spreading through his entire body. A grimace of pain crossed Master Rashi's face as he was sent flying upward like a cannonball under the immense shock. The announcer, witnessing such a spectacular scene, roared, "What?" Qinglong came from above, Li Shu from below. It seemed Qinglong had the advantage, yet the result was that the descending Qinglong was kicked away by the ascending Li Shu. What a thrilling match! At such a height can contestant Qinglong land safely? Let us wait and see. The announcer, microphone in hand, sprayed saliva as he looked upward with an exaggerated expression. The audience, captivated by the brilliant duel, raised their heads to the sky, wondering how Qinglong would handle this crisis. Look! The announcer seemed to have discovered something astonishing and shouted excitedly, "Contestant Qinglong's falling angle seems to be heading outside the ring. Even if he lands safely, he will lose due to going out of bounds. Will this thrilling match end here? Let us cheer for contestant Qinglong." How annoying! Li Shu glared at the announcer, then squinted at Master Rashi, who was free-falling from a height, and a plan formed in his mind. He refused to believe Master Rashi could be knocked down by a single kick. It was surely another act of pretense. He knew Master Rashi's tricks too well. This was a golden opportunity. Li Shu did not have full confidence in defeating Master Rashi head-on. After all, there was a difference of over 20 points in combat power, and Master Rashi had a century more combat experience. He was a martial arts grandmaster known as the god of martial arts. If he got serious regardless of victory or defeat, it would be a grueling battle and Li Shu would inevitably take many hits. He was sick of the pain, and would likely lose in the end. The current situation was ideal. Master Roshi, caught off guard, had been kicked away, giving Li Shu the upper hand. This rare opportunity must be seized. Press the advantage, take down Master Roshi in one go, and prevent him from unleashing his full power. Li Shu's mind raced, and he quickly devised a plan, concealing the strawberry print underwear in his palm. Master Roshi had not yet mastered the sky dance technique. To avoid landing outside the ring, he had only one option. As Master Roshi was about to fall out of bounds and everyone thought he was about to lose, he pressed his hands together in a cup-like shape, pulled them back to his waist, and a blue light gathered in his palms, forming a sphere of energy. Ka-me-ha-me-ha. Master Roshi muttered under his breath, intending to use the Kamehameha's propulsion to alter his landing position. Now, Li Shu seized the moment and flung the strawberry print underwear he had been hiding in his palm. What? Master Roshi's aura deflated and his eyes involuntarily followed the object. At the same time, Li Shu grinned and pressed his hands together in the same cup-like shape, pulling them back to his waist. A blue energy rapidly gathered in his palms. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. With the charge complete, Li Shu thrust his hands forward, aiming at Master Roshi. A torrent of blue energy surged forth. What? Master Roshi snapped his head around his face, paling with shock and disbelief. How could Li Shu know his signature move? He had never demonstrated it in front of Li Shu. In truth, Li Shu had completely forgotten about the Kamehameha until just now, when he recalled that he too could use it. In the instant he was struck by the Kamehameha, Master Roshi's heart filled with regret and chagrin. He sat blankly beneath the ring. His original intention was to use the alias Qinglong to add some difficulty to the tournament for Goku and his friends, and prevent them from winning the championship so they wouldn't become too proud. But he never expected to capsize in a ditch. Congratulations. You have achieved the Master Roshi's capsize scene achievement. Reward: charged buff, achievement value 3. Charged buff increases charge speed by 10. Oh. Li Shu was surprised to receive an achievement for this. He quickly noted it down. The system's voice did not stop. Congratulations. You have achieved the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament 9 consecutive wins achievement. Reward: Blessing Potion X2, achievement value 5. Congratulations. You have achieved the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament Top 4 achievement. Reward: Super Blessing Potion X1, achievement value 5. 3 consecutive achievements brought Li Shu's achievement value to a new high of 28 points. Meanwhile, the announcer, doubling as referee, declared Li Shu the winner. Amid the cheers of Goku and Krillin, Li Shu returned to the waiting room. Big brother, what was that blue light wave technique? It looked amazing. Can you teach me after the match? Son Goku asked hopefully. Of course, no problem, Li Shu agreed. It was a skill Goku was meant to master anyway, regardless of who taught him. 10 minutes later, the third match, Ranfan vs. Nam, officially began. Li Shu looked thoughtfully at Nam. This man, resembling an Indian, stirred a vague memory. It seemed his hometown was plagued by drought, and he aimed to win the prize money to improve the water situation there. Maybe this could net an achievement. After the match, Li Shu decided to give it a try. Just then, Master Roshi, under the alias Qinglong, approached him with a stern expression. Looking at Qinglong's grave expression, Li Shu smiled before the other could speak. Master Wu Tian, my apologies for earlier. It was a victory of convenience, truly. Master Roshi was silent for a moment, then said, So you had already figured it out. Nearby, Goku and Krillin, who had been avidly watching the match, turned their heads in surprise at these words, staring at Qinglong in disbelief. At that moment, Master Roshi felt no need to conceal himself any longer, and shed his disguise. Goku, Krillin, focus on the match, he said. Li Shu and I need to speak privately. Master Roshi led Li Shu to a secluded spot and, after letting out a sigh, revealed the purpose behind his disguise. In essence, it was this: prevent Goku from winning the championship. A boy so young should not grow too arrogant. He needed a measure of hardship. Li Shu, you are considerably older than Goku and Krillin and should understand this principle. Since I have failed, I wish to entrust this grave responsibility to you. Li Shu's heart swelled with delight. Was not this an achievement delivered right to his door? How could he refuse? Whether he could defeat Goku or not was beside the point. He would accept the task first and find a solution later. After all, there was always a way when the road seemed blocked. Rest assured, Master Wu Tian. Leave this to me. Li Shu agreed without hesitation. Just then the system's prompt chimed as expected. Achievement mission triggered: defy pride and adversity. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, defeat Son Goku in a fair fight. Mission reward: Heart of Combat. Heart of Combat. Li Shu was startled. Another combat type skill followed the Eye of Combat, and Nose of Combat. It seemed this was indeed a set. If he could collect all the combat skills, would there be a set bonus? Or perhaps an achievement? Based on the system's patterns, there was a high probability of such a mechanism. It seemed he must contend for first place. Li Shu's heart grew heavy. To defeat Son Goku head-on filled him with little confidence. At most he had a 3 in 10 chance. Despite having just defeated Master Roshi, who was stronger than Goku, a direct confrontation would likely result in his loss. Unless he used the instant transmission to gain an unassailable advantage, he would have little chance to defeat Roshi fair and square. But at this stage, when no one else could fly, using the instant transmission would be considered cheating. Li Shu was uncertain whether that would count as a fair victory, given it was also a win gained through underhanded means. With his achievement points now at 28, Li Shu decided to consult the system for advice, as he could spare 1 point. If he could use the instant transmission, his chances of defeating Goku would skyrocket to 8 in 10. The system replied swiftly. Does not count. Consultation complete. Achievement points -2. Current achievement points 26. For just 2 words of reply, the system had deducted 2 points, effectively doubling the consultation fee without warning. This left Li Shu both indignant and powerless. Without the instant transmission, the mission's difficulty is quite high. Li Shu glanced at the tournament bracket. If all went according to plan, his next opponent would be Krillin, after which he would face Goku in the finals for the championship. He still had time to increase his combat power. At the very least, he needed to raise it to match Goku's. Fortunately, the gap was not large. 2 more successful enhancements of the dinosaur leg should suffice. By the way, where did you learn the Kamehameha? Master Roshi asked suddenly. Li Shu lied without a trace. Huh. Oh, I learned it from you. You? Master Roshi said, bewildered. I do not recall teaching you that technique. Li Shu shamelessly replied. I watched you perform it once, imitated your movements, and managed to learn it. It did not look particularly difficult. Master Roshi opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Aside from that, he could think of no other plausible explanation, and had to admit that the boy before him was indeed a genius. To have mastered his life's work of 50 years with merely a single glance. Congratulations. You have earned the achievement Genius. Awarded the reward Thick Skin Achievement Points 1. Thick skin. A face as thick as a city wall reduces your sense of shame. Li Shu. This was the first time he had ever earned an achievement, yet it brought him no joy. I mean no harm, I am merely curious. Seeing Li Shu's expression, Master Roshi hastily explained. I had also intended to teach you after the tournament ended. Elder brother. Master Wu Tian. It is Goku's turn to enter the ring, but Goku has disappeared. Just then Krillin's flustered voice came from afar. Li Shu and Master Roshi's conversation ended there, and Li Shu hurried toward Krillin to learn what had happened. Upon hearing the situation, Li Shu was startled. Goku had disappeared. Was this part of the original story? He could not recall it at all, so he gathered more people to help search for Goku. He feared that his presence might have altered the timeline. If Goku were eliminated so easily, his achievement mission would be ruined. A few minutes later, Li Shu found Goku. Gazing at the boy fast asleep against the wall, Li Shu was at a loss for words. Fortunately, it had been a false alarm. Wake up, Goku. It is your turn to enter the ring. Li Shu quickly grabbed Goku and ran toward the arena. Goku woke up then and smiled apologetically. The sun was so comfortable I accidentally fell asleep. Upon hearing Goku's explanation, everyone collapsed in exasperation. After this minor interruption, Son Goku's match officially began. His opponent Jiren was a winged monster. Li Shu quickly recalled this plotline. The subsequent developments unfolded much as he remembered. After the monster Jiren had exhausted all his tactics with no effect on Goku, he ultimately chose to surrender. During this time, Li Shu used a bottle of Super Blessing Potion and 4 achievement points to successfully upgrade the dinosaur leg to LV3. Endless Dinosaur Leg LV3, a regenerative consumable weapon. Can attach to the legs. When equipped, combat power increases by 4. With the equipment's boost, Li Shu's combat power reached 78, nearly matching Goku's 80. Li Shu did not continue upgrading the dinosaur leg. He calculated that advancing from LV3 to LV4 would likely cost 8 achievement points, which he was reluctant to spend. If luck were not on his side, the remaining 23 points would be wasted. 23 points was considerable, so he decided to attempt upgrading the Saiyan Bloodline. Upgrade Saiyan Bloodline! Li Shu issued the command silently, hoping in his heart, do not fail. Do not fail. Please do not fail. Would you like to consume 20 achievement points to upgrade Saiyan Bloodline to Saiyan Bloodline LV1? Li Shu was overjoyed and without hesitation chose affirmatively. He had attempted this countless times and finally his achievements were enough. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Saiyan Bloodline LV1. Like the Dojan series skills, the Saiyan Bloodline has no descriptive information. Li Shu did not feel any obvious change. His combat power remained at 78. It should be similar to the Dojan series skills. Its subtle improvements will only manifest during actual combat. Based on Li Shu's understanding of the Saiyan Bloodline after its evolution, the primary change should be an increase in combat power following recovery from severe injuries. It might also enhance the development of Super Saiyan transformations, such as making it easier to transform or providing greater combat power amplification after transformation. These were merely Li Shu's speculations, but they would soon be verified one by one. His battle with Wukong would almost certainly leave him severely injured. Meanwhile, Wukong's Saiyan Bloodline was just like Li Shu's before its upgrade, the most ordinary variant. By comparing the two, the differences between Saiyan Bloodline and Saiyan Bloodline LV1 would become apparent. 10 minutes later, the semi-final match will commence. Everyone take a brief rest while we conduct interviews with our 4 quarter-finalists. The host, who also served as referee, held the microphone passionately and exclaimed, "Let us welcome the 2 youngest competitors in history, Sun Wukong. Ke-Lin." Amid the audience's cheers, Sun Wukong strode onto the arena in his carefree manner, while Ke-Lin followed shyly behind. Upon learning that Sun Wukong was only 12 years old, everyone uttered simultaneous gasps of astonishment. "Excuse me, is that tale of yours real?" Curious, the host asked. "Yes." Sun Wukong quickly lowered his pants, showing no concern for others' comfort, and proudly displayed his tale to the crowd. Li Shu chuckled at the scene, finding it quite amusing. He never expected that after 5 years Wukong's little bell was still so small. He genuinely wanted to capture this moment as a keepsake. Unfortunately, he had not prepared a camera in advance, and missed such a precious sight. From now on, he must always carry a camera. His dimensional storage space also needed upgrading, as its contents were nearly overflowing. With only 3 achievement points remaining, Li Shu did not hesitate, and used them all to upgrade the dimensional storage space, expanding it by 3 cubic meters to a total of 4 cubic meters, a noticeable improvement. At this point, Li Shu's achievement points were completely exhausted. Not long after, amid the host's enthusiastic calls, he walked onto the arena. "May I ask if you 3 arrived together? You are all wearing identical training uniforms," the host inquired. Li Shu nodded. "Yes." "Does the character turtle on your uniform hold any special meaning?" the host asked again. Li Shu explained, "We are all disciples of Master Rashi." "Master Rashi?" After a moment of reflection, the host suddenly gasped in amazement. "You mean the legendary martial god Master Mateto?" At these words, the entire arena was stunned. Master Mateto's reputation was known throughout the martial arts world. No one was unfamiliar with his name. So they are disciples of Master Mateto. No wonder they are all so powerful. And among our 4 finalists, 3 of them belong to his school. Truly worthy of the title martial god. His disciples are equally exceptional. Given this, the upcoming semi-finals and even the finals will likely be internal battles among Master Mateto's disciples. How exciting! We cannot wait to witness the spectacular showdowns. Let us look forward to it. Under the host's passionate commentary, the audience grew increasingly enthusiastic, eagerly anticipating the clashes between the martial god's disciples. Later, under the host's direction, the 4 finalists participated in several games and showcased various talents, further energizing the venue. Li Shu appeared last. At the host's eager invitation, he reluctantly took the stage. "Hello everyone. Besides being a martial artist, I have another identity." Li Shu smiled confidently. "I was once a musician who trained for 2.5 years, skilled in singing, dancing, and rap. Here is a song for you all, Chicken, You Are Too Beautiful." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Shu began Sakaso Ro Si. Dorodoro Bokodo. Segeto. The name of this Dragon Ball theme song had always been unknown to him, so he had made up a title on the spot. However, he had listened to it since childhood, always waiting in front of the television every day for other children to request an episode of Dragon Ball, allowing him to watch it for free. Over time, he naturally learned to sing it. As the song ended, Li Shu's performance received thunderous applause from the entire audience. Especially Bulma in the stands, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She watched Li Shu on stage in deep fascination. Li Shu's appearance was merely ordinary, perhaps a little handsome, but at this moment, he looked truly enchanting. It was not just Bulma, countless other women were captivated by him. Cheers of encore rang out from the audience one after another. Congratulations. You have earned the achievement Little T's and received the reward Kun Fist. Achievement points 2. Kun Fist, a legendary martial art renowned for its Iron Mountain lean strike containing a unique fighting intent known as awkwardness with boundless power. Congratulations. You have earned the achievement Martial Arts Tournament Musician and received the reward Lion's Roar. Achievement points 2. Lion's Roar, the signature technique of Landlady Bao. See the film Kung Fu Hustle for details. Further description unnecessary. Receiving 2 consecutive achievement rewards left Li Shu somewhat bewildered. He had acted purely unintentionally with no ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he had to admit these rewards were quite excellent. By now the enthusiastic cheers of encore from the audience had grown increasingly intense, and the martial arts tournament was on the verge of turning into a concert. The host quickly stepped in to regain control, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ladies and gentlemen, I completely understand your excitement. I never expected contestant Li Shu to also be a musician who trained for a full 2.5 years. But please rest assured, after the competition concludes we can have him sing another song. How about that? Through the host's earnest persuasion, the audience's fervor gradually subsided and their attention shifted back to the upcoming semi-final matches. The first semi-final match, Li Shu vs. Kulin. Please proceed to the arena. Other contestants, please step down and rest. Soon only Li Shu and Kulin remained on the stage. Li Shu stood casually as ever. Kulin, however, was extremely nervous, adopting a combat stance and staring at Li Shu with utmost seriousness. The match begin. Upon the host's command, Kulin chose to strike first, launching his attack immediately. Having witnessed Li Shu's strength, Krillin dared not let his guard down even slightly. Watching Krillin charge rapidly towards him, Li Shu decided to test just how infinitely powerful this so-called Kun Fist truly was. Li Shu slightly turned his body, a confident and alluring smile playing on his lips. He beckoned to the charging Krillin with a finger, then immediately began performing the highly difficult move of dribbling the basketball between his legs. Krillin. Goku. Master Roshi. The audience. The host was utterly dumbfounded. What technique is this? Good heavens. Contestant Li Shu is actually playing basketball. Could this be an entirely new style we have never seen before? Is it called basketball boxing? Everyone was bewildered, and Krillin was particularly at a loss, completely unable to comprehend what technique Li Shu was using. It appeared full of openings. He had never seen him use it before. But he had already launched his attack. Once the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. Summoning his courage, he pressed forward. Li Shu was also left speechless. He had never expected the opening stance of Kun Fist to be so explosive. Had he known this would happen, he would never have unleashed this technique under such intense scrutiny. At the same time, a fist intent named awkwardness spread silently outward from Li Shu as its center. Even Li Shu himself was not spared, as an inexplicable sense of extreme embarrassment rose within him. Krillin was the first to feel its effects. He suddenly felt his movements were incredibly awkward, his 10 toes involuntarily curled and goosebumps erupted across his entire body. This sudden shift distorted his attack, exposing massive openings. It is over. Krillin's face paled in horror, completely unable to understand what was happening. However, Li Shu did not seize this opportunity to defeat Krillin in one stroke, because once Kun Fist was unleashed it could not be stopped midway. It had to be completed in full. Damn it. Why did you not tell me such crucial information in advance, system? Li Shu was somewhat angry, his body moving uncontrollably. Suddenly he spun around, one shoulder high and one low, repeatedly using his lower shoulder to push against Krillin's flying kick. This technique was the renowned Iron Mountain Lean. With each push from Li Shu, the awkwardness fist intent grew stronger. With several plopping sounds, Krillin's toes actually punctured through his shoes and stuck out. Under the Iron Mountain Lean's assault, he fell to the ground. Krillin's face contorted in anguish as he writhed on the ground, as if enduring unspeakable torment, within every hair on his body standing on end. However, Li Shu's assault had not yet finished. The host, fighting back his own awkwardness, commented, "What is going on? What is this situation? Is contestant Li Shu's basketball boxing truly this formidable? With just one strike he has sent Krillin reeling. This is a perfect opportunity. Will contestant Li Shu show mercy as a fellow martial artist? Or will he press his advantage? What? Contestant Li Shu has chosen either. He is actually dancing right where he stands. Is this contempt for his opponent? Good heavens. Inside, Li Shu was screaming frantically, "Stop it! Damn system, I told you to make it stop!" Yet his body continued moving uncontrollably, one hand covering his crotch, the other flashing a 3 gesture, slowly rotating on one foot, while gazing backward as he retreated. "Stop! Do not retreat! He will fall out of bounds!" Li Shu was completely panicked. He had never imagined that Kuan fist could be so terrifying. Fortunately, he had the thick-skinned skill, otherwise he would have already sought out a crack in the ground to hide in. As he completed the final move of double index fingers forming a heart-shaped, Li Shu's Kuan fist was finally finished. Meanwhile, Krillin lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing uncontrollably. The sheer awkwardness had completely overwhelmed him, leaving him utterly defenseless. After counting down 10 seconds, the host announced the result of the first semi-final. Li Shu wins. To Li Shu's astonishment, as his Kuan fist routine concluded, the female audience below erupted into cheers, shouting his name wildly. Especially after the host declared Li Shu the winner, the female crowd went absolutely wild, their screams reaching a frenzy. "Li Shu-kun! Could we have dinner together tonight? Li Shu-kun! Do you have a girlfriend? Can I go out with you?" Li Shu gazed in shock at the audience below. He never imagined that his cringe-worthy performance on stage would excite the female viewers so intensely. Is this the power of Kuan? At that moment, the system's reward descended once again. "Congratulations, you have earned the achievement Everyone's Crush, receiving 1 bottle of Forgetfulness Water and plus 5 achievement points. Forgetfulness Water, after use you can forget 1 skill. Forgetfulness Water. That is wonderful." Li Shu waved to the audience, and returned backstage, leaving this mess to the host. Fortunately, the host, who was also serving as referee, was professional enough, taking only a few minutes to calm the wild female fans in the audience. Semi-final second match. Goku vs. Nanmu. With the host signaled, the clash between Goku and Nanmu was about to begin. In the rest area, Li Shu found it difficult to calm his mind and watch Goku's match. The power of Kuan fist he had just used still made him tremble with residual fear. Should he use Forgetfulness Water to forget this skill? Li Shu was a bit conflicted. Never mind, having more skills never hurts. There will surely be a time when it is useful. He will just avoid using it normally. Li Shu quickly made up his mind. He suddenly remembered Krillin being carried away by the medical staff, so he hurried over and fed Krillin a senzu bean. Krillin slowly regained consciousness. He had been so overwhelmed by Li Shu's awkward fist intent that he fainted outright. The moment he saw Li Shu, Krillin still felt a chill of fear, his body involuntarily shuddering. Then, smiling bitterly, he asked, "What kind of technique was that? I did not have a single chance to resist. I was just fiddling around bored. If you want to learn it, I can teach you," Li Shu said with a smile. Krillin quickly shook his head. "Never mind, I cannot learn that. I simply cannot perform those moves." Li Shu smiled awkwardly. To be honest, if he had not had the thick-skinned skill, he would likely be so embarrassed that he would resort to ritual suicide. Just then, Master Roshi ran over with an excited expression. Grasping Li Shu's hand, he urgently said, "Li Shu, please must teach me this fist technique." Li Shu looked at the fanatic Master Roshi and immediately understood, nodding, "No problem, Master Mateto." Master Rashi's face lit up with joy, already fantasizing about the wonderful scene of charming countless young women after learning Kuan fist. Li Shu indeed furrowed his brows. Why had the system's voice not sounded yet? That does not make sense. Should this not have triggered an achievement quest? Li Shu had a slight sense of regret, for he had realized that not all wishes could trigger achievement tasks, contrary to what he had assumed about the system's nature. Feeling the 9 achievement points he had just obtained, Li Shu pondered for a moment, and decided to use them to upgrade his dinosaur leg. Alas, the super blessing potion had run out, so he resolved to try the effect of the regular blessing potion. Blessing potion slightly improves luck for 1 minute. Would their effects stack? Li Shu gazed at the 9 bottles of blessing potions in his dimensional storage space, a bold idea forming in his mind. Regardless, he decided to give it a try, though his current achievement points only allowed for a single upgrade. Taking immediate action, Li Shu swallowed 3 blessing potions in quick succession. Upgrade Inexhaustible Dinosaur Leg LV3. Upgrading. As Li Shu had anticipated, this upgrade required 8 achievement points, with the next likely demanding 16. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Inexhaustible Dinosaur Leg LV4. This regenerative edible weapon awaits its wielder. The weapon can be attached to the legs, emitting an alluring meaty aroma that boosts combat power by 5% upon equipping. Li Shu leaped with delight as the enhancement succeeded. Though he could not verify whether the blessing potion's effects actually stacked, the psychological boost to his confidence made the experiment worthwhile. As the saying goes, belief makes it real. Once he had more resources, he planned to consult the system about whether the effects truly compounded. Combat power 78. 75. A modest increase, yet Li Shu felt satisfied considering how far he had come at this stage. Beyond that, the dinosaur leg had gained a new attribute upon reaching level 4. It emitted an irresistible meaty fragrance. This was a truly excellent equipment ability, particularly effective against a glutton like Goku. Images flashed through Li Shu's mind and he could not help but chuckle to himself. After these enhancements, Li Shu felt considerably more confident about his mission to defeat Goku in direct combat. He returned to the spectator lounge and continued watching Goku's matches. The moment he arrived, Li Shu spotted Nanmo fighting Goku, who was executing the heavenly plum descending palm technique, the sky cross slash. Goku. Wait, what? Combat power 83. Li Shu froze in shock. Goku's power level had actually risen during the battle. This would undoubtedly make his mission even more difficult. The result left Li Shu furious, giving him a profound understanding of why people grow envious when comparing themselves to others. He had worked tirelessly for achievements, risking everything on uncertain upgrades, nearly giving himself hard trouble, only to gain a mere 375 combat power. Meanwhile, Goku had simply taken a beating and his power surged by 3 points. Indeed, the fear of pain remained the greatest obstacle for Saiyan Bloodline. Though somewhat resentful, Li Shu understood the situation. If he were willing to endure more punishment, his progress would not lag far behind Goku's. Witnessing Goku's agony made Li Shu shudder, his mood improving slightly. It looked incredibly painful. Having suffered enough on his own, he would never willingly put himself through such torture unless absolutely necessary. At this point, Li Shu admired Goku enormously. Despite Nanmo's combat power being merely 45, easily overcomable, Goku deliberately held himself to Nanmo's level to forge his own abilities. By pushing Nanmo to his limits repeatedly and forcing him to unleash stronger techniques, Goku demonstrated a martial will that Li Shu acknowledged he could neither match nor emulate. If it had been him, he would have ended Nanmo instantly. Who dares fight him? When Nanmo exhausted his moves and Goku no longer felt threatened, he swiftly defeated his opponent and advanced to the finals. Noticing Nanmo's dejected expression, Li Shu recognized his opportunity and intercepted him outside the arena. Mr. Nanmo, I would like to help your homeland solve its water supply problem. Li Shu spoke plainly, reading the confusion in Nanmo's eyes. He knew Nanmo came from a poor backward tribe where water was scarce, people died of thirst daily, and survival was a constant struggle. Nanmo's dream was to win the tournament prize money and improve his village's water situation. The previously despondent Nanmo became visibly excited. Really? But why would you do this? Is there something I need to do for you in return? Everyone possesses compassion. Gazing at the simple, earnest Nanmo, Li Shu could not remain unmoved. Even if no achievement task triggered or reward came, he still wanted to help him. What was an enormous challenge for Nanmo amounted to a mere trifle for Li Shu. Why not? The martial arts tournament champion's prize was only 1 million, so he offered Nanmo 10 million. Li Shu produced a space capsule. All the money is inside. You can use it to buy additional capsules, fill them with water as an emergency supply, then use the remainder to address your hometown's water crisis. Nanmo accepted the capsule in stunned silence, then asked cautiously, Can you tell me where to purchase water? Purchase water? What kind of water? Li Shu, exasperated, pointed toward the nearby well. See that well over there? Draw as much as you need, it's free. Nanmo's jaw dropped in disbelief at this news. Mr. Nanmo, West City enjoys abundant water resources, so water is freely available. You need not pay for it. Just then Master Roshi appeared beside them, offering Nanmo another space capsule. I have one here as well. Take extra water back with you. Tears streaming down his face, Nanmo expressed his boundless gratitude to his two benefactors. Li Shu was unsurprised by Master Roshi's arrival, for this mirrored the original storyline where Roshi aided Nanmo. Is there anything I can do to repay you? Nanmo insisted on helping in some way, feeling he had no other means of thankfulness. After considerable persuasion, Li Shu and Master Roshi finally managed to send him on his way. Congratulations. You have earned the achievement, Nanmo's wish, and received a 500 milliliters bottle of ultra-divine water as a reward, along with 2 achievement points. Ultra-divine water harnesses the power of extreme poison to unlock human potential, recommended only for those with pure hearts. Survive it, and you ascend; fail and you perish. Ultra-divine water. Li Shu was stunned upon hearing the reward. He would rather die than consume such a thing. In the original story, even the pure-hearted Son Goku had suffered greatly from the poison which had planted the seeds of viral heart disease within him. What about himself? With 5,000 terabytes of educational materials permanently etched in his mind, having lived through the internet era in his previous life and been shaped by the deluge of big data, could he still claim purity? In his previous era, someone that pure might have qualified for national endangered species protection. After dealing with Nan Wu's affairs, it wasn't long before the host announced the commencement of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament Finals. At the same time, the long-absent voice of the system resounded in Li Shu's mind. Congratulations, you have achieved the 21st Martial Arts Tournament 10 consecutive wins. Achievement reward 1 bottle of Super Blessing Potion. Achievement points 8. Congratulations, you have achieved the 21st Martial Arts Tournament Finalist. Achievement reward 2 bottles of Super Blessing Potion. Achievement points 10. Upon hearing the voice, Li Shu was startled, for he had forgotten about this matter. He had always felt something was missing but couldn't recall what. Now he finally understood the source of that feeling. It turned out the system had forgotten to grant the rewards. System, sorry, I was slacking off and forgot to give the rewards. To soothe your fragile heart, I've decided to compensate you with 1 free inquiry opportunity. Congratulations, you have received the reward free consultation once. Fine, so this is how you work. I'll file a complaint against you. Li Shu grumbled inwardly but didn't actually complain, for there was no way to file one. What comforted him was that the system was somewhat humane, not embezzling his rewards. This was a whopping 18 achievement points. And 3 bottles of Super Blessing Potion. If they had been stolen, he wouldn't even have remembered. Just as Li Shu had a question to ask, he promptly used this free consultation opportunity. Which system item effects can be stacked? Li Shu organized his words and inquired. System, there are too many. See for yourself. Congratulations, you have received a list of stackable effect items. Such a thing was possible. Li Shu quickly opened his dimensional storage space to examine the items in the list. The list was densely packed with countless item names, dazzling Li Shu's eyes. He scanned from top to bottom but didn't find the name Blessing Potion anywhere. This discovery left Li Shu somewhat disappointed. It was indeed just his own psychological effect. Blessing Potion could not be stacked. However, Li Shu made a new discovery. In the list he saw Invisibility Technique, Epiphany Potion, Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion, Super Transformation Technique, Epiphany Potion, and so on. In short, all Epiphany Potions effects could be stacked. The more potions consumed simultaneously, the higher the Epiphany probability. He also noticed item names like Invisibility Technique 99 Epiphany Potion, Super Saiyan 99 Epiphany Potion, and similar ones. This unexpected discovery balanced Li Shu's mind. He could now raise these Epiphany Potions to a 99 success rate before using them. Combined with Blessing Potion and Super Blessing Potion, the success rate could theoretically reach 100. To be honest, his experience with upgrading the dinosaur leg made it hard for Li Shu to trust that 99 success rate. Only 100 was truly safe. Li Shu's achievement points now stood at 19. After a moment's thought, he decided to save them. At this stage, upgrading the dinosaur leg was no longer of great significance, it was already sufficient. 10 consecutive wins gave 8 points, and being a finalist gave 10 points. If he won the championship, the achievement points for a perfect record and the championship reward would surely skyrocket. Li Shu eagerly anticipated the final reward and was prepared to be beaten black and blue by Wukong. With his immortal body, as long as his stamina held out, and he possessed strong willpower, unafraid of pain, and not falling off the stage, he could theoretically remain undefeated. The finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament are about to begin. Let us welcome the 2 contestants, Li Shu and Son Goku, onto the stage. As the host's voice fell, the female spectators erupted into deafening cheers. Li Shu! Li Shu! Li Shu! Among them, Bulma's shouts were the loudest. Regardless of the outcome, Li Shu had become the most popular contestant of this tournament. Even Li Shu himself was caught off guard by this scene. He once again felt the charm of being a celebrity. It seems I need to upgrade the thick skin skill. The current intensity is too much for me to bear. Li Shu silently issued the command. Upgrading in progress. Congratulations, upgrade successful. You have obtained the skill Thick Skin LV1. Thick Skin LV1A, face as thick as the Great Wall, greatly reducing your sense of shame. This upgrade costs 5 achievement points, and Li Shu felt it was well worth it. He immediately felt different, able to calmly face the fervent female fans. Li Shu had to give the system a thumbs up when it came to practicality. Thick skin was the skill. After a few brief opening remarks, the host announced the start of the match. Wukong stared seriously at his elder brother. Li Shu's casual stance seemed full of openings, but he dared not be careless. In Mount Posa he had sparred with his brother no less than 100 times. Although he had won most of the bouts, he knew his brother had never gone all out. Every time Li Shu got a little hurt he would yell and surrender, leaving Yukong unsatisfied and somewhat resentful. His brother never took winning or losing seriously, always using irresistible delicacies to dispel his complaints. During training under Kame Sennin, Li Shu often slacked off, refusing to listen to any advice. He always said he could protect his brother, so why should his brother bother working so hard? Thus Wukong came to understand that his brother had no ambition to become a strongman, and he eventually let it go. However, the battle-hungry Wukong deeply yearned to fight his brother with all his might. This had been his long-cherished wish. On such an occasion would his brother finally go all out. Wukong was brimming with fighting spirit and anticipation. He did not rashly attack. Based on his years of sparring experience with his brother, the seemingly open stance was actually a trap to lure the enemy in. Wukong had once asked curiously, and his brother had replied, "In the martial world nothing is indestructible except speed. We must learn to wait at ease, to counter stillness with stillness, and to strike after the opponent." That was his brother's martial philosophy. Wukong didn't understand its meaning, he just thought his brother was too lazy. "Wukong, come at me. Today I'll show you my true strength." Li Shu beckoned to Wukong. He didn't like striking first, he excelled at countering. Just like playing rock-paper-scissors, striking after the opponent never failed. Wukong shouted, "Brother, I won't fall for that. You've said that 800 times already." "Humph." Li Shu felt troubled and continued, "Wukong, as the elder brother, how can I be the first to strike?" "You attack first." Wukong yelled, "No. You attack first, brother." Li Shu was puzzled. Why was Wukong not following the script today? Usually saying that would make him charge right over. The host looked left and right. With his professional expertise, he was momentarily at a loss for how to commentate. "Very well then. Let's see who outlasts whom." Li Shu shrugged nonchalantly, and a perfectly roasted dinosaur leg suddenly appeared in his hand, exuding an enticing aroma. He began to eat it without a care. "What? Contestant Li Shu is actually eating. Has he forgotten this is the finals?" the host exclaimed in surprise before continuing. Faced with his opponent's provocation, how will Sun Wukong respond to this situation? Let's wait and see. Look, everyone. No child can withstand such a provocation. Sun Wukong has moved. He has launched the first attack. "Big brother, give me a bite." Wukong instantly dashed over, trying to snatch the dinosaur leg from Li Shu's hand. But Li Shu was prepared and would not let Wukong succeed. He slapped the leg against his thigh and it vanished without a trace. At the same time, his left hand delivered an elbow strike. However, the elbow passed straight through Wukong's body. After image fist. Li Shu understood immediately. His nostrils twitched slightly and a strong sense of danger came from behind. Without a second thought, he stomped his foot and executed a standing bicycle kick, dodging Wukong's attack while kicking toward Wukong's back. But once again the kick hit nothing but an afterimage. Double afterimage fist. Li Shu was not surprised at all, nor did his assault stop. He sensed a dangerous aura from above and thrust both fists upward. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Li Shu's fists collided solidly with Wukong's. Both of their faces twisted in shock. Wukong performed several backflips and landed safely, putting distance between them. Li Shu, on the other hand, staggered back several steps before absorbing the force, while a sharp pain shot through his knuckles. Hiss! "It hurts, it hurts." Li Shu gasped in pain, rubbing his hands vigorously, and shouted, "Wukong! Wait! Give me a moment. No cheap shots." Hiss! "It's killing me." Wukong laughed heartily. "Big brother, you're still such a wimp when it comes to pain." After a moment, Li Shu finally recovered. Frowning at Wukong, he decided to adopt a hit-and-run strategy for the rest of the fight, avoiding any direct confrontation. "Big brother, I'm coming for you." Wukong charged straight in, executing a flying kick at incredible speed. But the kick struck nothing, only an afterimage of Li Shu remained. Kamehameha. At the same time, a shout came from above, accompanied by a blue energy wave. Wukong reacted swiftly. After missing the kick, he quickly steadied himself and assumed the starting stance of the Kamehameha. Just as the incoming wave was about to hit him, he launched his own Kamehameha. The two blue energy waves collided and instantly cancelled each other out. Master Roshi watched with wide eyes. The secret technique he had painstakingly developed was learned in an instant by these two brothers. It was utterly disheartening. "Hee, big brother, I've learned this move too," Wukong said happily. Li Shu was not surprised. He raised a finger and a ripple of energy gathered at its tip. With a baya sound, a beam of light shot out. Wukong was startled. He had never seen his brother use such a move. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge. Where he had stood, a large hole now gaped. "Big brother, what technique is that?" Wukong asked in shock while still airborne. Li Shu chuckled. It's a move I invented after watching a TV series, The Sixth Meridian Divine Sword. With that, Li Shu fired Baya shots at Wukong, who was now a helpless target in the air. With no foothold to maneuver, Wukong was struck by several beams and injured. The impact of the beams sent him falling out of the ring. Looks like I might win. It wasn't as hard as I thought. I've really gotten stronger. Li Shu watched in surprise, never expecting such an easy victory. However, just when everyone thought Wukong was about to lose, something unexpected happened. Wukong's tail began to spin wildly like a helicopter rotor, carrying him back onto the arena. Li Shu stared in disbelief. He had never imagined a tail could be used like that. The host roared with excitement. What? Contestant Sun Wukong has flown back using his tail. The thrilling match is not over yet. Hee, Wukong grinned. Big brother, I'm going to get serious too. With that, Wukong vanished in a flash. Li Shu's heart tightened. He was extremely worried about being caught in close quarters. His nostrils twitched rapidly, and soon he sensed danger from behind. Just as Li Shu was about to react, his face suddenly contorted. No. Besides the rear, he also sensed danger from above. What is this? That split second of hesitation left a huge opening, and Li Shu's back was struck with tremendous force. The piercing pain made Li Shu scream in agony. At the same time, a furry tail coiled around his neck. Li Shu instantly understood why he had sensed two sources of danger. The reason was simple. Wukong could multitask, launching two attacks in different directions at once, hitting his back with his head while simultaneously controlling his tail to strike at the neck, confusing Li Shu's perception. Despite the excruciating pain, Li Shu felt immense admiration for Wukong. Such powerful battle instincts left him in awe. He had thought that with his battle nose he would be invincible. Clearly that was wishful thinking. Big brother, admit defeat. Wukong lifted Li Shu entirely by the tail coiled around his neck. Deprived of oxygen, Li Shu's face turned red. He gripped Wukong's tail with both hands, trying to break free. But it was all in vain. A hint of bitterness welled up in Li Shu's heart. It was he who had told Wukong to increase tail training because that was their weakness. And so Wukong had mastered the use of his tail to such an extent, unleashing such tremendous power. Referee, start the countdown. Wukong said to the host, who was also the referee, still stunned. The host snapped out of it and roared with excitement. What a spectacular match, truly breathtaking. Contestant Li Shu is now defenseless. If he cannot break free within 10 seconds, we will have to declare him the loser for his own safety. 10, 9, 8. As the referee counted down, the female audience outside the ring grew excited. They couldn't bear to see their idol lose like this. They shouted in unison, Li Shu, keep going. Due to lack of oxygen, Li Shu's consciousness was beginning to blur. The suffocating sensation of cerebral hypoxia made Li Shu suffer excruciatingly. Faced with this situation, he was not without a way to break the deadlock, but the intense pain and suffocation caused his mind to short-circuit as if it were about to shut down at any moment. This is abnormal, the pain is abnormal. Li Shu suddenly thought of something. He was indeed afraid of pain, but among modern youth who isn't? But it shouldn't be this severe. He had experienced suffocation and heavy blows to the back in his past life, and they were never this painful. It was as if something had amplified his pain sensation by 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. He had never noticed before because at the slightest pain Li Shu would immediately relieve it. But now it was different. He was at the finals and had to endure this ultimate pain. He had mentally prepared himself, but upon reflection the pain was simply too absurd. Something is wrong. It must be the immortal body, that is problematic. Under the extreme pain, a flash of insight crossed Li Shu's mind, instantly pinpointing the suspect. Among all his undescribed skills, only the immortal body was the most suspicious. After all, the battle series skills were all localized abilities, and he was very familiar with the Saiyan Bloodline. Most importantly, on the first day he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he was chewed by dinosaurs, barely conscious, and nearly fainting. That was the first time he was eaten by a dinosaur. Li Shu had no experience, so he didn't notice the abnormality in pain sensation. With his mind cleared, Li Shu's willpower was enhanced. Influenced by the Saiyan Bloodline genes, he managed to remain conscious under such extreme pain. I haven't fallen yet, don't count. Li Shu's voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat, hoarse and filled with pain. The host stared in shock at Li Shu, whose face was flush red as if he could die at any moment, and shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! Contestant Li Shu has regained consciousness." He didn't faint. But his current situation is extremely dire. What method will he use to resolve this predicament? Let's wait and see. What a brilliant duel, simply an unparalleled visual feast. Sun Wukong frowned deeply, looking at Li Shu with worry, and said, Big brother, give up. If this continues, you'll really die. Don't worry, I won't die. Big brother still has a trump card to use, Li Shu said with difficulty. Don't forget I have a tail too. The moment he finished speaking, a whip-like shadow lashed out at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was greatly startled, since Li Shu's tail was usually coiled around his waist, and used very infrequently. It was easy to overlook. Even Sun Wukong, who had lived with Li Shu for over 5 years, had overlooked this. Crack! The whip-like tail struck Sun Wukong's head fiercely, leaving a vicious welt. Sun Wukong instantly clutched his head, howling in pain. Li Shu seized this opportunity to break free from the restraint, greedily breathing fresh air, looking at Sun Wukong with lingering fear. He had almost lost just now. Once he won the championship and gained achievement points, he would be rich. He must ask the system why he was so afraid of pain, and whether it was related to the hidden information of the Immortal Body. Regardless of the outcome, his fear of pain was a settled fact. Once the Dragon Ball's cooldown was over, he would gather all 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible, make a wish to not fear pain, and simultaneously complete the main quest check-in task. As for whether this would change the plot's development and cause terrifying consequences, Li Shu couldn't care less. The world is vast, but he himself is the most important. His own comfort is paramount. Having made up his mind, Li Shu took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and launched an attack, directly firing a Kamehameha. Just as Sun Wukong was about to counter the energy wave, Li Shu's mouth, which he could no longer contain, suddenly opened wide, unleashing an earth-shattering roar. The lion's roar appeared in the Dragon Ball world. The surrounding walls directly shattered under the intense sonic attack, and the host, who was closest to the ring, was sent flying. The audience, with pained expressions, covered their ears, watching Li Shu on the ring with horrified faces. This guy. He had been hiding such powerful strength. Xianren was the most shocked. He suddenly felt that even in a direct confrontation, he would probably find it difficult to defeat Li Shu. For instance, this move alone was hard for him to handle, and one mistake would lead to defeat. Seeing this, the last trace of unwillingness in Xianren's heart dissipated. He had to admit that Li Shu indeed had the strength to defeat him. Xianren looked at the 2 young men before him with emotion, sensing that a new era was about to dawn. An old fellow like him could hardly keep up with the pace of the young. He would become a spectator, witnessing the birth of the strongest martial artist of the new era, and Xianren felt honored. After all, these 2 astonishingly talented youngsters were both his disciples. Ha ha ha. Incredible. Contestant Li Shu can cause such terrifying destruction with just a roar. So how will contestant Sun Wukong, who is at the epicenter of the attack, respond? It must be said that the host, who also served as the referee, was very dedicated, still passionately commentating. At this moment, Sun Wukong's position was shrouded in thick smoke from the Kamehameha attack, obscuring his appearance. Li Shu frowned. The situation looked very familiar. Anyone who had seen Dragon Ball would recognize it. In most cases, the person inside would be unharmed. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong stood there completely naked, his face full of shock. No way, Kamehameha plus Lion's Roar only destroyed my clothes. Is this the protagonist? Li Shu was also dumbfounded by the result. The moment he saw Sun Wukong's exposed body, the host immediately shouted, Pause the match. Contestant Sun Wukong, do you have spare clothes? No, I don't. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, innocently, looking harmless. At that moment, the shocked Kellen came to his senses, took off his own clothes and gave them to Sun Wukong, then changed into the clothes he wore at Shaolin Temple. The match resumed. Big brother, you're really amazing when you're serious, Sun Wukong said to Li Shu. But I'm not weak either. I'm going to use my full power. Li Shu looked at Sun Wukong seriously. Apart from the flight technique, which he hadn't used yet, he had exhausted all his means. The upcoming battle would be a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Li Shu took a deep breath, mentally prepared to endure the ultimate pain. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, both seeing the intense fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Whoosh! The 2 disappeared from their spots simultaneously. Vanished. Both of them had vanished. The host, clutching his microphone in shock, scanned the arena frantically before finally spotting traces in the sky. Everyone look! Up in the sky, the 2 had leaped into the air simultaneously. Yet the host's gaze could not keep pace with the movements of Wukong and Li Shu. The moment the host looked up, their aerial clash had already concluded, and they landed to engage in fierce combat. Their movements were so swift that they left a trail of afterimages, the sound of fists and feet colliding deafening. Though the audience could not discern their actions, the host's commentary kept them thoroughly engrossed. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch as dusk descended and a full moon silently ascended the sky. No longer fearing pain, Li Shu fought with increasing ferocity, not yielding an inch. Indeed, he seemed to gain the upper hand, pressing Wukong back. Seeing his prolonged assault had failed, Li Shu's eyes flickered and he began executing his premeditated plan. What's that smell? So fragrant. After the prolonged battle, both had expended much of their stamina. A tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly stirring Wukong's hunger. Growl. His stomach protested in hunger. Wukong instinctively glanced at Li Shu's right leg, the source of that irresistible meaty scent. That momentary distraction exposed a flaw in Wukong's defense. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shu delivered an uppercut that sent Wukong flying. Just as Li Shu prepared to press the advantage and knock Wukong out of the ring, he caught sight of the full moon. A savage power surged within him, causing his expression to shift drastically. Li Shu quickly averted his gaze to Wukong, only to see the latter's body beginning to swell rapidly, with thick fur sprouting uncontrollably. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a terrifying, monstrous giant ape, his massive frame occupying half the ring. The sight stunned everyone. How could he turn into a gorilla? The audience stared in bewilderment. Bro, I thought I was about to lose, but today is a full moon. Lucky for me I transformed in time, hee. The giant ape Wukong let out a sinister laugh in human speech. Ah. Li Shu sighed. Despite his efforts to ensure that Wukong would not lose his mind and go berserk after transforming into a giant ape, the transformation was irreversible. Unless his stamina was depleted, he was mortally wounded, his tail was cut off, or the moon was destroyed. In other words, either he nor Wukong could voluntarily end the giant ape transformation. Bro, aren't you transforming? Wukong asked excitedly. Li Shu did not want to transform. After all, there were so many people watching. The giant ape transformation would rip his clothes to shreds. Once it ended, he would be completely naked and that dragon would be exposed to the public gaze. Even with the skill thick-skinned everyone, it was hard to mask his shame. However, some things are not a matter of choice. Gazing at the giant ape Wukong's combat power above his head, Li Shu felt utterly despairing. Combat power 830. Transforming into a giant ape multiplied his power tenfold. How could he fight without transforming? Did he really have to destroy the moon like Master Roshi in the original story? Li Shu quickly abandoned that notion. His current Kamehameha wave was nowhere near powerful enough to destroy the moon. How frustrating! Left with no choice, Li Shu gazed at the full moon and began his own giant ape transformation. As a giant ape, his combat power reached 945. With the enhancement of his battle eye, he no longer needed a mirror to see his own combat power. 945. Li Shu was taken aback and quickly performed a mental calculation that an ordinary person could not solve. 945 divided by 78. 75 equals 12. Upon obtaining the result, he instantly understood his Saiyan bloodline was a grade higher than Wukong, so his combat power multiplied by an additional factor of 2 after transformation. Initially, Li Shu had been worried. After all, Wukong's base power was higher, and the gap would widen after transformation. Now it seemed that the advantage was his. Staring at the giant ape Wukong occupying the other half of the ring, the giant ape, Li Shu let out a wild laugh and threw a punch directly. Given their massive frames, either of them would fall out of the ring with just a few steps backward. In other words, within such limited space they could hardly make any large movements. What followed would be a true test of raw strength. A head-on clash, fist to flesh, with no room for retreat. The spectators, who would never witness such a spectacle in their lifetimes, were thrilled. For the people of Earth in the Dragon Ball world, who lived alongside animal people and even married them, the sight of a few humans transforming into giant apes was not hard to accept. Who could have imagined? The host roared with excitement. The final of our tournament has come down to a battle between two giant apes. It seems that Li Shu's giant ape form has the upper hand. The giant ape Wukong is being forced back step by step. He can't retreat any further. Another step and he'll be out of the ring. The giant ape Wukong knew this well, but Li Shu's transformation exerted immense pressure on him. Whether in aura or strength, Li Shu overwhelmed him. Even the blood flowing through his veins sensed an inexplicable pressure, making the circulation of his chi less smooth than before. Obstructed chi leads to weakened strength. This was why the giant ape Wukong showed signs of decline after just a few exchanges. Had Wukong received the same education as Li Shu, he would have exclaimed bloodline suppression, along with the word overwhelmed to describe his feelings. This outcome was completely unexpected for Li Shu. If he had known, he would have chosen to tear his clothes and transform from the beginning, sparing himself all this physical pain. It hurt like hell. Just as Li Shu believed victory was certain, an unexpected twist occurred. At that moment, Li Shu finally understood the feelings of a villain facing a protagonist, ups and downs one wave after another. The giant ape Wukong, who was about to be knocked out of the ring with a single punch, suddenly had a red glow emanating from his mouth, gathering at an astonishing speed. Roar! Wukong let out a furious roar and a crimson energy wave burst forth. Propelled by this wave, his feet dug into the arena floor, preventing him from being thrown out. The crimson wave struck Li Shu square in the face, nearly tearing his head off. Under the intense pain and impact, Li Shu fell straight backward. He's down. The giant ape Li Shu has fallen. Is the outcome about to be decided? The host roared excitedly. Everyone watched the scene with unwavering eyes. I can't believe it. Li Shu was a bit panicked, thinking he had it in the bag, only to face a potential loss at the last moment. With such a massive body, falling would inevitably send him out of the ring, and even trying to use his hands to support himself would result in touching the ground outside. For a moment Li Shu was at a loss, his eyes filled with regret, as he gazed at the full moon above. Suddenly a spark of inspiration hit Li Shu as he thought of a way to break the deadlock, and his eyes lit up fiercely. Just as everyone thought Li Shu was about to lose, he suddenly let out a painful cry and actually severed his own tail, causing his enormous body to rapidly shrink. However, under the effect of Immortal Body, the severed tail quickly reattached itself, and his shrunken body instantly began to expand again. But in the moment of shrinking, Li Shu quickly propped himself up with his hands and stood. Because his body had shrunk, the spot where his hands supported was still within the ring, narrowly averting a certain defeat. That was close. The giant ape Li Shu grinned and looked at Wukong again. The giant ape Wukong's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at the scene. He had thought he had already won, but his elder brother had turned it around. Continue. The giant ape Li Shu launched another attack, this time fully prepared to prevent a similar situation. The two giant apes clashed again. This time with his guard up, Li Shu's superior bloodline power and battle power completely overwhelmed Wukong in a pure contest of strength. Though outmatched in strength, giant ape Wukong's willpower was incredibly tenacious. He struggled on, managing to hold out for nearly an hour. Only when he was completely exhausted did giant ape Wukong fall with a crash under a side kick from giant ape Li Shu, remaining motionless for a long time. Shortly after, he quickly shrank, and when he reverted to human form, he was already sound asleep and snoring. Li Shu was also exhausted, entirely relying on willpower to keep going. This battle had nearly drained every ounce of his strength. The final kick looked fierce, but in truth it had little force left. However, for the equally exhausted Wukong, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In other words, if that final blow had been delivered by Wukong, Li Shu would have been the one to fall. The winner of the final match, Li Shu. The host roared with excitement. Li Shu glanced at the still impassioned host, filled with admiration. No wonder he was the strongest host in Dragon Ball, still so energetic even after all that. With the host's announcement, and the system's voice, everything was finally settled. Li Shu finally let out the breath he had been holding, and his body instantly went limp as he fell into a deep sleep, snoring. He was simply too tired to even feel the pain. He didn't even bother to listen to the system's reward notification, he just wanted to have a good sleep. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a day had passed. The first thing Li Shu saw was a pair of beautiful big eyes looking at him with admiration. Bulma. Li Shu was a bit confused. What kind of expression was that? He swore he had no interest in Bulma. He had great respect for Prince Vegeta after all. In the future he would surely become good friends with Vegeta. As the saying goes, one should not covet a friend's wife. He was a time traveler with principles. Li Shu. You're finally awake. Bulma blinked her big eyes and said joyfully. Li Shu remained silent. Including this meeting, he had only seen Bulma 4 times in total. Their relationship was not that close. Bulma's familiarity was a bit hard for Li Shu to handle, but when he remembered that Bulma was a sucker for good looks, he felt relieved. After all, he was a bit handsome himself. Plus, on stage, his damn charm had indeed easily won Bulma's heart. As he was thinking, Li Shu suddenly remembered something and quickly looked at himself, and his mood instantly soured. Why am I wearing women's clothes? Li Shu asked with a deep voice. Bulma said with a slightly flushed face. You and Wukong were both naked, and I only had women's clothes here, so I had to make do with that. You put them on me? Li Shu asked in astonishment. Bulma said sheepishly. Yeah? Where's Master Rashi? Li Shu fiddled with the skirt, feeling very uncomfortable, always feeling a draft. They're having dinner at the restaurant. Bulma then laughed, and said just kidding. It was that pervy old man Master Rashi who changed your clothes. How could a girl like me be so bold? Li Shu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was still very traditional in his thinking. If a girl had seen his big treasure, how could he ever face people again, let alone find a girlfriend? Could you buy me a set of men's clothes? Li Shu couldn't help but ask. Already prepared. Change yourself, I'll wait outside. With that, Bulma placed a set of men's clothes on the bedside and turned to leave. Watching Bulma's graceful figure, Li Shu felt a headache coming on. It was obvious that Bulma had feelings for him. To be honest, Bulma was very beautiful and had a great figure. She was exactly his type. In his past life, among his 5,000 terabytes of learning materials, 1 terabyte was about Bulma. It was really hard for him to resist. Oh, proud Prince Vegeta, I can only promise that I won't make the first move. Please descend soon so we can meet properly later. Li Shu quickly changed clothes and went to the restaurant with Bulma. Along the way, Bulma kept finding topics to chat with him. Li Shu really wanted to ask her, haven't you and Yamcha broken up yet? But the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he swallowed them back. Soon they arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw Wukong eating a large chicken leg. Battle Power 99. Saiyan Bloodline is truly strong. This battle directly boosted his battle power by 15 points. Li Shu then sensed his own battle power, and found it was also 99, the same as Wukong's. That was about 6 points higher than the increase in Wukong's battle power. This result indirectly proved that his guess about the level upgrade of Saiyan Bloodline was correct. Big brother, come and eat. There's so much delicious food. Wukong quickly called out, showing no negative emotions about the outcome of the final. Li Shu smiled and nodded. He was indeed hungry, so he unceremoniously joined the battle at the table. Under the full force output of the 2 big eaters, the restaurant owner and waiters were utterly shocked. That table had actually consumed all the ingredients they had prepared for the day. The key point was that these 2 still looked unsatisfied and hungry. Come on, Wukong, eat your big brother's leg. With a loud slap, Li Shu pulled out a 2-meter-long dinosaur leg, and the 2 of them each held one end and started gnawing wildly. Wow! Big brother, how can this dinosaur leg never be finished? As soon as I eat a piece of meat, it grows back. Wukong exclaimed while eating. Li Shu laughed heartily. This is a dinosaur leg imbued with divine power. It can never be eaten up, no matter how much you eat. Your big brother obtained it by chance. Divine power dinosaur leg. The turtle immortal and others stared in shock, utterly incredulous, but they quickly accepted the fact. One cannot help but admire the resilience of humans in the Dragon Ball world. It's simply invincible. After everyone had eaten their fill, the turtle immortal asked Li Shu as the champion to treat them. Li Shu naturally did not decline, as his financial means were quite considerable. Wasn't it just a meal costing 500,000? He could afford it. However, Bulma paid the bill first, which made Li Shu, who in his past life had been deeply influenced by dining culture, feel quite embarrassed. But he glanced at the people around him and found that no one seemed to share that feeling, so he let it go, and swallowed the words he had been about to say. Under Bulma's enthusiastic invitation, everyone agreed to go celebrate. At that moment, Li Shu suddenly realized that Bulma seemed to be a wealthy woman. This. Li Shu quickly shook his head. A man should maintain some restraint. On the way to the karaoke, Li Shu sat in the car and opened the system to check the champion rewards. The series of reward notifications gave Li Shu a tremendous shock. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment 21st Martial Arts Tournament, 10 consecutive wins rewarded with 1 bottle of Super Blessing Potion, achievement points 10. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment 21st Martial Arts Tournament champion rewarded with 1 bottle of Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion, achievement points 15. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment victory without pride, defeat without discouragement. At the 21st Martial Arts Tournament you defeated Sun Wukong in a direct confrontation. Reward Battle Heart. Achievement points 5. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment Iron Will. Under the 100-fold pain of Immortal Body you were able to fight head-on for so long, admirable. Reward Battle Soul. Achievement points 5. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment What is Pain. Under the 100-fold pain of Immortal Body you could even be too lazy to feel pain, admirable. Reward 1 bottle of Super Painkiller. Achievement points 5. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment Narrow Victory rewarded with 1 bottle of Spiritual Communion Potion, achievement points 5. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment First Time Defeating Sun Wukong Head-On rewarded with Moon Creation Technique, achievement points 5. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment Exhilarating Battle. An exhilarating battle always benefits one greatly. Reward Inversion Domain Achievement Points 5. This. So many rewards? The unexpectedly generous rewards instantly filled Li Shu with ecstasy, especially the words hundredfold pain, which suddenly enlightened him. Indeed, just as he had guessed, the hidden information of Immortal Body contained the term hundredfold pain. This was the root cause of his extreme fear of pain, but fortunately now that he knew the reason, as long as the level of Immortal Body was raised, the hundredfold pain should gradually decrease. Right. Now Li Shu's achievement points had reached an all-time high, a whopping 58 points. Among them 55 points came from this wave of achievements, which was incredibly satisfying. The other 3 points were left over from before. Li Shu did not rush to upgrade Immortal Body. If upgrading once cost 50 points, he would become poor again right after getting rich. Moreover, it was just a guess. Upgrading might not necessarily reduce the pain, and even if it did, the reduction would probably not be significant. Is there a difference between 100 times pain and 99 times pain? Obviously not. He couldn't feel the difference at all. It would be better to directly ask System Dad, which is economical, practical, and efficient. Li Shu turned his gaze to the newly added items in the dimensional storage space. Super Painkiller. Take 1 pill to relieve pain for 5 minutes. Spiritual Communion Potion applied to bestow spirituality upon an object. Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion. After consumption, there is a small chance to gain insight into Super Saiyan form. Good stuff, all good stuff. Li Shu was pleasantly surprised again, especially this Super Painkiller, which contained a full 30 pills. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly upgraded Immortal Body, otherwise it would have been a huge loss. Staring at that bottle of Super Painkiller, Li Shu cherished it like a treasure. Spiritual Communion Potion. This function of bestowing spirituality is quite vague, isn't it? What happens after bestowing spirituality? Will it speak human language? After pondering for a moment, Li Shu decided to use the Spiritual Communion Potion on the endless dinosaur leg LV4. Perhaps it would yield unexpected gains. For example, it could slice itself and feed into his mouth, no chewing needed, moving on its own. That would be truly spiritual. Super Saiyan Epiphany Potion. Li Shu thought for a moment, and then drank it directly. After all, he had a way to transform and didn't need to rely on external forces. Failure was fine. Congratulations, you have comprehended Super Saiyan form. Li Shu was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a small probability? He had already prepared for failure, but he succeeded directly. Super Saiyan form. When transformed, combat power increases by 50 times. Hee. Li Shu immediately became elated. These unexpected surprises came one after another, making him unable to stop. Directly comprehending it was good, as it saved some trouble. With his luck reaching its peak, Li Shu's gaze couldn't help but fall on the invisibility technique Epiphany Potion. Should he give it a try? Strike while the iron is hot. After thinking, he gave up. He really didn't dare to challenge the system's probability. With his current achievement points as high as 58, he decided to upgrade the invisibility technique Epiphany Potion later. After dealing with the item rewards, Li Shu looked expectantly at the new skills. Moon Creation Technique, as the name implies. A simple and clear skill description. Li Shu understood it with just those 4 characters. A very practical skill, allowing him to transform into a giant ape whenever he wanted, no longer relying on the celestial conditions. It seemed he would need to keep several sets of clothes on hand from now on. It would be even better if he could have a set of clothes with excellent toughness. Li Shu felt it was necessary to put this small wish on the agenda. Once he collected the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon, this wish must have a place. Then he looked at the next skill. Inversion Domain. Centered on oneself, radiates a domain with a diameter of 1 kilometer within which all living beings cannot use transformation forms. Divine Skill. After reading the description, these 2 words immediately popped into Li Shu's mind. This skill is simply too useful in the Dragon Ball world. In the world of Dragon Ball, aside from pure-blooded Earthlings and androids, virtually every formidable race possesses a repertoire of transformation abilities. With each form, combat power multiplies exponentially, reaching absurd heights, not far inferior to the Saiyans. Among the formidable foes looming in the near future, Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu and others, which one lacks 2 or 3 transformation forms. It remained unclear whether this included the caster himself. Li Shu pondered and concluded that it likely applied to all beings universally, preventing anyone from transforming, otherwise the reverse transformation domain would be far too overpowered. As for the truth, he would need to find an opportunity to confirm it. If within the domain he could still transform, this ability would be exceptionally heaven-defying. He decided to test it later at night in a secluded spot. Li Shu then turned his attention to the newly acquired Battle Series skills Battle Heart and Battle Soul. As expected, there was still no description at all, requiring further exploration on his own. The joy of harvest gradually faded and the group soon arrived at a karaoke venue. Everyone took turns singing, spending a delightful afternoon that brought immense relaxation to both body and mind. As the music ended and the crowd dispersed, they stood at the karaoke entrance, chatting about their respective plans. I need to find my grandfather's keepsake, the 4-star ball. Big brother, will you come with me? Asked Wukong. Li Shu smiled and directly produced the 4-star ball, saying, I've already found it. This 4-star ball was the very one he had discovered on a tiger demon after awakening his battle eye and remaining unconscious for a month. Originally a stone orb, it had now, after the cooldown passed, restored its original luster. Wow! It's really the 4-star ball. Wukong joyfully took it, examining it closely. After the excitement subsided, Wukong felt a bit lost, momentarily unsure of where to go next. He then looked at the Turtle Immortal and said, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I'll go with you to the Turtle Immortal's house to continue training. The Turtle Immortal's face immediately changed drastically. No. I've already taught you everything I know. There's nothing left to teach. From now on you must train on your own. I believe in you. Are you kidding me? Gentle Lan Chi with blue hair is waiting for me at home. The Turtle Immortal was still dreaming of a blissful life alone, with Lan Chi naturally unwilling to have a few third wheels tagging along. Master Turtle, I also want to continue training with you. I have nowhere else to go, Colin added at this moment. The Turtle Immortal was utterly at a loss. Gazing at his two beloved disciples, he found it impossible to refuse any longer, and reluctantly agreed with regret. At this point, Li Shu suddenly spoke up. Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal indeed has nothing more to teach us. I plan to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish of mine. Would you be willing to join me? The process of collecting Dragon Balls will also serve as training for us. A wish. Big brother, what wish do you have? Wukong asked curiously. Li Shu cleared his throat and said seriously, I want a wish for invulnerability to pain. Invulnerability to pain. What a strange wish. Wukong burst into laughter. He was well aware of his big brother's fear of pain. Then he said, Then I'll go with you to collect the Dragon Balls, big brother. Buma suddenly spoke with hopeful anticipation. Do you need my help? No, your strength is too weak. Bringing you along would be very inconvenient. Li Shu refused decisively, thinking that women would only slow down his mission progress. Buma's face immediately fell, and she gritted her teeth as she glared at him. Her spoiled temperament flared up, and she snorted coldly. Humph. Since you don't need my help, give me back the dragon radar. Li Shu instantly deflated, quickly softening his tone. Miss Buma, I sincerely apologize. The dragon radar alone is already the greatest help. You really don't need to endure hardships with us, sunbaked and windblown every day. I'm actually worried that your fair and delicate skin might get tanned, which would be an absolutely terrible thing. A beautiful lady like you suffering day after day with us, I simply cannot bear it. Please forgive and understand me. Is that so? Buma suddenly became shy, her anger vanishing instantly. She said, Well, if there's anything I can help with, feel free to contact me anytime. By the way, do you still remember the phone number I left you last time? Buma quickly asked. 123456789. I've always remembered it. Li Shu recited Buma's phone number without hesitation. After a few more exchanges, he finally managed to send Buma off. And so after a brief reunion, the group went their separate ways. Flying Nimbus! Wukong called out loudly, and a golden cloud flew from the horizon. Then he looked at Li Shu and asked, Big brother, can you stand on it? Are you kidding me? With my 5,000 T of study materials, how could the flying Nimbus possibly bear the weight? Li Shu said seriously. Wukong, put away the Nimbus first. I'll take you somewhere. The two soon arrived at a desolate countryside. What are we doing here? Wukong asked in confusion. Li Shu smiled slightly, and to Wukong's astonishment, he rose into the air, floating midair. Since he no longer cared about the original plot's progression, Li Shu decided not to hide anything and directly demonstrated the air dance art. Big brother, you can fly. Wukong was utterly shocked. Li Shu chuckled. Yes, that's why I don't need to ride the flying Nimbus. Want to learn, Wukong? Yes. Wukong was overjoyed, nodding vigorously like a garlic mortar. It's simple. This is called the air dance art. As long as you can sense chi, you can master it quickly. Li Shu organized his thoughts and explained to Wukong what chi was and how to perceive it. Having already mastered the turtle school energy wave, Wukong quickly sensed chi, and within a few minutes he had preliminarily grasped the air dance art. Wukong wobbled off the ground, his face beaming with joy. After a few tries he became more adept at controlling chi and soon his flight was steady. This delighted Wukong immensely and his flying speed grew faster and faster. Flying on his own was a completely different experience from riding the flying Nimbus. Like a child with a new toy he flew around the sky having the time of his life. He even called the flying Nimbus over wanting to race it to see which was faster. At the same time a sudden ding echoed in Li Shu's mind leaving him taken aback. When did the system start making a ding sound? Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the hidden achievement Premature Sky Dance Art. Through your intervention the original plot trajectory has undergone subtle changes. Wukong mastered the air dance art ahead of time. Such audacious behavior is truly admirable. Reward obtained Flight Buff Achievement Point 6. Flying speed increased by 10. A hidden achievement. Li Shu noticed this subtle change. The last time he obtained a hidden achievement was at Yi Bai Xiaoxiong's grilled chicken shop where he helped Yi Bai Xiaoxiong subdue a legendary dinosaur cuckoo and obtained a bottle of invisibility insight potion which he hasn't had the heart to use yet. Now he had obtained another hidden achievement. Comparing the two, Li Shu vaguely felt he had found a pattern. Cuckoo the dragon was not in the original story, he discovered it by accident. Teaching Sun Wukong the sky dance technique ahead of time changed the original plot development. Thus the method to trigger hidden achievements became clear. Method 1: Get in touch with characters not appearing in the original story, increase favorability, and there is a chance to trigger. Method 2: Change the original plot. Li Shu noted these 2 points in his notebook, then took out the dragon radar, looked at it, and soared into the sky towards Goku saying, "Time to go, Goku." Red Ribbon Army Headquarters Command Center. Report, Commander-in-Chief. The dragon radar has detected a new signal. Oh. A short middle-aged man leaned back in his boss chair, a pipe clamped between his lips, a black eye patch over his right eye. Crossing his legs in a good mood, he asked, "In which direction?" Report, Marshal. The signal is in the direction of Papaya Island, moving rapidly towards our branch Master Yuta Tower. Their aircraft is very fast. Papaya Island. I heard the World Martial Arts Tournament just ended there. Colonel Silver with red hair wore a disdainful smirk. He continued analyzing. This Dragon Ball was most likely brought by the contestants from all over the country. Now that the tournament is over, they are about to head back. Master Yuta direction. So it's a martial artist from the north. Colonel Silver's smile grew even more contemptuous. I'm very interested in these martial artists. Commander, let me go. Colonel Silver volunteered, his face full of confidence. You see, in his daily training he was a one-man army against 10, and those he fought were elite soldiers of the Corps. He had absolute confidence in his strength. The World Martial Arts Tournament with its one-on-one fighting style, and no weapons allowed, was a joke in his eyes. He completely disdained participating. He thought that if he participated he could easily win the championship. Black Commander looked at the confident Colonel Silver and said with satisfaction, Colonel Silver, go and retrieve our Dragon Ball. As you wish, Commander. Colonel Silver turned and left gracefully, leading a group of subordinates into a fighter jet heading towards Papaya Island. Goku, you need to fly standing up like me. Li Shu glanced at Goku flying prone and decided to single-handedly change everyone's habit of flying prone in Dragon Ball. Goku looked at his brother in confusion, only then realizing why his brother flew standing up. But he didn't think much about it, and tried standing for a while but soon said, Brother, flying standing up is not as comfortable as flying prone. But it's cool. Li Shu explained nonchalantly. Cool. Goku didn't quite understand the explanation, but under his brother's strong insistence he eventually chose to fly standing up. But soon Goku called his Nimbus, sat on it, and grinned. Brother, flying sitting down is pretty cool too, right? Looking at Goku's mount, a flash of envy crossed Li Shu's eyes. The coolest way to fly in his opinion was sword flight, or riding a majestic mighty mount. Thinking this, his heart stirred and he remembered the summoning potion. Li Shu took out the dinosaur leg, then retrieved the summoning potion. Under Goku's curious gaze he evenly applied the potion to the dinosaur leg. Ding! Congratulations, summoning successful. Inexhaustible dinosaur leg, LV4 type, renewable edible spirit artifact. Ability 1 can attach to the leg. Ability 2 emits enticing meat aroma. Ability 3 spirituality. Ability 4 sky flight. Ability 5 increases combat power by 5 when equipped. Sky flight. Spirituality. Li Shu was overjoyed. Sky flight was easy to understand, but the word spirituality left him slightly puzzled. It was too vague. But Li Shu was not dissatisfied, instead he was somewhat delighted. Vague was good. He now understood that the vaguer the description, the greater the potential, and the higher the ceiling. While Li Shu was deep in thought, Goku took a bite at the dinosaur leg, the tempting aroma too irresistible. Something neither Li Shu nor Goku expected happened. The dinosaur leg moved on its own, dodging Goku's bite. In that instant, Li Shu sensed a ripple of emotion from the dinosaur leg, as if it were saying, "I'm not going to let you eat me." Was this spirituality? Li Shu was amazed. That was truly spiritual. But he was not satisfied with this. His ultimate goal was leg flight. He wanted to see if the summoned dinosaur leg sky flight ability could actually achieve that. "Brother, your dinosaur leg is a monster. It's fully cooked but can still move on its own." Goku rubbed his chin, alleviating the pain from his missed bite while exclaiming, "Hee hee." Li Shu laughed heartily. Goku watched closely. "I'll show you something cool." Goku quickly widened his eyes, staring without blinking. Li Shu tossed the dinosaur leg into the air, silently chanting, "See that yellow cloud over there? You're going to carry me like that cloud, okay?" At the same time he softly commanded, "Go." What made Li Shu excited happened. The dinosaur leg understood his thoughts and whooshed down to his feet. Was this spirituality? Awesome! Li Shu roared in his heart. Sword flight. That's nothing. I'm doing leg flight. And it was a crispy, juicy dinosaur leg. Who else? Li Shu was in high spirits, just like Goku when he first learned the sky dance, flying around the sky having a blast. Brother, why can a roasted dinosaur leg fly? Is it really a monster?" Goku chased after him, asking repeatedly. "What nonsense? What are you talking about?" Li Shu explained indignantly. "This is a spirit artifact I refined." Spirit artifact? Goku didn't understand. Li Shu patiently explained. "It's a weapon with spirituality. Just like your power pole, your pole can shrink and grow, right?" Oh. That way Goku understood. He took out his power pole and bit it, nearly breaking his teeth. With a grimace he said, "Why can't my spirit artifact be eaten?" Li Shu sat cross-legged on the dinosaur's leg, pulling out the dragon radar for a look, then taking out a world map to compare. According to the map, the location of this Dragon Ball was in a village called Jinga near Masuryuta to the north. Masuryuta? Jinga village. What place was that? Li Shu wore a contemplative expression, striving to recall the memories of Dragon Ball from 20 years ago in his mind. After pondering for a long while, he still couldn't remember. However, he did recall one thing. According to the plot's progression, this stage should be the Red Ribbon Army arc. The future androids 17 and 18 were created by this very army. It seemed a doctor within this army had developed the androids. Should he kill that doctor in advance? That would be a solid hidden achievement. Li Shu sank into thought again, but quickly dismissed the idea. Doing so would forfeit all achievements related to androids 17 and 18, a loss outweighing the gain. Another Dragon Ball signal appeared. Looking at the new signal on the Dragon radar, it wasn't far from their position, in a small town near the wilderness. Goku turned around. A new Dragon Ball signal has appeared over there. Meanwhile, not far from Li Shu and the others, Colonel Shilub sat in a fighter jet listening to instructions over the wireless communication. "Colonel Shilub, the Dragon radar has detected a new signal, and we've noticed the signal we were tracking earlier is also heading that way. The commander orders you to retrieve both Dragon Balls." "Understood, rest assured I'll complete the mission." Colonel Shilub's lips curled into a confident smile. In the wilderness town, Li Shu and Goku found a secluded spot to land and followed the Dragon radar's guidance toward the target. "This is the place." Li Shu stood at the entrance of a general store, checked the signal on the Dragon radar again, and confirmed it. Just then the store owner stepped out and greeted them warmly. "Sir, what do you need?" the owner asked with a beaming smile. Li Shu gave him a once-over, a mere 5 in combat power, then said bluntly, "Have you seen a yellow sphere? One with several red stars inside. Since the Dragon radar pointed here, the Dragon Ball must be here." If the owner was willing to sell, all would be well. If he played dirty, then Li Shu would have to resort to other means. He was determined to obtain the Dragon Ball. If the owner was willing to sell, that would be ideal. If he resorted to tricks, then Li Shu would have to be alone in his delight. He would use some unorthodox methods. The Dragon Ball was his to claim. "You mean the Dragon Ball?" The owner thought for a moment, as if remembering something, and asked with a grin. "Oh, you know about the Dragon Ball?" The owner's reply caught Li Shu off guard. After all, very few people knew about the Dragon Balls, yet this owner from a remote wilderness town was aware of them. The owner maintained his cheerful expression and said, "That's a legendary treasure. I heard that if you gather all 7 you can have any wish fulfilled. I happened to buy it from a wanderer for a hefty price. Later I asked around and learned the legend of the Dragon Balls, but I never believed in such miraculous things." Seeing the owner ramble on, Li Shu lost his patience, and said directly, "You just want to sell it at a good price, don't you? Name your price." Heh. The owner let out a dry laugh and said, "Please come inside, sir. We can discuss the price after you see the goods." Li Shu followed without hesitation. As the owner went to fetch the Dragon Ball, he said, "The material of this Dragon Ball is very peculiar, something I've never seen before. Even without the legend, it's a rare treasure, which is why I bought it. I originally didn't want to sell it, I bought it only for collection. Since you're here specifically for it, I'll have to part with it reluctantly." With that, the owner brought out an exquisite box and handed it to Li Shu. Li Shu took the box, opened it, and his eyes lit up, but soon a strange expression crossed his face. Goku also looked over curiously and exclaimed in delight, "Big brother, it really is a Dragon Ball. And it's the 4-star ball." "Huh? 4-star ball?" Goku suddenly realized and muttered, "How can there be 2 4-star balls?" Li Shu wore a puzzled look, checked the Dragon Ball again, and confirmed that the radar did point here. So why were there 2 4-star balls? Soon Li Shu noticed something off. This 4-star ball was very light, and its luster appeared dim. He touched it carefully, the texture felt wrong, like polished glass. Most importantly, the 4-star ball he carried was definitely real, and among the 7 Dragon Balls there could never be 2 identical ones. That meant this 4-star ball was definitely fake. Yet the Dragon radar clearly showed a Dragon Ball here. What was going wrong? With this thought, Li Shu's eyes narrowed. He asked calmly, "Boss, how much?" The owner had also heard Goku's muttering. Initially worried, he had prepared a story, but when he heard Li Shu ask about the price, he smiled and said, 5,000,000. I bought it for exactly that amount, no profit. 0,000. That cheap. Li Shu didn't hesitate and handed over 5,000,000. The owner was stunned, a pang of regret hit him. He had asked too little. He should have named a higher price. But since it was done, he couldn't raise the price on the spot. He forced a reluctant expression and sold it to Li Shu as if it were a great sacrifice. However, after receiving the sphere, Li Shu's face broke into a smile. He asked, "Boss, where I come from, there's a rule: if it's fake, you pay 10 times the price. Does your shop have such a rule?" Ah. The owner's heart skipped a beat and a bad feeling surged. He hurriedly said, "So we don't have such a rule here. Once sold, no returns." "I see." Li Shu let out a sigh and then asked, "Do you have any more Dragon Balls?" "I'll take them all at the same price, 5,000,000 each." "All of them?" Hearing this, a gleam of greed flashed in the owner's eyes, but reason quickly suppressed it. He had already realized that this man was not to be trifled with, and only wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. So he forced a bitter smile, and said, "Sir, I was lucky to get just this one. I really don't have any more. Perhaps you could try somewhere else." "Boss, I advise you not to be ungrateful. I say you have them, so you have them." Li Shu's gaze turned cold. He threw the fake Dragon Ball to the ground, shattering it into pieces, and said with a sinister sideways glance, "Will you take them out yourself, or should I beat you a few times first before you do? Or should I teach you a lesson first, and then you hand them over?" Li Shu's sudden move startled both the boss and Wukong. The not-so-bright Wukong even cried out in shock at the shattered Dragon Ball on the ground. "Grandpa! Wukong, don't call him Grandpa! There can only be one 4-star ball. His is fake, he's deceiving us," Li Shu said without turning his head, his gaze sharp and fixed on the boss. Meanwhile, he tossed the real 4-star ball to Wukong and said, "When a real Dragon Ball senses other Dragon Balls, it emits a glow. That means there must be another Dragon Ball here." These words were spoken for Wukong's benefit, but also for the boss's. Wukong recalled the last time he collected Dragon Balls. They did indeed react when near each other. At that, Wukong finally realized they had been tricked. Glaring at the boss with fury, he fumed. "You're despicable. The prize money from my runner-up finish in the martial arts tournament was only 500,000, and you swindled it all away." Indeed, Li Shu had used Wukong's money to pay that 500,000. The boss, seeing the gleaming 4-star ball in Li Shu's hand, was dumbfounded. If only he had known, he would have given them a different Dragon Ball. "Wait!" The boss, struck by a sudden inspiration, also put on an angry face and cried, "I'm a victim too! I'm going to find that damn vagrant right now!" With that, the boss pulled out a pistol and stormed toward the door. Hearing his explanation, Wukong's anger instantly dissipated. He looked at the boss in astonishment. "Is that so? Then take us to that vagrant." Li Shu sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, utterly moved to tears by Wukong's naivety. Just as Li Shu was about to stop the boss and teach him a lesson, the door opened from outside. A group of fully armed soldiers burst in, their guns aimed at them, led by a red-haired man with an air of arrogance. The boss was terrified by the sight, his legs giving way as he stumbled backward. Compared to these armed soldiers, the two figures, one big and one small, behind him seemed far more endearing. Oh. 3 people. Colonel Shiruba cracked his neck, his eyes scanning the trio. Who has the Dragon Ball? Combat power 20. Li Shu glanced at the red-haired man. That 20-point combat power set his mind at ease. This was a weakling even Yamcha could defeat. As for the soldiers, they were all worthless fighters, nothing to worry about. He has it. The boss instantly betrayed Li Shu, hastily distancing himself to avoid being implicated. Li Shu sneered and tilted his chin. He has one too. I don't. Don't say that. Not me. The boss shook his head frantically, now desperate. Nothing mattered more than his own life. My Dragon Balls are all fakes. I'll show you if you don't believe me. With that, the boss scrambled onto a shelf, pulled down a wooden crate, and opened it before everyone. Wukong's eyes widened in shock. Inside the crate were nothing but Dragon Balls, from 1 star to 7 star, several complete sets. One glance told Li Shu that every single ball in the crate was fake, none emitted the Dragon Ball resonance. Colonel Shiruba couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You check them. Yes, sir. A soldier stepped forward and began inspecting each one. Report, sir. All are ordinary glass balls. Colonel Shiruba's face hardened. Detain this man. He must have real Dragon Balls here. The boss panicked, pleading incessantly, but no one listened. His cries only angered the soldiers, and one knocked him unconscious with a rifle, but... Shut up! With the boss dealt with, Colonel Shiruba turned his gaze to Li Shu. As for Son Goku, he dismissed him as a mere child. You just came from the World Martial Arts Tournament, didn't you? Colonel Shiruba asked suddenly, not rushing to inquire about the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Li Shu looked at the red-haired man with confusion. Instead of answering, he asked, Who are you? Heh! Colonel Shiruba sneered arrogantly. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Colonel Shiruba, Silver Squad Commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Li Shu chuckled lightly. So you're just a small fry. What did you say? Colonel Shiruba was enraged. They were known as the most evil army in the world, and he was its Silver Squad commander. How dare anyone mock him like this? Are you hard of hearing? I know a famous ear doctor. Want me to introduce you? You should get your ears treated first. After you're cured, you can still be a small fry. Li Shu said nonchalantly, already trying to trigger some achievement points from this encounter. One of the achievement rules: the greater the emotional fluctuation, the higher the chance of earning an achievement. This was Li Shu's conclusion from his recent experiences. Colonel Shiruba was now beyond furious. Ever since becoming Silver Squad commander, no one except his superiors had dared speak to him like this. He swore he would tear this man apart. What was your ranking in the tournament? Colonel Shiruba suppressed his rage, asking coldly. Champion. Li Shu replied with a grin, showing no regard for the colonel. No wonder you're so arrogant. Colonel Shiruba's eyes blazed with murderous intent. You're just a bunch of martial artists who've never killed anyone. In the army I can take on 10 men alone. Now let me show you what true strength is. With that, Colonel Shiruba tore off his military coat and threw a punch at Li Shu. Ding. Triggered limited time achievement mission: there's always a stronger man. Defeat Shiruba's conviction within 30 seconds. Reward: holographic dragon radar. Li Shu's eyes lit up. His guess was confirmed again. Emotion was indeed the key to triggering achievements. Defeat his conviction within 30 seconds. The mission's difficulty struck Li Shu. Defeating the enemy was easy, but how to shatter his conviction? Time was short, so he fell into deep thought, pondering a strategy. As for Shiruba's attack, he paid it no mind. Arrogant. Li Shu's contemptuous attitude infuriated Colonel Shiruba. To ignore his attack was the ultimate provocation. I'll punch your head off! Colonel Shiruba roared, landing a blow on Li Shu's face. Li Shu winced. Ouch! That stings a bit. Colonel Shiruba and the soldiers stared in disbelief at the man before them. That punch could shatter a sandbag. Yet the man hadn't budged an inch. What kind of monster was this? Colonel Shiruba's jaw dropped in disbelief as he stared at the man before him. The pain shooting from his knuckles made him feel as though his fist had struck solid steel. How could this be? He was a formidable warrior who could overpower 10 opponents and shatter a sandbag with a single punch. With that one blow, Colonel Shiruba experienced an unprecedented sense of defeat, and his once unshakable confidence began to crumble. An android. This man must be an android, just like those created by Dr. Gello, his entire body forged from synthetic alloy. Colonel Saluba instantly found himself an excuse. It wasn't that he was weak, but that his opponent wasn't even human. With that thought, he felt somewhat better. So what if he's an android? Just a bit tougher than normal. With my combat skills, I've defeated 3 androids outright in the android data experiments. Colonel Saluba said coldly, bring me my blade. A soldier immediately rushed forward and respectfully handed him a sharp long sword. My sword is also made of alloy. Let's see if your body is harder or my blade is sharper. With that, Colonel Saluba leaped into the air and brought the sword down fiercely toward Li Shu's head. Got it. Li Shu had finally devised a plan. With 20 seconds left before the 30-second limit, he swallowed a super painkiller just before the blade struck him. Then the sword's momentum arrived, cleaving his upper body in two. Big brother. Wukong screamed in terror, a surge of fury blazing through him as he prepared to charge at Saluba. At that moment, Li Shu's voice emerged from the mouth of the split head. Wukong, don't panic. I just want him to see that flesh and blood can rival steel. Such a bizarre scene stunned everyone present. Colonel Saluba's jaw dropped completely, his eyes bulging as he struggled to believe what he was seeing. The clearly visible internal organs were still pulsating even after being split in two, yet eerily not a single drop of blood flowed. The bisected Li Shu wore a smile that looked most uncanny, then casually slapped the stupefied Colonel Saluba, sending him flying. He then yanked the sword from his body and flung it, planting it right between Saluba's legs, nearly scaring him into wetting himself, his face turning green with terror. Meanwhile, under the effect of undying body, Li Shu's sundered upper half restored itself perfectly, showing no trace of abnormality. Overpower 10 opponents. Li Shu's gaze toward Saluba was filled with contempt. He raised his hand and a round moon slowly rose from his palm. You little punk, have you ever seen power like this? Sorcery. Colonel Saluba was like a stunned peasant, his fragile psyche receiving another shock. The unknown terror made his body tremble. Fire. Open fire. At Colonel Saluba's roar, the terrified soldiers snapped out of their stupor and instantly pulled their triggers. A hail of bullets rained down on Li Shu and Wukong like a furious storm. Yet what followed only deepened their fear and despair. The expected image of the enemies riddled with holes did not appear. Instead, 2 rapidly expanding silhouettes loomed larger in their pupils. The bullets struck the 2 hairy colossal bodies with a pinging sound, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Not even a single hair was dislodged. Roar. Roar. 2 enormous gorillas burst through the roof, emanating a wild, ferocious aura like towering apocalyptic demons. Their immense pupils gazed indifferently at the ant-like crowd below. Staring at the 2 behemoths, the soldiers, their livers and gallbladders trembling, fired a few rocket launchers. Seeing no effect, they scattered in panic, a chaotic mess. Colonel Saluba looked up with hollow eyes, utterly terrified. When he first saw the androids, his worldview had been shattered and he felt the world was absurd beyond belief. Now, after barely rebuilding that worldview and accepting this new reality, he faced this sight. Flesh impervious to blades and bullets, surviving and even frolicking after being cut in half, then instantly healing. Was that something a human could do? And now they had transformed into colossal apes whose mere ferocious aura shattered his psychological defenses, leaving him with no will to resist, only a desperate urge to flee this terrifying place. Recalling his earlier arrogance and conceit, he felt an overwhelming sense of agony and shame. His record of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly was enough to pride himself in the Red Ribbon Army, yet before true strength it was so insignificant and fragile. His opponent didn't even need to move, a mere wisp of aura crushed his confidence, shattering his liver and gall. Colonel Saluba wanted to flee, but pinned by that fierce aura and paralyzed with fear, he was utterly immobilized. Overpower 10 opponents. The giant ape spoke in human tongue, letting out a contemptuous snicker, then bellowed, let me show you what it means to hold a pass against 1,000 men. I alone can annihilate your entire Red Ribbon Army. With that roar, Li Shu unleashed the power of Lion's Roar technique. In his giant ape form, his rough, savage voice, amplified by the Lion's Roar technique, was like a demonic annihilation sound, penetrating every mind and shaking their eardrums. Ah! 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 The fleeing soldiers clutched their ears in agony, collapsing with blood oozing from all 7 orifices, writhing and squirming on the ground like maggots. Colonel Saluba, closest to the giant ape, bore the brunt of the assault, suffering several times more pain than the others. Blood flowed not only from his 7 apertures but also from every pore. Pallid as paper from blood loss, his eyes held nothing but terror. Li Shu did not strike to kill. He roared for only a second, then stopped and activated inversion field. An invisible ripple spread outward and both Li Shu and Wukong's bodies instantly reverted from their transformation, returning to normal. Big brother. Wukong stared at Li Shu in astonishment. Did the giant ape transformation just dispel? I'll explain later. A flicker of disappointment passed through Li Shu's eyes. He himself was indeed within the scope of all beings and could no longer transform. Even the spellcaster could not avoid it. All of this, though it seemed long, had actually only taken about 20 seconds. Still not broken. Li Shu frowned, walking toward the wilted Colonel Saliba. Don't come near me. Colonel Saliba stared at him in terror, but he had already lost the courage to run. He could only let out a silent scream, his voice filled with pleading. Only 5 seconds remained until the mission deadline. Li Shu looked down at Colonel Saliba, his expression growing darker. After all this, was it all for nothing? What do you think you're doing? Colonel Silverbay stared at Li Shu in terror, nightmare after nightmare flashing through his mind. Open your mouth. Li Shu decided to make one final attempt. If it truly failed, he would keep Silverbay by his side and torment him relentlessly, hoping to trigger some other achievement. As the saying went, one never left empty-handed. In Li Shu's view, there was no such thing as working for nothing. In his past life, even when fishing yielded no catch at all, he would still dig up a handful of soil before leaving. Silverbay instinctively opened his mouth. Li Shu flicked his finger, and a senzu bean shot forth. Swallow it within 2 seconds or I'll kill your entire family. At this point, Silverbay harbored no thought of resistance whatsoever. He didn't even need 2 seconds, he swallowed it instantly. He had assumed it was some poison or an evil substance designed to control the human mind, and had already braced himself for a tragic fate. Only when the senzu bean took effect and his entire body's injuries instantly recovered did he stare at Li Shu in astonishment. Could such a miraculous thing truly exist in this world? He knew all too well how severe his injuries had been, yet in that instant they healed completely, his physical condition restored to its peak. However, his fighting spirit had been utterly extinguished. He had no intention of resisting again. The chasm-like gap between them gave him a sobering awareness of his own limitations. The arrogance and confidence he had arrived with were completely gone, replaced only by deep fear and reverence. Faced with an enemy possessing such abilities, he could not imagine anyone in his military who could defeat them. As that person had said, if they wished, a single individual could annihilate the Red Ribbon Army that he prided himself over. After witnessing their capabilities firsthand, he believed this without a doubt. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the limited time achievement task. There is always someone better earning the reward: holographic Dragon Ball radar and 10 achievement points. Li Shu's furrowed brows instantly relaxed and a brilliant smile spread across his face. The doubled achievement point rewards from limited time achievements were simply exhilarating. His achievement points had already reached an impressive 74. If Sun Wukong could win over the Great Demon King Piccolo, complete with full-time nanny duties, with just a single senzu bean, what difficulty could there be in Li Shu capturing Colonel Silverbay? The 10 achievement points that had just been credited put Li Shu in excellent spirits, making the colonel before him seem almost tolerable. Why did you save me? Watching Li Shu's smiling face bathed in sunlight, Colonel Silverbay's mind grew somewhat foggy, and his questioning voice had unconsciously softened. Li Shu withdrew his smile and regarded the other coldly. I merely want you to return and deliver a message. Keep the collected Dragon Balls safe. I will come to collect them in 7 days. I will. Colonel Silverbay nodded with a grave expression, summoned a jet using a capsule corp device, and flew away. Ding. A limited time side check-in quest has been triggered. In 7 days, proceed to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters to complete the check-in. Quest reward: Universal Enhancement Box. Universal Enhancement Box has an extremely slim chance of allowing one item within the box to receive a single upgrade. Usable once per day. Reminder: if the quest fails, this reward will disappear permanently. That extremely slim probability. Li Shu was at a loss for words. It looked useful, but with odds like that it was as practical as chicken ribs, barely worth the effort. A 99 success rate was already terrifying enough. What kind of experience would an extremely slim probability bring? Fortunately it was free, so he could still give it a try. It was a pity it wasn't an achievement quest and came with no achievement point rewards, but it was still decent. Perhaps one day his luck would run exceptionally high and succeed just once. That would save him a considerable amount of achievement points, wouldn't it? Li Shu was happily lost in thought when Wukong approached holding a Dragon Ball that emitted a faint glow. A 6-star Dragon Ball. Li Shu glanced at the still unconscious shop owner and asked curiously, "Where did you find it?" Wukong pointed toward the window and smiled. "Right in the bird's nest below the window. I happened to notice it when I transformed into the Great Ape just now." After stowing the Dragon Ball, Li Shu woke the shop owner. Gazing up at the azure sky overhead and then at his house reduced to ruins, the shop owner trembled and asked, "Where is my house? Destroyed by that group just now. Look at me, please. Don't dwell on the details, alright? The key issue now is that you sold counterfeit goods and I demand compensation." Li Shu patted the shop owner's chubby cheek and said solemnly, "Compensation." The shop owner broke down completely, sitting on the ground and wailing, "I'm already ruined like this. How am I supposed to compensate you?" Li Shu shook his head. "I don't care. That's your problem. You sold fake goods and I am the victim. Either produce genuine Dragon Balls or pay 10 times the value, that's 5 million. If you refuse, I'll beat you until you pay. Choose for yourself." Hearing this, the shop owner immediately dropped his act. His crying cut off abruptly. He looked around and asked, "Where did that group go? They tore your house apart looking for Dragon Balls, didn't find them, and left." Li Shu said casually. The shop owner rose from the ground, brushed off the dust, and a practiced beaming smile returned to his face. "So you're saying it's just the two of you now?" he asked meaningfully. "Indeed." Li Shu gazed back at the shop owner with equal depth. "Come on, big brother," Wukong interjected. "The boss is pretty pitiful too." Just then the kind-hearted Wukong spoke up. "Just return the 500,000 to us. That was money I earned through hard labor." Alright, I'll get the money right away." Reaching toward his waist, the shop owner instantly drew a pistol and opened fire on both Li Shu and Wukong. Letting the bullet strike his body, Li Shu looked at Wukong and asked, "Do you still think he's pitiful?" Wukong hesitated for a moment, then glared at the shop owner in fury. "You want to kill us?" The shop owner stared at them in terror. The pistol's ammunition was exhausted, yet he continued frantically pulling the trigger, drenched in sweat. "You are utterly detestable." Enraged, Wukong instantly charged forward and beat the shop owner into a pulp before finally venting his anger. Li Shu slowly approached the shop owner, who was slumped on the ground, and asked coldly, "Everyone must pay for their actions. Are you willing to compensate now?" "I'll pay. Stop hitting me." Tears of remorse streamed from the shop owner's swollen, bloodshot eyes. "Excellent." Li Shu nodded with satisfaction. "Beyond the 5 million for selling counterfeits, there is also compensation for the psychological trauma caused by your gunfire, including shock fees, emotional distress, medical expenses, and more. The total comes to 10 million. Do you have any objections?" The shop owner stared in shock at Li Shu, so terrified by the astronomical compensation that he could barely catch his breath and collapsed unconscious. "What a nuisance." Li Shu frowned, produced a senzu bean and fed it to the shop owner. The shop owner, who had only just fainted, instantly regained consciousness. The look in his eyes toward Li Shu was filled with terror, as though he were staring at a demon walking among men. Li Shu discerned from the boss's reaction that the compensation of 10 million was indeed beyond his means. After a lengthy negotiation, the boss, weeping bitterly, produced a compensation of 7594521. 86 yuan, the entire fortune he had amassed over years of deception. Seeing that the man had truly been drained of wealth, Li Shu finally let him go, soaring away in a graceful flight as the boss stared in terror. Ding! Achievement Quest Chain: Punish Evil and Uphold Justice triggered. Current progress 1300. Quest Reward Title: Hero Achievement Value 5000. Hero Combat Power increased by 30. The sudden system notification startled Li Shu immensely. He had never seen such an achievement quest before. The enticing rewards made his mouth water with desire. He wished he could abandon the search for the Dragon Balls and immediately slay 299 villains. He had never seen so many achievement points, a staggering 5,000. In 5 grueling years he had accumulated only a few hundred points. And the attributes of the hero title, what man could resist such a test? "I must obtain it." Calm down, the two aren't conflicting. There are no shortage of villains within the Red Ribbon Army. This sudden surprise truly startled Li Shu. It was the most generous reward he had ever witnessed. The system had rarely been so generous. He had to accept this favor, complete the quest chain, and annihilate the world's most evil army. Li Shu daydreamed blissfully, then wondered what the holographic dragon radar looked like, and what functions it had. Why wasn't it in his storage space? After searching in vain, an idea struck him. Could it be a skill? Indeed, when he opened the skill panel, holographic dragon radar was right there. Holographic Dragon Radar displays the precise location of the Dragon Balls in high-definition holographic images with a built-in navigation system. As Li Shu focused his mind, a holographic projection screen appeared before him, showing the locations of the remaining 5 Dragon Balls. With such a powerful radar range, it far surpassed the small radar Buma had made. Li Shu looked curiously at Wukong. Couldn't he see the massive holographic projection? Only I can see it. That's fine, saves me the trouble of explaining. Li Shu quickly zoomed in on the nearest Dragon Ball. The radar map expanded rapidly, revealing a crystal-clear image. It was a vast expanse of snow-covered land with a towering red pagoda standing proudly amidst scattered villages. Is that Maseret Tower? It seems vaguely familiar. The image shifted again, showing the exact location of the Dragon Ball, a room at the top of Maseret Tower where a ferocious-looking middle-aged man was idly playing with it. The view zoomed in further, clearly revealing the two-star Dragon Ball in the man's hand. The capabilities of the holographic dragon radar left Li Shu utterly astounded. It was incredibly powerful. In that case, the Dragon Ball could be used as an eye. A bold idea suddenly struck Li Shu. As he mused, he couldn't help but let out a gleeful chuckle. "Brother, what are you laughing at?" Wukong asked curiously. Li Shu snapped back to reality and said nothing. "I think we need to buy some winter clothes. The north is an extremely cold place." "Great. And then let's eat again. I'm feeling a bit hungry," Wukong said cheerfully, fully agreeing with Li Shu's suggestion. At Wukong's words, Li Shu also felt hungry, so he agreed. They began looking for a nearby village or town. With their flying speed, they soon found a quiet village. After stocking up heavily on winter supplies, they enjoyed a hearty meal. Under the astonished gaze of the restaurant owner, Li Shu and Wukong devoured enough food for over 80 people, totaling more than 500,000 yuan. "Please come again." The restaurant owner respectfully saw off the two generous guests in high spirits. The two strolled leisurely through the town streets to digest their meal. Before long, a gang of vicious-looking thugs blocked their path. "You two gluttons sure can eat, spending over 500,000 on a single meal." The leader had a scarred face and bleached yellow hair, twirling a dagger in his hand. Seeing this, the other townsfolk hurried back into their homes, bolting their doors, unwilling to meddle. The restaurant owner watched from afar and finally gritted his teeth, deciding to help the two generous customers. Despite his wife's repeated pleas, he called the police. You're infuriating me. Even if they're arrested, what's the use? They'll be released in a few days and take revenge on us." His wife was already in tears, gazing at her husband with reproach. The restaurant owner sighed and said, "After all, they got into trouble because they ate here. We should lend a hand. Besides, if you don't tell and I don't tell, who will know it was us who called?" Alas. His wife sighed, her face full of worry. This gang was notorious in the surrounding villages, lazy loafing and always causing trouble. They had been locked up countless times. But each time they were released, they remained incorrigible, much to the police's frustration. "Did you call us gluttons?" Li Shu eyed the yellow-haired man with a hostile gaze. "I'm talking about you too. Spending 500,000 on a meal. If that's not being a glutton, what is? A super glutton." The gang burst into laughter, eyeing Li Shu and Wukong maliciously. "I'm hungry too. I want to experience what it feels like to spend 500,000 on a meal," the yellow-haired man said coldly. "If you know what's good for you, leave your money or you won't get out of here." A smile spread across Li Shu's face. Just when he was feeling drowsy, a pillow arrived, and 8 of them at that. "What are you smiling at, you bastard? You're asking for death." The yellow-haired man, enraged by Li Shu's smile, lunged forward with his dagger. Li Shu didn't dodge. The dagger struck his body with a clang like steel, unable to penetrate an inch. The yellow-haired man was stunned. He stabbed again and again, but his hand grew numb. Eventually he dropped the dagger. "Pick it up." Li Shu's gaze turned cold as he stared at the yellow-haired man, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Trembling with fear, the man picked up the dagger. Slap. Li Shu struck him across the face. "Hold it steady." The yellow-haired man was terrified. He looked helplessly at his accomplices behind him, only to see that their fear was no less than his own. "Keep stabbing until you kill me." Li Shu's calm voice uttered words that would terrify anyone. The yellow-haired thug, who had thought himself a heinous criminal, now felt like a saint compared to the true demon before him. Under Li Shu's icy gaze, the yellow-haired man kept swinging his dagger until the web of his hands split open from the strain. The remaining 7 accomplices were petrified. They wanted to flee, but the man before them exerted such immense pressure that their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move, forcing them to stand there like fools watching. "Wukong, if I killed them all, how would you see me?" Li Shu suddenly asked. Wukong asked curiously. "Big brother, why would you want to kill them?" "Because they are wicked. If we let them go today, they will continue to harm more innocent people. Li Shu explained earnestly. Wukong said perplexedly. But they haven't harmed us, have they? Li Shu sighed and patiently explained. If we were ordinary people, wouldn't your big brother already be dead from his stabbing? That seems true. They are indeed despicable. I think giving them a good lesson so they dare not do evil again would be enough. Wukong said naively. Is that what you think? Li Shu said somewhat helplessly. Do you know how difficult it is to persuade a villain to stop being evil? The most effective way is to simply kill them. Then they will never do evil again. Wukong thought for a moment, then stared at Li Shu with his big innocent eyes and said, Big brother, if you do that, wouldn't you become the new villain? Forget it. Li Shu was too tired to explain further to Wukong. He looked at the yellow-haired man and asked, Will you still go around doing evil in the future? The yellow-haired man nodded, frantically weeping and repenting. Big brother, I truly know I was wrong. Please, I really can't kill you. I swear I'll never do evil again. The other 7 companions also began frantically assuring him, as if receiving a pardon, even swearing solemn oaths that they would never dare to do evil again. Big brother, they know they're wrong. Let's go. Wukong's face lit up with a naive smile. Li Shu ignored Wukong. He sneered inwardly at these thugs. They were all lying. Once he left, they would certainly bully the weak to vent their fear. The reason was simple: even after their confessions, the system did not prompt him to complete the task. This meant that these villains had not truly reformed, but were merely biding their time after weighing the consequences. Li Shu somewhat regretted bringing Wukong along. Otherwise he could have killed them all and easily finished the task. Write down your home addresses, the names of your family members, your close friends, your secret crushes, anyone you care about. Write it all down. Since he couldn't kill them directly, he decided to combat evil with evil to complete the mission of eradicating wickedness. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man and the others turned pale with terror. Don't want to write. Li Shu's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his finger, a beam of energy shot out, piercing straight through the yellow-haired man's right leg. Then I'll take one leg from each of you first, and then you can continue writing. The yellow-haired man clutched his knee, letting out a scream of agony. All illusions of hope vanished. He wailed. All right. But I don't have a pen or paper. The other 7 watched in terror. The faint-hearted among them had already wet their pants from fear. Wukong furrowed his brow. For the first time he felt that his big brother was so unfamiliar. Do you think writing with pen and paper will teach you a lesson? Li Shu sneered. The yellow-haired man's knee is still bleeding. Don't waste it. Dip your fingers in that blood and write on the ground. Still not writing. Not enough blood. Seeing their hesitation, Li Shu raised his finger and aimed at one of the blue-haired men. A beam of energy shot out, piercing his thigh, and blood gushed out profusely. Such a terrifying sight dispelled all hesitation. They all rushed toward the blue-haired and yellow-haired men, dipped their fingers in the blood flowing from their wounds, and frantically began writing on the ground. They feared that the next wound would be theirs. Big brother, isn't this too cruel? Wukong frowned, his expression clearly troubled. Li Shu sighed and said, Wukong, look around first. Wukong looked around in confusion and noticed that the tightly shut doors of every house had now opened a crack. Inside the crack stood several figures, cautiously watching the scene unfolding before them. Most of their expressions were those of vindication. If you really can't accept your big brother's actions, why don't you go around and ask what these villains have done to others? Li Shu said patiently. Wukong nodded and quickly ran off to ask around. Seeing Wukong approaching, the residents were so frightened that they slammed their doors and windows shut again. I want to ask, what evil deeds have they done? Wukong stopped outside a house and shouted loudly. Li Shu glanced at Wukong's direction, then turned his attention back to the thugs before him. If I find out that any of you dare to do evil again, I will kill your entire families. Every single one of you and your families. Li Shu's voice, as cold as a demon's, made the yellow-haired man and the others tremble uncontrollably. They now deeply regretted ever provoking this demon. It seems the blood is running low, Li Shu muttered. Just as he was about to act, a green-haired man quickly pulled out a dagger and shouted, Big brother! We'll handle it ourselves. The green-haired man immediately stabbed the yellow-haired man in the thigh. He now hated the yellow-haired man fiercely, wishing he could kill him. So he showed no mercy in drawing blood, aiming straight for the artery. The yellow-haired man let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, blood gushing like a spring. Even Li Shu found it hard to watch. He took out a divine bean and fed it to the yellow-haired man, then said to the others, Go ahead and stab freely. As long as you have a breath left, I can bring you back. Sure enough, the wound on the yellow-haired man's leg healed instantly. This miracle of medical recovery did not bring these people any peace of mind. Instead, it only deepened their fear and dread. 5 minutes later, the ground was covered with densely written names in blood. Li Shu took out a camera and photographed the evidence. "Are these all real?" Li Shu asked. Everyone nodded frantically, looking at him with trembling hearts. "Good. Then let me ask you again, will you do evil in the future?" Li Shu asked with a stern expression. "No, we won't," the 8 men answered shakily. Yet the system's prompt still did not sound. It seemed his methods were still too gentle. Li Shu sighed, his gaze toward the 8 people gradually turning icy cold. He had lost patience and decided to eliminate these men directly, even if it meant creating a rift between him and Wukong. He would not hesitate. Just then the piercing sound of police sirens echoed from afar. 2 police cars sped over, performing a perfect drift before stopping in front of Li Shu and the others. "Who called the police?" A male and a female officer stepped out of the car. The male officer asked while holding a small notebook. The female officer surveyed the scene, and upon seeing the blood-soaked ground and the 8 thugs, immediately understood. She waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter who called. These are repeat offenders. Take them all in." The yellow-haired man and his crew, slumped on the ground, became ecstatic at the sight of the police, as if they had seen their own parents. Yes. We called the police on ourselves. Hurry and lock us up." The yellow-haired man grabbed the male officer's hand excitedly, urging him repeatedly. The others were equally eager to be arrested. A notification chimed. Achievement quest: chain, punish evil and uphold justice. Current progress 2,300. Upon completion, reward title hero achievement points 5,000. Li Shu was taken aback. It was already done. But the progress seemed off. There were 8 people here, so why did it only increase by 1 point? After a moment's thought, he figured it out. This quest didn't count by individual heads but by incidents. As long as one evil deed was resolved, it counted as one task. It seemed he had overcomplicated things from the start. If he had just called the police directly. Li Shu let out a bitter laugh. Just then the female officer approached him, asked a few simple questions, and then quickly left with the 8 men. After the incident, the restaurant owner rushed out excitedly, and said to Li Shu gratefully, "Sir, you have done a great thing. Yes, after this lesson they probably won't dare to come back and cause trouble." Another resident said, "You are our hero." The residents came out one by one, showering Li Shu with praise. To thank him for driving away the villains, they each presented him with gifts. The restaurant owner was the most straightforward. He insisted on refunding Li Shu's meal cost, a staggering sum of 500,000. Wukong stared blankly at the scene. From what he had just learned, he now understood the heinous nature of those villains' crimes, which were truly despicable. He could somewhat understand his big brother's actions. Even if his brother had killed those men, he wouldn't think it was wrong. Seeing Wukong's brow smooth out, and a silly grin spread across his face amid the residents' praise, Li Shu's mood also lifted. After bidding farewell to the residents, Li Shu and Wukong continued flying toward the northern Masota Tower. "Big brother, are there really people so evil in this world?" Wukong's voice was low, as if the incident had deeply affected him. Li Shu had never seen the optimistic and innocent Wukong wear such an expression. Curious, he asked, "What evil deeds did they commit?" "Big brother, do you know what rape means?" Wukong asked in confusion. Li Shu found it hard to explain. After all, Wukong was still at an age where he casually showed his private parts without any embarrassment. His understanding of such matters was completely blank, and even if he explained, it would be difficult for him to comprehend. It would take a lot of time to educate Wukong on these matters, but Li Shu was too lazy to do so. In his own era, such knowledge came naturally. "You don't know either, big brother." Wukong was disappointed. He continued, "The residents said that those villains once raped an old woman." Li Shu couldn't hold it in anymore. He stared at Wukong in shock. Rape an old woman. The incident had traumatized the old woman, and she later committed suicide. They also stole the money a father had saved to save his daughter's life. The little girl died in the hospital because she couldn't afford treatment. Later the father went to confront them, only to be humiliated viciously, and he then took his own life. Wukong kept talking, and Li Shu listened quietly. As Wukong recounted the crimes of the yellow-haired man and his gang were too numerous to list. Having lived in the era of big data, Li Shu was no stranger to such atrocities, except for the rape of an old woman, which was truly absurd. So as he heard these crimes, Li Shu's heart remained relatively calm, though he did regret not having killed those scumbags right away without regard for Wukong's feelings. If he had acted first and informed Wukong later, would Wukong have understood? After so many years together, Li Shu already regarded Wukong as his own younger brother, and he cared deeply about Wukong's opinion of him. Wukong, I regret it now. I want to turn back and kill them. Do you want to come? Li Shu interrupted Wukong's narration and said seriously. Wukong was silent for a moment, then nodded. Big brother, I can't bring myself to kill, but I want to personally teach them a lesson. Li Shu smiled. Under his influence, Wukong's personality seemed to have undergone a subtle change. Immediately they both turned around and swiftly chased after the police cars. Wukong, they are in police custody now, so the nature of the situation has changed. We can't reveal our identities. Li Shu looked down from above, his voice filled with murderous intent. Wukong nodded, half understanding. Li Shu raised his hand and a full moon slowly rose. Transform. You go first, after you're done I'll clean up. 2 police cars sped along the road, each carrying 4 criminals. In the car driven by the female officer, the yellow-haired man grumbled. Officer Jing, we're old acquaintances. You know that even if you take us in, it'll just be a few days for causing trouble. Why not just let us go now and save us all the trouble? And I want to report a crime. That guy was the one beating us. We're the victims. You should call for backup and arrest him too. He's very strong. The 2 of you alone won't be able to subdue him. Shut up. The yellow-haired man's incessant chatter annoyed the female officer. To be honest, she was also frustrated with these thugs. They were arrested every few days, released and arrested again. She was tired of it, and wished she could just shoot these bastards. But she had discipline. She kept thinking, when will these scumbags run into a tough opponent? And then get beaten to death. Then she would get the call to come collect the bodies. That would be truly satisfying. Jing Yuya never imagined that the fantasy she had been dreaming of would actually come true. However, the scene before her eyes was somewhat different from what she had envisioned. 2 ferocious-looking giant apes blocked their path. The overwhelming aura of savagery struck them, chilling them to the bone as a wave of fear began to spread within their hearts. Sorry, we mean no offense. We just want to teach these thugs a lesson. One of the giant apes spoke in human tongue, appearing quite polite. Jing Yuya and another male police officer were stunned, sitting in the car at a loss, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Soon the giant ape lifted their police car as if it were an ant, gently setting the 2 officers down. Then it shook the vehicle wildly, dumping the thugs out like beans. After falling from the height, Huang Mao and his gang let out agonizing screams, suffering multiple fractures all over their bodies. What kind of monster is this? Huang Mao and the others were equally terrified, crawling toward the 2 dumbfounded officers and pleading, Save us! Save us! Save us! Save us! Are you kidding? You'd better look out for yourselves. The male officer's eyes widened as he trembled uncontrollably, speaking ruthlessly. While terrified, Jing Yuya also watched the scene with excitement, wishing the 2 giant apes would crush these scumbags immediately. The giant ape Wukong did not suppress the raging aura within him. Instead, he allowed a strand of his wild energy to infiltrate his mind. He grabbed the writhing Huang Mao and his gang with both hands and began swinging them wildly. After a few spins, Huang Mao and his men were already foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The giant ape Wukong slammed them onto the ground, and the sound of bones cracking rang out one after another, clearly indicating that all their bones were broken. He then extended a finger and kept poking at Huang Mao and his group. Too weak. Soon the giant ape Wukong lost interest in them. He was not one who enjoyed bullying the weak. Seeing that the giant ape did not kill these scumbags, Jing Yuya's eyes flickered with disappointment, and even a hint of anger. In the end, she would have to call an ambulance and send these scumbags to the hospital for treatment. But soon the other giant ape made a move. He shot several green beans from his hand, which flew into the mouths of Huang Mao and his gang. Huang Mao and his men, who had already fainted from pain, instantly revived at full health. A sense of familiarity struck Huang Mao, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Demon! That demon is here! Huang Mao was scared out of his wits, desperately trying to escape this place. Li Shu watched the scene with a mocking smile, pinching Huang Mao as if he were an ant. With his other hand he flicked at Huang Mao's groin. The sound of crushing eggs abruptly rang out. All the men present involuntarily clenched their thighs, except for Wukong. Next! The giant ape Li Shu's rough voice hovered in the air. One by one he picked up the men and performed the same operation. Soon all 8 of them became eunuchs, clutching their crotches and wailing in agony on the ground, blood pooling. Performing such a castration in such harsh conditions carried a high risk of death. Before long, Huang Mao and his gang, whether from excessive blood loss or sheer pain, were motionless and lifeless. Old lady, I avenge you! Li Shu muttered, then turned and left with Wukong. Ding! Achievement Quest Chain Punish the Evil and Uphold Justice Current Progress 3300. Upon completion reward Hero Title Achievement Points 5000. Jing Yi stared at the 8 tragic corpses on the ground, her complex emotions unable to calm for a long time. Meanwhile, having reverted from their transformation, Li Shu and Wukong put on new clothes and continued their journey north toward Masaluta. Haha, they actually died from pain. I've never seen such a way to die. Wukong revealed a naive smile. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It seemed that this incident had not left any negative impact on Wukong. Surprisingly, the progress of the Punish the Evil and Uphold Justice quest increased by 1 more point. Could it be because of avenging the old lady? This made him think of many things, and he gained new ideas on how to complete this quest. After this incident, whenever Li Shu passed through a village or town, he would choose to linger for a while, deliberately flaunting some money to see if he could encounter a suitable person to farm some progress on the Punish the Evil and Uphold Justice quest. The reward of 5000 achievement points was simply too tempting, so tempting that he didn't even know how to spend it. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Colonel Saluba stood before the Commander-in-Chief with a heavy expression. "Before you left, how did you guarantee to me?" the Commander-in-Chief said with discontent. Colonel Saluba's face flickered with embarrassment, and he quickly said, "Report, Commander-in-Chief, I underestimated the enemy. I am willing to accept punishment." "Punishment?" the Commander-in-Chief said sarcastically. "You are a veteran of the army. You know that the Red Ribbon Army does not keep useless people. I hope the Commander-in-Chief can give me another chance. I have brought back important intelligence." Colonel Saluba pleaded. "Oh? What intelligence? They are not human. Is this the important intelligence you mentioned?" The Commander-in-Chief's expression soured. "This is just the first piece of important intelligence. The second is that they can transform into giant apes with immense destructive power, and the latest weapons developed by Dr. Gero have no effect on them." As he spoke, Colonel Saluba showed a look of lingering fear. The Commander-in-Chief finally showed a change in expression. He was well aware of the power of the weapons developed by Dr. Gero. It could be said that Dr. Gero's contributions were indispensable to the Red Ribbon Army's current achievements, and the thermal weapons he developed were crucial. Furthermore, the Red Ribbon Army was essentially built by Dr. Gero. You managed to escape from them and bring back such important intelligence. Perhaps you are not so useless after all. The Commander-in-Chief praised him. But the praise sounded so harsh and ironic to Colonel Saluba's ears. He smiled bitterly. "They willingly let me go, even saved my life." "They saved your life and let you return. Is there a message you were supposed to bring me?" the Commander-in-Chief asked. "Yes." Colonel Saluba continued. "That monster had a kind of magical bean. I was already severely wounded and dying, but after eating that magical bean my injuries instantly healed and my body returned to its peak condition. This is the third piece of important intelligence I brought back. Such a magical bean exists." Looking at Saluba, who was obviously seeking credit, the Commander-in-Chief curled his lip and asked, "What message did he tell you to bring?" Colonel Saluba took a deep breath and said solemnly, "He said to have the Dragon Balls we've collected ready. He will come to retrieve them in 7 days." Hearing such arrogant words, the commander couldn't help but laugh heartily. Did he think our Red Ribbon Army only had firearms? To dare to oppose us is nothing short of seeking death. After his sarcastic remark, the commander mused. It seems they are also collecting the Dragon Balls and know their secret. Moreover, the Dragon Ball radar is more compact and precise, portable enough to carry around. Colonel Saluba glanced at the huge radar screen and said, "What? That's impossible. Our Dragon Ball radar cost us a lot of money and time, yet theirs is actually better than ours." The commander said angrily, "Then seize the Dragon Ball radar as well. Do you have anything else to say?" Colonel Saluba hesitated for a moment, then said, "Reporting to the commander, I think we are no match for them. Competing with them for the Dragon Balls is not a wise choice. I suggest. All right, you may leave." A look of displeasure crossed the commander's face as he stopped Saluba from continuing, clearly unwilling to listen. Colonel Saluba wanted to say more, but sensing the tense atmosphere, he ultimately chose to remain silent and turned to leave. Little did he know this silence would be eternal. At the moment he turned, a gunshot rang out from behind. A piercing pain shot through his chest, and he soon lost consciousness. Saluba fell to the ground in shock. Until the moment of his death, he never imagined that he would not die at the hands of the monster, but by the hand of his own people. And even more, he died at the hands of the commander he respected most. Still trying to claim credit. Still wanting me to give up the Dragon Balls. What a foolish waste. The commander waved his hand ordering someone to drag Zaluba's body away. "Summon General Baloo," he said. Gazing at the signals on the giant Dragon Ball radar, he added, "Notify General Huaitei, who is stationed at the Masluta base, of the latest intelligence." Masluta was also a branch of the Red Ribbon Army commanded by General Huaitei of the White Team, whose strength far surpassed that of Colonel Zaluba. Moreover, Masluta was heavily fortified with traps and guarded by Android's purple ninjas and a monstrous fat dragon. He was full of confidence. After receiving the instructions, General Huaitei replied confidently, "Rest assured, Commander. I have already found one Dragon Ball here. If they dare to come, I will ensure they never leave, and I will present both the Dragon Ball radar and the Dragon Balls to you." The commander warned, "Colonel Zaluba has failed and was executed by me. I hope you do not disappoint me." After ending the communication with Masluta, General Baloo arrived upon orders. The commander recounted the previous events, then said, "Now lead your entire blue team to Masluta to take possession of the Dragon Balls and the Dragon Ball radar, then proceed to collect the remaining Dragon Balls." General Baloo was the most formidable combatant in the Red Ribbon Army, and the commander was equally confident in him. Entrusting the task of collecting the Dragon Balls to General Baloo, he felt completely at ease. General Baloo, handsome in appearance, held a rose in his hand and accepted the task with a confident demeanor. On the other side, Li Shu, sitting on a dinosaur leg, wore a look of deep disappointment. Along the way he had passed through 7 villages and towns of various sizes, but had not encountered a single fated person. The progress of "Punish the wicked and uphold justice" remained at 3, and the full progress of 300 seemed endlessly distant. The initial smoothness and the successive encounters with fated people had made him subconsciously overlook the original difficulty of this task. Now, thinking back to complete the full 300 progress points, given the mechanism that counts by events rather than by individuals, it would probably take at least 3 to 5 years to finish. "Big brother, it's so cold." Not long after the two delved deeper into the north, the harsh cold weather began to challenge even Wukong's constitution. Li Shu, also shivering from the cold, hastily took out 2 sets of cotton-padded clothes and changed into them with Wukong. "Wukong, this journey can be considered our training," Li Shu continued. "After we collect the Dragon Balls, I plan to become a wandering hero, punishing the wicked and upholding justice. Do you want to join me, little brother?" "A wandering hero? Is that a new form of training?" Wukong clearly did not understand the meaning of punishing the wicked and upholding justice. Or hero. Sort of, but it doesn't increase strength significantly. It's mainly about cultivating the mind, helping us understand the world more clearly. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains, who knows? Li Shu took a bite of the dinosaur leg he was riding on, and said contentedly, "This mount, which can be both food and a weapon, is really worry-free. Big brother, give me a bite." Wukong rode the somersault cloud closer, opening his mouth to take a bite. The dinosaur leg swayed and deftly dodged Wukong's gaping mouth, infuriating Wukong, who let out a loud cry and chased after it, trying to bite it. Li Shu laughed heartily at the sight. At the Masluta command room. "Report to General Huaitei, we have detected 2 unidentified flying objects on the surveillance screen." General Huaitei ordered, "Enlarge the image. Let me see if they are the 2 that the commander mentioned." As the surveillance image enlarged, everyone in the command room was stunned. A golden cloud. What kind of aircraft is that? Could it be the legendary somersault cloud? Wasn't this thing already extinct? General Huaitei was puzzled for only a moment before recognizing the somersault cloud. The somersault cloud was native to the north, and its legend was known to the elderly living there. Having been stationed in the north for years, he had naturally heard of this legend. He never expected to see it with his own eyes today. General Huaitei's heart immediately grew fervent, but soon cooled. "Even if I seize it, it's useless. This thing can only be ridden by those with pure hearts. He is clearly no longer such a person." The somersault cloud was understandable, but what was that flying roasted dinosaur leg, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside? Moreover, it seemed to be continuously emitting steam, which was simply absurd and completely beyond General Huaitei's comprehension. In the command room, everyone who saw the image had a look of confusion. But that was not the main point. They quickly focused their attention on Li Shu and Wukong. "It's them indeed. 1 big and 1 small monsters with tails, exactly as described in the intel from headquarters. General, should we shoot them down?" A soldier inquired. "That waste Zaluba said they are not afraid of our firearms," General Huaitei said with a disdainful look. "I just find that hard to believe." "Fire!" Following General Huaitei's command, all the artillery mounted on Masluta aimed at the 2 distant approaching targets. Open fire! Boom! Boom! The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted one after another. Countless powerful flashes of light soared into the sky. Li Shu, who was chasing and playing with Wukong, suddenly caught a faint whiff of danger rapidly approaching them. Though this trace of danger wouldn't cause him much harm, it would still sting. Wukong, fly higher! With that, Li Shu ascended hundreds of meters, piercing through the clouds. Lacking a combat nose, Wukong followed out of curiosity. Just as he was about to ask, he saw countless fiery trails streak past where they had been. The shells slammed into a distant lone mountain, erupting with thunderous roars, churning up snow and causing the entire peak to tremble, triggering a massive avalanche. Someone's ambushing us, Wukong growled. Frowning, Li Shu looked toward the source of the barrage. First, he had not offended anyone here. Second, the firepower was intense. Without transforming into a giant ape, it would certainly hurt. An ambush without honor. This infuriated Li Shu. Why attack me? After a moment's thought, Li Shu summoned the holographic dragon radar and zoomed in on the two-star ball. To his disappointment, the screen showed no one. The ball lay quietly in an ornate box. After adjusting the angle and distance, he could tell it was a treasure vault filled with gold and jewels, but found nothing else. Pity that I wasn't placed well. Li Shu dismissed the image, though he had already formed a rough guess. Judging by the firepower, it was clearly a formidable armed force. Perhaps he had entered their airspace. Memories from over 20 years ago failed to recall what Master Yuta was or who controlled it. But judging by their dishonorable tactics, they were no good. Could it be the Red Ribbon Army? A flash of insight struck Li Shu. In the Dragon Ball world, such a powerful private force could only be the Red Ribbon Army, right? With memories so distant, he couldn't recall any other strong armed forces. The more he thought, the more likely it seemed. In the original story, during Wukong's Dragon Ball hunt, the Red Ribbon Army was his most formidable foe. And they had clashed multiple times. That makes sense now. Colonel Silver must have reported my presence to headquarters. Knowing my destination, they alerted the forces stationed at Master Yuta in the north, so they attacked without hesitation. That means the two-star ball is in their hands. Easy then, I'll just take it. No guilt at all. He could also rack up progress on eradicating evil. Perfect. The thought thrilled Li Shu. A 2-for-1 deal always fueled his motivation. With a tower that tall, there must be plenty of enemies. Surely they won't count it as just 1 point. Meanwhile, at the Master Yuta command center, General White stared at the surveillance feed in disbelief. They had dodged the attack. How sharp must their instincts and reflexes be? Continue. I refuse to believe we can't hit them. At his command, a barrage of fire erupted. But for Li Shu, blessed with the combat nose, these attacks posed no threat. He always evaded them before danger struck. Dodging once might be chance, but repeatedly evading such dense fire left only one explanation. The other party was indeed as ridiculously strong as that fool. Colonel Silver had reported these thermal weapons were utterly useless. Having witnessed it himself, he had to admit Silver's failure had reason. Activate all of Masaruda's traps. Let them come and die. General White ceased the futile bombardment and launched a new ambush plan, aiming to catch them in a trap. With Masaruda's formidable defenses, he was certain Li Shu and Sun Wukong would never return. The repeated assaults from Master Yuta had thoroughly angered Li Shu and Wukong. They instantly accelerated, closing the distance to the tower at full speed. Since they have no honor, we don't need to be polite either. Wukong, let's transform and crush them. Li Shu's face was cold, sharpened by the fierce wind. Brother, I want to test my limits. Fighting as a giant ape is too boring. Wukong declined, preferring a challenge. Li Shu wasn't surprised. That was Wukong's nature. Changing a person's character is as hard as changing a person's character. On second thought, steamrolling everything would defeat the purpose of training, and his personal strength would stagnate. If he recalled correctly, the world's greatest assassin Tao Pai Pai hadn't appeared yet, and later there was King Piccolo after the next tournament, both formidable foes. But those were easy for him, and Wukong in giant ape form, they were nothing, barely even sparring partners in base form. The true enemies were Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, who would arrive on Earth in a few years, the last 3 Saiyans. Because they too could transform into giant apes. But for Li Shu, who could already become a Super Saiyan, they were still nothing more than advanced sparring partners. With that in mind, Li Shu agreed to Wukong's proposal and used this opportunity to hone his combat instincts. To be honest though, Li Shu preferred the easy path. He possessed Saiyan blood but wasn't inherently battle-hungry. He could always suppress the Saiyan instinct for combat. The current state was perfect. He could enjoy life without anyone able to defeat him. The only real opponent might be Frisia when he showed up. At his current rate of growth, even Frisia would likely be just a more advanced sparring partner. The feeling of having some pressure but not too much was quite pleasant. With just a slight effort he was already invincible. Li Shu and Wukong now hovered above Masaruda looking down at the tower. Through the glass they could clearly see figures inside. A burly muscular man stared back at them through the window, a cold smirk on his face. That man was General White. His voice boomed from speakers mounted outside the tower. "It seems that failure of that fool Silver has made you overconfident, daring to come here and seek death." Ding. Achievement mission destroy Masaruda triggered. Reward Omni Breath. Li Shu's grin widened. This would be a triple win. Thinking about the achievement points soon to be credited, Li Shu felt elated. He currently had 74 achievement points and planned to accumulate 100, then go all out for an invisibility epiphany potion, determined to succeed in comprehending it. Then he would upgrade the basic Immortal Bean jar, as his rate of squandering Immortal Beans meant the yield of 1 per day was no longer sufficient. The mission of punish evildoers gave Li Shu a sudden insight. In the future, while punishing evil, he would disguise himself as a barefoot doctor, beat someone half to death, then feed them an immortal being, possibly exploiting a bug to trigger the Heal the Wounded achievement. "Dare you come in? I have a 2-star Dragon Ball here," General White taunted, full of confidence in Masaruda. "Then I won't be polite." Li Shu chuckled, descended to the ground with Wukong, pushed open the gates of Masaruda and walked in without the slightest hesitation. Combat Power 5. Combat Power 5. Combat Power 5. As soon as they entered, Li Shu saw a group of weaklings looking at them with sneers. He found it amusing, truly unable to understand where their confidence came from. Then again, these forces that dominated a region through powerful weapons did not understand that in the face of true strength, human wave tactics were utterly meaningless. Just like Colonel Zaluba, who thought he was strong because he could defeat 10 opponents, he was undoubtedly a frog at the bottom of a well. This reminded Li Shu of Sa Dan, who performed breaking tiles with his bare hands in a global live broadcast in front of Sha Lu to demonstrate his strength. Even after more than 20 years, recalling that scene still made him laugh. Unable to hold back, Li Shu burst out laughing and quickly said, Sorry, I suddenly thought of something happy." The warriors on the first floor of Masaruda immediately darkened their faces, having been laughed at by a mere brat. They twisted their bodies, cracked their finger joints, or rolled their necks, forcing their bones to emit cracking sounds, putting on fierce expressions to amplify their intimidation. "Kid, you bring just a little brat to storm our Masaruda? You're not even enough to fill our teeth. How about going home to find your mother, and bring her along for us to have some fun?" A soldier with a full beard and a blue cap slowly walked toward them. In an instant the smile vanished from Li Shu's face, his gaze turning icy cold as he stared at the soldier with indifference. A dull thud abruptly erupted. Li Shu instantly appeared in front of the soldier, and punched him in the crotch. The immense force bent his body into a crooked shape, and the unbearable pain only arrived belatedly. The soldier's eyes bulged, his mouth wide open, but no sound emerged, only intermittent hiss sounds. Then he collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding crotch, writhing wildly. Except for Wukong, no one saw Li Shu's movements. His teleportation-like speed and ruthless methods filled the other soldiers with terror. Their faces changed drastically, and involuntary beads of cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Li Shu looked at the soldier coldly, took out an immortal bean, and forced him to eat it. "What's your mother's name? Where does she live? After finishing off Masaruda, I plan to go find her and have some fun." Li Shu used a single finger to lift the healed soldier's chin, raising him from the ground into the air. Such terrifying power brought immense shock to the soldiers present, and to General White watching through the surveillance. The soldier's face was full of terror. He felt that fingers seemed about to pierce through his chin. What frightened him most was the other's words and the indifferent expression. Even villains rarely remained unmoved when their own mothers were threatened. "You will tell me." Li Shu smashed his balls again and viciously pierced through his chin. The unbearable agony caused the soldier hanging on Li Shu's finger to convulse wildly, blood dripping onto the ground with a pitter-patter sound. "Wukong, leave the others to you. I want to have some fun with him." Li Shu was clearly enraged, speaking without looking back. Wukong frowned slightly but said nothing. He charged at the other soldiers, and none of them could withstand a single blow from him. Within seconds all of them fell to the ground incapacitated. The fear in their eyes was so thick it seemed to overflow from their sockets. But this extreme fear came not from Wukong but from the man who was like a demon. Wukong did not linger, he disappeared up the stairs to the second floor. Li Shu was not worried about Wukong's safety at all. Seeing that the soldier was about to die from pain, he took out another immortal bean and forced it down his throat. The mortally wounded soldier instantly became vigorous again, but his eyes were filled with fear and despair. I won't let you die until you tell me your mother's information and address. Li Shu said softly like a demon's whisper. The soldiers lying on the ground seeing this scene had a trace of relief in their eyes besides fear. Fortunately they had not insulted this demon's mother. It seemed that even a demon could not tolerate someone humiliating his mother. They silently vowed never to insult anyone's close family no matter what. And so after oscillating between the brink of death and renewed life several times, the soldier finally broke down. He wailed, "Kill me. Please kill me. Name, address," Li Shu said again. Unable to endure the torment any longer, the soldier finally confessed and sobbed and begged, "Kill me. Kill me now. Please. Not yet. I still need to take you back to find your mother." Li Shu's soft words fell on the soldier's ears like a nuclear explosion, instantly deafening him and making his mind start to blur. "Wake up." Seeing that the other's mental state was off, Li Shu quickly fed him another immortal bean. The soldier was revived to full health again, but his spirit had completely collapsed. He seemed mentally unstable, shouting, "Kill me," repeatedly. "Kill me. Mom. Mom. I want to go home. Looks like he's gone mad." Li Shu casually threw him to the ground. He had not managed to exploit the heal the wounded achievement bug, and a hint of regret appeared on his face. Then Li Shu's gaze shifted to the other soldiers lying on the ground, their faces full of fear. A new idea suddenly struck him. He decided to try exploiting the punish evildoers bug. Li Shu walked up to one soldier who was so terrified that his guts were wrung he became incontinent and trembled uncontrollably. "What are you afraid of?" Li Shu lifted the soldier from the ground, staring directly into his eyes. The soldier felt as if the man's gaze could devour him, sending chills down his spine and making him tremble even more violently. "Please spare me," the soldier stammered. Li Shu set him down gently, but the soldier's legs had already given way from fear. He collapsed to the floor, his eyes filled with terror. "I need you to answer a few questions," Li Shu said, looking down at him with a cold expression. The soldier nodded frantically. Just then another soldier behind him scrambled to his feet and, unnoticed by Li Shu, dashed madly toward the door. At the same moment Li Shu moved. Though his back was turned to the fleeing soldier, it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, able to precisely anticipate every move. With a single gesture Li Shu pointed behind him, and a beam of energy shot forth, instantly piercing the fleeing soldier's heart, killing him with one strike. This sudden turn of events made the remaining soldiers who had harbored similar intentions gulp nervously, their hearts filled with lingering dread. As if nothing had happened, Li Shu said, "Tell me all the crimes you've committed. If I find out you're hiding anything, you've already seen the consequences. And all of you prepare yourselves. I will question each one of you in turn." He turned and swept his gaze across the other soldiers. Crimes. The soldiers were stunned. Now, considering the heinous acts they had committed, they seemed insignificant in the face of this demon. I once peeped at the neighbor's ant bathing when I was a child," the soldier whispered. Li Shu stared at him expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one more chance to rephrase." The soldier's throat bobbed, sweat beading on his forehead. With a pained look he said, "I killed my own father. Good, that's enough." Li Shu cut off the soldier's account. He didn't care about the reasons. From the outcome alone, this crime was already grievous enough. Li Shu approached the next soldier. "Tell me the worst crime you've committed. For example, the one who killed his father. That's very serious." The soldier stammered. I slept with my neighbor's wife. When the neighbor found out, I killed his entire family." And so the remaining soldiers confessed their crimes one by one. It must be said that the crimes committed by these 8 soldiers were all worthy of the death penalty. If all 8 were handed over to the police, would that count as punishing the wicked and eliminating evil? Probably. And that would be 8 major crimes, wouldn't it? Li Shu then dialed the police, briefly explaining the situation, that he had accidentally dismantled a criminal organization and hoped the police would dispatch officers to take over. "What? Masuruta? You mean the Masuruta Tower in the north affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army?" The dispatcher's voice was filled with astonishment upon hearing the location. After all, even the police were reluctant to antagonize the Red Ribbon Army, as this private armed force was powerful enough to be considered a warlord faction. Its firepower far exceeded that of their small police station, unless the military was deployed. And even then the outcome was uncertain. To his knowledge, not only the police station's equipment, but also many advanced weapons in the military were purchased from the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army was already the world's most powerful arms dealer, as wealthy as a nation and as armed as a nation. And now a branch of this behemoth in the north had been destroyed by a single individual. It was utterly unbelievable. Regardless, upon receiving the call, they were required to send officers to investigate. Please hold, we'll dispatch someone immediately. Make sure to send several transport vehicles. There are quite a few prisoners here, probably dozens. Li Shu couldn't help but add. Although he had only breached the first floor, if he wished, destroying the entire Masuryuda Tower would take at most 60 seconds. If the bug exploit succeeded, the reward would be immense: the 5,000 achievement points for the Punish Evil and Eliminate Harm quest, and the title of Great Hero nearly within reach. Li Shu's actions at this moment seemed bizarre and incomprehensible to the soldiers. Calling the police. He actually called the police. The soldiers were slow to react, but soon felt relieved. At least they wouldn't suffer inhuman torture. Prison was nothing to them. They weren't afraid at all. With the strength of the Red Ribbon Army, whether it was the police station, detention center, or prison, they all had to tread carefully and show respect. In the soldiers' minds, the Red Ribbon Army was invincible unless it went against the entire world. The demon before them, no matter how strong, could never contend with such a behemoth. As long as they survived this crisis, they would surely gather more forces to retaliate later. Li Shu didn't know what they were thinking, but he could see their confusion at his decision to call the police. Now you have two choices. 1. I break your legs. 2. We choose 2. The soldiers interrupted him in unison before he could finish. Good. The second choice is also me breaking your legs. Despair washed over the soldiers as they stared at Li Shu in terror. The sound of shattering bones rang out one after another, accompanied by agonized screams. To prevent the soldiers from escaping, Li Shu not only broke their legs but also tied them up with ropes so the police could simply take them away upon arrival. Having dealt with the small fry on the first floor, Li Shu headed toward the stairs leading to the second floor. Meanwhile, in the Masuryuda command room, General White wore a look of shock. Beside him stood a ninja clad in purple. The purple ninja's face also showed astonishment. What shocked them was not Li Shu but Sun Wukong. Ever since Sun Wukong entered the second floor, their attention had been fixed on him. In General White's eyes, Sun Wukong, who had defeated 8 elite soldiers in mere seconds, was far more powerful than Li Shu and thus deserved greater attention. That brat destroyed Metal Colonel with his bare hands. And he was an android made entirely of metal. A terrifying brat indeed. But rest assured, General Metal Colonel was just a flawed android created by Dr. Gero, not a true measure of strength. With me guarding the third floor, they will never break through. The purple ninja clasped his hands in a seal and vanished with a soft pop. When Li Shu arrived at the second floor, it was a scene of utter chaos. A headless android lay motionless on the ground, faint currents of electricity flickering across its body, emitting a sizzling sound. Which number is this android? I have no recollection at all. This dilapidated android appeared to be over 2 meters tall. Li Shu thought for a long time but couldn't recall it. It seemed to be a defective product. The appearance of Android 17 and Android 18 occurred after the Frisia arc, which is still a long time from now. At the current stage, the development of androids still has a long way to go. However, judging from the battle traces on the scene, Wukong did not win easily. It was obvious that he suffered from his lack of experience in fighting an android for the first time, being caught off guard. Judging from the bloodstains on the ground, Wukong seemed to have suffered some injuries. Unfortunately, this android had been severely damaged, and the battle eye could not capture its battle power to manifest it. Estimated to be around 50 battle power. Li Shu couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, having to admit that the doctor behind the Red Ribbon Army was a true genius. Being able to create such a powerful android at this stage, no wonder he could later produce androids of the caliber of 17 and 18. If I could recruit this doctor, there should be a hidden achievement reward, right? Li Shu conceived a bold idea. It would be a great pity if such a talent died. If given enough time, this genius doctor might one day create an android comparable to a god of destruction. If I remember correctly, a monstrous species like Shala was also the work of this genius doctor. It is truly hard to imagine that a person relying solely on technological means could create a bunch of powerful beings that can instantly kill the so-called emperor of the universe, Felisa. Even in the later stages, the surviving Android 17 participated in the tournament of power jointly held by the gods of destruction of multiple universes. Those qualified to participate were the strongest from each universe. If this genius doctor were still alive, it would be hard to imagine to what extent he could develop android technology. Perhaps like the Scions, he could eventually create a super android, super Scion Blue android god, and then through AI learning deduce Ultra Instinct, and install it into androids. Evangelion would be instantly defeated. The more Li Shu thought about it, the more excited he became. He really wanted to see this plot unfold. He was determined to secure this genius doctor. The Dragon Ball storyline is going to change, I declare. Just as Li Shu's emotions were hard to calm down, a sudden ding sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden achievement mission. The future of Dr. Geluo. Save Dr. Geluo at the critical moment, and make him turn over a new leaf. Mission reward Android manual. Please note that if the hidden mission fails, the reward will be permanently lost. Li Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Just as he thought. Emotions are the key to triggering missions. Not only others but even oneself can trigger them. This was undoubtedly good news. Li Shu quickly took out his little notebook and wrote it down. After making the record, Li Shu did not rush upstairs. His cultivation purpose was different from Wukong's. He was mainly here to do missions. He had just tested killing a soldier but did not gain progress for punish the evil. That is to say, meaningless fighting cannot complete this mission. Opening the doors of the second floor one by one, Li Shu hoped to find some criminals. Those who could join the Red Ribbon Army, the organization claimed to be the most evil in the world, were undoubtedly not good people. They had all committed crimes to some extent, making it an excellent place to farm missions. In Li Shu's eyes, each soldier was a mission target. Naturally, none could be let go. They all had to be captured alive with broken legs. Although it was impossible to confirm whether the bug could be exploited successfully, if it could and he hadn't prepared in advance, wouldn't that be a loss? The time to verify the result wouldn't be too long. He just needed to wait for the police to arrive. Li Shu was very patient. He didn't miss any room or any place where someone could hide, not even rat holes. He punched them open directly to see if there was a hidden chamber inside. But to his disappointment, he didn't find anyone. He didn't know if they had already fled. It didn't matter if they tried to escape, they would run upward, and he was blocking the lower floor. None could escape. Even if they flew a plane, it would be useless. With his current flight speed and the aerial capability of dinosaur legs, he had absolute dominance in aerial pursuit. Fleeing by driving a flying vehicle would only make them a live target for him. Arriving at the third floor, the scene before him surprised Li Shu greatly. A forest. There's even an artificial lake. Li Shu was truly amazed. This third floor had been transformed into an ecological environment of a primeval forest. Next to the artificial lake there was a wooden cabin, but he didn't see Wukong or the enemy. Li Shu simply sensed for a moment, and detected Wukong's chi and a strange chi somewhere on the third floor. From the intensity of the chi, the strange chi was not very strong. Converted into battle power, it was about 50. The direction of these two chi was exactly his current location, so Li Shu was too lazy to go find Wukong, and just waited there. Glancing at the wooden cabin, Li Shu couldn't resist. How could he not search it? As soon as he entered, he saw the wooden bed covered with racing magazines. Li Shu casually picked up one and started flipping through it. Gui Xianren would definitely like to see these. I'm just keeping them for him, but I need to screen them first. After all, Gui Xianren has high standards. This one won't do. Too small. Gui Xianren likes big ones. At that moment, Wukong and the strange chi had already appeared outside the door. What are you doing? Put it down. Put it down quickly. Those are my years of treasures. You can't buy them outside. At the same time, a furious voice suddenly sounded behind him. Brother, do you like looking at these as much as Grandpa Gui Xianren? Wukong's voice followed. Thick skin LV1 passive triggered. Li Shu stopped his actions, turned around without a blush or a racing heart, and said seriously. Wukong, you know that Gui Xianren likes to look at these, but what you don't know is that his standards are very high. I, your big brother, am inspecting the quality, not looking at them. I'll bring them back later to pay respects to the old man. I, your big brother, read the spring and autumn annals. Spring and autumn. Wukong obviously didn't understand what that meant. Damn. I can't believe you've seen my treasures. I was going to play with you, but now I'm getting serious. Anyone who has seen my treasures must die. The purple ninja was enraged. His left hand grasped the hilt of the long sword behind his back, his right hand formed a seal in front of him, and his face was filled with a murderous expression. Let me show you what a Jonin's strength is. Li Shu raised his eyelids. Battle power 53. Li Shu had seen Naruto before, but the Jonin before him was a completely different concept from the Jonin in Naruto. A Jonin with a battle power of 53 was truly somewhat laughable. However, using ninjutsu in the Dragon Ball world had already set a hard limit on his potential. It could only be said that this ninja, clad in flamboyant purple and wearing a black mesh undershirt, had chosen the wrong profession. He was doomed. The purple ninja's eyes widened, and with a whoosh he left an afterimage in place, his true body vanishing. He disappeared. Wukong stared with wide eyes, looking around. He hadn't clearly seen the purple ninja's movements just now. Li Shu also hadn't seen clearly, which surprised him somewhat. However, the battle power of 53 floating above the ninja's head along with the undiminished ki betrayed the purple ninja's whereabouts. Is that all? Li Shu stared with a strange expression at the spot where the purple ninja had stood. On the ground was a piece of cloth with a texture and color similar to the floor. To be honest, the cloth was well made. If not for the person hiding underneath causing the ground to bulge, it would have been hard to spot at a glance. A ninja who couldn't fully conceal his own ki and whose intelligence was a bit questionable. That was Li Shu's first impression. Over here. Even Wukong, who didn't seem too bright, quickly discovered the purple ninja's hiding spot and happily jumped on top of it. The purple ninja cried out in pain, instantly scrambled to his feet, and stared at the two in shock. You actually broke my invisibility technique. Li Shu looked at the ninja, speechlessly unsure whether the guy was genuinely stupid or just pretending. Such a low-grade trick, anyone could have discovered it. But regardless, he didn't intend to waste time. This round doesn't count. The purple ninja's next words startled Li Shu. I wasn't ready just now. Now close your eyes and count to 30. If you can still find me, then you're impressive. Li Shu was utterly speechless and was about to take action directly, but Wukong laughed heartily and said, All right. But I can only count to 16. You'll have to tell me how to count after 16. Sigh. Li Shu pressed a hand to his forehead and said helplessly, Wukong, you play with the ninja slowly. Big brother will go up first. Remember to capture him alive. I have urgent use for him. Okay, big brother. Wukong nodded seriously, counting on his fingers as he thought about what came after 16. Don't leave. You haven't seen my true ninjutsu yet. The purple ninja flashed and blocked Li Shu's path. Get lost. Idiot. Li Shu lost his patience, slapped him flying, and headed toward the 4th floor. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly sensed 4 unfamiliar auras around him. This startled Li Shu and he quickly leaped backward. At the same time, streaks of cold light flashed, accompanied by a barrage of whizzing sounds. All kinds of throwing weapons such as shuriken, kunai, and caltrops shot toward the spot where he had stood. After dodging the ambush, Li Shu focused his eyes and was immediately startled. Before him stood 4 identical purple ninjas. Clone technique. Li Shu turned to look at the original purple ninja, who was making strange gestures with his hands, forming seals. See the power of my ninjutsu. This is the clone technique. The purple ninja laughed heartily, extremely proud. Clone technique. Li Shu was puzzled. He looked at the battle power values above the other identical ninjas. Battle power 45. Battle power 51. Battle power 39. Battle power 49. And the 5 distinct auras. They were definitely not the same person's ki. Is this really the clone technique? Li Shu asked suspiciously. As he spoke without waiting for the purple ninja's reply, Li Shu struck, instantly moving at extreme speed, leaving a trail of afterimages. The 4 purple ninjas screamed in unison, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The purple ninja who had been striking the clone pose was stunned by the sight, a flicker of fear in his eyes. You call this the clone technique? Li Shu asked with a strange expression. You aren't quintuplets, are you? I've been found out. The purple ninja said in panic, then turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Li Shu had just swiftly taken down his 4 younger brothers, and his overwhelming strength had completely shattered the ninja's confidence. Wukong, these people are too weak to be of any use for training. Let's finish them off quickly. Having completely lost patience with the purple ninja, Li Shu added, When the time comes, big brother will spar with you. Really? Big brother. Wukong was ecstatic, jumping up from the ground in joy. He pulled out the golden cudgel from his back, instantly caught up with the fleeing purple ninja, and knocked him to the ground with a single strike. Li Shu tied up the 5 fake ninja quintuplets securely to prevent them from escaping, then headed toward the 4th floor. In the monitoring room, General Huaitei was already frightened by these results. This can't go on. General Huaitei took out a walkie-talkie and shouted, Bring Android 8 over. On the 4th floor of Master Yuta Tower, Li Shu looked around at the emptiness and fell into thought. Why is there no one again? Where did all these people hide? Li Shu was very puzzled. From the outside, the highest floor of this Master Yuta Tower was the 5th floor. Are they all gathered on the 5th floor to protect General Huaitei? That seemed to be the only possibility. As Li Shu searched for the stairs to the 5th floor, he realized he was lost. The entire 4th floor was structured like a labyrinth. What a headache! I have no sense of direction. Li Shu directly summoned the holographic dragon radar and activated the navigation. With the help of the navigation, he quickly found the stairs leading to the 5th floor. The moment he stepped onto the 5th floor, Li Shu was overjoyed because he was surrounded by a group of soldiers armed with guns. At that moment the innermost door opened and General Huai-Te walked to the doorway, not approaching Li Shu and Wukong. In front of him stood a tall burly man who looked extremely strong. "I didn't expect you to find your way up so quickly. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. Attack! Kill them!" At General Huai-Te's command, the soldiers immediately pulled the triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets. However, all of this was futile against Li Shu and Wukong. The two of them swiftly knocked all the soldiers to the ground, and Li Shu even broke their legs. "Android 8. What are you standing there for? Get them and kill them both!" General Huai-Te's eyes were filled with fear as he shouted frantically at the burly man in front of him. "Android 8. Li Shu immediately became alert. Although he didn't remember the plot of Android 8 at all, androids with numbers like this were not to be underestimated. Just as Li Shu was on high alert, a single sentence from Android 8 left everyone stunned. "I won't." Two short words spoken with unwavering resolve. Even Li Shu wondered if he had misheard. Weren't they on the same side? Android 8 continued. "I will not help you commit evil deeds. How dare you defy my command? Have you forgotten who created you? We are your creators." General White, enraged, pulled a remote control with a red button from his pocket. "Have you forgotten that there's a bomb inside you? If you dare defy my orders, I'll detonate you right now." A look of distress appeared on Android 8's face. "Not only that, I'll kill everyone in your village. Your village chief is still in my custody. Surely you don't want anything to happen to him. Dr. Jero's experiments still need some test subjects." General White threatened through gritted teeth. Finally, Android 8 relented, stepping forward to block his path. Li Shu frowned at Android 8. For some reason his battle eye could not display the opponent's combat power. He could not detect any chi from the android either. Hence he could not make an accurate judgment. It seemed he needed to upgrade his battle eye. Li Shu thought to himself. As for General White, with his pitiful combat power of 20, Li Shu paid him no heed. Just then Wukong, who had been standing nearby, suddenly moved. At lightning speed he bypassed the android and kicked the remote control out of General White's hand. Under General White's horrified gaze, Wukong stomped the remote control into pieces. "Damn bastard!" Panicked General White retreated into the command room and locked the door. Wukong grinned at Android 8. "Uncle, I destroyed the remote for you so you don't have to help them do bad things." "Thank you." A happy smile spread across Android 8's face. "I'm going to rescue the village chief. I'm afraid I can't help you deal with General White now. By the way, what's your name?" "Sun Wukong." "Sun Wukong, thank you again." After expressing his gratitude, Android 8 left to save the imprisoned village chief. With Android 8 out of the way, Li Shu kicked open the command room door. He expected to find a secret passage, and General White already escaped. To his surprise, General White was sitting calmly inside, his earlier panic completely gone. "I have to admit I underestimated you. I've hidden the 2-star ball. If you kill me, you'll never find it." General White puffed on a cigar, looking utterly unafraid. Li Shu glanced at the hollow dragon radar, then pointed at the wall. "There's a treasure room behind this wall. The 2-star ball is inside." General White's face turned pale. He stared at Li Shu in shock. "How did you know?" Then he slumped into his chair, defeated. "Sorry, but we have a more precise dragon radar." Li Shu and Wukong stepped forward. A sly grin curled at the corner of General White's mouth, and he quickly pressed a button on the console. The floor beneath Li Shu and Wukong split open and the two plunged down. "Ha! You're doomed. Do you know what's down there?" "That's the big fat dragon from the demon realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't." General White's laughter abruptly stopped, his smile frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Shu and Wukong flew up from the hole, hovering in midair, smirking coldly at him. "Fly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you fly? Big brother, what's a big fat dragon? It sounds tough. I want to go and have a chat with it." Neither of them paid attention to the stunned General White. Wukong spoke with fighting spirit. "All right, leave him to me, big brother." Li Shu knew Wukong's nature and had no reason to refuse. To be honest, he was also curious about what the big fat dragon was. "Remember to catch it alive, it might taste good." After Li Shu's reminder, Wukong flew down excitedly. Soon the command room echoed with General White's screams. At first General White was stubborn, preferring death to surrender. But after eating a few senzu beans, experiencing the agony of neither living nor dying, he finally gave in and confessed his crimes. And the whereabouts of Dr. Jero. Do you have a photo? Li Shu asked. General White shook his head. I've never seen Dr. Jero either. Li Shu said regretfully. You have two choices now. First. Forget it, I'll just break your legs. Once again the command room echoed with General White's miserable screams. Then Li Shu punched open the treasure room door and looted the 2-star ball along with the money inside. By the way, how many people are in your Masuruta? Li Shu asked again. Is there a roster? 73. The roster is in the drawer. General White was completely terrified and dared not hide anything. Li Shu glanced at the list and counted the bound soldiers on the floor. 3 were missing. There are 3 more. Call them over. General White pointed at his broken legs, looking at Li Shu in fear. See, could you carry me to the console? Sorry, I might have been a bit heavy-handed, but it's for your own good. If I hadn't broken your legs, you'd try every way to escape. If you escape, I'll kill you. So breaking your legs is saving your life. You should understand. Are you even human? General White's gaze grew even more terrified. Also, I know it's hard for you now, but you need to learn to overcome difficulties yourself. Don't keep causing trouble for others. Don't you still have hands? You can crawl over. After General White's relentless effort dragging his broken body, he finally reached the console and used the intercom to call the remaining 3. Big brother, save me. Suddenly Wukong's voice came from below, pleading for help. Li Shu's expression changed. This shouldn't be. In his perception, the big fat dragon imprisoned below was far weaker than Wukong. At most 60 combat power, how could Wukong be losing? Without time to think, Li Shu grabbed General White, and under his terrified expression flew down together. Are you mad? Below is the mighty Defilon. Ascend. Ascend now. I don't want to die. We'll all be killed. I admit you are strong, but you are utterly ignorant of Defilon's power. Please. Don't fly down any further. General White, though wounded, struggled desperately in Li Shu's grasp, the fear of death momentarily numbing the pain of his injuries. Li Shu ignored General White's pleas and warnings, instead accelerating his descent. He could now see what was happening below. There a monstrous creature with a massive pink body and hideous features, its head adorned with 2 soft antennae that were emitting electric currents. Under the assault of the electric current, Wukong was immobilized, his face contorted in agony, his tongue lolling out. Combat power 65. Li Shu glanced at the combat power above Defilon's head, hardly believing that Wukong had lost to this ugly creature. But considering Wukong's fighting style at the moment, he soon understood. Perhaps Wukong had started with a playful attitude, not taking it seriously, wanting to test Defilon's limits, and was caught off guard. Judging from Defilon's physique, the creature was covered in thick fat, making it extremely resilient. Li Shu, hovering in the sky, raised his hand and shot a beam of energy directly at Defilon's antennae. The anticipated scene of piercing the antennae did not occur, it merely knocked them slightly askew. Although it caused no damage, it interrupted the electric attack, allowing Wukong to recover from the paralysis, his face filled with lingering fear. He never expected that this monster could discharge electricity. Brother, my attacks have no effect on it, not even the Kamehameha wave. Wukong frowned, looking bewildered. We've rescued the people, let's go up quickly. You can't defeat Defilon, it's the final secret weapon of our Masuruta tower. General White urged hurriedly. Li Shu ignored him, he had no intention of leaving. For just at that moment the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the time-limited achievement quest. Wait's shock. Quest requirement: killed Defilon within 30 seconds. Quest reward: 1 Enlightenment Potion Upgrade Scroll. Enlightenment Potion Upgrade Scroll, as the name suggests, it guarantees 100 success. With such a reward, how could Li Shu let it go? Open your eyes wide and watch, it is you who knows nothing about my power. After saying this, Li Shu's gaze turned sharp and a terrifying aura rapidly swelled within him. If General White could see the combat power above Li Shu's head, he would witness the numbers skyrocketing. Hundreds of points per second. The powerful chi had almost materialized, forming a white aura that enveloped Li Shu. His combat power at that moment had soared to 1370 points. But the rate of increase did not stop or slow, it continued to surge wildly. Combat power 3000. Whoosh. Wukong and General White's eyes widened as they saw the white aura enveloping Li Shu suddenly turn golden. Not only that, even his hair turned golden. Combat power 4950. At this moment Li Shu was enveloped in a golden aura, his golden hair standing on end, his chiseled features exuding an imposing presence that commanded respect without anger. It was the Super Saiyan form. The original 50-fold combat power boost had increased to 52-fold after the Saiyan Bloodline was upgraded to LV1. Combat power 5148. vs combat power 65. Just a mere wisp of pressure released from the Super Saiyan form suppressed the Fei Long, rendering him immobile, his eyes filled with terror. Li Shu turned sideways, extending his right hand toward the Fei Long, as terrifying energy fluctuations rapidly gathered in his palm, emitting a blue glow. Boom! Under the enhancement of charge buff, moments later a violent Kamehameha wave surged forth, completely engulfing the Fei Long, blasting a huge hole in the wall behind him. When the terrifying Kamehameha energy dissipated, the Fei Long was nowhere to be seen, having been reduced to ashes. The howling wind, accompanied by snowflakes like goose feathers, blew in through the broken hole, startling General Wait back to his senses, shivering violently. He then turned abruptly to look at the man bathed in golden light, his eyes filled with indelible shock. Wukong beside him was already pale with terror. This immense power struck fear deep into his soul. Ding! The time-limited achievement quest waits shock completed. Reward obtained: 1 Enlightenment Potion Upgrade Scroll. Achievement points 10. Li Shu smirked and exited the Super Saiyan state. In his normal state he couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill on the Fei Long. After all, Wukong's combat power was the same as his, and even Wukong couldn't break the Fei Long's defense. He would likely struggle as well. With only 30 seconds on the clock to ensure the quest's completion, Li Shu decisively unleashed his full power, unwilling to allow any mishaps. At the same time, he also wanted to experience what it felt like to transform into a Super Saiyan. And indeed it felt quite exhilarating. However, it consumed a lot of stamina. With his current physique of 99 combat power, he couldn't sustain it for long. In just these few seconds he felt his stamina nearly drained. Fortunately, he had plenty of senzu beans. After ending the transformation, he ate one and his condition returned to its peak. As Li Shu's transformation ended, General Wait and Wukong finally came to their senses. So strong. Wukong looked at Li Shu with excitement, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. General Wait was already stunned, his jaw dropped, and unable to close, staring at Li Shu in shock. Coincidentally, just as Li Shu had finished dealing with all the enemies in Master Yuta Tower, the sound of urgent police sirens came from afar. 5 police cars sped along the snowy road. But when they approached within 500 meters of Master Yuta Tower, they stopped, and 2 people got out, observing through binoculars. Li Shu, dragging General Wait, walked out of Master Yuta Tower, waved at the police 500 meters away, and shouted, "Over here. Come quickly. They've all been subdued by me." The 2 officers holding binoculars in the distance immediately showed expressions of shock. They naturally saw General Wait being dragged by Li Shu. As a prominent figure in the Red Ribbon Army, he was well documented in their police station. They were not unfamiliar with General Wait. The 2 officers lowered their binoculars, said a few words to the people inside the car, then got back into the police car and drove toward Master Yuta Tower. Li Shu was too far away to hear what was said, but as long as they came over, it was fine. Whether the bug could be successfully exploited depended on this final critical moment. "Hey, it's you." A police car stopped in front of Masaruta and 10 fully armed officers stepped out. Upon seeing Li Shu and Goku, one of the female officers was immediately surprised. The moment Li Shu saw the female officer, he was also somewhat surprised, never expecting to run into someone he knew. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jing Ye. Did you call the police again? Pleased to meet you. I'm Li Shu, and this is my younger brother, son Wukong. Indeed, I'm the one who called the police this time." A brilliant smile spread across Li Shu's face. Jing Ye glanced at General White beside her, and asked in disbelief, "Did you truly destroy Master Yuta?" "Yes, 5 police cars seem insufficient for what's ahead. The remaining criminals are already bound inside the tower, 77 in total including General White. I must apologize though, in the course of self-defense I accidentally killed one. That leaves 76. I trust you won't hold that against me." Li Shu posed the question. 77 people. Doesn't that mean 2 against 77? The officers gasped, struggling to believe that the 2, one tall, one small, had emerged unscathed. They had previously dispatched over 100 officers only to retreat in disarray with heavy casualties. "I have other matters to attend to. Could you expedite their removal?" "Rest assured they've already confessed. I can have them repeat their confessions before you if needed, just make sure to document everything properly," Li Shu stated solemnly. After a brief pause, Jing Ye decided to stay behind and hear the full account while the remaining 9 officers cautiously entered Master Yuta. "You're saying you were merely passing through and came under attack, forcing you to act in self-defense, and then you managed to take them all down?" "That's exactly what happened. Any issues with that?" Li Shu smiled at Jing Ye, pulled out a dinosaur leg and took a bite. Would you like some? Jing Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had no idea where that perfectly charred exterior and succulent interior, radiating an irresistible aroma, had come from. What made it even more astonishing was the steam still rising as though freshly cooked. Brother, let me have a bite. Goku opened his mouth to take a snap, but once again he missed entirely, prompting him to shriek in frustration. Soon after, the wounded from Master Yuta began emerging in sequence. The officers were utterly stunned by what lay before them. 76 outlaws read like one thing, but witnessing them with their own eyes was entirely another matter. Every single one of them suffered compound fractures in both legs. Pulling out their laptops, the officers systematically verified each individual's identity, and discovered they were all wanted criminals on record. This proved convenient for Li Shu, sparing him the trouble of making them all confess again. Li Shu had initially worried that 5 police cars wouldn't suffice to transport so many criminals, but once the officers produced their capsule technology and summoned 5 additional vehicles, his concerns proved entirely unfounded. This revelation struck Li Shu with great significance. His dimensional storage space remained limited to merely 4 square meters, utterly inadequate for housing larger items. Yet if he stored bulky objects within capsules first, those 4 square meters would prove remarkably spacious. How had he forgotten about capsules entirely? Slightly irritated with himself, Li Shu made acquiring capsules a priority. He planned to establish a smart home and several robotic assistants to streamline survival provisions in the wild. His mindset simply hadn't adapted. 5 years spent with Goku on Poza Mountain surviving as a primitive creature had left his thinking stagnant. He'd overlooked the conveniences modern technology provided. As he watched the police convoy depart, a system notification sounded. Ding. Achievement task: Punish Evil. Current progress 80,300. It worked. A wave of delight crossed Li Shu's face, his spirits soaring. Precisely 76 progress points added, exactly what was needed. With this logic, eliminating the entire Red Ribbon Army should complete the Punish Evil objective. 4 days remained before the scheduled arrival at their headquarters. General White had already revealed the Red Ribbon Army's base location. Li Shu prepared to demolish Master Yuta and finish his final objective. Something suddenly occurred to him. Where did Android 8 vanish to? Goku, did you see him? Goku appeared equally puzzled, scratching the back of his head with a bewildered expression. The inability to sense the android's energy signature proved troublesome. Both battle vision and ki sense remained at insufficient levels. Suddenly the ground trembled violently. In Li Shu's line of sight, Master Yuta began tilting. Android 8 materialized in view. Where he'd emerged from remained unclear, but he was now shoving against Master Yuta's foundation, attempting to bring the structure down. Panic surged through Li Shu. This was his assignment. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, and racing ahead of Android 8 unleashed a Kamehameha that reduced Master Yuta to rubble. Ding. Achievement complete: Destroy Master Yuta. Reward granted: Omnipresent Respiration. Achievement points 5. Omnipresent Respiration. You can now breathe in any environment without suffocation. Li Shu reverted to his normal form, and consumed a senzu bean, exhaling deeply. Maintaining Super Saiyan transformation continued imposing excessive strain on his body. Android 8 stood before the wreckage, expression blank, his gaze shifting toward Li Shu. No need to thank me. I merely noticed you struggling and offered assistance. Thank you. Android 8 managed, accompanying the village chief forward. Despite their earnest invitations, Li Shu declined the offer to visit their village. Consulting the holographic dragon radar, Li Shu and Goku set forth once more toward the nearest signal. The display revealed a 3-star Dragon Ball nestled within a cavern, cradled in the uplifted hands of a pirate-like statue. Endless gold and jewels surrounded the monument. Having plundered Master Yuta's riches, Li Shu had lost interest in wealth. Strange, the cave's coordinates appeared beneath the ocean surface. 30 kilometers from Master Yuta, General Bora received fresh orders from headquarters aboard his helicopter. Communications with Master Yuta have gone silent. The dragon radar shows 3 balls converging and moving toward the coast. Upon hearing this, General Bora's expression shifted. He knew firsthand the power Master Yuta wielded. Even he, the military's strongest fighter, harbored deep reservations about it. The commander's words suggested Master Yuta had fallen. He ordered 1 helicopter to investigate Master Yuta's condition, while the rest of the force changed course and advanced toward the coastline. General Bora issued his latest directives without delay. Li Shu stood on the ocean surface, lost in thought. With his omnipotent breathing, he could stay underwater indefinitely, but what about Wukong? A submarine. He could afford one, but he didn't know how to operate it. It seemed he would have to seek out the genius girl Buma. Piloting a submarine shouldn't be too difficult for her, right? Or perhaps separate from Wukong and let him train alone, or wait for him on the surface. Li Shu pondered and decided to let Wukong make his own choice. To be honest, after consecutively eliminating 2 units of the Red Ribbon Army, Li Shu felt that the army's strength posed no significant threat to Wukong. The best training method for now was to climb the Kalen Tower, then spar with each other, fighting to the death, eating senzu beans and exploiting the system like crazy, causing their combat power to skyrocket. But this required obtaining the wish of Fearless of Pain. Otherwise, under the 100-fold pain debuff, what torment would he have to endure? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Li Shu shared his plan with Wukong. So Wukong, what are your thoughts? Wukong thought seriously for a moment, then said, Brother, I'll go wait for you at the Kalen Tower. Alright, don't worry, Wukong. In at most 4 days I'll collect all 7 Dragon Balls and come find you. Then we'll have a good fight. Thus Li Shu informed Wukong of the Kalen Tower's location, parted ways, and plunged into the sea. 10 minutes later. Moving alone, Li Shu was considerably faster. Guided by the navigation, he quickly and smoothly retrieved the 3-star ball from the underwater cave. Just as he flew out of the sea and headed toward the next Dragon Ball, he was suddenly intercepted by over a dozen fighter jets. Is it him? Reporting General Baloo, it's him. Weren't there supposed to be 2 people, one big and one small? Maybe the smaller one died at Masluta. Makes sense. Then, open fire. Let me see his depth. General Baloo took out a rose, sniffed it in front of his nose, and wore an air of nonchalance. In a one-on-one situation, he feared no one. He had absolute confidence in his strength. The reason was simple: aside from his powerful physique and strength, he also possessed a supernatural ability. This ability had helped him defeat all formidable opponents, never failing and always triumphant. Are they from the Red Ribbon Army again? The moment they met, the enemy opened fire without any explanation. With such overwhelming firepower, he couldn't think of anyone else besides the Red Ribbon Army. Fine, they came to me themselves. Li Shu didn't shoot them down immediately. Instead, he flew toward a distant isolated island, intending to capture them all alive. Seeing Li Shu flee in panic from their powerful firepower, General Baloo sneered. What's this? Is that all? Forget that waste, Shilu Ba, but I never expected that Huayti's Masluta would be destroyed by this kid. Just moments ago he had confirmed the news that Masluta had been destroyed. He must have used some despicable trick. Chase after him and remember to take him alive. This kid looks smooth-skinned and tender, I really like him. General Baloo even blew a kiss in the direction Li Shu had fled. The soldier sitting beside him couldn't help but shudder, recalling some unpleasant memories. On the isolated island, Li Shu plunged into the jungle, pretending to hide while waiting for all the aircraft to land. When he was sure everyone had disembarked, he stopped and calmly stared at the pursuers. Run, why aren't you running? General Baloo said regretfully. I love the rear position the most. The way you flee is truly arousing. Damn it! Li Shu couldn't take it anymore. He never expected to encounter such a pervert. Even if it meant giving up this one progress, he would scatter the ashes of this degenerate. Just as General Baloo was about to tease him further, Li Shu moved. A golden aura ignited around his body, his golden hair stood on end, and his icy gaze swept across the surroundings like a blade. He went all out from the start. With senzu beans he could be so reckless. He didn't want to see that damn pervert for even a second longer. Whoosh! While everyone was still stunned by how Li Shu had instantly dyed his hair and what the golden aura around his body was, Li Shu had already vanished from their sight. At the same time, General Baloo's screams suddenly rang out. The soldiers were terrified and turned to look. They saw that General Baloo's crotch, abdomen, and chest had all been pierced with large holes. His face was filled with terror, which quickly turned into intense resentment. I haven't used my superpower yet. I won't accept this. Then he fell face first to the ground, dead beyond dead. Surrender, and you won't be killed. A faint voice came from the air. All the soldiers looked up. Staring at the man flying in the sky, confusion and fear spread in their hearts. A few soldiers with fighting spirit raised their guns and fired. Only when they realized that bullets had no effect did they despairingly lay down their weapons. An hour later, Li Shu learned of their crimes and skillfully dialed the police. The Red Ribbon Army again. Wait, your voice sounds very familiar. Yes, it's me again. I can't help it. They insisted on retaliating and I had to defend myself. This time there are 36 people, bring more men. After waiting another 30 minutes, or so the police finally arrived. Officer Jing Yuya, we meet again. Li Shu smiled and greeted the female officer approaching him. Do you happen to know someone named Wu Shangye? No, I don't. Jing Yuya shook her head. Is she a friend of yours? No, I don't know her either. A friend of mine likes an actress with a similar name, so I thought I'd ask. Also, coincidentally, you two look quite alike, though you're more outstanding and a bit taller. If you don't know her, how do you know we look alike? It's my friend who knows her, he described her to me. I really don't know Wu Shangye. I usually read the spring and autumn annals. The two were already acquaintances. After chatting for a while, the other officers finished verifying the soldiers' identities and loaded them all onto the helicopter. At the same time, the system's voice arrived as expected. Ding. Achievement mission chain: punish evil and eliminate harm. Current progress 116,300. A smile spread across Li Shu's face. When he opened the holographic Dragon Ball radar again, he was momentarily stunned but soon became delighted. Not bad at all. The Red Ribbon Army actually helped me collect 2. So, there's only 1 Dragon Ball left. What's going on? Where is the last Dragon Ball? Li Shu was bewildered. The holographic Dragon Ball radar did not display the location of the final Dragon Ball. Something was amiss. Initially, all 7 Dragon Balls had been shown. After pondering, Li Shu could only conceive one possibility aside from himself, and the Red Ribbon Army. There was a third party also searching for the Dragon Balls. This third party most likely possessed a device capable of jamming the Dragon Ball signal. Consequently, the signal of the last Dragon Ball vanished from the holographic Dragon Ball radar. Should he upgrade the holographic Dragon Ball radar? Li Shu quickly dismissed the notion. Even if upgraded, it might not detect the jammed signal. This was troublesome. Li Shu sat cross-legged on the dinosaur's leg, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He strained to recall his memories of Dragon Ball from over 20 years ago. Any method to find the Dragon Balls without using the radar. At the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the commander was fuming. Damn it! Those 3 failures all ended in defeat. Looks like I'll have to call in that person. Contact the number 1 assassin Tao Pai Pai immediately. Yes. 10 minutes later, the commander stared in astonishment at the man before him, a figure with a grim countenance clad in a pink long coat with a large character kill embroidered on the chest. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Tao Pai Pai's face remained expressionless, perpetually wearing a murderous visage, as if constantly reminding others that he was a ruthless killer. One must admit he maintained his persona well. The world's greatest assassin doesn't come cheap. Tell me who to kill. The fee for 1 person is 100 million. Tao Pai Pai cut straight to the chase, revealing the staggering price. But you're in luck. Today marks the 20th anniversary of my career. To commemorate this day, I'm running a murderous promotion. I'll give you a discount. Killing 1 person will cost you only 50 million. Are you really Tao Pai Pai? Mumbled Adjutant Barak from the side. You can try. Barak quickly waved his hands. The commander chuckled. No problem. Whatever you ask, as long as you kill that man. I've got it. After deep contemplation, Li Shu finally recalled a key character from Dragon Ball, Fortune Teller Baba. She was a character with divination abilities whose mount was a crystal ball. Through the crystal ball she could divine anything she wished to know. If I recall correctly, she was Master Roshi's sister. The fragments of dusty memories gradually resurfaced, allowing Li Shu to remember quite a bit of the plot. Unfortunately, he did not know Fortune Teller Baba's exact location. Taking out a map, Li Shu realized that his current position was not far from Master Roshi's island. At the same time, a ding sounded in his mind. Ding! Triggered side quest: check-in mission, Fortune Teller Baba's palace. Check-in reward, Super Earthling Bloodline. Upon hearing the reward, Li Shu was stunned for a second, then quickly filled with shock. Super Earthling Bloodline. Li Shu grew excited. When he used to watch Dragon Ball, he often wondered why Earthlings were inferior to Saiyans or even Namekians. After all, after Wukong married, he fathered Sun Wufan and Sun Wutian, while Vegeta and Buma's son was Tailan Kasi. All were hybrids of Earthling and Saiyan bloodlines. Most crucially, each possessed astonishing potential. Especially Sun Wufan. If not for his studies hindering him, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world might have changed. When he had watched that part of the story, he wondered, since the hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling could unleash such incredible potential. And androids were also overwhelmingly powerful, containing Earthling bloodline genes within them. Why was the Earthling bloodline so weak? Now thinking back, it must have been Uncle Bird being lazy and not wanting to flesh out the setting. The Super Earthling bloodline. The system had not provided any description either, but its upper limit seemed extremely high. Li Shu felt a surge of anticipation. He immediately flew toward Master Roshi's island. He even wondered whether possessing both Saiyan Bloodline and Super Earthling Bloodline he might undergo astonishing changes. Moreover, as long as he had enough achievement points he could continuously upgrade his Bloodline level. Since the Super Earthling Bloodline had appeared, there might even be items for Bloodline fusion. If he could get his hands on the Namekian Bloodline and Frisia's Frost Demon Bloodline, he would be utterly invincible. Super Namekian Frost Scion Earthling. Super Hybrid. Super Mongrel. At this thought Li Shu couldn't help but burst out laughing. This was just too absurd. No, I must never try that, unless there is a Bloodline forgetting item. Otherwise I'd end up as a grotesque 4-part green-skinned tentacle monster. 2 tails sprouting from my rear, 1 monkey tail, 1 rat tail, and a whole body of green skin. Li Shu quickly stopped the mental image. The scene in his mind was simply unbearable. He couldn't help but shudder. If other transmigrators saw this, they'd probably die laughing. The possibility is extremely low but not impossible. After all, even a 99 success rate can fail 3 times. I can't fathom the system's bottom line. What if I'm not the only one who crossed over? 5 minutes later Li Shu arrived again at Master Roshi's hut. Anyone home? Teacher Roshi. Kalin. Sea Turtle. Lan Chi. Huh. Nobody's home. After searching around and finding no one, Li Shu lay down on a lounge chair outside the hut, relaxing in the sun. While organizing his gains from this period, he waited for Master Roshi to return. Li Shu's achievement points had now reached a staggering 89. Battle Heart and Battle Soul, he still hadn't figured out their functions. It would probably take a fierce battle to unleash the power of these 2 skills. In 3 days the Punish the Evil mission would be completed. He would need to carefully plan how to use the 5,000 achievement points reward. Kun Fist. This skill was too awkward and it had a fatal flaw. Once activated it could not be stopped mid-motion. Li Shu took out the Forgetfulness Water, decisively forgot the skill, and also tasted what the Forgetfulness Water was like. He was very worried that in a future battle a single mistake could trigger this skill and then he'd be done for. Ding. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked. First skill forgotten. Mission reward Kun Palm. Achievement points 5. Li Shu. Li Shu was speechless. He had just forgotten the Kun Fist, and now there was a Kun Palm. He was really stuck on Kun techniques. Kun Palm, a palm technique imbued with intense awkwardness, possessing boundless power. Use with caution. Use with caution. I'll just not use it. Li Shu gave up. Even if he later obtained the Forgetfulness Water, he wouldn't waste it on this. Who knows if there are also Kun Leg, Kun Whip, and other strange skills. But come to think of it, the Dragon Ball signal that even the dimensional storage space couldn't block. How did the force that obtained the last Dragon Ball manage to do it? What kind of dimensional storage space is this? System, you have a bug, fix it quickly. Li Shu complained inwardly. System, do you want to spend 50 achievement points to upgrade dimensional storage space? No. Li Shu firmly refused. He knew it would be like this. System items of this kind were all of the lowest grade and required additional upgrades to perfect. Spending 50 achievement points on this at the current stage was not worthwhile. At that moment Li Shu furrowed his brow, sensing a presence far above his own rapidly approaching. This was an unfamiliar chi. Li Shu quickly stood up and looked into the distance with a serious expression. This was the most powerful chi he had ever sensed. Tao Bai Bai. He instantly guessed with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps under the influence of the Saiyan Bloodline, Li Shu, who had never liked fighting, now felt a surge of intense battle intent. Before long, in Li Shu's line of sight, a black dot appeared in the distant sky, gradually growing larger. The opponent's speed was extremely fast. The next moment the full figure was already visible. An old man in pink clothes with a killer emblem stood on a flying pillar, hands clasped behind his back, staring at him with a murderous expression. Just like in the anime, flying on a pillar using only arm strength. Li Shu stood still, waiting for Tao Bai Bai to land. Tao Bai Bai jumped off the pillar, landing steadily. The flying pillar at the same moment exhausted its force and plunged heavily into the ground. From this alone one could see that Tao Bai Bai's control over power had reached an astonishing level. Battle power 150. Li Shu took a deep breath, feeling unprecedented pressure. He could transform into a Super Saiyan or a Great Ape, both of which had the power to instantly kill Tao Bai Bai. But that would defeat the purpose of training. Now with the super painkiller in hand he could block 100-fold pain, allowing him to fight without being overly cautious. Although one painkiller only lasted 5 minutes, he still had 28 pills left, enough for this battle. However, in the hand-to-hand battle with Wukong, he seemed to have somewhat adapted to the 100-fold pain. It wasn't so unbearable anymore. He could clearly feel that his endurance had improved. Kid, being able to die at the hands of the world's greatest assassin, Ni Tao Bai Bai, is an honor for you. Tao Bai Bai took out a photo, confirmed the target, and casually tossed it to the ground. How much did the Red Ribbon Army offer? Li Shu asked curiously. 50 million. Today is my 20th anniversary. I can leave you a complete corpse and allow you to choose a way to die. Tao Bai Bai said calmly, hands behind his back as if granting a great favor. 50 million. A considerable sum, but I'm afraid you'll never get to earn that money. Is that so? There is no order in this world that I, Tao Bai Bai, cannot complete. Li Shu suddenly smiled. What if I offered 100 million for you to kill He Xianren? What would you do? Oh. A flicker of emotion finally appeared on Tao Bai Bai's calm face. I didn't expect you to know so much. It seems your relationship with that old geezer He Xianren is not ordinary. He even told you this. He Xianren is my older brother. I can choose not to take this order. Li Shu was about to chat with Tao Bai Bai a bit more, hoping to trigger some quests. Then he heard Tao Bai Bai say darkly, he is after all my own flesh and blood, but as an excellent assassin, emotions are just our bargaining chips. For 1 billion I'll kill him for you. So you're a Sir add money as well. How about it? Want to place an order? Give me 1 billion, I'll kill you first, then go kill my brother. If you add another 100 million, I can kill the commander for you. Li Shu was amused. You really are an excellent assassin. The world's #1 assassin lives up to its name. Have you considered? I forgot to tell you, today is my 20th anniversary celebration, half price. You only need to pay 550 million. Sorry, I was just joking. Hearing this, a fierce killing intent burst from Tao Bai Bai's eyes. Then you will pay a heavy price for this. Ding. Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement quest Tao Bai Bai's defeat. Quest description: defeat Tao Bai Bai in normal state. Quest reward: pain sensation control. Pain sensation control can control the pain sensation of oneself, or the target, with a control range of 5 times. Incredible. Li Shu inwardly exclaimed in awe, but before he could finish the last word, his battle nose sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Tao Bai Bai had disappeared from sight. Not good. I haven't taken the painkiller yet. Bang. Due to the system message, Li Shu was momentarily distracted, leaving him no time to dodge the sneak attack from behind. A heart-wrenching pain flooded his entire nervous system as a powerful force pierced through his body, radiating wildly from his spine. The 100-fold amplified extreme pain robbed Li Shu of his voice. He opened his mouth silently, feeling as if his heart had stopped. Under this blow, the blood in his body seemed to freeze, shattered vertebrae, and bones pierced his intestines and internal organs. He could feel the massive internal bleeding. Li Shu almost fainted from the pain. Fortunately, his endurance had improved and his brain's neural center did not short-circuit. He remained conscious. But being conscious made the pain even more unbearable. He felt he should be dead. His organs had stopped functioning and were rapidly deteriorating. Breathing became difficult, his consciousness began to blur, and the fear of death enveloped his heart. But this dying process lasted only a moment. Suddenly a mysterious force surged within him, rapidly repairing his fatal injuries. In the span of a single breath, all fatal wounds were completely healed, his bodily functions and organs were reborn. Fresh blood flowed rapidly through his body, and Li Shu felt every cell grow stronger. Under the perception of his battle eye, he discovered a huge change in his battle power. Battle power 144. From near death to rebirth under the influence of the Saiyan Bloodline, his battle power surged by 45 points, including equipment bonuses. Is this the Saiyan Bloodline under Immortal Body? Awesome. Tao Bai Bai, huh? I'm going to start exploiting the bug. Hope you can give me some strength. His combat power exploded. Tao Bai Bai regarded Li Shu with astonishment. He had clearly heard the sound of shattered vertebrae. With years of experience guiding him, there was no doubt in his mind the young man had taken his full-force punch and was surely doomed. Even if he survived, he would be left a cripple. Yet why, beyond the initial agony, did this boy appear to grow more and more exhilarated? Li Shu felt his heart racing wildly, his blood beginning to boil within his veins. A fierce battle urge surged from deep within his chest. Under the tide of this burning combat spirit, even the amplified pain seemed somewhat muted. It still hurt, but was no longer unbearable. Worse still, he could feel a raging fire stoked within his heart, fueling his nerves and driving him into a state of extreme euphoria far surpassing the most potent stimulants. His sole thought was this: he wanted nothing more than to find someone and fight to his heart's content. And with each passing moment, that inner flame burned ever hotter, his powerful heartbeat resonating like thunder against his ears. Could this be the fighting heart? Li Shu suddenly grasped the truth. He cast a piercing glare at Tao Bai Bai, and the overwhelming war intent rising from his core had nearly taken tangible form. Before Tao Bai Bai's eyes, a blazing crimson aura began to erupt around Li Shu's body. Within that flame-like energy surged an unparalleled fighting spirit. A burning battle will. The shocking spectacle before him left Tao Bai Bai deeply shaken. Throughout his 2-decade career he had dispatched countless powerful warriors, yet never once had he felt the ground beneath his conviction waver. But the man before him was the first to plant such doubt in his heart. Under the oppressive influence of that raging war intent, his heartbeat seemed to slow, and his circulation felt thick and sluggish. A chill crept into his bones. Whoosh! The warrior wreathed in battle flame vanished before his very eyes. Tao Bai Bai forcibly reined in his thoughts. That ferocious fighting spirit had nearly shattered his composure, risking defeat before a single blow was exchanged. In front, Tao Bai Bai, unmatched as the #1 assassin, possessed an acute sensitivity to killing intent. Though a step behind Li Shu, he reacted within the narrowest of margins, crossing his arms to block. Bang! A force no weaker than his own slammed into him instantly. Parrying the strike, he immediately countered with an elbow blow, launching his own fierce retaliation. The two collided in a storm of blows, their attacks so fast that an ordinary observer would perceive nothing but ghostly afterimages. Though the fighting heart dulled some of his agony, Li Shu still winced through clenched teeth. At least it remained endurable. After all, he had long grown accustomed to such suffering. As the battle continued, Li Shu grew ever more astonished. Tao Bai Bai's control over his own power was nothing short of mastery. Precisely the quality he lacked. Were it not for the fighting spirit impairing Tao Bai Bai's full strength, Li Shu would surely have died many times over. Dodon wave. Tao Bai Bai's kick missed entirely, yet not a flicker of surprise crossed his face. As though everything had unfolded exactly as he had foreseen, including his opponent's dodge. He had even predicted Li Shu's position in the next instant. This was the rich combat experience accumulated over 20 years of his profession. A purple beam of energy lanced from his fingertip toward empty air. Yet, in the very next moment, Li Shu appeared exactly where the blast was aimed, his face pale with shock. Through this engagement with Tao Bai Bai, he had come to sharply recognize his own shortcomings. His lack of combat experience meant his opponent could read his every move with ease, plunging him into an intensely unfavorable position. "You may die with pride, having fallen to my ultimate technique." Tao Bai Bai clasped his hands behind his back, utterly confident in this strike. Yet the envisioned outcome never came to pass. Instead, a look of shock replaced his previously composed expression. Just as the purple energy beam was about to make impact, Li Shu raised his own finger. A blue ray of energy erupted from his tip. The two energy beams collided, detonating in an instant. "How do you also know my Dodon wave?" Tao Bai Bai exclaimed in shock. Li Shu waved away the smoke from the explosion, utterly dismissive. "Anyone with hands can do this. Is that all you've got? Quite disappointing. Damn it." Having his ultimate technique effortlessly neutralized by the same method drove him into a fury, and he charged forward once more for hand-to-hand combat. A smirk tugged at Li Shu's lips as he consumed a pill of superanalgesic. The two clashed again. After several exchanges, Tao Bai Bai was inwardly startled. He discovered his opponent was growing at an astonishing rate. He could clearly perceive that Li Shu's mastery over his own power had leaped to an entirely new level. He no longer relied on brute force against him, nor did he expose flaws through miscalculations and excessive force. The man before him had achieved complete command over his own power, wielding it with effortless precision. His strikes grew sharper and bolder. It became increasingly difficult for him to find openings in Li Shu's defense, and he gradually began to feel the strain. Moreover, under the suppressing weight of that fierce battle intent, he could only bring forth 90% of his strength, while his body bore multiple injuries. Though his opponent's wounds were far more severe, Li Shu fought with mounting ferocity, embracing a style of trading blows. Just as Tao Bai Bai found himself at a loss, Li Shu suddenly erred, exposing a gaping fatal flaw. That flaw was enough to be lethal. Tao Bai Bai's eyes flashed with sharp light. Seizing the moment instantly, he thrust his fingers forward like a blade, driving them deep into Li Shu's chest. The familiar sensation traveled from his fingertips up his arm, the unmistakable feeling of piercing through flesh and bone. One he knew all too well. Ah! A piercing scream of agony rang out beside his ear, so deeply satisfying. This persistent adversary had finally fallen to his hand. He would make certain the Red Ribbon Army increased his payment upon his return. With a casual motion, Tao Bai Bai withdrew his arm from his opponent's chest. Clasping his hands behind his back, he regarded him with icy indifference. Yet suddenly he sensed something amiss. Upon Li Shu's face beyond the pain there lingered the faintest trace of excitement. What was happening? This was not how one faced death. I admit it, you are truly formidable. Between words and coughing blood, Li Shu's chest wound was visibly knitting itself back together. The sight left Tao Bai Bai utterly dumbfounded. I have learned much from you. Li Shu produced another senzu bean and swallowed it. Instantly his injuries healed completely and his condition returned to its peak. Tao Bai Bai's eyes bulged with shock and the thought of retreat seized his heart. His heart had been pierced, and yet he not only survived but recovered in an instant. Not only that, his stamina and overall condition had fully restored as well. How could he possibly continue fighting? Combat power 191 Ha. Sensing another surge in his combat power, Li Shu smiled and produced yet another senzu bean, tossing it toward Tao Bai Bai. This will restore you to peak condition as well. I know you're utterly bewildered right now, but don't let it throw you. Here, I'll give you another chance to kill me. Tao Bai Bai hesitated for only a few seconds before swallowing that magical bean. Miraculously his wounds healed instantly, his depleted stamina was fully replenished, and he returned to peak condition. You're arrogant. Tao Bai Bai laughed. I could kill you twice just now, and I can kill you twice again. In an instant he launched another attack, his face contorted with ferocity. I don't believe you can resurrect infinitely. This is completely unreasonable. You must have paid a terrible price. However, during this exchange he was horrified to discover that his opponent had grown even stronger. Not only was he in complete control of his own power, but he had also reached the same realm of perfection as himself. Every punch and kick wasted no energy, each strike executed with exquisite precision. Including his training time, it had taken him over 40 years to achieve such mastery. Damn! I can barely see his movements. The more Tao Bai Bai fought, the more alarmed he became. From initially overwhelming Li Shu, he now found himself being overwhelmed. Facing Li Shu's storm-like assault, he began to struggle to defend himself. Soon he revealed a flaw which his opponent keenly seized. A vicious whip kick sent him flying hundreds of meters away directly into the sea. However, his opponent's attack was not over. He leaped into the air and pursued. Air dance technique. The Hexian school's air dance technique. Startled, Tao Bai Bai hurriedly dove underwater, having already decided to flee, and use the water as an escape. Li Shu raised his hand and pointed, shooting several energy beams toward the sea surface. Tao Bai Bai fled in disgrace, his body pierced in multiple places, blood gushing out, his face filled with pain and terror. For the first time he felt the fear of death. Is this all you've got? How disappointing! Li Shu's voice penetrated the seawater, reaching Tao Bai Bai's ears, infuriating him. You're bloody unkillable, you get stronger with each fight, and you even recover stamina. How can a normal person beat you? Tao Bai Bai was furious, filled with resentment, but he knew it wasn't the time to talk back. He swam frantically underwater, the pain from his wounds causing him to grimace repeatedly. Trying to run. With such a good sparring partner, how could Li Shu let him go? He instantly plunged into the sea. Possessing omnipotent breathing, Tao Bai Bai was no match for him underwater. Coupled with multiple holes in his body, Tao Bai Bai was quickly caught up by Li Shu. He glanced back in terror, feeling even more horrified and angry. He saw his opponent eat another Saiyan bean and then raise his hand to shoot. Underwater he could barely maneuver. After barely dodging several attacks, he was struck again by an energy beam. The intense pain made him open his mouth involuntarily, and seawater rushed him, causing him to cough violently. Seeing that Tao Bai Bai was about to die, Li Shu quickly accelerated, shot upward, rescued him back to the ground, and fed him a Saiyan bean. On the brink of death, Tao Bai Bai was instantly restored to full health. He looked at this man in terror. Why do you keep saving me again and again? I know you're confused, but don't be confused yet. Come on, kill me a few more times, Li Shu added. This time I won't fight back. Seeing Tao Bai Bai's suspicious expression and reluctance to act, Li Shu withdrew the blazing battle intent generated by Battle Heart, and said, You need to seize the opportunity. If you don't kill me, you can't leave. Hearing this, Tao Bai Bai's face twisted into a grimace. Then I'll grant your wish. With a roar his muscles bulged and a powerful energy began to gather at his fingertip. He was charging frantically, concentrating all his strength into his fingertip. The entire charging process lasted a full minute. This was his most powerful technique. A beam of purple energy as thick as a fist shot out from his finger, instantly piercing Li Shu's heart. Tao Bai's face was filled with disbelief. His opponent really hadn't resisted. Damn! The super painkiller's effect wore off. The pain, magnified 100-fold, made Li Shu suffer unbearably. His heart and brain instantly stopped. Deprived of blood supply, his blood ceased to flow, and his pupils began to dilate. He experienced the sensation of death once again. But this process lasted only a brief second before he was revived. Combat power surged again. Combat power 234. In Tao Bai's view, Li Shu was clearly in agony, yet amidst his pain-twisted expression there was always a trace of pleasure and excitement. What kind of freak is this? Tao Bai couldn't understand. But he knew that regardless of whether Li Shu would die from his full-force dong-dong wave, he had to leave this place. He could sense that his opponent's aura had grown even stronger. If he stayed here, even if he wasn't killed by his opponent, he would be exhausted to death. Flee! Without any hesitation, Tao Bai pulled a stone pillar out of the ground, hurled it fiercely into the sky, and leaped onto it. Although it hurts, it's really satisfying. Having recovered, Li Shu planned to exploit the bug a few more times, but then he saw Tao Bai escaping. How can that be? At the same time, a voice that stunned him echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected system bug. Repairing. Ding! Repairing the bug. We're actively seeking death. Still increases combat power. Li Shu. Damn it, I only exploited it 3 times. System, do you have to be so ruthless? But Li Shu still had no intention of giving up. Having barely overcome a fraction of the 100-fold pain, he had only exploited the bug 3 times. He was unwilling to accept it, and decided to try once more. Let's see how much the bug has been fixed. Li Shu instantly shot into the sky, caught up with Tao Bai, and grabbed him like a chick in his hand as the latter looked on in horror. I told you, if you don't kill me you can't leave. Tao Bai was in despair. He felt that the man before him was simply a demon. Another Saiyan being was fed and Tao Bai's condition returned to peak. But he felt no joy, only deep fear and despair. He couldn't be killed, he couldn't be defeated, and he couldn't escape. In his 20 years of work he had never felt such despair as today. This time you first severely injure me, then use that move just now to kill me, understand? Got it. Tao Bai had lost all demeanor of the world's #1 assassin, nodding numbly. Wait. Li Shu slapped the charging Tao Bai away and said, Let me take a pill first. Alright, you can start now. Tao Bai was furious but soon deflated like a punctured balloon. He resigned himself. Hey, be serious. You're the world's #1 assassin. Your attacks are too weak. Use your full strength, understand? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? Li Shu said discontentedly. Whether it was because his combat power had increased or Tao Bai had lost his will to fight, the attacks that once seemed fierce to Li Shu now could no longer inflict much damage on him. Tao Bai was furious, aggrieved, and felt a profound humiliation. This made his attacks even more fierce. Li Shu was beaten around like a punching bag, but he always blocked any strikes aimed at his face or groin. Thus, after a full 10 minutes of relentless assault, Tao Bai collapsed from exhaustion. Li Shu was finally severely injured by him, but at the same time handed Tao Bai a senzu beam, restoring his condition back to its peak. A purple energy blast once again pierced through his heart. After being reborn, Li Shu regretfully discovered that his combat power had only increased by 8 points. Combat power 249. Sure enough, this was a bug that couldn't be exploited endlessly. In his memory it seemed that only Baijita had ever exploited a bug once. That was all. Li Shu wasn't too disappointed either. It was a bug after all, and he was already satisfied to have exploited it 3 times. Let it be fixed, he still had many opponents ahead. With his immortal body he would only grow stronger. As long as he raised the level of his immortal body, even the destruction power of the God of Destruction and the erasure ability of the Omni King would probably not be able to kill him. His only weakness was sealing. Once sealed, it would be terrible. This made him think of the upcoming plot by the Great Demon King. He was sealed in a rice cooker by the demon seal wave. How tragic. Looking at the panting Tao Bai, Li Shu raised a finger, and a beam of energy pierced through his heart. He would not be merciful to someone who had lost value and wanted to kill him. Ding. Achievement quest chain. Punish evil and eliminate harm. Current progress 117,300. Ding. Congratulations achievement quest. Tao Bai Bai's defeat. Completed with excess. Task reward pain perception control. Achievement points 8. Bonus task reward pain perception control upgraded to pain perception control LV1. Bonus achievement points 10. Pain perception control LV1 can control the pain perception of oneself, or a target control range 8 times. Li Shu was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect there was such a thing as completing a task with excess. 107 achievement points already. In good spirits, Li Shu directly threw Tao Bai Bai's corpse into the sea to feed the sharks. Lying back on the beach lounge chair, Li Shu waited for Turtle Hermit to return, while happily starting to spend. Upgrade basic senzu jar. Given his rate of senzu bean consumption, a production of 1 per day was simply not enough. System consumed 50 achievement points to upgrade basic senzu jar to intermediate senzu jar. Upgrade success rate 65. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't 99. This probability seemed quite normal. However, to be safe, Li Shu didn't rush in directly. Instead, he drank a bottle of Blessing Potion. Blessing Potion within 1 minute. Luck is slightly increased. Without a specific numerical display, Li Shu couldn't determine how much the success rate had increased. But he still decided to take a gamble. If he failed, it didn't matter, as he was about to receive 5000 achievement points. 50 points was nothing. Yes. Upgrading. Congratulations. Upgrade successful. Obtain new item intermediate senzu jar. Intermediate senzu jar automatically produces 2 senzu beans per day. Nice. Li Shu jumped up in joy and fiercely pumped his fist. Just as he was preparing for the next plan, to go for a batch of invisibility epiphany potion, he suddenly noticed an item he had regretted in the corner. Super Divine Water uses the power of extreme poison to stimulate a person's potential. Recommended for those with pure hearts. If you survive, you'll soar. If you don't, you'll get a tombstone. At that time, because of the 100-fold pain sensation, he gave up using it, and almost forgot about this thing. But now it was different. He had super painkiller. Li Shu stroked his chin. Could it poison me to death? With no worries left, Li Shu decisively downed the 500 milliliters of super divine water along with the painkiller, in one gulp. 5 minutes later, as soon as the painkiller's effect ended, Li Shu's expression drastically changed. It was an indescribable agony, tens of thousands of times more painful than childbirth. Fortunately, he had prepared well and quickly swallowed the painkiller he had ready. Phew. Li Shu let out a long breath, suddenly feeling that super painkiller was truly a great thing, but unfortunately he only had a dozen or so pills left. But thinking that the wish for pain immunity was about to come true, Li Shu's mood improved considerably. 5 minutes later, when the time came, Li Shu took the painkiller on schedule. Thus the entire process lasted about 30 minutes before Li Shu felt that the effect of super divine water had ended. That's it. Ha! That's it. Super painkiller is the GOAT. Li Shu felt refreshed all over. Glancing at the combat power above his head, his mood became even more delighted. Combat power 372. Invincible. But he didn't know how much his potential had increased and where it manifested. Li Shu didn't bother to think about it. He would naturally find out later. He still had one more thing to do. Upgrade invisibility epiphany potion. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you obtained new item invisibility 30 epiphany potion. Continue upgrading. Congratulations, you obtained new item invisibility 50 epiphany potion. Continue upgrading. Achievement points insufficient. Upgrade failed. Looking at the remaining 7 achievement points, Li Shu looked unsatisfied. After saving up for so long, he only got to enjoy it a few times. It was not enough to satisfy his craving. 50 chance of epiphany success, take a gamble. Li Shu fell into deep thought but quickly rejected it, thinking that 100 was more reliable. To be honest, he was just a bit curious about invisibility. He simply wanted to experience what it felt like to be invisible, not that he urgently needed it. Absolutely no other strange thoughts. With nothing to do, Li Shu felt a bit bored and flipped through the collectible adult magazines he had acquired from the Purple Ninja, helping Turtle Hermit check the quality. As he read, Li Shu fell asleep. Red Ribbon Army Headquarters. Tao Bai Bai was dead. The adjutant Byuk relayed the latest news he had received. What? That damned world's #1 assassin killed him. The commander-in-chief, upon receiving the news, was furious. Things have come to this. Should we consult Dr. Galuo? Byuk asked with a solemn expression. The commander-in-chief was silent. He didn't want to alert the doctor, otherwise even if they collected the Dragon Balls the wish would not be his. Looking at his own short stature of 1.3 meters in the mirror, the commander-in-chief's face twisted. That's right, his purpose in collecting the Dragon Balls at all costs was to grow taller, not to conquer the world. He didn't dare tell anyone his true purpose. But the current situation made it hard for him to decide. Send someone to Dr. Galoo to request the latest model of android, saying we have encountered a powerful enemy, but do not tell him the real situation. Li Shu, sunbathing on the beach, was unaware that his actions had altered the original storyline. Li Shu! What are you doing here? Krillin's surprised voice woke Li Shu from his sleep. By now it was already dark. Seeing Master Roshi, Krillin, and Launch greeting him, Li Shu smiled and quickly tucked away the bikini magazine beside him. I ran into a bit of trouble and thought I'd drop by to see you all. Master Roshi, this is a gift for you. Huh? Master Roshi's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get this? These are all out-of-print collector's items. He found them. Where's Goku? Krillin asked, noticing Li Shu was alone. Then Li Shu briefly recounted his experience at Master Yuta Tower. Upon learning that Goku had gone to train at Karen Tower, Krillin felt inspired and decided to set off the next day. Baba! Master Roshi looked at Li Shu in surprise, then said, You've come to the right person. She's my sister. I'll take you to her tomorrow. The next morning, Krillin bid farewell to Master Roshi, Launch, and Li Shu, setting off toward Karen Tower. Let's go too. Master Roshi jumped onto the back of his turtle, planning to swim to the shore and then catch a plane. Master Roshi, do you know the sky dance technique? Li Shu flew in front of Master Roshi, blocking his way. This itinerary was far too slow. Sky dance? Master Roshi looked at Li Shu in surprise. Did you run into that old crane hermit? I happened to see a flying three-eyed freak and an old man, so I stole a move. It's quite convenient. Li Shu made up an excuse. Three-eyed freak. That must be that old man's disciple. I didn't expect you to steal his sky dance technique. Li Shu said calmly. I also killed his brother. So you killed his brother. What did you say? Master Roshi suddenly snapped to attention, staring at Li Shu in shock. You killed Tao Pai Pai. Li Shu pointed at the sea before them. Just yesterday, before you returned, the Red Ribbon Army hired him to kill me. Then he died and I dumped him into the sea to feed the sharks. You. Master Roshi frowned, worried. That old crane hermit holds grudges and has a twisted heart. Once he finds out, he'll definitely retaliate against you. Li Shu smiled. He wasn't worried about the crane hermit's revenge. With his current power level of 372, he was practically invincible until Raditz arrived on Earth. As for Demon King Piccolo, based on the current timeline, Li Shu estimated his power level at most 300. And 372 was just his base power. So Master Roshi, do you want to learn the sky dance technique? Li Shu asked with a smile. He felt the situation was a bit odd since Master Roshi was his teacher. Ahem. Master Roshi cleared his throat, then suddenly floated off the ground, saying leisurely, I am the turtle hermit known as the god of martial arts. Sky dance. I can learn it just by looking at it. I simply disdain to learn that old man's techniques. The sky dance is merely a manipulation of ki. I invented the Kamehameha. A mere sky dance is no challenge for me. But after all these years I've come to terms with it. Li Shu stared at Master Roshi in astonishment. Indeed, a person's appearance can be extremely deceptive. This old pervert was hiding more than he let on. Power level 100. Watching Master Roshi's unchanging power level, Li Shu couldn't help but feel that the old pervert might be concealing his true strength. But come to think of it, if he weren't a master of energy cultivation, how could he have lived for hundreds of years? If memory serves, in the original story, Goku and the others mastered the control of their ki, which was inspired by Master Roshi's training. Then the two shot into the sky, flying toward Baba's palace. Ding! Subquest. Baba's palace. Completed. Reward obtained: Super Earthling Bloodline. As soon as they arrived, the system's voice rang out. At the same time, Li Shu vaguely sensed a strange, indescribable feeling in his body. Power level 372. He checked his power level, it hadn't changed. So what are the traits of Super Earthling Bloodline? Li Shu couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it. When the time came, it would reveal itself naturally. Gazing at the magnificent palace before him, Li Shu found it hard to imagine just how rich Baba was. Li Shu, I have to warn you, Baba is very greedy. Even though I'm her brother, she won't reduce a single coin if you want her help. Hearing Master Roshi's words, a fragment flashed through Li Shu's memory. He suddenly remembered that in this arc the deceased Grandpa Gohan would appear. Besides her fortune-telling ability, Baba could also travel between the mortal world and the afterlife, bringing the dead back to the living world for 24 hours. Baba's palace was located in a desert, yet a steady stream of people seeking her fortune-telling formed a long queue. Even though Master Rashi was her brother, he obediently waited in line. Although the queue was long, it moved quickly, and after an hour it was Li Shu's turn. "You! Long time no see, sis. My poor brother, you know my rules. It seems you can't afford the fortune-telling fee." Li Shu asked curiously. "How much?" 10 million. Baba cackled. "What? 10 million? Li Shu was stunned. He could afford it, but it was way too expensive. "If you can't pay, that's fine. Besides money, I also enjoy watching fights. If you can defeat my 5 warriors, I'll give you a free fortune-telling." Li Shu was about to pull out money to show Baba he wasn't broke, but he suddenly changed his mind. He remembered that Grandpa Gohan was one of Baba's 5 warriors. As for the other 4 warriors, he couldn't remember a single one. "All right, then I'll challenge your 5 warriors." Li Shu nodded in agreement. Baba's face lit up with delight. "Another show to watch. My poor brother, are you going to fight too?" Baba looked at Master Rashi. Master Rashi said angrily, "Is that how you talk to your brother?" "Yes, my poor brother. So are you going to fight?" "I can handle it alone." Li Shu interjected. "Master Rashi is my teacher. Defeating your 5 warriors doesn't require my teacher to fight. You want to defeat my 5 warriors all by yourself." Baba cackled. "Young people these days are so confident. Then follow me." "Congratulations, you have triggered the achievement mission Overwhelming 5 with one hand. Defeat Baba's 5 warriors single-handedly under normal conditions. Mission reward Lucky Halo. Lucky Halo slightly increases luck. This is a wonderful item equivalent to a permanent blessing potion effect. Barring any surprises, the Lucky Halo skill can be further upgraded. I wonder how many levels it would take to rival the effects of Super Blessing Potion." Li Shu felt it was necessary to invest all 5000 achievement points he was about to receive into it. Luck is a thing with extremely broad applications. No one would ever complain about being too lucky. Li Shu was no exception. "Fortune teller Baba, please send out your first warrior." Li Shu craved the Lucky Halo skill and urged impatiently. Fortune teller Baba cackled oh ho ho ho, and said, "Vampire Man, you may come out." Vampire Man? Is there such a thing in Dragon Ball? Li Shu couldn't recall at all, and soon he saw a purple bat fluttering its wings and flying out. With a transformation, it became a green-faced Fang Vampire Man, glaring ferociously at Li Shu, drooling, and then began to dance as if no one else was there. "Combat power 65, can we start?" Li Shu asked. "All right, begin." The moment Baba's voice fell, Li Shu vanished instantly and threw a punch. The Vampire Man was critically wounded and fell out of the arena. Baba Omega Omega. Master Rashi Omega Omega. Next. Li Shu stood with one hand behind his back and said calmly. Baba broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead, pretending to be relaxed. "You do have some skill, but my next warrior has a special ability. You'd better be careful." "Li Shu, can we start? You can see him." Baba was shocked. Her warrior was an invisible man. Combat power 70. Li Shu couldn't see him, but he could see the combat power and sense the approximate location through key sensing. "Yes. So can we begin?" Li Shu urged. Baba broke out in another cold sweat. The young man's calm demeanor didn't seem like a lie. And there was no need to lie. "Begin," Baba said nervously. Thud. Another punch, simple and plain, without any flashiness, precisely hitting the target. The battle ended just as it began. "Next," Li Shu said again. Watching Li Shu's relaxed and calm demeanor, Master Rashi was deeply shaken. He put himself in the situation and realized he couldn't defeat the invisible man with such a clean punch. This kid's strength has improved tremendously. I'm afraid even at my full power I might not be a match for him. Master Rashi was secretly astonished. He had thought Goku had astonishing potential and limitless future achievements. But compared to the young man before him, it was not even in the same league. How did this monster train? On the other side, Baba's shock was no less than Master Rashi's. Although the battle ended quickly, for some reason she found it thoroughly satisfying to watch. No wonder he has the confidence to take on 5 single-handedly, worthy of my little brother's disciple. Even if my brother fought himself, he couldn't defeat them so cleanly. Baba said excitedly, "My third warrior won't be so easy for you to defeat. Come with me, the battle arena is not here." Li Shu quickly followed, wanting only to finish the battle as soon as possible, get the reward and the location of the last Dragon Ball. "Oh, by the way, my poor little brother, aren't you going to pay me back the $10 you borrowed 30 years ago? Riding on the floating crystal ball leading the way, Baba suddenly spoke. Master Rashi broke into a sweat and wiped his forehead, which had no real sweat, complaining, "How can you still remember that? I'll pay you back. I'm your little brother, can't you just give me that $10? Baba cackled. "Alright, since you've taken in such an outstanding disciple, just pay me back $8. Li Shu suppressed his laughter all the way, listening to the siblings' conversation. Under Baba's lead, they reached the end of a corridor in the palace and opened a door. "Welcome to the Hell Toilet. You must defeat my third warrior on this narrow bone tunnel. Don't say I didn't warn you. The swamp below is highly toxic and falling and will leave no trace of you." Baba cackled again. However, Li Shu's face remained calm, showing no fear or terror, which disappointed Baba somewhat. "Fortune teller Baba, no offense, but I just want to save time. Could you have your remaining warriors all come at once?" After a thought, Li Shu added, "I can pay a sum of money." "Oh," Baba said in surprise. "Are you sure? The remaining 3 warriors are my strongest. Even your teacher Master Rashi cannot face all 3 at once. Although your strength has surpassed Master Rashi's, I don't think you can take on 3 at once." "Young man." Li Shu directly pulled out a capsule, threw it on the ground, interrupting Baba's incessant chatter. "This is 2 million. Baba, just let them all come at once." Seeing the pile of cash on the ground, Baba cackled, "Oh ho ho ho, as you wish. I'm also curious to see the capital behind your arrogance. But I must state in advance, if you fail, unless you give me 100 million, I won't perform the fortune-telling. Arrogance comes with a price, you know." "Fine." Li Shu agreed without a second's hesitation. Money was just a number to him now, he had no interest in it. If he could exchange money for time, he was more than willing. After all, Lucky Halo was too tempting. Baba then clasped her hands and shouted, "Come out, Mummy Man! Devil Man! Mask Man!" With the call, a coffin flew out, and a mummy jumped out. Then came the Devil Man and the Masked Man. "Mummy combat power 90, Devil Man combat power 110, Masked Man combat power 135, begin." This time Baba announced the start quickly. Li Shu merely glanced at the mummy and Devil Man, then fixed his eyes on the Masked Man. The halo above his head spoke volumes. It was the deceased grandfather, Son Gohan. Should I save some face for Grandpa? Li Shu couldn't help but ponder, and unlike the previous 2 rounds, he didn't just knock them out with a single punch. "Hee hee!" The mummy let out a strange laugh. Bang! Li Shu quickly made a decision, take these 2 down first. The poor mummy, who had barely appeared for 2 seconds, had only laughed a few times and uttered a single word before being knocked unconscious by Li Shu's fist writhing on the ground like an earthworm. He hadn't even seen his opponent's movements. The demon man's expression instantly changed. He had planned to wait for the mummy to finish speaking before saying a few words himself. But now he couldn't help swallowing nervously, unable to utter a single word, staring at this man in shock. He simply hadn't seen his movements at all. Bang! A dull thud, and the demon man fell in a daze. Who am I? What am I here for? These were the only 2 thoughts he had before passing out. The fortune-teller Baba was utterly shocked. She now suddenly realized that she had completely underestimated Li Shu's strength. His warriors were on an entirely different level from Li Shu. What a terrifying young man. The composure on fortune-teller Baba's face vanished, leaving only an indelible shock. Master Rashi was already numb from Li Shu's successive displays today. He stared dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. He could sense their ki, both the mummy and the demon man were only slightly weaker than him. Yet they were knocked down with a single punch by Li Shu, utterly helpless. What astonished him most was that even he couldn't see Li Shu's movements. It was too fast. He felt that if he faced Li Shu, the outcome would likely be the same. Such astonishing growth was truly shocking beyond the description of a prodigy. Looking at the tail wrapped around Li Shu's waist, Master Rashi wondered if the boy might not even be human. Under his mask, Son Gohan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hadn't expected that in just a few years the young man before him would have grown to such a level. But soon he felt relieved. I concede. Son Gohan surrendered decisively, wanting to save face. He knew he was no match for Li Shu. He also saw Li Shu's predicament. He had recognized him. As an elder, it was basic decency not to put the younger generation in a difficult position. Though often uncontrollable, at least now he could manage it. Hearing Son Gohan surrender, Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa was still as considerate as ever. Congratulations. Achievement Mission Defeat 5 with 1 hand completed. Reward obtained Lucky Halo. Lucky Halo slightly increases luck. Achievement points 8. Grandpa. With the reward received and seeing Son Gohan after many years, Li Shu's face broke into a happy smile. Son Gohan removed his mask and smiled kindly. If Goku were here, he definitely wouldn't recognize me. They exchanged glances and their smiles grew even brighter. Is Goku doing well? Son Gohan couldn't help but ask. Li Shu chuckled. He's training at Karen Tower. Karen Tower. It seems he's made progress over the years. After a brief reunion, Son Gohan expressed his gratitude to Master Roshi. Fortune teller Baba sighed, not blaming Son Gohan for surrendering, as she knew there was no point in continuing the match. After a short catch-up, Son Gohan bid farewell to the group. It's time for me to go. It's a pity I didn't get to see Goku. Ding. Congratulations. You triggered the limited time achievement mission Son Gohan's longing. Mission description: bring Son Goku before Son Gohan within 10 minutes. Mission reward: Halo Enhancement Capsule. Halo Enhancement Capsule upon consumption has a small chance to upgrade Halo-type skills. Friendly reminder: mission failure will result in the permanent loss of the reward. Wait, I'll bring Goku here right now. Li Shu hurriedly left these words and vanished in a flash. Wait for me to come back. 10 minutes? No, 5 minutes is enough. This kid has changed a lot. He used to love being lazy, he. Son Gohan chuckled kindly. Fortunately, fortune teller Baba's palace was not too far from Karen Tower. With the flight buff enhancement, Li Shu's flying speed was extremely fast. Upgrade flight buff. But to be safe, Li Shu decided to check if he had enough achievement points for an upgrade. Do you wish to consume 15 achievement points to upgrade flight buff to flight buff LV1? Yes. Li Shu's face lit up with joy. Unexpectedly, the achievement points were just enough, no more no less. Moreover, skill upgrades had no probability issues, so there was no risk of wasting points. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a new skill, Flight Buff LV1. Flight Buff LV1 increases flight speed by 15. A 5 increase made Li Shu even faster. 3 minutes later he arrived at Karen Tower, sensing Goku's ki in the middle of the tower, as if he had just climbed halfway. Huh. Why is Yamcha here too? Never mind, no time for him. I'm in a hurry. Goku. Urgent. You can climb later. Come with me first. Grandpa wants to see you. Without another word, Li Shu grabbed Goku by the tail and flew back. Goku was utterly bewildered. At a third of the way up Karen Tower, Yamcha also saw Li Shu. He shouted urgently. Li Shu. Don't leave. I challenge you. I'll win this time. Huh. How is he flying? But soon Yamcha was shocked. Hearing Yamcha's shouts, Li Shu suddenly remembered how could he forget Yamcha's achievement mission. Achievement mission: beat Yamcha in the next 3 battles with Yamcha. Defeat him with a single move each time to earn the reward Outburst. Outburst in the state combat power doubles and skill power doubles. Time should still be enough. Li Shu thought, then turned back and kicked Yamcha off Karen Tower. He said, Yamcha, you lost again. Once you climb to the top of Karen Tower and drink the super holy water, you'll definitely be able to beat me. Damn it. You attacked by surprise. This doesn't count. I want a fair fight. Yamcha shouted furiously. But Li Shu had already flown far away and didn't hear him. From his departure to his return to fortune teller Baba's palace, only 5 minutes and 27 seconds had passed. You're 27 seconds late. Fortune teller Baba looked at her pocket watch and chuckled. Hee hee. Goku had just snapped out of his daze. The moment he saw his grandfather Son Gohan, he immediately rushed over. Grandpa. I miss you so much. Ding. Congratulations. Limited time achievement mission: Son Gohan's longing completed. Reward obtained: Halo Enhancement Capsule. Li Shu couldn't help but smile like a loving aunt. After the reunion concluded, Sun Wufan returned to the underworld. Wukong mounted the flying Nimbus and continued his journey to Kalen Tower for training. Speak, what fortune do you wish me to divine? Fortune teller Baba inquired. I wish to know the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball. The fortune teller nodded and began to murmur incantations over her crystal ball. Soon an image appeared within the crystal ball. A red car speeding along. The Dragon Ball was inside that vehicle. Fortune teller Baba declared with certainty. Moreover, this car is approaching us not far from here. Upon learning the precise location and distance, Li Shu bid farewell to the turtle immortal and flew swiftly toward the position the fortune teller had indicated. King Pilaf. Spotting the short, familiar figure, Li Shu greeted him with a hearty punch, directly destroying their car. The trio of Pilaf stared at the man in utter bewilderment, their expressions quickly turning to terror. Li Shu paid them no heed. With a sweeping glance he locked onto a target. It was a peculiar box. Li Shu opened it, and sure enough the Dragon Ball lay inside. Put down the Dragon Ball! Pilaf produced a Hoi-Poi capsule, tossed it to the ground, and a combat mecha materialized. Before Pilaf could finish his sentence, Li Shu launched a flying kick, sending the mecha hurtling hundreds of meters away. It crashed violently into a mountainside and was reduced to scrap. What did you say? Li Shu smiled at him. Pilaf swallowed hard and flailed his hands in panic. Nothing, I said. Please accept the Dragon Ball. Li Shu stepped forward, gave Pilaf's little head a vigorous rub, and laughed heartily. You're so short. Your goal in collecting Dragon Balls isn't to increase your height, is it? It's not, Pilaf shouted angrily. However, Li Shu had already soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that vanished from his sight. 3 days later, at the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Congratulations. Side quest: Red Ribbon Army headquarters completed. Reward obtained: Universal Enhancement Box. Universal Enhancement Box, a minuscule chance to enhance an item within the box once per day. Gazing at the magnificent buildings, Li Shu felt he was about to strike it rich again. Unfortunately, he had no interest in money now. He already had more than he could spend. Li Shu felt a bit disappointed, but soon grew excited. The wish to be immune to pain was finally about to come true. With his current battle power, he could effortlessly crush the entire Red Ribbon Army headquarters in base form. The moment Li Shu appeared, the Red Ribbon Army headquarters emitted a piercing alarm. Dozens of fighter jets flew out, while countless fully armed soldiers swarmed the ground. Clearly, the Red Ribbon Army, armed with the Dragon Radar, had long prepared for battle. Though their opponent was only one man, after suffering several bitter defeats, they dared not underestimate him. Open fire! The commander seated in the command room issued the order. In an instant, countless streaks of fire shot toward Li Shu. Composed, Li Shu raised his hand, summoning a full moon into the sky. He intended to end this swiftly. His body instantly expanded. Li Shu transformed into a giant ape. His battle power skyrocketed to a terrifying 4464. What kind of monster is this? Fire power is completely useless against him. Rocket launchers struck him without even singeing a single hair. Roar! Li Shu unleashed a lion's roar at the crowd. Under the powerful sonic assault, all electronic devices malfunctioned and fighter jets crashed to the ground. The dense ranks of soldiers struck by the roar bled from their 7 orifices and fell unconscious. Soldiers collapsed in waves, creating an oddly satisfying sight. In just a single breath, the Red Ribbon Army was annihilated. All of this was achieved by a single roar from the giant ape. The commander stationed in the command center turned pale as he stared at the monitor in horror, rendered speechless for a long time. This was a power beyond his comprehension. Even the latest androids created by the Doctor did not possess such terrifying might. The giant ape's crimson gaze fixed on the most imposing building in the center, and with a single leap it landed before it. Its colossal body towered even higher than the building, and its fearsome berserk aura made the few remaining personnel inside tremble uncontrollably. Battle Power 233. The giant ape's eyes flickered with confusion. How could such a being exist inside the building? That was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, in the original story, Wukong would never have been able to single-handedly destroy the entire Red Ribbon Army. The only possibility was that the plot had already begun to change. But for Li Shu, this was no longer important. He simply tore the entire building from the ground and shook it violently. At the same time, a white beam shot out from within. A completely unfamiliar face emerged with a large 9 on its chest. Android 9. Kill him now or we're all dead. The commander clung desperately to the window, nearly thrown out, and shouted. Android 9. The giant ape frowned. Hadn't it been unable to see the android's battle power before? Why could it see it now? Was it because Android 9 was more advanced than Android 8, closer to a human? Suddenly Android 9 charged fearlessly, even capable of flight. However, with a single slap, Li Shu shattered Android 9 into pieces. The entire battle ended in less than 3 minutes. The commander stared in disbelief, his mind struggling to accept the scene. Not until the giant ape grabbed him did panic set in. He begged in terror. Let me go. Don't kill me. Otherwise you'll never get the remaining Dragon Balls. The giant ape's eyes flickered with disdain. It extended a finger, pierced open the door of the Red Ribbon Army's treasure vault, and swept all the Dragon Balls, gold, and jewels inside into its grasp. Then Li Shu reverted to his true form and looked at the commander with a sneer. Now I need you to list all the crimes you have committed. The commander was utterly stunned. He wondered if there was a mole in his organization. How else could the man know exactly where his treasure room was? Besides me, only my deputy knew. Did I betray myself? Impossible. Then the truth is obvious. Deputy Bulaka. It's you. You're the mole. The commander glared at the pale-faced black deputy. Stop the nonsense. List your crimes now, both of you. Li Shu then turned to the bewildered deputy. Don't try to escape. It will only lead to your death. Afterward, Li Shu flew into the air and used the lion's roar to announce. Now if you list all the crimes you have committed, I will spare your lives. Since that mission against Tao Bai Bai could be completed beyond expectations, can the punish evil and eliminate villains mission also be? Looking out, there are at least a few thousand people. Yes, it's me again. That's right, this is the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. Please send someone over as soon as possible. Yes, completely annihilated over 1,000 people. You must send plenty of reinforcements, preferably the entire force. Yes, no need to confirm again. Hurry over. This isn't our first time dealing with each other. Li Shu hung up the phone feeling refreshed and invigorated. Not only had he gathered the Dragon Balls and the wish for fearlessness was about to be granted, but the mission Punish the Wicked was also about to be overfulfilled. What a delightful day it was. The wait was tedious. With nothing to do, Li Shu took out the Universal Enhancement Box and pondered what to enhance first. The Universal Enhancement Box looked like a black suitcase about the size of a luggage with 2 buttons on it: power and start. The system was too lazy, this was just a suitcase. Opening it, he found the interior structure identical to any ordinary suitcase he had used before. After a thorough inspection, Li Shu found no trace of anything magical. A minuscule probability. It can't be that it's messing with me, making fun of me, can it? Li Shu couldn't help but harbor malicious suspicions toward the system. But then again, he had nothing to lose, so it didn't matter. He wondered if there was any way to make the Universal Enhancement Box enhance itself. Li Shu stroked his chin deep in thought. Alright, I'm being too whimsical. Let's try putting the dinosaur leg in. Soon Li Shu became puzzled. The dinosaur leg was over 2 meters long while the box was only about 1.6 meters. It simply couldn't fit inside. Never mind, maybe the box has its own way. Sure enough, the moment the dinosaur leg touched the interior, a mysterious force emerged, shrinking the leg and drawing it into the box, which then closed on its own. Li Shu pressed the start button. System enhancing. System, congratulations. Enhancement successful. Obtain new item, endless dinosaur leg LV5. Li Shu was stunned. That worked. A minuscule probability. Are you kidding me? I've failed 3 times at 99 success rate. Li Shu found it hard to believe. Could it be that minuscule referred to the chance of failure? Impossible. It must be because I'm the chosen one. Li Shu quickly dismissed that guess as the system's voice rang again. Ding. Congratulations. You have achieved the feat first try success. Who would have thought you'd succeed on the first try under a minuscule probability? This system is truly astonished. Achievement reward title Lucky Star. Achievement points 10. Lucky Star permanently increases success rate by 10. Awesome. Li Shu was overjoyed, taking the dinosaur leg out of the box. Endless dinosaur leg LV5 type renewable edible spiritual artifact. Ability 1 can attach to the leg. Ability 2 emits an enticing aroma of meat. Ability 3 spirituality. Ability 4 flight. Ability 5 increases combat power by 6 when equipped. Li Shu checked his combat power again. It had increased by 3.5. Combat power 375. 5. Although a 1 increase might not seem much, it was scalable as long as he maintained his luck. At this rate, his combat power would double in just 3 months. Good, the system isn't screwing me over anymore. Li Shu happily took a bite of the dinosaur leg. A few minutes later, the police finally arrived. They had even dispatched 5 helicopters and dozens of large police vehicles. Jing Yi hurried over, and seeing the densely packed, fully armed soldiers lying prostrate behind Li Shu, her inner shock was beyond words. She couldn't imagine how anyone could single-handedly annihilate the entire Red Ribbon Army. The man before her seemed like a deity descending from the heavens. Can I buy you a drink tonight? Jing Yuya was filled with curiosity about this man and wanted to get to know him better. Li Shu appraised Jing Yuya. To be honest, she was quite attractive. Even with minimal makeup, her beauty was no less than that of Yua Mikami. If she dressed up more, some celebrities would pale in comparison. Having no reason to refuse a beautiful woman's invitation, Li Shu gladly agreed. I know a yakitori place with great food. It's run by a friend of mine. We can go there tonight. Alright, I'll contact you after work. Is 88888888 your number? That's right. Easy to remember, isn't it? I paid a fortune for it. The officers worked quickly. The two chatted for about 10 minutes before the operation concluded. Then. See you tonight, my hero. Jin Yu's smile was radiant as she waved and left with the police team. Ding. Achievement Quest Chain Punish the Wicked Current Progress 2687300. Congratulations. Achievement Quest Chain Punish the Wicked Overfulfilled. Reward Obtain Title Hero. Achievement Points Reward 5000. Bonus Reward Title Hero upgraded to Bronze Hero. Bonus Achievement Points 5000. Bronze Hero increases combat power by 60. Combat power 587. 54. Awesome. Absolutely thrilling. Overwhelmed by such generous rewards, Li Shu's face flushed his excitement and joy unparalleled. He couldn't help but want to burst into song. The boundless horizon is my love, the lush green hills at the foot bloom with flowers. What rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of song is the most joyful? Soon Li Shu slipped into a state of singing and dancing, and his agitated emotions gradually calmed down. What a blast. 10000 achievement points. How am I supposed to spend them? I have no idea. Ha 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 ha. Li Shu looked at those 10000 achievement points over and over, his upturned lips nearly reaching his ears. Calm down. There's still one thing left to do. Li Shu took a few deep breaths, finally regaining composure. He arranged the 7 collected Dragon Balls, which glowed with a bright radiance. Come forth, Chiron. With a loud shout, the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls burst into dazzling golden light. The bright sky dimmed, day turned to night, and lightning and thunder roared. The phenomenon of Shenron's appearance covered the entire sky, and everyone looked up in shock. Watching the dragon soar up from the Dragon Balls, Li Shu was deeply awed. Though he had seen it many times on TV, being there in person was a different experience. Ding. Main storyline check-in mission witnessed the summoning of Shenron completed. Reward obtained 1 wish. Ding. Next check-in location, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Mission reward 1 friendly reminder. A friendly reminder. What kind of reward is this? And it's a mainline check-in task. State your wish. The Divine Dragon's voice rumbled, interrupting Li Shu's thoughts. Li Shu looked at the Divine Dragon with a solemn gaze. This was a wish he had longed for a long time, and today it could finally be fulfilled. My wish is to not feel pain. That's simple. As you wish. The Divine Dragon's scarlet eyes lit up, and its majestic voice echoed around. Li Shu looked at the Divine Dragon with eager anticipation. Finally, he wouldn't need to rely on painkillers. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Shu felt no change in himself, but beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on the Divine Dragon's face. He looked at the Divine Dragon in confusion. The Divine Dragon said awkwardly, "Sorry, your body is too special. I cannot do it. Can you choose another wish?" What? Are you kidding me? Li Shu looked at the Divine Dragon with a bewildered expression, and said reluctantly, "Can you try again?" "Sorry, with my divine power I still cannot do it. No matter how many times I try, the result is the same. You'd better choose another wish." Damn it. Li Shu's good mood instantly vanished, and he even felt a bit irritable. Huh. Li Shu suddenly thought of something. The check-in reward was a wish opportunity. Perhaps the wish that the Divine Dragon couldn't fulfill could be realized by the system. "System, I want to make a wish," Li Shu said quickly. "System, state your wish." Li Shu fell into deep thought. This wish needed to be carefully considered. He had gradually adapted to the 100-fold pain, and besides he had the super painkiller. With the system's omnipotent ability, making a wish to not feel pain would be somewhat wasteful. "My wish is unlimited achievement points." Li Shu's eyes lit up as he said to the system. "System, you're dreaming." Li Shu. After thinking about it, Li Shu felt that the system would never grant such a wish. If he were the system, he would never grant such a wish either. Permanent 100 success rate. After careful consideration, Li Shu uttered a relatively reasonable wish. This shouldn't be rejected, right? System, as you wish. The next second. Ding. Congratulations. Wish granted. Wish being realized. Congratulations. Lucky Star upgraded to Lucky Star LV1. Congratulations. Lucky Star upgraded to Lucky Star LV2. Congratulations. Lucky Star upgraded to Lucky Star Max. Lucky Star Max success rate permanently increased by 100. Awesome. The system really delivers. Li Shu was fully satisfied. Thus the achievement points he had painstakingly saved would no longer go to waste. What was 100-fold pain? Sooner or later he would fully adapt. He just didn't know if the 100 success rate of Lucky Star Max would work on the Universal Enhancement Box. He would find out tomorrow. Li Shu's mood became cheerful again. Even if it didn't work, it didn't matter, it was something he got for free anyway. His original plan was to use 10000 achievement points to max out the Lucky Star skill, but now that expense was saved. The saved points could be used to upgrade pain control, which was very satisfying. He could currently control 8 times the pain, and each level increased it by 3 times. Soon he would be able to fulfill the wish of not feeling pain by himself and also let others experience the thrill of multiple pain multipliers. Have you decided on your wish? The divine dragon was getting a bit impatient and urged. Li Shu thought for a moment and said eternal youth. As you wish. The divine dragon's scarlet eyes lit up, and Li Shu instantly felt a subtle change in his body. He had already prepared for failure, and was even thinking of the next wish, but the wish for eternal youth was granted. This baffled him. Was not feeling pain more difficult than eternal youth? Who knows? Your wish has been granted. Goodbye. The divine dragon suddenly radiated brilliant light and returned to the Dragon Ball. The 7 Dragon Balls shot into the sky, about to scatter across the world. Looking at the gleaming Dragon Balls, a bold idea came to Li Shu. Since Sun Wukong could catch the 4-star ball, why couldn't he catch them all? With this thought, Li Shu shot into the sky, took out the Universal Enhancement Box, and the moment he opened the lid, he collected all the Dragon Balls that were about to scatter into the box. It works. Li Shu laughed heartily. During the cooldown period, the Universal Enhancement Box only lost its enhancement ability, but could still be used as an ordinary suitcase. After waiting a few minutes, Li Shu opened the black box again. Inside, the 7 petrified Dragon Balls lay quietly. Awesome. 1 wish per year, and it saves the time of collecting them. Li Shu felt that today was the best day since he arrived in the Dragon Ball world. Unfortunately, there were no more tasks to do, only the mainline check-in task left. The next World Martial Arts Tournament was still 3 years away. Let's worry about later things later. Let's enjoy now. Li Shu saw the huge 10000 achievement points and grinned broadly. He felt a tickle in his heart and discomfort all over if he didn't spend those 10000 points. First, he would upgrade the dinosaur leg to level 10 to see if there would be any new changes. With the thought, 4 consecutive successful upgrades sounded. 100 success rate is awesome. Upgrading from LV5 to LV10 cost about 500 achievement points. Inexhaustible dinosaur leg, LV10 type, renewable edible spiritual artifact. Ability 1 can attach to the leg. Ability 2 can emit enticing meat aroma. Ability 3 spirituality. Ability 4 void flight. Ability 5 Rui. Ability 6 increases combat power by 15 when equipped. Rui. Seeing the new ability, Li Shu tried it, and sure enough, like Sun Wukong's Rui staff, it could lengthen and shorten. Not only that, but it could also thicken and thin. It could be described as size up while following his heart. The rule for combat power increase also changed. From level 9 to 10, instead of a 1 increase per level, it increased by 5 per level. Should I continue upgrading? After seeing that upgrading from level 10 to 11 required 512 achievement points, Li Shu decided to upgrade Immortal Body once first, and then use the rest to upgrade pain control. Better to max it out directly. If there's any left, I can upgrade the dinosaur leg later. Combat power 618. With his current combat power, he was already invincible on Earth before Ladizi arrived. A few extra percentage points didn't matter much. Upgrade Immortal Body. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a new skill, Super Immortal Body. Inquire about Super Immortal Body details. Super Immortal Body Ability 1 Instant Recovery from Fatal Wounds. Ability 2 Limb Regeneration. Ability 3 Regeneration from a single drop of blood. Ability 4 Regeneration from Destruction. Ability 5 Pain Increase by 20,000. The sensation of pain intensified by 100-fold. Li Shu was somewhat speechless, yet he could accept it. If he could endure pain at 100 times intensity, then what of 200 times? Endure a few more beatings and he would adapt. What did destruction rebirth mean? Could it be the destructive power of the god of destruction? Li Shu suddenly realized that his undying body might not be invincible after all. If he recalled correctly, the Omni King also possessed the power of erasure. He resolved to upgrade to Super Undying Body. Without hesitation, Li Shu made the decisive choice to upgrade once more. His undying physique was his most formidable trump card, and the notion that the Omni King could erase it was unthinkable. Insufficient achievement points. The upgrade failed. But he still had 7310 achievement points. Li Shu was stunned. Glancing at his records, he saw that upgrading from Undying Body to Super Undying Body had cost 2000 points. Does the next upgrade require 20000 achievement points? Li Shu decisively paid a substantial consultation fee and received the system's response. System upgrading to Super Undying Body requires 100,000 achievement points. 100,000. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Li Shu realized his journey was far from over. From now on he would need to tread more carefully when encountering the Omni King. He issued another command, Enhance Pain Manipulation, until his achievement points ran dry. Continuous upgrade in progress. Congratulations. You have unlocked the new skill Pain Manipulation Level 6. Pain Manipulation Level 6 can control the pain perception of oneself or targets with a manipulation range of 28 times level 5 to level 6. Controllable range increases by +8. Hiss. It is truly expensive. Li Shu drew in a sharp breath. To level up from level 1 to level 6 it had cost 6200 achievement points. Upgrading the Saiyan Bloodline only required 20 achievement points. Li Shu did a quick calculation, each level increase doubled the cost. This meant the Saiyan Bloodline upgrade from level 1 to level 2 should cost 40 points. But upgrading Pain Manipulation from level 1 to level 2 required 200 points, a full 5-fold difference. He had assumed 100,000 achievement points was a substantial amount, but he appeared far too naive. After just a few pleasures with the consultation fees deducted, he was left with only 998 achievement points. Only now did he realize that consultation fee standards were determined by the content being consulted. Those 2 consultations had cost him several hundred points. By that calculation, Lucky Star Max was an absolute bargain. He had saved tens of thousands of achievement points. Although the back end did not display the costs for upgrading Lucky Star, such an impressive skill presumably would not come much cheaper than Pain Manipulation. With this thought, Li Shu felt much more balanced, his mood lifting. With 998 points remaining, what should he upgrade? Li Shu pondered for a moment, deciding to hold on to them for emergencies. He had to admit that the thrill of reckless spending was exhilarating, and he found himself wanting more. He decided to take a break and hit the mall to splurge, extending that thrilling sensation, all while his current wealth was more than sufficient. He needed to experience the life of wealth he could not enjoy in his past life. He also had a date with Jing Yia tonight, so he needed to freshen up. Perhaps he could trigger another achievement ring mission while he was at it. Goku was training at King Kai's planet, which would take at least 3 to 5 days, so he would visit him in a few days. In the western capital, at the most upscale shopping mall. Sir, this garment perfectly complements your aura. I will take it, wrap it up. Sir, these trousers pair exceptionally well with that jacket. I will take it, wrap it up. Sir, these socks. I will take it, wrap it up. Sir. I will take it, wrap it up. Was this truly the feeling of having more than enough money? Amidst the admiring gazes of the female saleswomen, Li Shu spoke sparingly, like words of gold. Regardless of what they promoted, his response remained the same 4 characters: I will take it, wrap it up. Li Shu had previously only understood that having wealth was enjoyable, but experiencing endless money revealed something far greater than mere satisfaction. It was beyond exhilaration. Sir. I will take it, wrap it up. Li Shu said instinctively. Wait, sir, here is your bill. Your total expenditure is 370000. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Oh, cash then. Li Shu smiled sheepishly, having gotten carried away with the thrill of spending. Here is 400000. The extra 30000 is for you as a tip. Thank you, sir. The female saleswoman was overwhelmed with joy. Her gaze toward Li Shu shifted. Beneath the admiration, something indistinguishable stirred within her. The moment Li Shu completed his payment, the system chimed. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the limited time achievement mission Shopaholic. Mission description: spend 1 billion within the day. Mission reward: Royal Saiyan Bloodline. Current progress 370000. There truly existed such an achievement. Li Shu was not simply spending mindlessly. Beyond experiencing the life of wealth, he was primarily testing whether such spending could trigger achievement missions. However, before he could celebrate, the system chimed again. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the achievement ring mission, passing through 10,000 flowers without a single petal sticking. Mission description: gain the affection of 300 women but without any physical contact. Mission reward: Casanova title. Achievement point reward 5000. Current progress 0300. Casanova increases combat power by 30%. Hiss. This mission proved quite challenging. 2 consecutive achievement missions, 1 time-limited one in achievement ring. Li Shu had initially been pleased, but after reviewing the mission details his excitement waned considerably. Each mission grew increasingly difficult. As Li Shu emerged from the men's clothing store, he unexpectedly returned and declared to the female saleswoman's reverent gaze, "I will purchase every piece of clothing in your shop." Ah! The female saleswoman's face flushed crimson with excitement, and she involuntarily cried out. Gazing at the man before her in utter disbelief, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to devote herself entirely to him. "Here is 100 million, is that sufficient?" Li Shu tossed a capsule containing infinite space, and instantly mountains of cash materialized before him. "Wrap everything up for me. I will return in an hour to collect it. Any issues?" Li Shu added, "If the amount falls short, I will cover the difference later." "It is sufficient. Sir, please rest assured." The female saleswoman's legs gave way, her body swaying as she teetered toward Li Shu. Li Shu swiftly sidestepped and responded sternly, "Madam, please maintain your professional demeanor. Now is not the time to faint. Kindly expedite my packaging." The saleswoman sank awkwardly to the floor before quickly rising to attend to her duties. Ding! Achievement ring mission: passing through 10,000 flowers without a single petal sticking. Current progress 1300. A faint smile graced Li Shu's lips. He realized the mission was not quite as daunting as he had feared. Simultaneously, Li Shu's lavish spending caught the attention of every salesperson across other stores, particularly the female staff, who gazed at him with unmistakable longing. Combat power 294. Among the crowd, a combat power value caught Li Shu's attention. 294. How can this be? Moreover, I can't sense his presence at all. If not for the battle eye, he would have completely ignored the other's existence. Could it be an android? This reminded Li Shu of Android No. 9 he encountered when destroying the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. That was a character that should not have appeared originally. Now he encountered another one. Unable to sense its presence, yet possessing such formidable combat power, Li Shu could think of no other possibility besides an android. This discovery made Li Shu's mood somber. It seemed that due to his appearance and a series of actions, the plot had undergone subtle changes. This was inevitable, and Li Shu was not too surprised. Fortunately, everything was still within his control. With his combat power of 618, this little incident was no threat, just an accident. At the moment Li Shu noticed the android also looked at him, a cold sneer curling on its emotionless face. "Found you." The instant the android spotted Li Shu, it directly raised its hand and aimed at him, a terrifying energy gathering. It was completely unconcerned that this was a crowded shopping mall. Clearly its target was him. A revenge scheme from Dr. Gero. Li Shu's face changed drastically. If the android destroyed the mall, wouldn't his mission be ruined? This cannot happen. In a flash, within the span of a thought, the energy in the android's palm had been charged and a violent orange energy wave burst forth. Boom! The customers in front of it were browsing the goods in nearby shops. When they realized danger was upon them, they had already been blasted into ashes by the energy wave. Such brutal means made Li Shu's blood boil with rage, fury surging to the top of his head, his eyes nearly splitting. Seeing a mother holding a baby less than a year old about to die without a burial place, Li Shu did not hesitate for a moment, and instantly rushed over. "Get down!" As he dashed out, Li Shu roared using the lion's roar technique. At the same time, his body instantly blocked in front of the terrified mother. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered the glass of surrounding shops, and the entire mall shook violently. Customer screams rose and fell in extreme panic. No one heeded Li Shu's advice. Relying on instinct, they ran out like mad. The scene instantly turned chaotic. A stampede occurred on the narrow stairs, with screams and cries of agony filling the air. "No! My child!" A mother pushed by a panicked man behind her in the crowded crowd stumbled, and the child in her arms slipped from her hands. Damn it! The chaotic scene before him filled Li Shu with extraordinary anger. He couldn't watch a toddler fall to its death, so he instantly flew over and caught the child. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, get down." Li Shu couldn't care less. To prevent further casualties from the panic, he had to increase the power of the lion's roar. "Since you can't do it, I'll help you." With Li Shu's roar, everyone clutched their heads in pain and fell unconscious one after another. The originally chaotic scene instantly calmed down. Although some people bumped into things after fainting, it was unavoidable. At least everyone obediently lay on the ground, having fallen into unconsciousness under the protection of their brains. At the same time, security personnel and management from other floors came rushing over. "Evacuate people from other floors. Hurry. There's a terrorist attack here." Looking at the bewildered security and management staff, Li Shu almost roared. Just now he suddenly had a brilliant idea that could quickly complete the shopping maniac mission. Therefore, after saving these ordinary people, he did not instantly kill the detestable android. At that moment the android fired another energy wave and Li Shu once again withstood it with his body. The 200-fold pain made him wince and grit his teeth, yet there was a peculiar pleasure. His clothes were already torn, exposing his robust body to the air. Li Shu felt he was developing a tendency to become a pervert. At this moment the security and management staff also understood the situation and quickly began evacuating the crowd. Seeing them preparing to carry the unconscious people out, Li Shu said helplessly, "I will protect these people here, you go evacuate the other floors." Okay. Li Shu sighed in relief, then activated pain manipulation, reducing his own pain sensation by 28 times. At the same time he increased the android's pain sensation by 28 times. He wondered if the android felt pain. Li Shu didn't bother to think much now that someone was handling the aftermath. His brilliant plan could be put into action. Just as the android was about to attack again, Li Shu flashed and appeared instantly in front of it, chopping off its arm with a knife hand strike. Looking at the other's expressionless face, Li Shu was quite envious. Androids really don't feel pain. He suddenly thought of turning himself into an android, but after thinking about it he gave up. The terrifying power Li Shu displayed startled the android. It stared at its severed limb in disbelief. That limb was made of an alloy capable of withstanding missile attacks. Yet the other party severed it with just a knife hand strike. What terrifying power! At the same time the android's combat system issued a critical danger warning. Without any hesitation it turned and ran. Just be a good tool for me. Li Shu instantly caught up a whip kick, sending the android flying into a nearby shop, destroying countless goods and decorations. He didn't use full force, he controlled his strength, otherwise that kick would have made the android's head explode like a watermelon. Giving the android no chance to react, Li Shu, knowing they all had self-destruct devices, instantly chased after it, grabbed its head, and wildly swung it on the ground. He smashed all the goods to pieces, including the shops themselves. Li Shu moved quickly. In just a few minutes he had destroyed the entire floor's shops, leaving not a single intact item. This is only one floor's goods. If compensation is needed later, I wonder if it will be enough for 10 billion. Smash more, a rare opportunity. Li Shu sensed that there was no living person's presence directly below. Then he slammed the android in his hand hard onto the ground, instantly creating a large hole through which it fell to the next floor. The violent commotion immediately attracted the attention of the crowd below, who were evacuating toward the emergency exits. Screams continued among the crowd. Li Shu curled his lips, then quickly shouted to the crowd in a tragic tone, "Run! This terrorist is too strong. But don't worry, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will persist until all of you are safely away." Outside the shopping mall the wail of police sirens echoed incessantly. Over a dozen ambulances had already arrived, with more still streaming in. Dozens of fighter jets circled overhead. On the ground densely packed armed forces stood in formation, awaiting orders from their superiors with intense vigilance. What was the situation inside? At the command center the leader of the armed forces furrowed his brow and inquired. According to reports from the mall, a terrorist attack had occurred inside. A terrorist attack? How many perpetrators? One. Are you joking? Casualties? Unclear so far, but it appears there haven't been many injuries. Most people have been evacuated. How many personnel are inside confronting the terrorist? One. What? Is this really a terrorist attack? How can one person cause such devastation? Just as the leader was strategizing, new intelligence arrived from the front lines. Report, sir. It's over. Our team is moving in for search and rescue. What? I was just about to deploy. Outside the mall a crowd had gathered, gazing inside with a mixture of curiosity and shock. Moments earlier violent commotion erupted from within the mall, as if 100-strong construction crew were working inside. The roar was unrelenting. Such upheaval made it impossible for them to imagine the ferocity of the battle unfolding within. They felt as if the building itself might collapse. After everyone was evacuated, the commotion inside soon ceased. Yet stillness lasted only 3 seconds. A massive explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the mall violently. However, the expected blast wave never materialized. At that moment a figure emerged from the mall carrying a head in hand. Miraculously the head showed no signs of bleeding. It was a mechanical construct. The danger is neutralized. There are still unconscious people inside. Li Shu shouted to the armed forces, then walked straight toward the mall manager amid the admiring gazes of all present. The armed forces charging into the mall were instantly stunned by the ruinous scene, as if a battlefield had been raised. How fierce must the battle have been to reduce the interior to such rubble? Crucially, only 2 people were involved in the fight, and they were unarmed. Sorry, your mall probably needs a complete renovation. Outside the mall, looking at the anxious manager, Li Shu flashed a brilliant smile. As long as everyone is safe, I'm truly grateful to you. Renovation is nothing, I have insurance. Insurance? What about the damaged goods in the shops? Well, perhaps they have insurance too. Is there such insurance? Li Shu asked in surprise. Maybe, but someone will definitely compensate for the cost. Hearing this, Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief and then said apologetically, how about this, tally up the losses for all the goods in your mall and I'll cover the cost. Consider it as if I bought them. How can we allow that? The mall manager's face turned pale and he hurriedly said, you are our savior. Without you, who knows how many would have died. Then this mall wouldn't just need renovation, it would be bankrupt or suffer immense losses. Rest assured, we won't let a hero be disheartened. The mall will cover the expenses. How can that be? Li Shu refused firmly. I take responsibility for my actions. Though I acted out of goodwill, I indeed damaged these goods. Therefore I insist on buying all the damaged items. This is non-negotiable. Please ensure the amount is tallied before sunset. This. The manager was astonished. He had never met such a generous and courageous person. The figure of the man before him seemed to grow even taller. No. Absolutely not. You risked your life to save us, how could we let you pay? No. I must pay. No. You can't. If others find out, what would they think of us? Ungrateful. No. I don't care. I'm paying. Thus the two argued heatedly, red-faced, drawing the attention of many. News reporters arrived belatedly and quickly captured the scene. After interviews and inquiries, they learned the reason for the dispute. How touching. A selfless hero. The reporters spared no praise, almost deifying Li Shu. Under the live broadcast and with the mediation of the reporters, the mall manager finally relented, deeply moved by Li Shu's noble character, tears streaming down his face. He is a great man, a selfless man, an upright man, a man free from vulgar interests, a noble man. And our hero. The mall manager, tears in his eyes, lavished praise before the camera. Finally he bowed deeply to Li Shu and left to tally the cost of the goods. Li Shu was immediately surrounded by reporters, bombarded with endless questions. Yes, the terrorist I neutralized was indeed a robot, more accurately an android. How did I defeat him? Well, if you know me, you know I'm the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Buying all the damaged goods is a hefty sum. Don't you feel the pinch? A reporter asked. Li Shu replied earnestly, I've never touched money. I'm not interested in it. Money is just a string of numbers to me. The reporters fell silent for a moment. Will you participate in the next tournament? Yes. The interview lasted a full half-hour, with Li Shu answering every question. Despite his serious expression, inwardly he was overjoyed. Ding. Achievement mission passing through 1,000 blossoms, not a leaf touches. Current progress 23,300. A single interview had earned him the admiration of 22 members of the opposite sex. It seemed the correct way to complete the Casanova mission was to become a celebrity, or idol. Li Shu suddenly felt that the Kun palm skill was not as useless as he thought. He was tempted to showcase it on camera, hoping to gain more progress. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Doing so would surely become the biggest stain on his life. No rush, no rush. This mission has no time limit. Once more people see the interview, the progress should increase, especially among the female victims of this incident. The interview continued when a female officer walked over and escorted Li Shu away. The reason was for taking a statement. Shouldn't you be thanking me for getting you out of that situation? Jing Yi smiled at the man. Thank you so much. Li Shu felt a bit helpless. In truth, he wouldn't have minded being interviewed a bit longer, but it didn't matter. Most people would find journalists a headache. You seem a bit different. Faced with Jing Yi's question, Li Shu did not reply directly, but instead asked, why do I always run into you on every police call? Perhaps it's fate, Jing Yi said with a radiant smile. Li Shu chuckled, fully agreeing with that statement. They chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, it was time to wrap up the shift. You see, I might have to work overtime tonight. Dinner might have to wait a bit. You wouldn't mind, would you? Before leaving, Jing Yi asked earnestly. Of course not. I'll call you later. See you tonight. See you tonight. At 6 p.m. in the mall manager's office. Mr. Li Shu, I've tallied the amount. Please take a look. The mall manager presented a list. Li Shu glanced over it briefly and immediately looked at the final total. 3 billion. We're willing to bear part of the cost. The mall manager quickly offered considerately when he saw Li Shu's surprised expression. No need. It's just that this number far exceeded my expectations. Under the mall manager's stunned gaze, Li Shu produced 12.3 billion in cash. He had expected Li Shu to use a card and had already prepared the equipment, but never imagined it would be cash. What kind of person carries 12.3 billion in cash? The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. The mall manager quickly stopped himself from dwelling on it, and respectfully saw Li Shu out. Ding! Congratulations! The limited-time achievement mission Shopaholic has been completed beyond expectations. Reward received Royal Saiyan Bloodline. Achievement points 30. Bonus reward Bloodline Fusion Potion. Bonus achievement points 30. Bloodline Fusion Potion allows fusion of multiple bloodlines within the body into a new one. Success rate 10. Bloodline Fusion Potion. A 10 success rate. Li Shu grinned. He was a man with a guaranteed 100 success rate now. He had to admit this reward pleased him greatly. The Saiyan Bloodline had been replaced with the Royal Saiyan Bloodline. He had no intention of acquiring other bloodlines. Fusing the Royal Saiyan Bloodline with the Super Earthling Bloodline seemed like a fine idea. Moreover, the original work had already proven that these two bloodlines had high compatibility, so there was no fear of becoming a hybrid abomination. Most importantly, the mixed blood potential of Saiyans and Earthlings was astonishing. A prime example was of course Son Goku's son Son Gohan. Li Shu promptly drank the bloodline fusion potion he had just obtained. Instantly Li Shu felt a scorching heat in his abdomen, which quickly spread throughout his body. Then came excruciating pain from every pore, every blood vessel, every cell. Amplified by his super immortal body, this extreme agony reached a terrifying level. Li Shu barely endured for a moment before hastily swallowing a super painkiller. At the same time, crackling and popping sounds erupted from within his body. Blood seeped from every pore, and in the blink of an eye he was drenched in crimson. Holy crap! All my blood vessels burst. Massive internal bleeding. Oh, and my liver exploded too. Without the pain, Li Shu felt like an outsider, intently observing every change in his body. Without the painkiller, no one could endure such torment. Fortunately, his super immortal body instantly healed all fatal wounds. And so Li Shu cycled endlessly through exploding blood vessels, liver, kidneys, and other organs. He felt he had experienced countless deaths and rebirths. The most direct change was his skyrocketing combat power. Combat power 893. Combat power 1327. Combat power 1691. Combat power 2133. Combat power 2765. Combat power 2999. 5 minutes later, Li Shu consumed another super painkiller, and wondered why is the combat power stuck at 2999. What's going on? The destruction and reconstruction within his body continued, but the combat power didn't increase. Soon the bloodline fusion ended. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired a new bloodline, Earthly Royal Saiyan Bloodline. To be safe, Li Shu immediately said, consult Earthly Royal Saiyan Bloodline. Earthly Royal Saiyan Bloodline Ability 1. After severe injury and near-death, combat power increases significantly. Ability 2. Chi sense level permanently increased by 10. Ability 3. Easier to transform into various Super Saiyan forms. Ability 4. Greatly enhanced durability when excited or enraged. Ability 5. Massively improved potential. System consultation ended. This consultation fee is 200 achievement points deducted. Wow, that's expensive. But it's not cheap, and Li Shu could afford it. Next, he wanted to experience the changes brought by the Earthly Royal Saiyan Bloodline. Li Shu held his breath and focused, beginning to sense his own chi experiencing the changes brought by level 10 chi sense. As he adjusted his chi, his combat power rapidly dropped. Combat power 5. Then it quickly surged, fluctuating back and forth. Level 10 chi sense allowed him to control the intensity of his chi. If he wished, Li Shu could completely conceal his chi. Not only that, his chi perception became sharper and broader, nearly covering the entire Earth. Even without deliberately sensing, he could feel Goku's location. Through the changes in chi and his familiarity with Goku, his mind could even visualize Goku's every move. It was an indescribable, mysterious sensation. With enhanced chi sense, he felt as if he had entered a different realm. A thrilling battle was needed to truly grasp these subtle changes. He decided that after tonight he would seek a sparring match with Goku while also honing Goku's skills. At the same time, he vaguely sensed the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. After experiencing the changes brought by the earthly royal Saiyan bloodline, Li Shu began to ponder the reason for the stagnation in combat power. Perhaps I need an evenly matched fight to unleash my potential and break through this bottleneck. Li Shu considered this possibility. After all, his way of increasing combat power wasn't through training. Perhaps after a fierce battle his potential would be unlocked and the stuck combat power would surge again. At 9 p.m. Jing Yuya finally got off work and met Li Shu at Nobita's yakitori grill. Li Shu. Nobita Bear was pleasantly surprised at the sight of Li Shu. Why are you here? Is this young lady beside you your girlfriend? No. Both Li Shu and Jing Yuya exclaimed in unison. Nobita Bear paused for a moment, then revealed a knowing smile, and said warmly, order whatever you want to eat, it's my treat today. The two exchanged a glance, catching the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Under Nobita Bear's enthusiastic invitation they found a seat by the window and sat down. Nobita Bear's culinary skills were excellent. The two enjoyed their meal and chatted about many things. What? You're married? It wasn't until Li Shu heard Jing Yuya complaining about her husband that he suddenly felt utterly disheartened. Just as Jing Yuya was about to say something, Li Shu's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang to his feet from his seat, staring in shock in the direction of the Karen Tower. Sorry, my younger brother is in trouble. I need to go there immediately. With that, Li Shu leaped out of the window, soared into the sky, and vanished like a shooting star over the horizon. Jing Yuya poked her head out of the window, staring at the sky in astonishment. Soon she withdrew her gaze, eating chicken skewers with vacant eyes, her mood turning somewhat dejected. She murmured softly, is a married woman really that terrifying? Damn it! Why has Goku's ki become so weak? And why have Yamcha and Kuririn's ki suddenly disappeared? What the hell is happening over at Karen Tower? Flying at breakneck speed through the air, Li Shu felt a foreboding sense of dread, his expression turning extremely grim. In Li Shu's perception, Goku's life force was weakening rapidly, already on the verge of death. He could even sense a fierce fury emanating from Goku's ki, continuously upgrading flight buff until achievement points were insufficient. Upgrading in progress. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, flight buff LV6. Flight buff LV6, flight speed increased by 50. With a whoosh, Li Shu instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his speed skyrocketing once more. It must be the androids. Otherwise I wouldn't be unable to sense any ki. Li Shu's heart was filled with anxiety. The unexpected encounter that morning quickly led him to speculate on what might have happened to Goku and the others. That bastard Dr. Gero must have realized he can't defeat me, so he's starting with the people around me. This beast. Damn it. Li Shu suddenly cursed in anger. In his perception, Goku's ki had vanished. Dead. Not only that, but the ki of the Karen Tower Guardian Bora and UPA had also disappeared. A flicker of joy crossed Li Shu's face. Goku's ki had reappeared and was considerably stronger. He must have eaten a senzu bean just before dying. Hang in there, Goku. Your big brother is on his way. Li Shu breathed a sigh of relief. After the near-death recovery, Goku's combat power had surged. Even if he still couldn't defeat the android, he should be able to hold on until Li Shu arrived. With Li Shu flying at full speed, he reached Karen Tower in just 2 minutes. The scene at the base of the tower made Li Shu's heart grow heavy and his pupils involuntarily contracted. There lay Yamcha, Kuririn, Bora, and UPA all sprawled in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in death. Their deaths were identical, each had a fist-sized hole through their chests. In front of the 4 corpses, 2 crimson figures were locked in fierce combat. One was Goku wearing the traditional red martial arts gi of Master Rashi, and the other was a stranger dressed in a similar red outfit. Li Shu could detect no trace of ki from this person, clearly another android. Combat power 188. Combat power 236. The former was Goku's power, the latter the red-clad androids. Goku was being overwhelmed by the red-clad android, bearing numerous wounds. His gi was torn and ragged, even exposing his pale buttocks. Big brother. Goku quickly sensed Li Shu's arrival and turned his head. That momentary distraction allowed the android to seize an opening, kicking Goku square in the face and sending him crashing into a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces. At the same time, the red-clad android instantly shifted its target upon seeing Li Shu opening its mouth and firing a fist-sized energy blast toward him. Li Shu slapped his palm and the incoming energy blast dissipated instantly, causing him no harm. Goku, do you need help? Li Shu did not immediately intervene, but instead looked at Goku, who had just gotten back on his feet. This was a decent sparring partner for Goku. With him watching over, the red-clad android stood no chance of killing Goku. As long as Goku didn't die, Li Shu with his abundant supply of Senzu beans could exploit the near-death loophole to boost Goku's combat power. Big brother, I want to avenge Kuririn and the others with my own hands. Goku glared angrily at the red-clad android and charged forward with a whoosh. However, the red-clad android refused to engage, its gaze fixed intently on Li Shu. I will kill everyone around you. The android flashed a cruel grin, then shot into the sky and retreated without the slightest hesitation. Li Shu frowned slightly. Every android had a bomb inside them, making it troublesome to force the opponent into becoming Goku's sparring partner. He had always hated complications, so he decided to eliminate the android outright, and then take on the role of Goku's sparring partner himself. Of course, if the android had been wiser, it might have lived a few more minutes, or perhaps several dozen. As it turned out, the android was not wise and Goku's speed was insufficient to catch up. Li Shu had no choice but to extend a finger. The energy of the Kamehameha gathered at his fingertip, and in an instant the power was amassed and surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the head of the red-clad android hundreds of meters away exploded instantly. The headless body plummeted helplessly to the ground, landing with a dull thud. Sorry, Goku. Your current strength is still too weak to catch up to him. Big brother had to act on your behalf. Li Shu walked over to Goku and comforted him. Don't be too sad. We can revive them with the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls. That's right. Goku's spirits lifted immediately. Look, I've already collected all 7 Dragon Balls. We just need to wait a year, and they'll be revived. Li Shu took out the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them before Goku. Big brother, do you know who these people are? Why did they want to kill us? The two returned to the base of Karin Tower. Goku began digging graves while asking questions, preparing to bury the bodies of Kuririn, Yamcha, Bora, and UPA right there. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Li Shu looked at Goku helplessly and continued, if they're buried in the earth for a year, their bodies will decompose. Huh? Is that so? Then what should we do? Goku looked bewildered. Li Shu felt a headache coming on. After a moment's thought, he said, we need Bulma's help. She might have some technological means to preserve their bodies. Besides, her boyfriend Yamcha is lying here dead. Li Shu went to the western capital and found Bulma skipping class. Li Shu. What brings you here? Did you come to see me? For some reason, Bulma felt that Li Shu seemed somewhat different. His aura appeared more distinguished, and he looked even handsomer than before. Bulma, at the height of her adolescence, and already known for her penchant toward handsome men, found it nearly impossible to resist such charm. Her relationship with Yamcha had long passed its honeymoon phase. Moreover, spurred on by Li Shu, Yamcha had become obsessed with his training day after day, and the two had not seen each other for quite some time. She didn't even know where Yamcha was at this very moment. Love struggles to withstand the test of time, especially when a more exceptional member of the opposite sex appears right beside you. And yet that was all it was. Bulma's feelings toward Li Shu were little more than a strong fondness, more akin to admiration, much like those of teenage girls who obsess over their idols. Li Shu looked at her with a grave expression and spoke in a low voice. I'm taking you somewhere. I want you to mentally prepare yourself. Yamcha and Krillin. Something has happened to them. Yamcha is in trouble. The infatuated look vanished from Bulma's face in an instant, replaced by palpable tension, and even a trace of panic. At the summit of Karin Tower. While Li Shu was searching for Bulma, Goku had resumed his climb up Karin Tower. After the battle he had just survived, he was desperate to grow stronger. If only he had been a little stronger back then, none of this would have happened. Having brushed against death once before, Goku's power had surged dramatically, and he scaled Karin Tower far faster than he ever had before. But he had only climbed a fraction of the way when Li Shu arrived with Bulma. Bulma. Goku finished his training and leaped straight down, waving cheerfully at her. Bulma's expression was far from bright. Staring at the lifeless bodies on the ground, her entire body trembled. Don't worry. We can use the Dragon Balls to bring them back. Goku offered his comfort with characteristic optimism, having already forgotten the depths of his own rage and sorrow from just moments before. Li Shu placed a reassuring hand on Bulma's shoulder. I'm sorry to bring you grief, but now is not the time for sorrow. They need your help. The Dragon Balls. A wave of relief instantly washed over Bulma. Right. We can wish for Shenron to restore them to life. The gloom lifted from her face as she asked, do we need to preserve their bodies? Yes. For a genius like you, that should pose no problem, correct? A faint smile graced Li Shu's lips. Bulma lifted her chin proudly and tapped her chest. I may not match you in combat, but when it comes to technology, the combined efforts of all of you still couldn't equal mine. Leave it to me. After handing the bodies over to Bulma for processing, Li Shu and Goku followed her back to her residence. She was after all the heiress to the richest family in the world. The mansion was absurdly enormous, complete with a private park inside its grounds. Under Bulma's direction, Goku and Li Shu carried the bodies of Yamcha and the others into the cryogenic chamber. Is it really okay to place them inside this box? Goku looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. Li Shu too could not help but stare a few times longer. Such equipment was something he had only ever seen in movies. But with Bulma standing right there, he refused to look like a clueless country bumpkin like Goku. It would have ruined his dignity entirely. Though he too was dying to ask. Just leave it to me. You wouldn't understand the details anyway. Bulma offered no further explanation, and truthfully neither did her author. She then asked, what do you plan to do next? Do you know who killed them? Goku said nothing, casting a glance toward his elder brother. He felt Li Shu likely knew more than he was letting on. Li Shu took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and finally spoke seriously. The ones who attacked us were androids. If you've watched the news, you may have seen that I was targeted by the same attack this morning. They were after me. Li Shu concealed nothing, recounting the events exactly as they had occurred, including his own suspicions. It all started because I destroyed the Red Ribbon Army. The forces behind those android attacks belonged to Dr. Gero, their mastermind. I am sorry this is my doing. Dr. Gero seeks revenge against me. Once the Dragon Balls are restored, I will bring them back immediately. Li Shu placed the 7 petrified Dragon Balls on the table. Goku's big innocent eyes narrowed in thought. Are they like Android 8, that kind of robot? Li Shu nodded solemnly. Exactly as we have seen. Dr. Gero has developed far more powerful androids. Androids? I've suddenly developed a great interest in that technology. Having confirmed that the Dragon Balls were already gathered, Bulma crossed her legs, her earlier sorrow entirely gone, with no trace of blame toward Li Shu. Bulma was interested in androids. Li Shu was taken aback. This scenario had not existed in the original story. It seemed that the deaths of Krillin and Yamcha at the hands of androids had struck a nerve in this brilliant young woman. She wanted to do something using the very field she excelled in. If Dr. Gero could create androids, then surely a genius like Bulma could build some of her own. Wasn't that only reasonable? Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden achievement quest, Bulma's Revenge. Quest objective: collect 3 intact android units and deliver them to Bulma. Quest reward: Android Manual. Android Manual. Li Shu suddenly recalled something and hastily opened his system quest log. Hidden achievement quest: Dr. Gero's future. Quest objective: rescue Dr. Gero at a critical moment, and guide him away from evil. Quest reward: Android Manual. Both were hidden quests with identical rewards. Li Shu couldn't help but smile. Perfect. He would simply kill Dr. Gero outright. Someone like him would never truly reform. Even if it were somehow possible, it would undoubtedly be far more troublesome. If it was troublesome, then killing him directly was the simpler path. Li Shu's gaze briefly dropped to Bulma's elegant legs beneath her skirt before flicking back up to meet her eyes. Beautiful Miss Bulma, I am very interested in your enthusiasm. I am willing to help you capture 3 wild androids and sponsor your research project. Wild androids? Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. Li Shu, I didn't know you had such a sense of humor. Li Shu returned a polite smile, then grew serious once more. But before that, we may need to live together for quite some time, until we eliminate the threat of Dr. Gero and ensure he dares not attack us again. This is also for your own safety. After all, we are friends. Dr. Gero cannot harm me, so he will inevitably come after you instead. History has already proven that he will. Bulma's heart began to race at the thought of living together with a charming and handsome man like Li Shu, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Li Shu continued. It's best to leave the city center. Living in the city is too dangerous, it would involve others. I suggest we all go stay at the Turtle Hermit's place. That lecherous old man. Bulma was reluctant but agreed. As for Wukong, he naturally had no objections. He still wanted the Turtle Hermit to continue guiding his training. At the Turtle Hermit's hut, he was watching an adult film. Grandpa Turtle Hermit! The sudden arrival of Li Shu and the others along with Wukong's shout startled him as he frantically searched for the remote control. He finally managed to turn off the TV before Li Shu and the others entered the house. As for whether they had seen anything inappropriate through the window, the Turtle Hermit could only wonder. Ahem. The Turtle Hermit turned around, putting on a teacherly demeanor, and said, Wukong, Li Shu, what brings you here? Ed Bulma, you're here too. The turtle hermit's gaze was instantly drawn to Buma, especially the glimpse of fair skin beneath her skirt. His eyes slowly traveled upward, gazing at the peaks, and his bald head involuntarily leaned in. Buma's face flushed with rage as veins bulged on her forehead. She punched the bald head, roaring, "You lecherous old man! What do you think you're doing?" Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why does it hurt so much today? The turtle hermit crouched on the ground, clutching his forehead, tears nearly streaming from the pain. Li Shu smirked silently, increasing pain manipulation by another 5 times, reaching 15 times the normal pain. Suddenly the turtle hermit shuddered, and the tears he had been holding back streamed down as he broke down crying from the pain. His calloused hands frantically rubbed his forehead. "Now do you know how powerful I am? See if you dare do that again." Buma tilted her chin triumphantly, quite satisfied with the turtle hermit's pained expression. Li Shu let out a dry cough. Seeing that the turtle hermit had suffered enough, he ended pain manipulation. Suddenly it doesn't hurt as much. How strange. The turtle hermit stood up, looking bewildered. "Turtle hermit, I have some unfortunate news to tell you." Li Shu's low voice made the turtle hermit serious, staring intently at him with a vague sense of foreboding. "Kulin. He is dead." The first sentence made the turtle hermit's expression change drastically. Soon Li Shu recounted the whole incident again. After Li Shu finished, Buma took out a freezer capsule and threw it on the ground. With a few BOM sounds for cryogenic chambers appeared before the turtle hermit. Seeing the deaths of the 4, the turtle hermit's face grew solemn. All were killed with a single blow, with no signs of struggle. They couldn't even fight back. Yamu Cha's strength might not impress the turtle hermit, but Kulin was someone he had trained personally. Even he himself would find it difficult to defeat Kulin so cleanly, yet the opponent had done it with ease. Even Wukong had nearly died, but fortunately he ate a senza bean in time and barely survived. What surprised him was that such a powerful opponent was so pathetically weak before Li Shu. Wukong's growth had already amazed him. To avoid being quickly surpassed by his disciple, he had secretly started training himself. However, Li Shu's growth exceeded his imagination. "Grandpa Turtle Hermit, can you continue to guide my training? I want to become stronger and defeat the androids with my own hands." Wukong looked at the turtle hermit with longing, his fists clenched tightly. "I am already old. This is the era of you young people." The turtle hermit sighed. "Besides, I have nothing left to teach you. Your current strength far surpasses mine." Looking at the turtle hermit's aged face and his wistful manner, Li Shu couldn't help but say, "Wukong, leave the next phase of training to your big brother. We only need to experience a series of intense battles to quickly become stronger. Of course, we'll also encounter bottlenecks. For now, let's improve as much as we can. Turtle Hermit, would you like to join us?" Li Shu suddenly turned to the turtle hermit and continued, "You don't want to be left too far behind by your disciples, do you? If I'm not mistaken, you've been secretly training lately, haven't you?" Power level 159. The power level floating above the turtle hermit's head clearly betrayed him, seen through at a glance by Li Shu. "Me?" The turtle hermit was startled, not expecting his little secret to be seen through. He laughed awkwardly. "I'm just an old bag of bones. I can't compare to you young people." Li Shu smiled, and with a wave of his hand a handful of senza beans appeared. He said, "I still have quite a few senza beans. As long as we have a breath left, we can train to the point of death." "Did you rob the cat hermit?" The turtle hermit was shocked. Wukong was already impatient. "Big brother, let's start right now." Li Shu looked at the turtle hermit and asked again, "So Turtle Hermit, will you join us? There's a saying that the pupil surpasses the master, but there's also the saying an old courser in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. An old courser in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. The turtle hermit was stunned, and the spirit that had been extinguished was reignited. Ding. Congratulations. Hidden achievement quest triggered. The turtle hermit's potential. Quest description: help the turtle hermit awaken the latent power within the bloodline of earthlings to become a super earthling. Quest reward: Bloodline Awakening. Bloodline Awakening, capable of awakening the latent power within a bloodline. A smile spread across Li Shu's face. The triggering of the hidden quest was within his expectations. This was precisely why he had spoken so much to the turtle hermit. However, the quest reward surprised and delighted Li Shu. Through the description and reward of this quest, Li Shu gleaned some information. It was clear that earthlings were not weak, rather the power within their bloodline had been concealed for some unknown reason. This resulted in earthlings having an exceptionally long bottleneck period that was particularly difficult to break through. Once he mastered Bloodline Awakening, all of this would no longer exist, and the true potential of earthlings would be unleashed. In the future, one powerful Earthling warrior after another would emerge. Moreover, he could use this ability to awaken the bloodlines of other races. Of course, this ability would only work if other races also had latent power within their bloodlines. However, this quest seemed a bit difficult. I have no idea how to awaken the latent power in the bloodline. Will training to the death be enough? Li Shu shook his head. That possibility was unlikely. After much thought, he decided to spend a little consultation fee to ask the system rather than fumbling blindly. The system soon provided the consultation result. There is a profound mystery between life and death, simply refined to the point of death. The consultation fee for this session was 100 achievement points, which have been deducted. Li Shu was speechless. He hadn't expected it to be exactly as he had thought, just refine until death. Fortunately, he was now quite wealthy. A mere 100 achievement points was nothing he couldn't afford. In truth, spending those 100 achievement points was not in vain. At least it clarified his thoughts, allowing him to proceed with greater determination, which was essential. It was like a gold prospector without a metal detector, knowing that digging deeper would yield gold, but after a long period without reward he would easily give up and move to a new location. What they didn't know was that they only needed to dig 10 meters deeper. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit had made up his mind to train alongside them. It was truly moving. I never thought that at my age I would have to toil so much. The turtle hermit chuckled. But I'm also curious to see where my limits lie. Li Shu laughed, and said, Master Rashi Goku, let me first show you my current strength. The moment the words left his lips, Li Shu unleashed his immense ki. A white aura instantly surged around his body, and with Li Shu at the center, a powerful storm seemed to form around him. Under the impact of the pressure wave, objects nearby were hurled away. The coconut trees bent low, and the house felt as if it might be blown away. On the sea surface, violent waves rose up. The turtle hermit and Goku's faces turned pale. Staggered backward several steps by the pressure wave, they barely managed to steady themselves, their eyes almost unable to open. They had to shield their faces with their arms peering through the gaps in horror at Li Shu. They had never felt such immense ki. Li Shu did nothing but stand there, yet he brought them overwhelming pressure. His ki is more than 10 times ours, the turtle hermit exclaimed in shock. He had known Li Shu was powerful, but he never imagined he had reached such an unbelievable level. Thinking back carefully, during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Li Shu and Goku were evenly matched. How much time had passed? It seemed like only 10 days or so. Unimaginable. In just over 10 days he had become more than 10 times stronger. What kind of training speed was that? Could he really catch up? The turtle hermit felt the flame that had just kindled in his heart rapidly extinguishing. Li Shu's terrifying growth rate filled him with despair. So strong! Big brother, how did you train? Teach me. Goku's reaction was the complete opposite of the turtle hermit's. His fighting spirit blazed even brighter, his eyes burning with intensity, as he looked at Li Shu. But there was also some confusion. After all, he had only left with his big brother a few days ago, yet now he was already more than 10 times stronger. Such a terrifying training speed made him extremely envious. This was just Li Shu's full power in his base form. As he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, he suddenly noticed the turtle hermit's unusual state. The expression of utter shock and numbness made Li Shu abandon the idea of transforming. His base form alone had already dealt a heavy blow to the turtle hermit. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the turtle hermit would probably give up entirely, and the mission would fail. Li Shu fully understood the turtle hermit's feelings at that moment. After all, he was old and in a state of retirement, his mindset vastly different from the youthful Goku's. Having reached this age and witnessed the emergence of superior martial artists, he had lost the desire to become stronger. Master Rashi. Li Shu withdrew his emitted ki and said earnestly, You might not know this, but Goku and I are not from Earth. Not from Earth. The turtle hermit was stunned. Bulma, who had been hiding in the house, poked her head out curiously and asked, I've suspected you two weren't Earthlings for a while. Besides animal people, what normal person has a tail? So Li Shu explained the truth about the Saiyans. He did not conceal anything, including the fact that Saiyans could rapidly increase their power after near-death experiences. Upon learning the truth, the turtle hermit visibly relaxed and felt much better. No wonder your strength and Goku's always spike suddenly. So that's it. The turtle hermit had a moment of epiphany. Li Shu continued. Actually, the bloodline of Earthlings is not weak either. As far as I know, a mysterious power lies hidden within the bloodline of Earthlings. After experiencing life and death battles, they can also unleash tremendous potential. However, this potential cannot be directly converted into combat power like that of science. It must be developed through training. This was Li Shu's reasonable guess based on the system's response and the astonishing potential of half-blood science. Though unverified, he felt it was highly likely. Whether it was true or false, a test would tell. And Li Shu paused, then said very seriously, "Master Roshi, have you ever heard of the legendary Super Earthling?" The turtle hermit was startled, stammering, "As Super Earthling?" Goku and Bulma also became interested, looking over in surprise. This was a story they had never heard before. "That's right, the Super Earthling." With the support of thick-skin LV1, Li Shu began fabricating a legend without a blush or a missed heartbeat. Li Shu made up a story with a straight face. "I learned this from a mural in an abandoned cave deep in the sea while collecting the Dragon Balls. What I just said about life and death experiences unlocking potential came from that underwater mural. Moreover, it also recorded how to become a Super Earthling, but unfortunately I only saw half of it before the cave collapsed." Saying this, Li Shu wore a regretful expression. "I never thought there would be such a legend," the turtle hermit said, looking thoughtful. Goku was completely bewildered, saying he didn't understand and wanted his big brother to explain again. Bulma even asked, "Do you remember the coordinates of that sea area? Maybe I can restore the mural." Li Shu was alarmed and quickly invented more lies. "It's useless. After the cave collapsed, I tried to bring the stones ashore, but the murals on them had miraculously disappeared. Don't you think that's amazing?" Li Shu looked at the three of them, his expression genuinely amazed. "It really is amazing," said Goku, convinced. Bulma didn't think much of it and sighed regretfully. The turtle hermit continued to look pensive, as if trying to recall something. Everyone turned their gaze to him. "No way, is there really a legend of the Super Earthling?" The turtle hermit's earnest expression made Li Shu nervous. Then the turtle hermit said, "How about we have hot pot for dinner tonight?" "That's it." Li Shu, Bulma, and Goku all collapsed onto the ground, utterly stunned by the turtle hermit's abrupt change of subject. Under a starry night with a sparse moon, a fierce battle suddenly erupted on the tranquil sea. Two figures, one old and one young, exchanged blows rapidly, and the ripples from their clash spread across the sea, stirring waves upon waves. High above the battlefield, a young figure was overlooking the two, standing ready. Li Shu dared not be careless, preparing to intervene at any moment. Under his strong insistence, Wukong and the turtle hermit both went all out in this battle. Combat Power 191. Combat Power 188. The former is the combat power of the turtle hermit in his muscle form, while the latter is Wukong's combat power in his normal state. The turtle hermit struck with lethal intent, showing no mercy, as if the Wukong before him were his father's murderer. His sharp knife-like gaze was filled with murderous aura. Wukong too was filled with rage, fighting with life-or-death blows. His attack speed increased rapidly, and with his extra tail to use, he was able to suppress the muscle-formed turtle hermit. The appearance of deep enmity between them was also the result of Li Shu's strong request for the turtle hermit to use hypnosis. Without this, either the turtle hermit nor Wukong would have been able to strike with deadly intent. In this way, they would not be able to experience the subtleties between life and death. Unfortunately, the duration of the hypnosis was not long. As for how long it would last, even the turtle hermit did not know. He only gave a vague answer, saying it depended on the person and circumstances. However, this also had its advantages. Whoever broke out of the hypnosis first would reveal a flaw. The other, still under hypnosis, would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Therefore, Li Shu dared not be distracted for a moment, watching the two with unwavering attention. Fortunately, with his current strength, which was more than 10 times that of the two, he could control the situation and make them take senzu beans at the critical moment. The possibility of instant kill did not exist, since the two had nearly equal combat power. At most, one would be severely injured and near death. 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm. The turtle hermit seized the opportunity. Lightning flashed between his palms, and a yellow bolt of lightning shot out, instantly electrocuting Wukong and trapping him in the electric light, unable to move. As the turtle hermit continued his output, Wukong's expression grew more pained. Watching this, Li Shu felt a surge of emotion. Because of his own appearance, Wukong had avoided a fight with the turtle hermit at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now that the 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm reappeared, Wukong still could not escape the gears of fate. In the original story, under the turtle hermit's 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm, Wukong accidentally saw the full moon and transformed into a giant ape, thus breaking the technique. However, now a crescent moon hung in the sky, and Wukong had no chance to transform. Even if he did, Li Shu would activate the inversion domain to prevent Wukong's transformation, otherwise the training would lose its meaning. No accident occurred. Unable to transform into a giant ape, Wukong had no way to counter the 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm, and his aura grew weaker. The Turtle Hermit was also suffering. The 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm consumed a great deal of energy, and he could not sustain it for long. The battle became a war of attrition. Whoever held out the longest would be the victor. Li Shu held a senzu bean in his hand, ready at all times. Time passed. The two stalemated for several minutes. The Turtle Hermit was already sweating profusely, his body trembling. The power of the 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm had clearly weakened considerably, indicating that his stamina was nearly exhausted. Wukong's willpower was extremely tenacious. He was already at his last breath, holding on with sheer will, his body constantly convulsing. Li Shu's expression changed slightly. Both were clearly at the end of their strength, merely enduring. After rehearsing the command to break the hypnosis in his mind, Li Shu gave a loud shout. "Time to eat!" The Turtle Hermit and Wukong both shuddered, a momentary confusion flashing in their eyes. The 10,000 Nations Thunderstrike Palm dissipated, and Wukong fell weakly downward, caught by Li Shu. Looking at the dying Wukong before him, Li Shu felt admiration and also some curiosity. If he were to increase Wukong's pain sensation by 28 times, he wondered if he could still hold on for so long. "Big brother, Grandpa Turtle Hermit is really strong." Wukong's voice was weak, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had thoroughly enjoyed this exhilarating battle. Li Shu first tossed the senzu bean to the Turtle Hermit, then fed one to Wukong. Wukong immediately became lively and energetic, feeling his body filled with inexhaustible strength. Combat Power 237. Li Shu then looked at the Turtle Hermit, who had recovered his strength. Combat Power 160, normal state. One had to admit the Saiyan Bloodline was truly monstrous. After comparing the combat power increases of the two, Li Shu sighed deeply. Wukong had increased his combat power by 49 points, while the Turtle Hermit had only increased by 1 point. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. In this battle, the Turtle Hermit gained the upper hand. In the end, Wukong was nearly electrocuted to death. One was exhausted from exertion, the other severely injured and near death. Strictly speaking, the Turtle Hermit had not experienced life and death, nor was he of Saiyan blood. Given his age of over 300 years, after such an intense battle, being able to increase his combat power by 1 point was already quite impressive. One must understand that at low combat power levels, every single point increase required day after day of arduous training. Many people without guidance only increase their combat power by a few points in their entire lives. For example, Mr. Satan, who performed a hand chop on tiles in front of Cell, trying to intimidate him. Another example is Yamcha and Kellen, who trained hard for months but only increased their combat power by a dozen or so points. And Li Shu and Wukong, who had just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, had trained hard in the mountains for 5 years, yet only increased their combat power by a few dozen points. The stage from 0 to 1, the foundation-laying phase where hard work yields only slow progress, is undoubtedly the most difficult and the easiest time to give up. Once one perseveres, broadens their horizons, finds the right method, and sees a wider sky, then it becomes a vast ocean for fish to leap, a high sky for birds to fly. Of course, cheaters are an exception. "Teacher Wutian, how do you feel?" Li Shu hurried to the Turtle Hermit's side and asked eagerly. "When you were exhausted, did you feel a mysterious power surging from within your body?" The Turtle Hermit smiled bitterly and shook his head. "No, I just feel like my old bones are about to fall apart. It seems that Wukong hasn't pushed you to the brink yet. Without experiencing life and death, it's probably impossible to sense the latent power in the bloodline." Li Shu thought for a moment, and said, "How about this, both of you fight me? Don't worry, I'll only beat you half to death." "Thanks a lot, Li Shu," the Turtle Hermit said listlessly. "Let's just have hot pot first." Lan Chi's culinary skills became increasingly exquisite. Gazing at the feast spread across the table, Li Shu and Wukong did not stand on ceremony, devouring the food with gusto. "Didn't we say we were having hot pot?" asked the Turtle Hermit, dejected. Lan Chi smiled and said if we had hot pot, Li Shu and Wukong would definitely not be able to wait. Exactly. Hot pot is too much trouble. By the time the food is cooked, I'll probably starve to death. Wukong mumbled, his mouth still stuffed with food. Come, try my dinosaur leg." With a slap, Li Shu placed the dinosaur leg, shrunk to 1 meter, on the table. Wukong's eyes immediately lit up. He opened his gaping mouth and lunged to bite, but the dinosaur leg nimbly dodged again. "Brother, just let me have one bite. I've been craving it for so long." Wukong, somewhat exasperated, looked at Li Shu imploringly. Li Shu shrugged. "I can't do anything about it. This thing is sentient. If you want to eat it, you'll have to rely on your own skill." Why does the food have its own consciousness?" Bulma stared in amazement at the moving dinosaur leg, poking it with her chopsticks. It felt springy and bouncy. I picked this thing up. I heard it's a spiritual artifact. I don't know the specifics either. Li Shu, not knowing how to explain, simply played dumb. Bulma suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. Excitedly she said, Li Shu, can you cut a few slices for me to study? I suddenly thought of a method to create androids. Regarding how to make androids, Bulma had been racking her brains all day without any clue until she saw Li Shu's moving dinosaur leg, and suddenly inspiration struck. There should be some kind of mysterious active substance in it. Because. Therefore. Science. Reason. First do this. Then that. Finally this. Bulma grew more and more excited, slapping the table and standing up, laughing wildly. Haha, as expected of me. Just mere androids. They can't stump a beautiful genius girl like me. Li Shu wasn't stingy. He directly enlarged the dinosaur leg and cut off 20 genes, saying, is that enough? If it's not enough, I have more. This thing can regenerate inexhaustible. Don't be polite with me. To be honest, Li Shu was quite curious. What would an android made from a dinosaur leg look like? Thinking about it is quite exciting. Bulma put away the 20 gene of sentient dinosaur leg, took a few casual bites of the food on the table, and then left impatiently. Before entering the laboratory capsule, she turned back and shouted, don't disturb me these few days. I need to focus on my research. Just then a cry of pain came from Wukong as he crouched on the ground, covering his mouth. Everyone looked at Wukong in confusion, then glanced at the dinosaur leg that was hopping left and right in front of him, and immediately understood. So he had tried to sneak a bite of the dinosaur leg, but instead of eating it, he had chipped his teeth. Li Shu silently activated full power pain manipulation, increasing the pain sensation by 28 times. Ah! It hurts so much. Wukong immediately started crying from the pain. The turtle hermit and the others burst into laughter. Li Shu, taking advantage of the distraction, frantically stuffed the food on the table into his mouth, making Wukong howl with anger. The next morning the weather was clear and fine. Li Shu stood on the beach gazing at the calm sea, feeling refreshed. After stretching, he took out a bottle of eye drops and applied them to his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! Dojan ILV-1 has been upgraded to Dojan ILV-2. Li Shu was startled, then his mood became cheerful. He had been using this Dojan I special potion every day, and after persisting for so long he finally succeeded once more. It had saved him at least several hundred achievement points. He didn't know if it was the effect of Lucky Star Max. Li Shu wasn't sure either, since the item description said there was a small probability of upgrading Dojan I. If the system nitpicked over words, it probably wouldn't have any effect. Then Li Shu took out the universal enhancement box and placed the dinosaur leg inside. Li Shu didn't believe his luck could be so good, that he had hit 2 small probabilities. If this time also succeeded, it would mean that success rate and probability boost were the same thing. However, the dinosaur leg was not upgraded. I knew it would be like this. Li Shu shrugged, not really caring. After all, it was a free gain. It would be best if it upgraded, but if not, it didn't matter. Moreover, he felt that his luck was gradually getting better. Glancing at the capsule lab next to Kame House, Li Shu took out a bottle of potion. Invisibility Art 50 Enlightenment Potion. After consumption, there is a 50 chance to enlighten the invisibility art. Li Shu looked at the potion in his hand with mixed feelings. He had obtained it long ago, but had been reluctant to drink it. After all, there was only 1 bottle, and failing would be heartbreaking. But times had changed. With the blessing of Lucky Star Max enhancing success rate by 100, he had to go for it. With the invisibility art, he could help Wukong and the turtle hermit improve their chi sense. Once their strength was about right, he would go find the fortune-telling granny to ask about Dr. Gero's whereabouts, and then kill him directly. Then he could safely grind the romance master quest. Li Shu formulated a plan in his mind, then tilted his head back and drank the enlightenment potion. Ding! Congratulations! You have enlightened the skill Invisibility Art. Invisibility Art, as the name implies, but note that if you attack while in this state, the invisibility will be dispelled. The description of the invisibility art did not surprise Li Shu. Considering that Dr. Gero was a science maniac, he would definitely have thermal imaging and similar devices. Thus the invisibility art would be utterly useless against him. Li Shu consulted system. To what level does the invisibility art need to be upgraded to avoid being detected by scientific means? System level 3 is sufficient. This consultation costs 10 achievement points already deducted. Only level 3. Li Shu glanced at his remaining achievement points, still a whopping 748, far more than he could spend. So he decided to test the upgrade base. Upgrade invisibility art. Ding. Would you like to spend 5 achievement points to upgrade Invisibility Art to Invisibility Art LV1? The success rate for this upgrade is 99. Only 5 points. 99 success rate. Li Shu laughed. With Lucky Star Max around, he feared nothing. He declared boldly, just upgrade 3 levels straight. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the new skill Invisibility Art LV3. Invisibility Art LV3 Ability 1 Invisibility. Ability 2 Dunjia. Dunjia. What does that mean? I never studied chimed Dunjia. In his past life he had died young at 26. He had only heard legends of chimed Dunjia and seen similar movies and TV dramas. All he knew was that it was awesome. But when it came to truly understanding chimed Dunjia, he was utterly clueless. Li Shu pondered for a moment. If he wanted to counter existing scientific methods, he would need either mysticism or a higher form of science. The Dunjia technique seemed perfectly viable as well. In an instant, Li Shu shifted his focus and his entire body became transparent, including his clothing, which was surprisingly considerate. He could barely see himself, yet he could still sense the presence of his chi. In other words, he was not entirely invisible. Someone with sharp chi perception could still detect his position through spiritual sensing. Then he activated the Dunjia ability. In a flash, his entire aura vanished completely. Even with his chi perception at level 10, he could not detect the slightest trace of leakage. This was simply a god-tier skill for ambush attacks. With this ability at his disposal, he could silently capture the androids alive, preventing them from fleeing or detonating themselves upon sighting him. Now he needed to test whether thermal imaging could still detect him. Li Shu walked toward Bulma's capsule laboratory and knocked on the door. Bulma should still be asleep at this hour, right? Who's there? I told you not to disturb me these past few days. Yet the moment the knocking echoed, Bulma's furious roar surged through the walls and windows. Bulma, it's Li Shu. I need your help. Li Shu. Her voice softened immediately, and she hurried to open the door, apologizing. I'm sorry. I was deep in thought just now. I didn't mean to yell. Huh. Where did he go? The moment she opened the door, Bulma froze, glancing left and right in confusion. She wondered if she had been awake all night and was now hearing things. Sorry to bother you. Li Shu immediately deactivated his invisibility technique, and his form gradually materialized. You can turn invisible. Bulma's face was plastered with shock. I just learned it. Isn't this to help you capture some androids? Unfortunately, they flee at the sight of me and even self-destruct. So I decided to research invisibility. You want me to run a thermal imaging test on that, right? Bulma, unsurprisingly a genius, instantly grasped Li Shu's intention. Li Shu nodded eagerly. After Bulma's testing, once he activated the Dunjia ability, his figure completely vanished from the thermal imaging display. That's incredibly impressive. Bulma marveled at Li Shu's power, then posed a question. But if you only get close enough to grab them, how do you prevent them from self-destructing? Li Shu recalled his fight with Android 9 and replied. Just keep beating them relentlessly so they never get the chance to self-destruct. Bulma smiled and said, Actually, you only need to extract the chips from inside their bodies. Though I have not yet figured out the complete structure of the androids, I am certain there is a chip inside. It is an indispensable core component. I can build a chip detection device that locates where the chip is installed. However, the device is somewhat complex, so you will need to wait a while. Li Shu was pleased to hear this. It would definitely save him considerable trouble. After leaving Bulma's laboratory, Goku and Master Roshi had also awakened. Following breakfast, the three of them began their grueling training. Li Shu faced both opponents alone. Every attack from Master Roshi and Goku was effortlessly evaded. Meanwhile, a single casual strike from Li Shu sent both of them coughing up blood. And with the pain multiplied 28-fold the moment either of them was touched by Li Shu, they writhed in excruciating agony. Ah! Why does it hurt this much? Master Roshi clutched his rear and howled, bouncing up and down desperately in an attempt to ease the suffering. Goku mirrored him, clutching his stomach and gasping for air, his forehead glistening with a fine layer of sweat. Brother, I can't take it anymore. It's killing me. I think I need to find a toilet. Give me a moment. Heh. Li Shu watched them both with a grin. You can't handle just 28 times the pain. I have been enduring 200 times the agony. Do you have any idea how I survived these past years? Seeing someone else experience the same torment brought Li Shu a sense of satisfaction. We must learn to share both joy and suffering. One person's pain is nothing compared to many sharing the burden. Goku, only through feeling it yourself can you truly understand why your big brother fears pain so deeply. Watching Goku frantically searching everywhere for a toilet, one hand pressed to his stomach, and the other to his rear, Li Shu could not help but wear a fatherly smile. Throughout the morning's training, the cries of agony from Master Roshi and Goku never ceased. It was as if they were competing on a vocal performance stage, each trying to outdo the other in how loudly they screamed. Meanwhile, the smile never left Li Shu's face, it only widened. Especially under Li Shu's lethal strikes, Master Roshi's bones shattered completely, and his internal organs suffered equally devastating damage. Blood gushed from his mouth in torrents mixed with fragments of internal organs and bone shards. And under the effect of pain manipulation, the agony of death itself was amplified 28-fold. Master Roshi's mind grew clouded from the torment, his body convulsing uncontrollably. He tried to relieve the suffering through screams, but each time he opened his mouth, a mouthful of blood and gore spilled out. Moreover, he had exhausted his strength to cry out. He lasted only 5 seconds before his consciousness began to blur, and he sensed death closing in. It was an indescribable sensation. Memories from his life flashed rapidly through his mind. Over 300 years of lived experience evaporated in an instant. Just before losing consciousness, he felt something being forced into his mouth. He had to admire the incredible power of the senzu bean. Even with his organs pulverized and his digestive system destroyed, it somehow restored his body. Master Roshi? How do you feel? Did you experience the mystery between life and death? Watching the tortoise hermit slowly open his eyes, Li Shu asked urgently. Master Roshi shook his head and then nodded, leaving Li Shu puzzled. I do not know what the mystery between life and death is, the old man said. But just as I thought I was dying in my days, I seemed to hear a faint cracking sound coming from somewhere within my body, though I could not pinpoint where it originated. It was the sound of something developing a fracture. Master Roshi struggled to describe the sensation, gesturing wildly as he continued. After consuming the senzu bean, that feeling disappeared. Hearing this description, Li Shu's expression turned contemplative. It reminded him of a research paper from his previous life about human potential and elements from an infinite flow horror novel. When humans face desperate circumstances, they can often unleash unbelievable power. This force breaks through the constraints within the body, unlocking human potential and drawing upon an inexhaustible wellspring of strength. I understand. Li Shu's eyes lit up. That was the sound of the gene lock breaking. Li Shu excitedly looked at the turtle hermit. It turned out that his careful efforts to bring the turtle hermit to the brink of death were not in vain. This proved that his approach was correct. As long as he repeated this operation, the turtle hermit would surely unlock the latent power in his bloodline and become a super earthling. Li Shu's gaze made the turtle hermit feel a bit uneasy. Then the man said, Master Wutian, have you heard of the gene lock? If I'm not mistaken, the voice you heard at the brink of death came from the gene lock. It is an invisible shackle that imprisons our potential and power deep within our bloodline. The prerequisite to unlock the gene lock is to be in a state of near death, relying on a powerful obsession and willpower. However, the power of the Saiyan pulled you out of that state, so the entire process only lasted a short while before ending. Looking at the gradually terrifying smile on Li Shu's face, the turtle hermit suddenly felt a chill and began to tremble. Li Shu continued. In simple terms, I just need to kill you a few more times. Of course, not actually kill you, just put you in a state similar to just now. You need to endure that state a little longer until the gene lock is completely shattered. The turtle hermit looked at Li Shu with a face of utter despair, his mouth wide open, and stammered. I'll try my best. After saying that, the turtle hermit sighed and walked towards the house with an aged demeanor. Although the Saiyan had healed his physical injuries, his mental pain and torment had not yet recovered. He needed to watch a little movie to relax. Watching the turtle hermit's retreating figure, Li Shu smiled and withdrew his gaze, then looked at Wukong, who had been completely bewildered the whole time. Obviously, Wukong hadn't fully understood the conversation just now. Big brother, can I have a bite of your dinosaur leg? I'm hungry and feel weak. Seeing his big brother look at him, Wukong immediately drooled, his face full of longing. Combat Power 283. Looking at the combat power value that had once again skyrocketed above Wukong's head, Li Shu sighed in admiration. Truly the strongest fighting race, the Saiyan Bloodline. It probably wouldn't be long before Wukong's combat power could catch up to his own. Li Shu raised his hand and tapped Wukong on the forehead, saying, Didn't you just eat a Saiyan? How can you be hungry? Haha, you caught me, big brother. Wukong chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Half a month later. On the calm sea, Li Shu stood in a battle-ready stance, looking at Wukong with an extremely serious expression. Combat Power 2963. After half a month of death training, Liu Kang's strength had greatly improved, nearly matching his own. The long-awaited clash of titans had finally arrived. His combat power bottleneck would seek a breakthrough in this fierce battle. "Big brother, I'm going to attack now." Liu Kang was eager, his voice full of impatience. During this time he had been beaten badly by his big brother. Now that his strength had finally caught up, he couldn't wait to get his revenge. Li Shu grinned and said, "Bring it on." Whoosh! Liu Kang instantly vanished from his spot, moving through the air at incredible speed as if he had disappeared. However, this was of no use to Li Shu. Not only could his battle nose provide early warning, but his battle eye, which had been upgraded to level 2, could also track high-speed movements. Li Shu suddenly threw an elbow strike to the side. The sky immediately erupted with a violent roar, and Liu Kang's vanished figure was revealed. Hiss! Liu Kang drew a sharp breath. The feeling of his fist hitting Li Shu's elbow was like punching an indestructible piece of metal. After half a month of death training, he still hadn't fully adapted to the 28 times pain sensitivity, but it was no longer unbearable. Hiss! Li Shu also drew a sharp breath. He hadn't fully adapted to the 172 times pain sensitivity either, but it gave him a strange pleasure. That indescribable mix of pain and pleasure made him feel a hint of excitement. He felt he was becoming more and more twisted. He didn't want to be like this, but after so long he had no choice. Boom! Li Shu directly activated his battle heart, and a fiery red aura exploded all over his body. The astonishing battle intent, like a raging tsunami, sent Liu Kang flying hundreds of meters away. The activation of the battle heart made Li Shu completely exhilarated, weakening the pain further. In an instant he caught up to Liu Kang and unleashed a storm of attacks. Liu Kang was beaten without any chance to fight back, taking heavy blows to multiple parts of his body, mercilessly pummeled. Under the 28 times pain amplification, even Liu Kang's iron willpower was a bit overwhelmed. Just enduring the pain consumed all his strength. All his neural responses were flooded with pain, making it difficult for him to react. Liu Kang's reaction made Li Shu feel a bit disappointed, so he immediately deactivated the pain manipulation. Otherwise, under 28 times pain, Liu Kang would only be passively beaten until he got used to the pain like Li Shu did. Only then would he have the strength to fight back. It doesn't hurt as much. Liu Kang was ecstatic, thinking he had already adapted to the pain. Without the suppression of pain, Liu Kang let out a loud yell and whipped a kick towards Li Shu's head. Li Shu raised his hand to block. The collision of two forces with the pain amplified 172 times made his face contort in agony. But his heart grew even more excited. He grabbed Liu Kang's ankle and, like swinging a hammer, smashed him repeatedly against the sea surface. The onslaught, like crashing waves, and the immense impact made Liu Kang feel extremely uncomfortable. However, under the tempering of 28 times pain, Liu Kang's endurance had improved astonishingly. He actually used his powerful abdominal muscles to do a sit-up, and at the moment he was lifted again, he punched Li Shu in the face. Li Shu winced in pain and instantly let go. Liu Kang broke free and pressed forward, launching a storm of attacks without holding back. A devastating uppercut to the abdomen made Li Shu's whole body curl up. Liu Kang then followed with a fierce upward kick, sending him high into the sky. Kamehameha! Liu Kang gathered power in his hands and pushed forward towards Li Shu in the sky. A thick blue energy blast instantly engulfed Li Shu. When the light dissipated, Liu Kang's face changed dramatically. His big brother's figure had vanished. Invisibility technique! Liu Kang's expression turned serious. Over the past half-month to train his chi sense, his big brother often used the invisibility technique to ambush him. It had given him a huge psychological shadow. Because he had never escaped, once every time without exception he was knocked out of combat by his big brother's punch. However, what gave Liu Kang some comfort was that his chi sense had indeed improved a lot, and he could barely detect his big brother's position. Li Shu did not activate Dun Jia, or this battle would have been utterly meaningless. Liu Kang, now on high alert, darted his tense gaze around, trying to locate his elder brother's position. "Found you, big brother." A smirk curled at the corner of Liu Kang's mouth as he shot forward like lightning, striking a fist into the void. Yet the expected scene did not occur. Instead, a fierce sound of air splitting came from behind him. "Damn! I've been tricked." Liu Kang barely managed to twist his body, only to feel an explosive force slam into his waist. The punch knocked the bow right out of him. However, this was merely the beginning. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shu struck with lethal intent, unleashing a relentless combo that sent Liu Kang soaring into the sky and plunging into the sea, raising monstrous tidal waves. But Liu Kang was incredibly resilient. Seizing a brief opening, he broke free from Li Shu's combo and immediately whipped a roundhouse kick into Li Shu's waist. Amplified by 172 times, the agony was excruciating. Li Shu felt as if his own gallbladder was about to be vomited out. Thus the two fought on, growing more exhilarated with each exchange like machines that never tire. Standing on the beach, the turtle hermit kept wiping the seawater from his head, unable to follow their movements. All he could hear were the deafening booming sounds. Each collision of their power sent ripples across the sea, summoning waves that crashed against the shore. Turtle Hermit Island was battered relentlessly. They have to change their battleground, or the people on the coast will be in trouble. The surging waves grew higher and higher, and the turtle hermit shouted with deep concern, "If you keep this up, you'll trigger a tsunami." Li Shu and Wukong immediately halted their combat. They pulled apart, staring at the roaring sea, both momentarily stunned. Then they exchanged a knowing smile, and in perfect sync soared hundreds of meters into the sky far above the sea before clashing once more. The close quarters brawl, blow for blow, made Li Shu wince in pain, yet he grew fiercer and more exhilarated with every strike. Every cell in his body seemed to be cheering with delight. Li Shu couldn't recall when he had started to become addicted to the sensation of pain. The agony, magnified 172 times, tore at his heart, but his mind remained exceptionally active. The extreme pain no longer interfered with his other neural responses. He knew he had adapted to the 172-fold suffering. Li Shu then deactivated the pain control applied to himself, boosting his pain perception to 200 times. Without such a restraint, he felt it would be too unfair to Wukong without the handicap of agony. The battle raged on for over 2 hours. Wukong began to feel his stamina waning. In contrast, Li Shu remained vigorous, his face gradually taking on a maniacal exhilaration. During this prolonged fight, he discovered another ability of the battle heart. The more he fought, the stronger he became, and he never felt fatigue. Even if his stamina was completely drained, as long as the battle heart remained active under the influence of the solidified battle intent, he could not sense exhaustion. In this state, he could continuously push his body to its limits, even recklessly overdrawing his life force. When the overdraft reached a life-threatening level, his undying body would activate, replenishing the expended vitality. Repeating this cycle endlessly, Li Shu felt like an invincible war god. Unfortunately, the ability of the battle soul still eluded his understanding. He had hoped Wukong could help him unlock the battle soul's power. Watching Wukong gasping for breath during the break, Li Shu's face showed a hint of disappointment. "Is that all you've got, Wukong? In that case, Big Brother will have to kill you once more. I hope next time you can kill me once." The moment the words fell, Li Shu shot forward like a cannonball, his speed unimaginable. Wukong let out a bitter laugh. He could no longer see his elder brother's movements. But he refused to give up. Since he couldn't tell where the attack was coming from, the only option was to move erratically and disrupt his opponent's judgment. Wukong then let himself go, leaping up and down, darting left and right, soaring into the sky, then diving into the sea. Yet all his efforts were in vain. With a sharp stab, Li Shu's fingers held like a blade pierced through Wukong's chest, pinning him in midair. Cough. Cough. Wukong spat out blood weakly. "Big Brother, I've lost again." His depleted stamina had weakened his internal energy and drastically reduced his physical defense. The moment his elder brother's hand blade struck, he knew he couldn't withstand it. Li Shu withdrew his arm and flicked a senzu-bean into Wukong's mouth, smiling. "You'll get used to it." After eating the senzu-bean, Wukong's injuries healed instantly, and he felt a surge of power even greater than before. Battle Power 3323. After checking Wukong's battle power, Li Shu also ate a senzu-bean and sensed his own. Battle Power 4992. Li Shu smirked. The fierce battle had indeed broken through his bottleneck, granting him a significant boost in battle power. "Big Brother, I feel stronger. Let's fight again. This time I'll definitely kill you." Wukong, brimming with renewed confidence, looked at Li Shu eagerly. Li Shu shook his head. "You don't think you're the only one who got stronger. Sudden power surges need to be stabilized first. Besides, Big Brother has other things to do." Ignoring Wukong's battle challenge, Li Shu returned to Turtle Hermit Island. Battle Power 175. He glanced at the Turtle Hermit's power level, his face full of resignation. For half a month he had killed the Turtle Hermit every day to create the conditions for him to break the genetic lock. His original plan was to kill him 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening, but the Turtle Hermit adamantly refused, and Li Shu didn't want to force it. "Master Wukong, it's time to send you off." The Turtle Hermit's mouth twitched. Although he knew he wouldn't truly die, he would always be saved at the critical moment. He had grown accustomed to the fear of death, but the pain during death remained a torment. He couldn't even remember why he was doing this or how he had persisted. It was like a monthly cycle that brought discomfort, yet if it skipped a month he'd start to worry. What am I worried about? I'll never catch up to them. I regret this. I just want to slack off. Numbly and routinely the turtle hermit lay down in the vital sign monitoring device awaiting death. This device, built by Buma at Li Shu's request, could precisely determine the moment of the turtle hermit's death, allowing Li Shu to time the senzu bean perfectly. It also recorded the time from near death to actual death. To Li Shu's relief, the turtle hermit held out a little longer each time. It wouldn't be long before he could fully break the genetic lock and awaken the super earthling bloodline. Keep it up, Master Wutian. Li Shu then delivered a palm strike that nearly killed the turtle hermit, leaving him convulsing. Outside the palace of the fortune-telling Baba, Li Shu obediently waited in a long line. He needed Baba's help to locate Dr. Gelo's laboratory, intending to steal 3 androids and eliminate Dr. Gelo in the process. As for Kellen's happiness, Li Shu had already figured it out. Androids No. 17 and No. 18 were products of live experiments, so he would directly find the real No. 17. This way he could also prevent Dr. Gelo from killing No. 17's entire family. While waiting in line, Li Shu recalled his instructions to Wukong before leaving and suddenly felt worried about the scatterbrained Wukong. Surely Wukong would remember to feed Gai Xian and the senzu bean in time. Li Shu was truly uneasy, so he began to monitor the fluctuations in Gai Xianren's qi. When he sensed Gai Xianren's qi was about to vanish, his expression changed drastically. Fortunately, Gai Xianren's qi soon became vigorous again, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It turned out that Wukong was quite reliable. After carefully sensing Gai Xianren's qi and finding it unchanged from before, Li Shu felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that another attempt had failed. Li Shu then withdrew his attention and began to review the gains of the past few days. Over the past half-month his battle eye had been upgraded again, reaching LV3. It granted a certain degree of clairvoyance. For instance, he could see the flow of qi within the body and predict the direction and intensity of an opponent's attacks in advance. It was extremely useful. Besides that, there was an unexpected bonus. Over the past half-month he had used the universal upgrade box to upgrade the intermediate senzu bean jar. Finally, the day before yesterday, he successfully upgraded it to the advanced senzu bean jar, which now produced 6 senzu beans automatically every day. The output had tripled. Before long, Li Shu met the fortune-telling Baba again. You again? Baba looked at him with resentment and added, Did you bring money? I want to challenge 5 fighters. Li Shu grinned innocently. Why pay when he could get it for free? Baba fell silent, pondering whether to abolish this rule. Otherwise this kid would fleece her completely, coming to her for trivial matters. How annoying. Fine, I'll give you a free fortune this time, but you have to pay next time. A trace of helplessness appeared on Baba's face. Li Shu nodded and smiled. Next time for sure. Speak, what do you want to divine? Dr. Gelo's laboratory and his whereabouts. That counts as 2 queries. Then I'll challenge twice. Last time I thought you were generous, but it seems that spending too much time with my foolish brother has turned you into a cheapskate. Li Shu didn't argue, just kept grinning and said, Next time. 2 minutes later, Li Shu got the information he wanted about Dr. Gelo and his laboratory. After bidding farewell to Baba, he hurried away. Deep in the mountains north of Baidu, 10 kilometers from Dr. Gelo's laboratory, a figure silently landed and vanished the moment it touched the ground. A wild monkey in a tree glanced at the spot in confusion. It had clearly seen a person, but where did they go? But soon it forgot the matter and happily played with a nearby female monkey. This laboratory was really well hidden. Invisible, Li Shu flew low through the mountains. According to the fortune, Dr. Gelo had hollowed out a mountain and built his laboratory inside. The 10-kilometer distance took Li Shu less than a minute. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the laboratory. Gazing at the mountain before him, Li Shu had to admire Dr. Gelo's ingenuity. From the outside it was impossible to imagine a laboratory hidden inside. How do I get in? Li Shu encountered a new problem. He flew around the mountain several times and found it was completely sealed. Unless Dr. Gelo opened the door himself, there was no way to sneak in silently. Just as Li Shu was racking his brains for a solution, something unexpected happened. A massive stone wall on the mountain suddenly opened on its own. A figure in a blue combat suit flew out, scanned the surroundings, and then turned into a streak of light and flew away. He didn't notice the invisible Li Shu, which relieved Li Shu. Combat Power 1387. Had a new type of android been created? Watching the departing blue figure, Li Shu sensed no qi from him. This surprised him greatly. In just a few days, Dr. Gelo had managed to create an android with a combat power as high as 1387. If Dr. Gelo were given more time, wouldn't the combat power exceed 10,000? This was even faster than the Scion's growth. How did he manage it? Just as the door was about to close, Li Shu slipped in silently. His previously extinguished admiration for Dr. Gelo's talent began to rise again. In truth, if Dr. Gelo hadn't retaliated against him without any scruples, he wouldn't have wanted to kill him so early. Capture him alive, then make him reveal all the android technology, and compare it with the android manual rewarded by the system. If it's inferior, he can kill him later. He still trusted the genius girl Buma. After all, in the future she could even build a time machine. It should be reasonable to create a few androids, right? Walking inside the laboratory, Li Shu clicked his tongue in amazement at the countless devices and machines whose names he didn't know. Soon he discovered several unactivated androids lying quietly in their pods. Li Shu didn't rush to act. He needed to first survey the terrain and locate Dr. Gelo. However, he soon encountered a difficulty. Almost every door here was locked, preventing him from exploring further. Li Shu frowned, then had an idea. I don't believe it. If the androids or equipment suddenly disappear, Dr. Gelo would resist coming out to check. Since his goal was to capture Dr. Gelo alive, Li Shu didn't intend to storm in to avoid any unforeseen accidents. With that in mind, Li Shu spent 200 achievement points to expand his dimensional storage space by 200 square meters, enough to silently empty the entire place. After everything was ready, Li Shu first took out a chip detection device, removed the chip from an android's head, and then with a wave of his hand stored it away. Perhaps Dr. Gelo was too confident. After waiting quietly for a few minutes, no alarms sounded or anomalies occurred. Li Shu chuckled and repeated the method, storing all the androids along with the equipment into the dimensional storage space. A total of 13 androids. At this point, the entire first floor of the laboratory appeared empty. Deep within the third floor of the laboratory, in the most secluded room, Dr. Gelo was speaking with a manic expression. His audience, however, was a corpse lying on the cold operating table. All of the corpse's organs had been removed and placed in jars and bottles nearby. These containers were filled with an unknown liquid that seemed to possess the miraculous ability to preserve the organs and prevent them from deteriorating. This will be an epic-making masterpiece. A milestone in the android series. That damned Li Shu, how peculiar are the active cellular substances in his body. No wonder he could wield such immense power. The trait of immortality and indestructibility is truly exhilarating. Mine now, all of this is mine. If only I could transform Li Shu into an android, it would be the most perfect creation. Dr. Gelo muttered madly to himself, removing the organs from the containers filled with unknown liquid and placing them back into the various electronic modules within the corpse's body. If Li Shu were here at this moment, he would be utterly shocked. Because the corpse lying there bore a striking resemblance to him, 7 or 8 parts similar. Not exactly identical, but one could say they were carved from the same mold. On the first floor of the laboratory, Li Shu sat idly near the entrance to the second floor. Why isn't he coming down? With such a commotion, no reaction at all. Strange, I can't sense any trace of energy. Could it be that Dr. Gelo has already transformed himself into an android? Li Shu's expression turned subtle. In the original story, Dr. Gelo did indeed turn himself into an absorption-type android possessing formidable power. If not for that, with his level 10 energy sensing, he would not be unable to detect any energy. It seems capturing Dr. Gelo alive won't be so easy. Li Shu was not overly concerned about the android version of Dr. Gelo. Based on the combat capability of the android he had just encountered, the prematurely upgraded Dr. Gelo would not be excessively powerful. Gazing at the ceiling, Li Shu activated the clairvoyance ability of his battle eye. However, the laboratory was constructed from some unknown material. The ability to see through human bodies could not penetrate the steel plate of unknown composition. Li Shu's patience began to wane. He decided to create an even greater disturbance. With a single punch, he shattered the door leading to the second floor. The moment his invisibility technique was broken, he reactivated it. This time the piercing alarm finally sounded. Startled, Dr. Gelo furrowed his decrepit brows deeply. The masterpiece before him was nearly complete, so he had no intention of investigating. He continued with his work. The laboratory could be rebuilt. As long as the android before him could be completed, the destruction of the other experimental androids mattered little. Compared to this nearly perfect android, the trash downstairs was of no concern to him. He was not worried about who had invaded the lab. Once the masterpiece was finished, any enemy would be destroyed. Soon he would rule the entire world. Downstairs, Li Shu waited for a long time yet still saw no one. Growing increasingly puzzled, he wondered, could it be that he's not in the lab? With this thought, Li Shu stopped hiding. He moved with bold sweeping motions, taking everything of value he could carry and destroying the rest. Thus he advanced with irresistible force to the third floor, ransacking one room after another. Yet after turning the entire laboratory upside down, he still found no trace of Dr. Gero. Really not here? Li Shu was surprised. But in the fortune-telling vision of the fortune-teller Baba Dr. Gero was indeed in the laboratory. In the concealed room on the third floor, Dr. Gero grew increasingly irritable. The noise outside was too loud, disrupting his progress. He temporarily paused his work and looked at the monitor. However, the screen showed nothing but static. Most of the cameras had been violently destroyed. Fortunately, a few hidden cameras remained intact, capturing some footage. Li Shu, upon seeing the intruder's face, Dr. Gero became excited. He had planned to capture this brat for experiments once the immortal android No. 1 was complete, but now the target had come to him. Immortal Android No. 1 was the first product of his Android Immortality series, incorporating Li Shu's genes and possessing incredible regenerative abilities. Theoretically, as long as the internal nanochip was not destroyed, it could regenerate indefinitely. Unfortunately, experimental subjects compatible with Li Shu's genes were hard to find. The experimental subject before him, which bore a striking resemblance to Li Shu, was a fortuitous discovery. Just 2 more minutes, and it will be complete. Dr. Gero had full confidence in this hidden laboratory. Unless he opened it from the inside, no one outside could find it. Of course, it was not absolute, unless the entire mountain was blown up. Then the laboratory hidden within the mountain would be exposed. Li Shu was now confused. He had searched every possible place in the entire laboratory and found no hidden room. Could fortune-teller Baba's divination have failed? This result forced Li Shu to doubt her abilities. But after some thought, he deemed it unlikely. More probably Dr. Gero was simply too cunning, given that he would have to level the entire mountain. Li Shu made up his mind. In an instant he smashed through the stone door of the lab and emerged outside, looking down at the mountain. Slowly he extended a single palm, enveloping the entire mountain. A terrifying energy fluctuation rapidly gathered in his palm. 5 seconds later, a massive blue energy wave burst forth. In an instant a thunderous roar echoed across the land. For 10,000 miles the earth shook and countless birds and beasts fled in panic. When the energy dissipated, the original mountain was gone and the laboratory had vanished. Only a solitary room remained in Li Shu's sight. A look of shock appeared on Li Shu's face. Under his attack, not only had this concealed room remained intact, but it had also absorbed his energy. However, Li Shu quickly understood and exclaimed in admiration. "Impressive! You've installed energy absorption devices on the outer walls of the room." Without hesitation, Li Shu charged forward and kicked the door. The energy absorption device was not invincible. It could not withstand physical attacks. With Li Shu's full force, the door instantly shattered, revealing the scene inside. Huh! When he saw what was inside, his pupils contracted sharply. He actually saw himself inside the room. Seeing his own naked body was bad enough, he was just a bit stunned. But the next moment sent a chill down Li Shu's spine. The old man Dr. Gero was caressing the chest of another Li Shu with a look of sheer ecstasy. Then the abs. Then. There couldn't be a then. Li Shu erupted in fury, instantly unleashing a beam of energy. Though he knew the thing that looked exactly like him wasn't himself, it still made him nauseous. What a perfect creation! A maniacal grin spread across Dr. Gero's withered face. With a wave of his hand, he absorbed the energy beam that Li Shu had fired. Seeing such a perfect version of yourself, aren't you tempted? This is my greatest work, the undead android No. 1. Dr. Gero stared at Li Shu with wild excitement. Tempted my ass. Die, you perverted bastard. The thought of capturing Dr. Gero alive evaporated instantly. Now he only wanted to finish off this immortal lunatic. The former was Dr. Gero's combat power after modifying himself into an android. The latter was the combat power of the undead android No. 1. To be honest, Li Shu was a bit surprised, but that was all. He transformed into a Super Saiyan, multiplying his combat power by 50 times. Reaching a staggering 249600. Li Shu vanished from his spot, punching Dr. Gero's head clean off. Then with a swift elbow strike he destroyed the head of the undead android No. 1. The battle ended in an instant. Yet something unexpected happened. Both Dr. Gero and the undead android No. 1 regenerated their heads. Not only that, but both of their combat powers had increased again. What a powerful gene! Dr. Gero laughed wildly, utterly fearless, as he stared at Li Shu, trembling with excitement. You can't kill me. The sight before him made Li Shu's expression turn serious. He was deeply shaken. But soon he sneered, deactivated his Super Saiyan form, and his smile grew increasingly twisted. Excellent. Finally someone can kill me. Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Dr. Gero cackled maniacally. You're the perfect test subject. I can't bear to kill you. I'll slice off every piece of your flesh, drain every drop of your blood, and forge my undead android army. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden achievement quest, the weakness of immortality. Quest description: use the Mafuba to seal Dr. Gero and the undead android No. 1. Quest rewards Mafuba special rice cooker and immunity to sealing. Mafuba special rice cooker, a powerful sealing container with no limit on the number of sealed entities and indestructible. Immunity to sealing. Upon activation, sealing type skills will have no effect on you. After hearing the system's voice, Li Shu curled his lips and burst into laughter. Thank you so much, dear Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's laughter cut off abruptly. He looked at Li Shu with some confusion, then said, it seems you're enjoying this treatment. Li Shu chuckled, enough talk. Get on with it. I want to see how you plan to capture me. As you wish. At Dr. Gero's command, he and the undead android No. 1 attacked simultaneously. One in front, one behind. They trapped Li Shu between them, each strike aimed to kill. The three of them erupted into fierce combat, and the sturdy room instantly collapsed. In his base form, Li Shu was no match for the undead android No. 1 in either strength or speed. But he was only slightly at a disadvantage. His combat eye clearly tracked the opponent's movements, and the flow of internal energy, allowing him to predict their actions. His combat nose could sense the direction of danger in advance. With a mere difference of 2600 in combat power, the undead android No. 1 couldn't overwhelm Li Shu. Whoosh! A blazing red aura erupted around him. Activating his combat heart, Li Shu began his counterattack. Fighting two opponents alone, he actually suppressed Dr. Gero and the undead android No. 1. The undead android No. 1's performance disappointed Li Shu. It had immense combat power but couldn't utilize it. Li Shu moved at high speed, appearing beside Dr. Gero's ear. He unleashed the lion's roar, bellowing, what kind of garbage is this? Is that all? Is that all? I thought someone could finally kill me, but you've let me down. What a disappointment. Dr. Gero was enraged. Under the point-blank sonic assault of the lion's roar, his head exploded. However, having fused with Li Shu's genes, Dr. Gero quickly regenerated a new head. His combat power surged again, reaching 3787. He glared at Li Shu furiously, clearly enraged, and shouted, what the hell do you know? If you hadn't blown up the mountain, I wouldn't have been forced to activate him early. Can you give me just a few minutes? I still have one program to write. He can't unleash his full power yet. Oh. Such a good thing. Li Shu had been worrying about how to slip away to learn the Mafuba from Master Rashi, and now the opportunity came knocking. It was like a pillow when you're sleepy. One program. A few minutes. Who do you think you're insulting? I'll give you 3 days. Write more programs. 1 per day. Please make him stronger. Then capture me and slice me up for research, okay? Li Shu's face was full of sarcasm and his words dripped with mockery, sending Dr. Gero into a rage. But he did realize during this real battle that the undead android No. 1 had some issues that needed time to fix. Fine. Just you wait. With that, Dr. Gero prepared to leave with the undead android No. 1. Li Shu suddenly blocked their path, eyes full of suspicion. You're not going to run away, are you? Dr. Gero grew impatient and yelled, where could I run? I've been hiding here and you still found me. Where could I possibly go? Good. You know that. Now go, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Li Shu waved his hand dismissively, his face full of contempt. Just you wait. As Dr. Gero stormed off, he suddenly remembered something and turned back, shouting angrily, hey. Can you give me a couple more days? My lab was destroyed by you. Rebuilding takes time. Li Shu said exasperatedly, I'll give you 10 days. That enough? Fine. Just you wait. Watching the indignant Dr. Gero leave, Li Shu's face twisted into a sneer. 10 days. He could agree to 100. This verbal agreement, only a fool would take it seriously. He didn't care about the deadline. Once he mastered the Mafuba, he'd strike immediately, and seal them all away. Li Shu returned to Master Rashi's cottage with a bountiful haul. In total he had plundered over 30 androids from Dr. Gero's laboratory. Although most of them were defective or only half-finished, they still held considerable research value. The main point was that he could complete the mission with surplus. When Bulma saw the androids Li Shu had brought back, she was utterly stunned. "Have you emptied out Dr. Gero's entire laboratory?" Bulma gazed at the androids in astonishment. "Ding! Congratulations! You have exceeded the requirements for the hidden achievement quest Bulma's Revenge. Reward obtained: Android Manual. Achievement points 20. Extra reward: Universal Android Remote Control. Extra achievement points 20. Android Manual, a comprehensive guide covering all Android technology, updated periodically. Universal Android Remote Control. Can control all androids within a signal coverage range of 10 kilometers. Upon seeing the mission rewards, Li Shu was quite astonished. With the Universal Android Remote Control, the androids posed absolutely no threat to him. All of Dr. Gero's life work would ultimately serve as his stepping stone. If Dr. Gero knew he possessed such an item, his expression would surely be priceless. "I also found an Android Manual in the laboratory. You take it for study." After handing the Android Manual and the androids to Bulma, Li Shu took out the remote control to examine it. The Universal Android Remote Control looked no different from an ordinary television remote. It featured dozens of buttons almost entirely covering every possible Android control command. More complex commands were executed through voice control, making it remarkably comprehensive. Li Shu had already made up his mind before learning the Mafuba to seal away Dr. Gero. He would first make him perform a pole dance, and then execute a handstand while washing his hair. Technology was indeed formidable, but faced with even greater technology, one would discover that all previous efforts appeared as ridiculous as a clown's work. After silently mourning Dr. Gero for 3 seconds in his heart, Li Shu found Master Rashi, the Mafuba. Upon hearing these 3 words, Master Rashi was greatly surprised, his expression turning grave, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. The fear of being dominated by King Piccolo surged once more from the depths of his heart. However, it soon dissipated. Even if King Piccolo broke free from his seal, there was no cause for concern. Both Li Shu and Goku's current strength was more than sufficient to eliminate King Piccolo. Master Rashi withheld nothing, demonstrating the Mafuba only once before Li Shu had mastered it. After a few practice sessions, he had thoroughly mastered it, achieving a success rate of 100%. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Li Shu felt his comprehension had become extraordinarily sharp. Everything he observed he understood instantly. He had long sensed this feeling. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to have started after obtaining the fighting soul. Could the purpose of the fighting soul be to enhance one's comprehension? Dr. Gero spent half a day preparing the necessary equipment for the laboratory, constructing a crude temporary workspace. "Damn you, Li Shu. Just you wait." Just as Dr. Gero was preparing to perfect the invincible Android 1, that wretched Li Shu appeared. Looking down at the thoroughly bewildered Dr. Gero, Li Shu smiled and said, "Long time no see, Dr. Gero. It's only been half a day. Aren't we supposed to have 5 days? Dr. Gero was furious, feeling utterly deceived. Li Shu said earnestly, "I'm doing this for your own good. Everything you are doing right now is merely futile effort." "Bullshit. You're afraid I'll complete Invincible Android 1. Facing Dr. Gero's anger, Li Shu grinned broadly, pulled out a remote control and said, "Kneel." Dr. Gero was initially confused, not understanding what Li Shu was doing, but he quickly turned to terror. He discovered his own body kneeled to the ground against his will. Moreover, his masterpiece Invincible Android 1, which had been in a shutdown state, automatically powered on, and also knelt on the ground. "What have you done?" Dr. Gero looked at the remote control in Li Shu's hand in utter disbelief. Li Shu frowned slightly, not answering his question. Seeing himself kneeling on the ground was rather unsettling. He immediately fiddled with the remote control, switching it to unicast signal mode, causing Invincible Android 1 to stand up, while simultaneously issuing a pole dance command to Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero's face turned ashen as his body moved involuntarily. Dancing this sort of dance at his age was truly painful to watch. Li Shu chuckled and said, "Let's perform the handstand hair washing routine instead. I've never seen that before." 10 minutes later, Dr. Gero broke down, his eyes vacant and dull, appearing utterly hollow. He had never felt that his life could be so bleak. His pride and joy, his technology now appeared so ridiculous, like a clown at the mercy of others. Dr. Jero suddenly felt that his life had lost all meaning. All his efforts had been nothing but self-humiliation. Oh. Are you planning to self-destruct? Li Shu waved the remote control in his hand, disabling Dr. Jero's self-destruct system, and sneered. Sorry, but from now on I will be the one calling the shots in your life. Dr. Jero's heart turned to ash, his aged face filled with despair and regret. Having lost his playful interest, Li Shu used the Mafuba to seal away both Invincible Android 1 and Dr. Jero. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden achievement quest, Weakness of Immortality. Reward obtained: Mafuba-specific sealing rice cooker and seal immunity. Mafuba-specific sealing rice cooker. A powerful sealing container with unlimited capacity and indestructible properties. Seal immunity: the moment this skill activates, all sealing techniques will become ineffective against you. Seal immunity, how satisfying. Once he accumulated another 100,000 achievement points to upgrade his immortality one more time, he would have no weaknesses whatsoever. Deathless, immortal, and immune to sealing. Absolute invincibility. Just then the system's voice rang out once more, surprising and delighting Li Shu. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden achievement quest, Master Rashi's Potential. Reward obtained: Bloodline Awakening. Achievement points 20. Bloodline Awakening. Capable of awakening latent powers within one's bloodline. Has Master Rashi succeeded? Li Shu, in exceedingly high spirits, quickly returned to Kame House. He saw Master Rashi lying lifelessly on the ground while Goku watched the life sign monitor nervously, a senzu bean in hand ready to feed him at any moment. Lying beside them was a tattered android. Li Shu recognized it immediately. It was the blue-clad android that had flown out when he first discovered Dr. Jero's laboratory. Clearly this was Dr. Jero's final act of vengeance. Fortunately, Goku's combat prowess had been immensely enhanced through his death training. An android with a mere 1,000 combat power was no match for Goku, not even worthy of being a sparring partner. Master Rashi was fishing when he reeled in an android. Through Goku's explanation, Li Shu roughly understood the situation. In a nutshell, Master Rashi was ambushed by an android while fishing. Fortunately, he had amassed considerable experience with death recently, so even with such a fatal injury he managed to hold on until Goku arrived to rescue him. Enraged, Goku annihilated the blue-clad android with a single blow. Perhaps because this death was entirely unexpected, Master Rashi had no time to prepare. It was an utterly genuine death experience, unlike his previous conscious deaths where he knew he wouldn't truly die, hence his survival instinct was not particularly strong. Truly thank you, Dr. Jero. Li Shu suddenly felt a pang of gratitude towards Dr. Jero, then said, Goku, no need to wait. Master Rashi has succeeded. Give him the senzu bean. He succeeded. Has Master Rashi become a super earthling? Goku exclaimed in delight, immediately feeding the senzu bean to Master Rashi. Li Shu sensed Master Rashi's ki. It felt familiar, yet there was a subtle, indescribable change. Master Rashi sat up with a bewildered look, gazed at Goku and Li Shu, and said, I thought I was dead. I think I succeeded, but I don't feel any different from before. Master Rashi said happily, finally relieved from the daily torment of death, but soon a puzzled expression crossed his face. His combat power hadn't increased. However, he felt that the chi within him had become more active. Li Shu smiled and said, Master Rashi, the essence of the super earthling bloodline lies in its potential. Why not train for a while and see the effects? Time to eat. At that moment, Lan Chi's voice rang out from the turtle house. Goku's eyes lit up and he was the first to sit at the table. After a pleasant dinner, everyone was happily watching TV. Suddenly Li Shu thought of something and released Dr. Jero for everyone to inspect. Li Shu's sudden conjuring of a person startled everyone. Who is this ugly old man? Bulma exclaimed, having no fondness for Dr. Jero given her aesthetic preferences. Master Rashi also asked curiously, is this the man you sealed with the evil containment wave? What's so special about him? Is he an android? I can't sense his chi. Through Li Shu's death training, Goku had mastered the ability to sense ki, though not yet at Li Shu's level 10. He was only around level 3. Li Shu said, indeed this is Dr. Jero, the creator of the androids. He even modified himself into an android. I must say he's a man. I didn't expect him to be so ugly. Bulma wrinkled her nose in disgust. Goku circled Dr. Jero and commented, he looks very dull. It's hard to believe those powerful androids were made by him. Li Shu smiled without explaining the universal android remote. Instead he said, Bulma, from now on he'll be your assistant. No way. He's too ugly, and he really does look dull. Bulma was repulsed, her face full of reluctance. Fine then. Li Shu didn't insist. Since Bulma wasn't willing, he planned to set up a separate lab for Dr. Gero to continue his android research. He held great optimism for the future of androids. Dr. Gero was a rare talent. Most importantly, androids would make excellent sparring partners. As their combat power increased, Master Roshi's hypnotic technique became less effective on them and didn't last long. Androids, however, were different. Once given an order, they would relentlessly try to kill you. Truly excellent and convenient. As for whether future androids like No. 17 No. 18 and Cell would still appear, Li Shu couldn't be bothered to care. The most important thing was to improve his own strength. Moreover, android No. 17 was not a robot but a human modified by Dr. Gero after abducting the original. He could simply find the original No. 17 and create an opportunity for Krillin. Maybe they could still end up together. If all else failed, he could make a wish to Shenlong to find a wife for Krillin. Ding. Achievement ring quest. Amidst a myriad of flowers, not a single leaf touches the body. Progress 24,300. The system's voice rang abruptly in his mind, leaving Li Shu bewildered. Huh. I didn't do anything. How did the progress increase? Just then his phone rang. Li Shu answered with a hello, and a familiar voice came through. Are you free? Can you come keep me company? The voice sounded very familiar. Li Shu quickly recognized it. Jing Yi. Has something happened? Li Shu sensed a hint of something wrong in her voice. She sounded very dejected. Jing Yi paused for a moment before speaking softly. I quit my job. I need someone to talk to. Quit your job? Need someone to talk to? He glanced outside. The moon was bright and stars sparse, then checked the time. 9:43 p.m. Li Shu fell silent. A woman asking to be accompanied late at night. It was hard not to think of other possibilities. Combined with the sudden system notification, Jing Yi's intentions were clear. But she was married. Li Shu's mind engaged in a fierce internal struggle to go or not to go. If he went, should he make a move or not? Should I just abandon this quest? A 30 boost in combat power. Is it inconvenient for you? Jing Yi's plaintive voice came through the phone. Li Shu quickly replied, no, it's fine. Where are you? I'll come right now. As a friend, it was only right to care and comfort a friend in trouble. He convinced himself quickly. After getting the specific location and saying goodbye to Goku and the others, he flew off like a bolt of lightning. Where is Big Brother going so late? Goku looked out the window in confusion. Master Roshi said nothing, just chuckled slyly. Given the gifts Li Shu had given him, Master Roshi had always believed that Li Shu was a kindred spirit, just one who hid it well, the quiet type. Youth is truly enviable. Master Roshi sighed with emotion and retreated to his room to watch his little movies. At Nobi's yakitori shop. At the same spot as before, Jing Yi rested her chin on her hand, staring out the window as she drank alone, her face filled with melancholy. Li Shu. Jing Yi, whose eyes had been dull and lifeless, suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she called out toward the window. Li Shu smiled and greeted her as he entered Norabai Xiaoxiong's yakitori shop, taking the seat opposite Jing Yi. A faint blush colored her cheeks. 7 or 8 empty sake bottles lay scattered on the table. She had clearly drunk quite a bit. Why did you suddenly resign? Li Shu poured himself half a cup of sake and took a small sip. By the way, I'm really sorry about last time. I was dealing with an emergency, but it's all resolved now. A bittersweet smile flickered across Jing Yi's slightly flushed face. Can you tell me what happened? Li Shu thought for a moment, then said solemnly. 2 of my friends died and my younger brother almost died too. Jing Yi stared at Li Shu in shock, the lingering drunken haze vanishing completely. I'm sorry. I had no idea it was so serious. Li Shu waved his hand, not pressing further, and simply listened as Jing Yi began to share her story. It turned out she was a widow. Her husband was also a police officer. On the very day of their wedding, an urgent mission interrupted the ceremony. Her husband died during that mission. And just yesterday her father, an officer as well, was critically injured on duty and passed away. She had been on an important assignment, and never got to see him one last time. He had been her only family. Those experiences led her to leave the force and start a new life, which she ultimately did. Now I'm all alone. Jing Yi forced a smile and looked at Li Shu. I want to become a martial artist like you. Will you teach me? I want to be strong like you, to catch all the evildoers and criminals. That way no one else will have to suffer loss. Li Shu regarded her silently. This was truly tragic. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered a hidden achievement quest. Take on an apprentice. Mission details: accept Jing Yi as your apprentice and guide her to a top 3 finish in the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament to complete the quest. Mission reward: Year of Battle. The Year of Battle. Li Shu's eyes brightened. He fully understood the power of battle-type skills and saw no reason to refuse. Besides, he hadn't planned to refuse anyway. All right. Li Shu gave his affirmative answer. Great. I didn't expect you to agree. Jing Yi joyfully rose from her seat. Li Shu smiled. Apparently he had misread the situation. All blame lay with those 5000T of study materials which had clouded his judgment. But this was fine too. He no longer needed to wrestle with the conflict between completing the quest and deeper interaction. Before long it was past 11 o'clock at night, and Norabai Xiaoxiong's yakitori shop was preparing to close. Mr. Li Shu, shall I arrange a room for you? Norabai Xiaoxiong said with great enthusiasm, his smile bearing a rather ambiguous undertone. I'm a member of the nearby Dabogen Hotel. Glancing at the tipsy Jing Yi, Li Shu nodded. Please also see my apprentice to the hotel. Me. Norabai Xiaoxing pointed at his own nose, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile Jing Yi, who had been resting her chin on her hand, saw a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Yes, I'll go with you. I've had a bit too much myself and can't really support her alone. Li Shu added. Oh, got it. I'll clean up right away. Norabai Xiaoxiong chuckled, convinced that Li Shu was conserving his energy for something more exciting later. As expected of Mr. Li Shu, always thorough in your thinking. Stimulated by the alcohol, Jing Yi's already slightly flushed cheeks grew even rosier, like a perfectly ripe tender peach. She fixed him with a drunken, half-lidded gaze. Master, she asked, her breath fragrant, would you mind that I'm a divorced woman? Li Shu fell silent. How was he supposed to answer that? Actually, I do mind a little. Considering Jing Yi's tragic circumstances, Li Shu felt he had to be gentle with her feelings. Never mind. Hearing Li Shu's response, Jing Yi let out a dazed, gentle laugh. She continued to stare at him with those misty, drunken eyes, saying nothing. Soon after, Norabai Xiaoxiong finished tidying up, called over a female employee to support Jing Yi, and personally steadied Li Shu. The group made their way to the adjacent Dabogen Hotel. Mr. Li Shu, you're truly amazing, having such a beautiful girlfriend. I'm so envious. You have no idea about the tigress I deal with at home. Norabai Xiaoxiong chattered incessantly in Li Shu's ear. Li Shu let one ear hear and the other exit, not wanting to listen at all. Until the other person whispered, I happen to have some ultra-thin bubblegum, want some? You'd barely notice it's there. Li Shu suddenly became interested and asked in surprise. How thin are we talking? 0.01. Norabai Xiaoxiong grinned. Wow, that's impressive, Li Shu remarked. But I've never used that kind of thing. Impressive. Norabai Xiaoxiong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At the Dabogen Hotel, Norabai Xiaoxiong quickly checked them and saw the two to their floor, and then tactfully departed. Gazing at the graceful figure on the bed with its alluring hints of what lay beneath, Li Shu instinctively swallowed hard, then went to take a shower. Study materials. I was the one who misunderstood you. As he showered, Li Shu reflected. A woman's heart is truly unfathomable. On the other side, Jing Yi lay in bed pretending to sleep, her heart pounding wildly, her whole body feeling strangely warm. Taking advantage of the interval, while Li Shu was showering, she carefully rose from the bed and examined herself closely in the mirror. How humiliating! Looking at her rosy cheeks, Jing Yi's heart overflowed with shyness, and an indescribable thrill. She had never imagined this day would come. She of all people was actually trying to seduce a man. Her emotions were a tangled mess, both eager and afraid. Just then the sound of the shower gradually faded. Panicked, Jing Yi scrambled back into bed and closed her eyes. However, after waiting a long time, she sensed no other movement. Seconds ticked by and her restlessness grew. That man seemed to have vanished without a trace. She could not bear to wait any longer. Feigning that she had just woken, she turned over and peered through a narrow slit of one eye. Was he gone? The hotel room was small, easily surveyed in a single glance. In that moment, Jing Yi felt something hollow open within her chest, a deep sense of loss. She hurriedly got up and walked to the bathroom. It was empty. What a shame. Li Shu had finished his shower and left. Had he stayed any longer, he feared he truly would not have been able to resist. That alone accounted for 30 of his combat effectiveness. The next day, Li Shu returned to the hotel and woke up the still sleeping Jing Yi early in the morning. Jing Yi looked somewhat haggard, as if she hadn't rested well. She had indeed suffered from insomnia the previous night, tossing and turning in bed, her mind filled with everything that had happened that day, unable to fall asleep. She barely managed to drift off around 5 a.m. But a minute later Li Shu knocked on her door. Li Shu had initially intended to fly directly back to Turtle Hermit Island with Jing Yi, but considering the mission phase he couldn't have physical contact with the opposite sex, so he abandoned the idea. Today I'll introduce you to some companions. In the coming days they will teach you the basics of cultivation. He had no experience in teaching disciples, especially the process from 0 to 1. However, in this regard the Turtle Hermit clearly had ample experience. Faced with such a cute and beautiful girl, the Turtle Hermit would surely be delighted. Jing Yi looked at Li Shu with a dazed expression and smiled listlessly. I'll get ready in a moment. You don't seem to have rested well. Eat this, it will help restore your physical condition. Li Shu took out a senzu bean and handed it to her. Jing Yi took the green bean with confusion, then ate it without hesitation. The next second her eyes widened as she looked at Li Shu in disbelief. Her original fatigue was indeed swept away completely. What kind of bean is this? It's amazing. What you just ate is a senzu bean. As long as you still have a breath left, eating it will instantly heal you. Li Shu did not hide it, and said with a smile, But I don't have many senzu beans left. Consider it a gift from your master. This is too precious. I haven't prepared any apprenticeship gift yet. Jing Yi was greatly alarmed and fumbled around her body in a panic, trying to find something valuable or meaningful to offer as a gift. I've already thought of an apprenticeship gift for you. Li Shu interrupted her frantic search and said seriously, I require you to place in the top 3 at the World Martial Arts Tournament 3 years from now. That would be the best apprenticeship gift for me. Do you have confidence? Jing Yi was stunned, and her expression showed that she had no confidence at all. She had only heard of the World Martial Arts Tournament, but had never participated in or watched it. She had heard that the tournament gathered all the finest martial artists from around the world, and she lacked the confidence to answer that question. Don't worry too much. Just focus on your training and leave the rest to your master. Looking at Jing Yi's adorable, bewildered face, Li Shu expressed his full understanding. After all, for an ordinary person to aim for the top 3 in the World Martial Arts Tournament within 3 years, any pure earthling would be stunned. Rest assured, before we head to the training ground I will awaken your potential. With a wave of his hand a blood-red orb flew into her body. Then nothing happened. Bloodline awakening required no physical contact. Li Shu said with satisfaction. All right, we can set off. Jing Yi looked at her own body blankly. If she hadn't witnessed Li Shu's abilities, she would have found it hard to believe that the man before her was not a fraud. By the way, can you fly a helicopter? Yes. Jing Yi finally managed to respond. Soon the two boarded a capsule plane and sped toward Turtle Hermit Island. On Turtle Hermit Island, Sun Wukong and the Turtle Hermit were doing warm-up exercises. After a few one-finger push-ups, the Turtle Hermit was pleasantly surprised to find that his chi seemed to have grown stronger. It was even more effective than his secret training sessions from a while ago. This discovery was almost unbelievable to him. Turtle Hermit, your chi seems to have grown stronger. Under Li Shu's death-defying training, both Sun Wukong and the Turtle Hermit had grasped the sense of chi, able to control their own chi and perceive others' chi. Indeed, it's truly incredible. Is this the change brought by the Super Earthling bloodline? At that moment the Turtle Hermit regained his confidence. He felt that he was capable again, confident that he could catch up with his disciples soon. Just then a helicopter appeared in their line of sight. It's Big Brother. How strange, I can't sense his chi at all. How does he do it? Big Brother seems to have brought back a cute girl. Is she his girlfriend? Girlfriend. Great. So Big Brother went out last night to catch a girlfriend. It must be delicious. Idiot. You can't eat a girlfriend. Bulma is Yamcha's girlfriend. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Sun Wukong regretfully swallowed his saliva. Soon the helicopter landed on Turtle Hermit Island and Li Shu and Jing Yi stepped out. Seeing Jing Yi's appearance, the Turtle Hermit's eyes went wide. She had an even better figure than Bulma and was cuter. Meeting for the first time, Jing Yi seemed a bit nervous with a shy smile on her face. This is Master Rashi. You can also call him the Turtle Hermit. Master Rashi? The legendary god of martial arts. Jing Yi was immensely shocked. Although she had been a police officer, she had heard legends of the Turtle Hermit. She never thought she would meet such a legendary figure. The Turtle Hermit laughed arrogantly and nodded amiably. That would be me. Hello, Master Rashi. Please take care of me. Jing Yi quickly bowed a 90-degree bow. Li Shu continued to introduce. And this is my younger brother, Sun Wukong. Wow. Your younger brother is so cute. Hello, Sun Wukong. Jing Yi greeted with a smile. Sun Wukong stared with wide eyes and asked curiously. You must be a girl, right? You don't have a little. Ahem. Li Shu quickly interrupted Sun Wukong and introduced. This is my disciple Jing Yi. Disciple. The Turtle Hermit and Sun Wukong were stunned, looking at Jing Yi in astonishment. Turtle Hermit, didn't you say she was his girlfriend? Sun Wukong looked at the Turtle Hermit in confusion. Hearing the word girlfriend, a blush spread across Jing Yi's cheeks. The Turtle Hermit laughed awkwardly and muttered, I was just guessing. Afterward, Li Shu also called over Bulma and Lan Qi and introduced everyone. After the introductions, Li Shu announced, From now on, Jing Yi will train with us. I'll need Master Rashi's help with Jing Yi's basic martial arts training. You won't refuse, will you? The Turtle Hermit gladly agreed. At that moment, Li Shu suddenly noticed that the Turtle Hermit's combat power had risen to 201. If he remembered correctly, it was only 163 yesterday. So this is the potential within the Super Earthling bloodline. Truly astonishing. This discovery made Li Shu even more eager to see Jing Yi's growth. Jing Yi's training commenced. At Master Rashi's behest, she regarded Li Shu as her opponent and demonstrated her martial arts techniques. Her flowery strikes landed on Li Shu, yet even with his pain sensitivity amplified 200-fold, he felt no discomfort. It was akin to a feeble masser kneading his muscles without any strength. Jing Yi soon grew exhausted, panting heavily as she leaned on her knees, staring at the man before her in disbelief. Though she had been aware of Li Shu's formidable power, experiencing it firsthand made her realize that his strength transcended her comprehension. Li Shu too gazed at Jing Yi with a hint of astonishment. Battle power 8, a 5-point increase just like that. He was utterly astounded, knowing that Bora beneath Corinne's tower possessed a mere 10 points of battle power. And Jing Yi, by merely tickling him with strikes that didn't even itch, had gained 5 points of battle power, all within a span of 10 minutes. It was simply unbelievable. In his early days he had toiled relentlessly, underweighted training for an entire day just to gain a single point of battle power, and that was with the aid of the super training potion. Was this the power of the Super Earthling bloodline sealed by the genetic lock? Truly terrifying. Such subtle increments were imperceptible to Master Rashi and Goku's ki, since they remained oblivious to what had transpired. Next, Master Rashi began instructing Jing Yi in the fundamental techniques of the Turtle School. As he demonstrated, she followed along, and time slipped away moment by moment. Li Shu observed silently from the side, noting that the battle power values above their heads occasionally ticked upward. Was the Super Earthling bloodline truly this potent? Why hadn't he felt it himself? Li Shu was puzzled. After all, he now possessed a fused bloodline combining the strengths of the Saiyan and Super Earthling lineages. Yet during these basic drills and sparring sessions he could barely sense any increase in battle power. Soon he realized that his current level of power had already surpassed this stage. Ordinary training intensity could no longer stimulate his latent potential and convert it into battle power. Observing the rhythm of Master Rashi and Jing Yi's progress, it was evident that Jing Yi's battle power surged far faster than Master Rashi's. When Master Rashi's battle power reached 212, it stagnated, remaining motionless for a long while. Meanwhile, Jing Yi's battle power continued to climb steadily. This confirmed his hypothesis: potential also operates in stages. Li Shu tentatively called this the initial stage of potential. It meant that Master Rashi's initial stage potential had been exhausted, and ordinary training no longer yielded any improvement for him. The increase in battle power brought about a comprehensive enhancement of her physique. Jing Yi quickly mastered the fundamental fist and foot techniques of the Turtle School, marking the end of the basic training phase. Li Shu, your disciple is incredibly talented. She grasped it so quickly. Master Rashi exclaimed in amazement, genuinely taken aback by Jing Yi's transformation. This completely shattered his previous understanding. He recalled that when he first began training, it had taken him years of arduous effort and countless hardships to master these basic techniques. In contrast, Jing Yi had merely worked up a sweat and already caught up to years of his painstaking cultivation. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before her strength matched the results of his 300 years of training. It was truly astonishing. Such talent far surpassed even Li Shu and Goku when they first arrived for training. Li Shu didn't conceal the truth and explained with a smile. Master Roshi, she has awakened the Super Earthling bloodline just like you. What? Master Roshi was startled and looked at Jing Yuya with wonder. He never imagined that such a delicate and adorable young girl had undergone the same ordeal as he had. The fear of that brush with death still sent chills down his spine. Yet this girl had endured it. Truly you can't judge a book by its cover. Super Earthling bloodline? Jing Yuya asked in surprise. What does that mean? Li Shu then recounted the legend of the Super Earthlings he had fabricated, elaborating it for her. Jing Yuya suddenly caught on realization dawning on her face. So that strange behavior of yours this morning, it helped me awaken the bloodline's power. Exactly. That's why you possess immense latent potential within you waiting to be unearthed. Master Roshi felt a wave of exasperation. He had endured countless near-death experiences to barely awaken his Super Earthling bloodline, yet Li Shu had merely waved a hand to awaken Jing Yuya's. The stark contrast left Master Roshi with a mix of emotions, and his gaze gradually turned resentful as he looked at Li Shu. Li Shu quickly explained. Master Roshi, it was only after your successful awakening that I was inspired and suddenly comprehended a faster and safer method of awakening. Time to eat. Lunch's voice rang out from inside the house. Let's go have breakfast. Master Roshi didn't buy Li Shu's excuse, but he didn't dwell on it either. He had long sensed that Li Shu harbored secrets unknown to others. Sensibly he refrained from pressing further, and led the group back to Kame House, chatting cheerfully where they enjoyed a hearty breakfast. Breakfast ended in a whirlwind of consumption. Jing Yuya stared in disbelief at the bulging stomachs of Goku and Li Shu. They had devoured over 200 buns. She had witnessed Li Shu's appetite at the yakitori restaurant the night before, but now it seemed he had been exercising considerable restraint. After breakfast, Li Shu summoned Dr. Gero and instructed him to follow Goku's arrangements and serve as Goku's sparring partner. He entrusted Jing Yuya's training entirely to Master Roshi. Leaving behind a bag of senzu beans, Li Shu departed from Kame Island under Jing Yuya's reluctant gaze, embarking on his Casanova quest. Gained the admiration of 300 members of the opposite sex. 276 more to go. Flying atop a dinosaur leg, Li Shu rested his chin on his hand, pondering how to complete this task. After much deliberation, Li Shu decided to find an entertainment agency, practice for 2.5 days, and then make his debut. With the power of Kuin, he should be able to finish the job quickly. Right. Soon Li Shu arrived in West City. After some inquiries, he made his way to the city's finest talent agency and applied for an audition. He resolved to first assess the company's capabilities. If it was impressive, he would simply buy it outright, then leverage all its resources to package himself, flood the market with advertisements, and rapidly amass female fans. Manly Super Sweet Artist Agency Audition Department. Do you have any talents? The interviewer was a beautiful office lady. The moment Li Shu entered, his unique aura and handsome features captivated her deeply. I know a little bit of everything, but I'm especially good at singing, dancing, and rap. Li Shu's answer was nothing extraordinary. Essentially, every aspiring artist who came for an audition gave a similar response. Interviewer Hashimoto Konami stared at Li Shu, pondered for a moment, and decided to have him do a rap on the spot. Li Shu did not hesitate. Without a second thought, he launched into a performance. I was born at Baozishan-Lu dreaming of becoming a rap leader. After a brief rap, Hashimoto Konami's eyes lit up. Good. You have the talent to become an idol. Congratulations, you passed the interview. And so Li Shu smoothly joined the Macho Super Sweet Artist Agency. After 2.5 days of practice and a covert investigation using invisibility, his overall impression of the company was quite favorable. Macho Super Sweet Company possessed formidable strength, controlling vast media resources and an excellent PR team. Without a word, Li Shu bought the company outright. After all, money was just a string of numbers to him. He didn't feel the slightest regret. Through the machinations of capital, Li Shu, relying solely on the Kun Palm technique, gained the adoration of numerous women within just 1 month. Congratulations. You have overfulfilled the achievement ring quest. Passing through a myriad of flowers without a single leaf clinging to the body. Quest progress 38796530. Quest reward title, Lover Saint. Achievement points reward 5000. Bonus reward title, Lover Saint, upgraded to Gold Medal Lover Saint. Bonus achievement points 5000. Gold Medal Lover Saint. Combat power increased by 100. After completing the quest, Li Shu directly sold the company and, under the double money buff, made a huge profit. Combat power reached 7,844. Achievement points broke through the 10,000 mark again. Still 9,000 points away from the 1,000,000 achievement points needed to upgrade the undying body. In high spirits, Li Shu flew back to Turtle Hermit Island. Before he even landed, he saw from afar Jing Yuya beating up the Turtle Hermit. Combat Power 386. Combat Power 323. The former was Jing Yuya's combat power, the latter was the Turtle Hermit's. This situation greatly surprised Li Shu. Both of them were of Super Earthling bloodline, so why was there such a huge gap? During this month, the Turtle Hermit had only increased his combat power by 111 points, while Jing Yuya had increased by 384 points. A difference of more than 3 times. On the other side, Wukong and Dr. Gero's combat power had also made astonishing improvements, and the two were evenly matched. However, relying on his undying body and the android's painless nature, Dr. Gero hardly defended adopting a life-for-life fighting style. It seemed they were evenly matched, but as time went on, the one who would inevitably lose was Wukong. Sun Wukong combat power 4,933. Dr. Gero combat power 5,182. As Li Shu approached, the 4 of them all stopped. Big brother. Master. Li Shu is back. Except for the vacant-eyed Dr. Gero, the other 3 all greeted Li Shu. Haven't seen you for a month. I didn't expect everyone to improve so much. Li Shu smiled and responded to each of them. With a bruised and swollen face, the Turtle Hermit said, Li Shu, I can't handle this disciple of yours. Look at how she beat me. She has no respect for the elderly. You deserve it, Jing Yuya said angrily. After a month of getting along, the legendary image of the Turtle Hermit had completely crumbled in Jing Yuya's heart. He's just an incorrigible, lecherous old man. They had also become quite familiar with each other, so they spoke without so many reservations. From what Li Shu learned, the Turtle Hermit had tried to peep at Jing Yuya in the bathroom once and attempted to look up her skirt during a meal, and both times she caught him in the act. Although he didn't succeed, it was still infuriating. If Li Shu hadn't returned in time, the Turtle Hermit would probably have been beaten half to death by her. Li Shu laughed. It's fine. Although Master Mutant is a bit lecherous, he's never succeeded once, haha. The days that followed were filled with repetitive training. It is worth mentioning that with the help of the Android Manual, Bulma finally developed the first android. It took 2 months. Combat Power 1733. Li Shu was stunned as he looked at the android before him, crispy on the outside, tender inside, and even emitting a savory aroma. Though it was ugly, there was no other way. If it had been modified from a real person, it would look much better. This android's body was cultivated from your dinosaur leg. Hearing Bulma's explanation, Li Shu recalled that she had indeed asked him for several dozen genes of dinosaur leg for research. He never expected it was used to cultivate an android body. Such imaginative thinking, truly worthy of a genius girl. Even Dr. Gero, standing nearby, was stunned, and a light suddenly shone in his vacant eyes. How did you do it? You don't even need to capture living humans to modify. Dr. Gero, as if discovering a new continent, excitedly stroked Dinosaur Man. No. 1. That's right, this was the name Bulma gave to the first android she created. An android with crispy dinosaur skin but a humanoid appearance, looking extremely bizarre and ugly. Bulma didn't want to bother with the ugly Dr. Gero. Does anyone want to try testing Dinosaur Man? No. 1 strength. Bulma looked around at everyone with some anticipation. For a first android product to achieve 1733 combat power was already quite good. It could even be said to be extremely powerful enough to dominate Earth. Of course, that was on the premise of no aliens, like Li Shu and Wukong. To avoid dampening Bulma's confidence, Li Shu stopped the eager Wukong and said, Jing Yuya, you go try. Combat Power 573. Jing Yuya nodded, her eyes full of curiosity, walked to the opposite side of Dinosaur Man. No. 1 and assumed a starting stance. Bulma then gave an order and Dinosaur Man. No. 1 vanished from its spot in an instant. So fast. Can't even see the movements. Jing Yuya's pupils suddenly contracted, her whole body tensed, and her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, filled with vigilance, planning to adapt to changes by remaining still. At that moment, a fierce wind came from behind. Just as she dodged, her expression changed sharply. The onlookers were also stunned. Only Bulma's lips curled into a slight smile. Dinosaur Man. No. 1's fist actually curved in midair. This scene, so beyond logic, left Jing Yuya's brain unable to react for a moment, her face blank. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dinosaur Man. No. 1's curved fist struck her jaw squarely. She was sent flying up dozens of meters and crashed heavily to the ground, losing combat ability. How about it? Li Shu and Wukong, do you want to give it a try? Bulma looked at everyone proudly, her face full of an expression that said, "Praise me." Li Shu smiled and withdrew his hand that had been stopping Wukong. Wukong wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "Then I'll give it a try. Made from Big Brother's dinosaur leg, it should be edible, right? It smells pretty good. If I take a bite, Bulma probably won't blame me, right?" "Bulma, I'm ready." Urged by Wukong's impatience, Bulma announced the start. Dinosaur No. 1 as before vanished from its spot at an incredible speed. However, his opponent at this moment was Wukong. His vaunted speed was nowhere to be hidden from Wukong's eyes. Wukong grinned, then suddenly opened his gaping maw toward the air on the left. Oh! Dinosaur No. 1's breakneck speed suddenly halted as he let out a startled cry. He wasn't afraid of pain but of fright. What was this? What is this? Why are you biting my leg? He felt an astonishing tearing force madly gnawing at his calf muscle. In the blink of an eye, a chunk of flesh was torn off. He stared blankly at Wukong, who was chewing voraciously, his eyes filled with terror. Wah! This is absolutely delicious. Wukong swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, his gaze burning as he looked at the bewildered Dinosaur No. 1. The ensuing battle turned into a chase. Dinosaur No. 1 ran ahead with Wukong chasing and biting from behind. Before long, Dinosaur No. 1's body became full of dents and pits. Although it had inherited some characteristics of dinosaur legs and was slowly regenerating compared to the speed at which Wukong was eating, it was far from enough. In the end, Dinosaur No. 1 gave up resisting, watching helplessly as Wukong gnawed him down to a skeleton, tears streaming down his face. The metal-crafted bones glistened in the sunlight. At least this guy had some restraint, not eating his head. Bulma, you're amazing. You actually made such a powerful food. Wukong was not stingy with his praise, showering Bulma with words like, "You're great. But it's a bit insufficient to eat, can you make it bigger next time?" Wukong gestured with his hands, drawing a big circle. Bulma stared at Wukong, speechless for a long time. She had imagined that Dinosaur No. 1 might not be able to defeat Li Shu and Wukong, but she never expected this outcome. The Dinosaur No. 1 she had painstakingly built was actually treated as food. At that moment, Dinosaur No. 1 stood up, covered his face in tears, and came to Bulma. "Beautiful and wise Lady Bulma, the outside world is too terrifying, I want to go home." This long string of titles was a program Bulma had written in. Initially she was quite satisfied with this address, but now she felt only embarrassment. She decided to change that program later. "Bulma, your Dinosaur No. 1 exceeded my imagination. Do you still need dinosaur legs?" Li Shu took out an oversized dinosaur leg, walked up to Bulma, and said sincerely. Receiving Li Shu's praise put Bulma in a much better mood. She held up 5 fingers and said, "This time I want 500 gene. When my Dinosaur No. 2 is ready, I'm definitely going to beat Wukong up. Dr. Jero has master genetic technology. Maybe you could try collaborating with him." As he spoke, Li Shu punched and blew up Dr. Jero's head, startling Bulma. Soon Dr. Jero's head grew back, his face expressionless, as if the one who had just been decapitated wasn't him. "You see, he incorporated my genes into the androids, giving them partial immortality, and each time they die and are reborn, their combat power increases." In the death training over a month ago, everyone learned that Li Shu had an immortal body, and he didn't intend to hide it. At first everyone thought it was quite novel, but as time went on it became just another thing. After Wukong learned about this in his sparring with Li Shu, he completely let himself go. "But he's too ugly, it will affect my mood." Hearing Li Shu's suggestion, Bulma didn't consider it for a second, shaking her head and saying, "Besides the manual records, the android gene fusion technology, I just haven't researched that part yet. I can undergo plastic surgery." The usually taciturn Dr. Jero suddenly spoke, his murky eyes seeming to gleam. Bulma still shook her head. "Your skin is wrinkled. I can have skin grafts. You're too short." Dr. Jero was momentarily speechless. He had no way to increase his height. How infuriating. Ding. Congratulations. You've triggered the hidden achievement quest. Dr. Jero's desire. Quest description: facilitate cooperation between Dr. Jero and Bulma. Quest reward: Dragon Ball Enhancement Potion. Dragon Ball Enhancement Potion. After use, Dragon Ball cooldown time permanently reduced by 50. Huh. Li Shu was startled, then said to Dr. Jero, Have you heard of the limb-lengthening surgery? Limb lengthening. Dr. Jero shook his head in confusion. He had never heard of such a technique. Heh. Li Shu was a bit surprised, then issued an order. From today your main task is to undergo plastic surgery, skin grafts, and research the limb-lengthening technique to increase your height until Bulma is satisfied. Come Bulma, tell him your requirements. Bulma was somewhat reluctant at first, but on second thought she found it interesting and agreed. Dr. Jero was overjoyed. Wasn't it just plastic surgery, skin grafts, and height increase? As long as he mastered more powerful android technology, he might be able to shake off Li Shu's control. Immediately Dr. Jero began to describe according to Bulma's requirements. Li Shu saw through Dr. Jero's intentions at a glance. But he wasn't worried at all. The android manual was given by the system. The android universal remote control was also given by the system. No matter how impressive Dr. Jero was, could he be more impressive than the system? Even if he were a peerless genius who actually researched androids more powerful than those in the android manual, and could break free from the android universal remote control's control. In the end, that technology would also be collected by the system into the android manual. As for him, he only needed to upgrade the android universal remote control once, perhaps twice. The final result would still be the same. 1 month later. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a new item, Super Senzu Bean Jar. Nice. Li Shu was extremely happy taking out the Super Senzu Bean Jar from the universal upgrade box. During this period of training, the consumption of Senzu Beans was huge, so every day's upgrade opportunity he gave to the Senzu Bean Jar. Hard work pays off. He finally leveled up again. He was also thinking if he failed again today, he would go to Korin Tower and trick a few jars of Senzu Beans with dried fish. Super Senzu Bean Jar automatically produces 18 Senzu Beans daily. 18 beans are completely sufficient for daily training consumption with extra to store. Even so, Li Shu decided to make a trip to Korin Tower to trick a few jars of Senzu Beans back. Because he suddenly remembered that Tank Yasuo was about to appear. At that time he alone would use up all of Korin's Senzu Beans. Korin Tower. The cat Immortal stared at the mountain of dried fish piled before him, his eyes practically popping out. Li Shu said, Cat Immortal, if that's not enough, I've just bought a Cat Planet food company and I've ordered them to supply you with 1 ton of various flavored dried fish every month delivered to the foot of Korin Tower. Li Shu's spittle flying continued. If you get tired of the taste, just tell them what flavor you want, what variety you want. Whatever you want to eat, just tell them. If they have it, they'll try to suit your taste and make it even better. If they don't, they'll do everything they can to research and develop it. The cat Immortal eagerly grabbed a bag of dried fish and started eating, his eyes narrowing into slits from the deliciousness. I also have all kinds of colors, materials, and sizes of yarn balls. Li Shu waved his hand grandly, producing dozens of boxes. And laser pointers. If you're bored and no one is playing with you. I mean no one to keep you company, I also have edible android dinosaur. No. 1. When you get hungry while playing, just take a bite. Isn't that awesome? The cat Immortal kept eating one bag of dried fish after another, his tiny eyes narrowed into slits, staring in disbelief at the ceaselessly talking Li Shu. To be honest, he was moved. In over 800 years he had never felt such joy as he did today. But he also knew that when someone is uncharacteristically solicitous, there is likely an ulterior motive. However, he enjoyed it. Most importantly, Li Shu had passed his test. He also held this young martial artist in high regard. Li Shu, just say what you want. The cat Immortal had eaten 28 bags of dried fish in one go, sampling every flavor. He patted his belly contentedly and smiled at Li Shu. Hee hee. Li Shu smiled sheepishly. Can you give me those jars of Senzu Beans? The cat Immortal was shocked, and suddenly the dried fish didn't taste so good. Do you know how long I've been saving those 2 jars of Senzu Beans? Li Shu scratched his head. He really didn't know. 800 years. Li Shu was astonished. 800 years. My god, Tank Yasuo alone consumed 800 years of Senzu Bean production. And the yield of Senzu Beans is getting smaller and smaller. He glanced at the dried fish, then at the yarn balls, and the cat Immortal stretched out his paw and fiddled with them. I can only give you 1 jar. Fine. Li Shu agreed without a second thought. Although the storyline had already changed drastically and Bike the Great Demon King was no longer a threat. Goku might not even encounter Tank Yasuo. Naturally, he wouldn't come to Korin Tower to waste the cat Immortal Senzu Beans. But the future is unpredictable, so it's better to take them away in advance. Today I got 1 jar. If I come a few more times, maybe I can get another half jar. Have you heard of Super Divine Water? After playing with the cat immortal a bit longer, Li Shu was about to leave when the cat immortal called him back. A new type of plain water? Li Shu asked with feigned confusion. He had already drunk super divine water once, and taking it again would have no effect. But he could bring some back for Jingye Goku and the turtle immortal to taste. No, super divine water possesses unpredictable divine power. It can trigger one's potential increased battle power, and in a short time elevate your strength equivalent to years of training. The cat immortal's expression turned serious. Ding! Congratulations! Achievement quest triggered will of the first god. Quest description: passed the trial of Earth's first god and obtained the super divine water. Quest reward: super divine water cup. Super divine water cup can endlessly refill super divine water. First god. Isn't the god bike? Due to his distant memories, Li Shu, who had almost forgotten many details of the plot, was a bit confused when he heard the quest. Why is there a first god? But that was no longer important. The idea of endless refills of super divine water sounded exciting. How can I obtain the super divine water? Li Shu asked hurriedly. The cat immortal had intended to give Li Shu a chance, so he naturally didn't hide it, and told Li Shu the method. That water tank is connected to the iceberg labyrinth. The super divine water is hidden in the dark cave deep within the iceberg labyrinth. Once you obtain the super divine water, I will bring you back. Li Shu nodded and jumped into the water tank. He immediately felt the world spinning and everything around him plunged into darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a bright white light pierced the darkness. Li Shu appeared in a world of ice and snow with smooth ice crystals everywhere. The sky was gloomy with dark clouds blotting out the sun, yet somehow light illuminated the icy land. Li Shu took a few steps, looked at the intersecting paths, and fell into contemplation. He couldn't tell directions. He then shot up into the sky, flying higher and higher, hoping to get a bird's-eye view and find the correct direction in the iceberg labyrinth. Suddenly a fierce wind swept in and an abrupt blizzard struck. However, this powerful blizzard, aside from obstructing his vision, had no effect on Li Shu. At the same time, he sensed a strange aura. Taking a closer look, it turned out that the sudden blizzard was released by a giant ice crystal snow monster. Battle power 138. So weak. With a sound, Li Shu shot out an energy beam, instantly killing the snow monster that could unleash blizzards. As soon as the ice crystal snow monster died, the blizzard stopped. With his vision restored, Li Shu quickly found his direction and flew towards the distant dark cave. With his current strength, the iceberg labyrinth could be considered a low-level dungeon. Just then he suddenly felt a slight tremor in the ground and a faint aura appeared in his perception. And this aura was slowly rising. Li Shu roughly estimated the battle power to be around 300 points. Is this the will of the first god? Li Shu was a bit disappointed. He had thought the first god would be some kind of hidden big boss, but his battle power was even lower than that of his disciple Jingye. However, it was also possible that the other party could control his aura and conceal his strength. The possibility was small. Even if he was hiding his power, it couldn't be too outrageous, otherwise the Goku in the original story wouldn't have been able to obtain the super divine water. Despite that, Li Shu remained a little vigilant. With his ability to fly, the labyrinth posed no difficulty for him, and he soon entered the dark cave. Why is it so bright inside? What about the dark cave? Li Shu had prepared to adapt to the darkness, but it was just as bright as outside, completely living up to its name. After walking about a kilometer, something shocking happened. He actually saw his previous life's home on a cliff. Li Shu was completely stunned, finding it hard to believe. That was his old home. A typical rural compound with a 2-story brick house painted white. It looked ordinary, yet it stirred Li Shu's heart deeply. Since his parents passed away, he rarely returned except for the annual memorial. Just then a weathered woman with a wrinkled, sallow complexion pushed open the door. Her skin, ravaged by wind and sun, had lost its luster and elasticity, appearing dry and parched. A trace of tenderness flickered across the woman's haggard face as she smiled gently. It's dark now. Come home for dinner. Your father is growing impatient. Li Shu stared blankly at the woman before him. Although he knew it was all an illusion, he could no longer control his emotions. His nose tingled and something seemed to moisten his eyes. His vision blurred, veiled in a dreamlike mist. He could barely distinguish reality. Mom! He whispered softly. He could feel his voice turning hoarse. A heavy weight pressed on his chest, making his breathing labored. Why are you just standing there? Come in and eat. The woman turned sideways, beckoning him. That familiar voice gradually awakened memories long buried in his heart. Why are you crying? Did Tai Shu bully you again? Seeing him unmoving, the woman walked over, her face full of resignation. No, Mom. I'm just so happy to see you again. I'm a little emotional. Li Shu wiped the corner of his eyes and broke into a radiant smile. He followed his mother into the main hall. The furnishings were exactly as he remembered. A wooden table stood in the center laden with a feast. His family was ordinary with no strict taboos. His father was drinking alone, and hearing the noise outside he looked up. Seeing his son, he smiled happily. You're back, Dad? His father nodded and said, Come eat. Li Shu sighed, his gaze lingering on his parents with complex emotions, but he made no move to sit. The uncontrollable emotions gradually calmed. The departed are gone, the living must carry on. Seeing his parents once more was enough to satisfy his heart. He looked at the affectionate woman and asked, Is this your trial, primeval celestial god? The woman's face filled with astonishment, and the surrounding scene instantly shattered into nothingness. Where the dining table had been, there was now a dark abyss, endless and unfathomable. How did you know? The woman's smile turned sinister, a glint of interest in her eyes. He hadn't expected the other party to see through his identity so easily. Li Shu didn't explain. He gazed calmly at her, his aura steadily rising. His combat power skyrocketed from over 100 to over 1,000. The primeval celestial god's pupils constricted sharply, and in that instant his opponent's chi doubled again. The drastic change in his pupils made his brows twitch, and in that twitch the aura grew several times stronger. Just this pressure alone suppressed him, rendering him immobile. A bolt of lightning seemed to jolt through his heart, numbing his body and filling him with terror. How could there be such a powerhouse on Earth? Bang! The primeval celestial god could no longer withstand the pressure. Li Shu's peak aura sent him flying backward. Combat power 8521. Thank you for letting me see my parents again. I will face your trial with all my might. I am determined to obtain the super divine water. The primeval celestial god gave a bitter smile. With your strength, how can I even test you? With my head. You've passed the trial, but I must warn you, the super divine water is extremely toxic. No one has ever survived it. With that, the primeval celestial god vanished, and a table bearing the super divine water appeared before Li Shu. He wasn't surprised. He had revealed his full power to make the god back down. Otherwise, if they had truly fought, the primeval celestial god would have suffered greatly. Li Shu wasted no time, taking the entire kettle of super divine water. Ding! Congratulations! Achievement Quest Will of the Primeval Celestial God completed. Reward Super Divine Water Cup. Super Divine Water Cup can refill Super Divine Water indefinitely. Achievement Points 30. The Primeval Celestial God grew anxious. Can you leave the kettle? Li Shu was puzzled. It looked like an ordinary kettle. Seeing his confusion, the Primeval Celestial God explained. That's no ordinary kettle. The Super Divine Water is born from it. Every so often a single drop of super divine water will form inside. And only here can it produce the water. If you take it outside, it becomes a common kettle. Li Shu thought, is that all? Sorry. Li Shu set down the kettle and called for Meoxian to take him back. He planned to have Jing Yuya Wukong and Gixian each drink some super divine water, then use the healing power of immortal beans to counteract the toxicity. But then a serious question struck him: could immortal beans neutralize the poison? If not, Gixian, that old pervert, would surely be poisoned to death. Meoxian, can immortal beans cure the super divine water's poison? Li Shu asked urgently. Meoxian shook his head. No. Ah. Li Shu was stunned. It seemed only Wukong was lucky enough to taste it. Still, it would make a fine poison. After bidding farewell to Meoxian, Li Shu returned to the turtle house and told everyone about the super divine water. Upon learning of its deadly toxicity, with no survivors, Gixian and Jing Yi backed off. Wukong without a word downed a cup in one gulp. The next second Wukong looked like he was dying, clutching his throat with a pained expression. Li Shu quickly activated pain control. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Wukong as his entire body convulsed. Oops, reversed it. Li Shu twitched quickly, adjusting the multiplier from 28 times increase to 28 times reduction. After more than 2 hours, Wukong stopped convulsing. He had successfully endured the super divine water's toxicity. Combat power 6,288. How did it only increase by a few hundred points? Li Shu was puzzled. Wukong had trained for another month, reaching a combat power of 5,663. After suffering through the super divine water's poison, he only gained about 600 points. Soon Li Shu understood. Given that the primeval celestial god himself had a combat power of only 300, the divine object he created converting 600 points of potential was already quite impressive. It was indeed a good choice as a poison. A month passed. Dr. Jero finally succeeded in his cosmetic surgery, skin grafting and height increase. Now his skin appeared as pale as paper, tender and smooth with no trace of wrinkles. His aged countenance was completely renewed, transforming him into a handsome young man of 185 centimeters. However, to maintain this appearance he would need to undergo surgery at regular intervals. Bulma reluctantly agreed to let him join her in studying the Android Handbook to create more perfect and powerful androids. Ding! Congratulations! Hidden Achievement Mission. Dr. Jero's Desire. Completed. Reward obtained Dragon Ball Enhancement Potion. Achievement points 30. Dragon Ball Enhancement Potion upon use permanently reduces Dragon Ball cooldown by 50. As soon as the reward was in hand, Li Shu evenly applied the potion to the Dragon Balls. The original 1-year cooldown was shortened to 6 months. 3 months had already passed, leaving only 3 months until the Dragon Balls could be used again. 1 wish every 6 months, awesome. Soon 3 months passed, and the group was astonished to see the Dragon Balls regain their luster. Isn't it only half a year? Shouldn't it take a full year? Li Shu offered no explanation, and the others, after a brief moment of confusion, stopped dwelling on it. This was good news for everyone. Regardless of the reason, Yamcha and Kuririn could be revived 6 months early. Without wasting time, Li Shu summoned Chiron. He made a wish to revive all those killed by the androids. Your wish is granted. Shenron's crimson eyes glowed briefly, and after fulfilling the wish it returned to the Dragon Balls. Li Shu as before gathered all the scattered Dragon Balls, saving the trouble of searching next time. It would be too wasteful not to use them every 6 months. At that moment Kuririn and Yamcha sat up from the capsule cryochambers, looking around in bewilderment. Soon they spotted the group standing nearby, smiling warmly. Yamcha, familiar with the Dragon Balls, was the first to react. Were we revived by the Dragon Balls? That's right. Welcome back, Li Shu replied with a smile. Li Shu nodded, his gaze fixed on Yamcha with intense fervor. If he remembered correctly, defeating Yamcha one more time would grant him the skill burst. Power doubled, skill damage doubled. It would surely bring unexpected gains. After a brief reunion, Li Shu said to Yamcha and Kuririn, "Have you ever heard the legend of the Super Earthlings?" Both shook their heads in confusion. So Li Shu recounted the legend and revealed that he possessed the ability to awaken bloodline power. Kuririn and Yamcha were ecstatic and immediately begged Li Shu to awaken theirs. To be honest, Li Shu was also curious. Since Kuririn had no nose, was he really an Earthling? Li Shu said, "Let's start with Yamcha." He added, "After I awaken the hidden power in your bloodline, you'll have to challenge me to test the effects." Without any hesitation, Yamcha agreed. He too wanted to know how big the gap between him and Li Shu truly was. Li Shu raised his hand and waved, and a streak of blood-red light plunged into Yamcha's body. The entire process lasted only a few seconds before ending. Yamcha stared at Li Shu in bewilderment. It was as if he was saying, "Is that it? Did you hear something shatter?" Li Shu asked. Yamcha thought for a few seconds and nodded. "I did hear it." "That means the Super Earthling bloodline has been successfully awakened. The sound of shattering was the shackles that bound your potential. In the coming days of training you'll clearly feel the changes in yourself." Yamcha nodded with a semblance of understanding, and then challenged Li Shu. After training on Karen Tower, he felt that his strength had greatly increased, at least several times over. He thought he might still be no match for Li Shu, but at least the gap would narrow. However, it turned out he was wrong. Li Shu threw a single simple punch, and Yamcha lost consciousness before he could even see the movement. "How is the gap getting wider? I've been working so hard." Ding. Congratulations. Achievement Mission, Thrash Yamcha, completed. Reward obtained burst. Achievement points 5. Burst. In this state, combat power is doubled and skill damage is doubled. Li Shu helped Yamcha up with a smile. "Don't lose heart. You're a Super Earthling now with boundless potential. One day you'll surpass me." Yamcha nodded with a bitter smile, his spirit for catching up to Li Shu already extinguished. Li Shu's power was beyond his reach, so he decided to set his sights on Goku instead. Thus he challenged Goku only to be knocked out with a single punch again. Yamcha fell silent, then looked dejectedly at Bulma. Bulma grinned proudly. "Yamcha, you probably can't even beat me now." "What?" Yamcha doubted his ears. "Stop joking, Bulma." Bulma chuckled and tossed the capsule onto the ground. With a BOM. Dinosaur No. 2 made its grand debut. This is my Dinosaur No. 2. Want to give it a try? Why not? Yamcha was a bit indignant. He didn't believe he could lose to a seemingly dumb robot. Tragedy struck again without any surprise. Yamcha lay on the ground staring blankly at the clouds in the sky. He had only been dead for 6 months, yet everyone else had changed so much that it felt like he'd been dead for a century. Beside him, Kuririn was already dumbfounded. Stop daydreaming, Kuririn. It's your turn for Bloodline Awakening. Li Shu's voice snapped Kuririn back to reality, and he stepped forward. Another streak of blood-red light shot out, but Kuririn's reaction was completely different from Yamcha's. The change was drastic. Not only did his entire body emit a purple glow, but his skin also gradually turned purple. Most strikingly, Kuririn grew another pair of ears. The transformation was not over. As time passed, where his nose had been a purple slit-eyed organ appeared. Everyone was stunned by Kuririn's transformation, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Yet it still continued. Both of Kuririn's shoulder blades were writhing as if something was trying to break out. Soon the writhing objects emerged from the shoulder blades. They were a pair of pink wings. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the pink wings were only the size of a palm, looking utterly ridiculous. Kuririn, you really are not human. Kellen's astonishing transformation not only stunned everyone but also left him utterly bewildered. Anyone who suddenly grows an extra eye would be disoriented. Moreover, that eye was situated right in the middle of his face. Besides the extra eye, Kellen had also grown an additional pair of ears and a pair of small pink fleshy wings on his shoulder blades. Kellen could clearly perceive every change within himself. Kellen, so you're not from Earth either. No wonder you have no nose. The spot where a nose should be is hiding an eye. Your eye is so small. The wings are tiny too. But the newly grown ears are quite large. Everyone began commenting on Kellen's new appearance. Earth was no stranger to bizarre creatures, even animal-human hybrids, so Kellen's transformation wasn't entirely unacceptable. Li Shu marveled at Kellen's astonishing change, his mind racing through memories of the Dragon Ball from over 20 years ago. After much thought, he couldn't recall any race resembling this. Yet, in the original story, Kellen had always been called the strongest Earthling, living his entire life as an Earthling. Even his later daughter bore purely Earthling genes, showing no signs of alien heritage. So what kind of creature was this? Curious, Li Shu directly inquired with the system. System, Kellen possesses the genes of ancient Earth creatures, a branch of humanity, but not an alien. This is a case of atavism. In ancient times they were known as the Violet-Eyed People. Violet-Eyed People. Looking at Kellen's new purple skin and his narrow purple eyes, the name was surprisingly fitting. As the dormant ancient bloodline within him awakened, Kellen's combat power surged, increasing by over a dozen times. Combat power 731. Li Shu calculated roughly a 16-fold increase. Kellen now felt the immense power within him. He leaped thousands of meters into the air, and those tiny pink wings surprisingly possessed tremendous strength. Flapping his small wings, Kellen soared freely through the sky at incredible speed like a purple bolt of lightning. So fast! Yukon was astonished by Kellen's speed. It was no less than his own. Yet Kellen's aura was nearly 10 times weaker. Li Shu also noticed the anomaly in Kellen's speed. It was clearly a talent granted by his ancient bloodline, the ability to fly at extraordinary speeds. Who would have thought such tiny wings could generate such formidable power? Kellen ceased his flight, looking at everyone with exhilaration, his shoulders trembling with excitement. I feel my power has increased more than 10-fold. Kellen danced with joy, eagerly recounting his sensations. My hearing has also sharpened immensely. Even from 1,000 meters up I can hear your heartbeats if I wish. And my vision has expanded. I can see a full 180-degree range ahead. Hearing Kellen's account, Yamcha grew envious, as he himself had experienced no change. The others continued examining Kellen with amazement. Li Shu asked, You don't plan to stay like this forever, do you? Try to see if you can revert to your original form. Yeah. Kellen suddenly realized he had grown stronger but uglier too. After struggling for a long time, he remained unchanged, his face growing uneasy and even panicked. Everyone noticed Kellen's distress. Li Shu recalled the sensation of transforming into a Super Saiyan and back then shared his experience with Kellen. Kellen tried again but failed repeatedly. Now he was truly alarmed. I can't change back, can I? He asked desperately, looking at everyone. He wasn't even married yet. If he had to live the rest of his life like this, he would surely end up alone forever. What was becoming stronger compared to marriage? Kellen's pleading gaze swept over the group, who all fell into deep thought, trying to find a solution. How about plastic surgery and skin grafts? Bulma's eyes lit up as she quickly thought of a plan. She called over Dr. Jero. Kellen, look at this guy. He used to be old and ugly, but now he's handsome, isn't he? Dr. Jero's current handsome appearance indeed made Kellen a bit jealous. That was the result of his plastic surgery and skin grafts, and he had just succeeded, so he had plenty of experience. As for the extra organs, the ears aren't too obstructive, they're passable. That slit eye on your nose. You can wear a mask. If that doesn't work, you can close that eye in the middle of your face and get a tattoo around it to disguise it as a nose. How about that? A perfect plan. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she spoke, clearly thinking herself a genius. Kellen was dumbfounded, already picturing what he would look like after such measures. He quickly shuddered. I think Bulma's suggestion is good. Master Roshi agreed. Yamcha also nodded. When Kellen looked at Wukong, he said, Why not let Bulma turn you into an android? That would be really cool. Glancing at Dinosaur No. 2 standing beside Bulma with its charred and tender skin, it was worse than his current form. Kellen quickly shook his head, rejecting Wukong's idea. Finally he looked at Li Shu and said nervously, You awaken my bloodline, can you also help me change back? If not, can you take back this bloodline power? I'd rather be weak than ugly. Li Shu smiled and said, If your current form is a transformation, then I can help you revert. Let me try. Kellen was overjoyed at Li Shu's answer. Indeed, brother Li Shu was reliable. Inverse domain. With a thought from Li Shu, an invisible field of energy spread outward like ripples. Kellen's body instantly began to change. The slit eye in the middle of his face gradually disappeared, leaving only a purple vertical line the size of a nose. The extra pair of ears and wings slowly receded into his body. The purple skin faded, gradually returning to its original hue. Though it seemed lengthy, the entire transformation took only about 2 seconds. Overjoyed Kellen had no time to celebrate before he felt a dizzying sensation, as if his body had been drained of all strength. His legs gave way and he collapsed backward. Krillin! Everyone was greatly alarmed. Especially Goku and Master Roshi, who had mastered the sense of ki. They discovered Krillin's aura was rapidly weakening. Li Shu reacted the fastest, flicking his fingers to send a senzu bean flying into Krillin's mouth. Though somewhat surprised he had experience, transformations were incredibly taxing on physical stamina. Some powerful transformations could even consume one's lifespan. Consuming it would help restore your stamina. At Li Shu's voice, Krillin, whose consciousness was gradually fading, did not hesitate, and quickly swallowed the senzu bean. As the senzu bean took effect, Krillin immediately felt his hollowed-out body recovering at an astonishing rate. In an instant he felt his entire being brimming with power once more. Krillin was no stranger to senzu beans. Li Shu had given him one before, which he still carried on his person. Initially skeptical of the bean's effects, after experiencing them firsthand he was completely convinced by its powerful restorative abilities. What you experienced was indeed a transformation state, but you cannot yet fully control this power, or rather your current strength cannot withstand such a powerful force. That is why your body feels emptied and your stamina depleted after the transformation ends. Based on what just occurred, Li Shu drew his conclusion. Keep these beans on your person. Next time you transform, you'll have experience, and can prepare the beans in advance. Li Shu grabbed a handful of senzu beans and handed them to Krillin. Krillin's face was filled with gratitude, tears streaming down his cheeks. Li Shu had not only helped awaken the power within his bloodline, but also restored him to his original form, saving his future marriage. More importantly, he had just saved his life. Without that bean he would surely have perished from exhaustion. Now he was giving him so many precious beans as well. How could such meticulous care not move him? He vowed that from now on Li Shu would be his own elder brother. Krillin simply looked at Li Shu, choking up several times, too moved to speak. We are all friends, there's no need for this. Li Shu smiled, soothing Krillin's emotions. Next he introduced Jing Yiya to Krillin and Yamcha. When they learned that such a beautiful and lovely girl was actually Li Shu's disciple, both were stunned. Humph! Suddenly Bulma let out a cold snort and departed with her Dino too. Xiao Luo, what are you still standing there for? Come, hit it down right away. The progress of Dino 4 research can't be delayed any longer. Bulma's angry voice made Yamcha hastily withdraw his dazed gaze from Jing Yiya, and he looked helplessly at her retreating figure. He opened his mouth wanting to explain something, but in the end he just sighed and said nothing. Because Jing Yiya really was more beautiful than Bulma, and her figure was better too. Moreover, after 6 months of martial arts training, Jing Yiya's temperament had undergone a tremendous change. Her upright posture, proud curves, delicate and brisk short hair and form-fitting training clothes, all of it made people's eyes light up and unable to look away. He had indeed made the mistake every man makes. Yamcha really couldn't bring himself to explain. Thank you for reviving us. We've been a bother. Li Shu, can you send us back? Just then Bora's voice came over. Li Shu finally remembered. He had forgotten about this father and son. Why not stay and have dinner before you go back? Li Shu scratched his head awkwardly. After dinner, Li Shu gave Bora a helicopter and the father and son expressed their gratitude once more before returning to Karen Tower. With Krillin and Yamcha revived, Turtle Island became even more lively in the days that followed. Yamcha and Krillin joined Master Roshi and Jing Yi in their training. Having awakened the latent power in their bloodlines, their strength was rapidly increasing. They were working hard preparing for the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai 2 years hence. Ordinary training had lost its effect on Li Shu and Goku. With the help of Senzu Beans, they were sparring with each other, joined by his replica android. Relying on the characteristics of their Saiyan bloodlines, their strength was rapidly increasing. 2.5 years later, the day before the 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. Li Shu Combat Power 25999, Goku Combat Power 21999, Replica Android Combat Power 16999. It seems I've hit another bottleneck. No matter how I work on my passive abilities, it's useless. Li Shu punched through Goku's chest with one fist. Goku skillfully swallowed a Senzu bean and his injuries instantly healed. After near-death resurrection, Goku's combat power remained at 21,999 with no improvement whatsoever. Furthermore, he discovered their combat power bottlenecks were different. This might be due to different bloodlines. He possessed the Dihuang Saya bloodline, so his combat power ceiling at this stage was higher than Goku's. Goku merely had an ordinary Saiyan bloodline. At this stage of potential development, 21999 combat power was already his limit. The replica android was merely a product of genetic modification. Although it had the trait of immortality, it also had an obvious weakness, the chip. Through Bulma's research over this period, Li Shu had come to understand androids as well. An android's potential ceiling was determined from the moment of its creation. In other words, 16999 combat power was already the limit of this replica, unable to be further improved. Unless it underwent secondary modification to raise the ceiling. But it was no longer necessary. During these 2.5 years, through Bulma's collaboration with Dr. Gero, they had already developed more powerful androids. Now that combat power had again reached a bottleneck, breaking through to the next potential stage, fighting opponents of the same level was no longer effective. The current training methods could not stimulate the hidden potential within them either. Li Shu was not helpless against the current bottleneck, though at this stage he could no longer find opponents stronger than them. But he could work on the training methods. If he remembered correctly, Bulma's father Dr. Brief had developed a gravity chamber. As for when it was developed, Li Shu didn't remember, but that wasn't important. Bulma, Goku and I have hit a training bottleneck. We need your help. During the pleasant dinner, Li Shu shared his idea about the gravity chamber with Bulma. Your father seems to have done research in this area. Don't worry, leave it to me. Bulma agreed readily. Ever since coming into contact with the android manual, Bulma seemed to have found her life's ideal and goal. She devoted herself entirely to android research and developed several civilian android products, helping her family's Capsule Corporation make another fortune. Mukwa Island, the venue of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Li Shu and his group completed the registration. Master Roshi, still disguised as Jackie Chun, registered under the name Jackie Chun. The preliminary rounds of the tournament will begin tomorrow. Everyone walked toward the hotel chatting and laughing, having long awaited this tournament to test the fruits of their training. Especially Krillin. After awakening his bloodline, his potential surged tremendously, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. In the subsequent 2.5 years of training with Li Shu's assistance, he had mastered the violet transformation. Goku, I will definitely astonish you. Krillin looked at Goku's profile, his face radiating an unprecedented confidence. As for Li Shu, Krillin never entertained the thought of being his big brother's opponent. Especially the Kun fist from last time, which left him with immense psychological trauma. Whenever he recalled it in his midnight dreams, he would wake up and start checking his own socks. He believed that in this tournament, he could secure at least third place and perhaps advance to second. As for Master Roshi, Krillin no longer regarded him as a threat, not out of disrespect but because the old master had aged and could not compete with the young ones. Yamcha walked among the crowd, his face also beaming with a confident smile. He was very grateful to Li Shu for awakening his super earthling bloodline, which had also greatly enhanced his strength. Catching a glimpse of the silly grin on Krillin's face, Yamcha guessed what Krillin was thinking. He admitted that Krillin's bloodline talent was formidable, capable of amplifying his combat power by 16 times through transformation. However, in the 2.5 years of training he had also acquired a transformation ability. This was his secret weapon, never revealed to anyone. He intended to astonish everyone at this tournament. Especially Li Shu. Although I can't defeat you, I will still surprise you. As for Master Roshi, Yamcha did not take him too seriously. Sensing the gazes of Yamcha and Krillin, Master Roshi couldn't help but break into a smile. These two little ones obviously don't regard this old man as a threat. If they think I'm old, they will surely regret it and pay the price. Jing Yuya was a bit nervous. This was her first time participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Her gaze would frequently fall on Li Shu, hoping to receive some encouragement. Li Shu naturally sensed Jing Yuya's gaze and her nervous state. A female martial artist who had only trained for 3 years participating for the first time in a national martial arts tournament of this scale, it was inevitable to feel a bit of tension. Everyone has a first time and then gradually grows. If he remembered correctly, during Krillin's first World Martial Arts Tournament he was so frightened by his opponent that he dared not move, retreating before the battle. It was only after Goku's encouragement that he bravely launched his attack. Li Shu said to Jing Yuya, "You have great talent in martial arts. Once the preliminaries start tomorrow and you experience a few battles, you won't feel nervous anymore." "That's right, I was pretty much the same as you during my first time," Krillin chimed in encouragingly. "But you'll soon discover that those people are no match for us," Yamcha said. "If I'm not mistaken, the only ones who can truly be called opponents in this tournament are the few of us. I hope that in tomorrow's preliminaries we can be separated and not meet too early. Yeah, that would be a pity." Both cast a fearful glance at Li Shu, silently praying that they would not encounter him in the preliminaries, or else they wouldn't even make it to the top 8. Li Shu then said, "I'm afraid it's unavoidable. There are 5 of us competing, so inevitably 2 of us will meet in the preliminaries." Everyone was taken aback. Upon reflection, it was true. Then instinctively all eyes turned to Li Shu, except for Goku. Obviously the last opponent they wanted to face was Li Shu. At this moment Li Shu was also somewhat concerned. He was a bit worried that Jing Yuya might not secure 3rd place. During these 2.5 years he had consistently used the special eye drops each year, raising the level of his battle eye to LV7. The LV7 battle eye did not grant any new abilities but rather enhanced the existing ones. For instance, he could now see up to 7 decimal places of combat power as well as the opponent's hidden combat power. His vision was also greatly enhanced. The world in his eyes became much clearer, to the point of even seeing the flow of air. As for the X-ray vision, so far he had not found anything he couldn't see through. Anything within a 1-kilometer radius, if he wished, would be completely exposed. For example, in the nearby public restroom a couple was inside studying. "Fight the landlord." The woman felt that the man's technique was too shallow and demanded that he play with deeper skill, or else she would be bored. The man wore a frustrated expression. His hand of cards was too small to devise any deep strategy. Li Shu shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Turning his attention to the combat power displayed above Master Roshi's head, he felt a bit uneasy. Combat power 1009999. 9999999. Master Roshi's apparent combat power at this moment was only 100, but his true combat power was infinitely close to 10,000. In 3 years, from a combat power of just over 100 to nearly 10,000, it could be called a tremendous improvement. In contrast, Jing Yuya, who had made rapid progress initially, now had a combat power only on par with Master Roshi. Combat power 59,999. 9999999. Clearly both of them had hit a bottleneck. Routine training no longer brought much improvement for them. Although Jing Yuya's combat power was on par with Master Roshi in daily training, she could always suppress him. But Li Shu knew that if Master Roshi got serious, neither in technique nor experience could Jing Yuya, who had only trained for 3 years, match him. Moreover, Master Roshi had a muscular form that could provide a considerable boost to his combat power. However, thinking of Jing Yuya's transformed state and the surge in her combat power, Li Shu felt a little relieved. In terms of the multiplier of combat power increased, Jing Yuya's transformation form was more powerful. Looking at the 3 super earthlings beside him, Li Shu couldn't help but smile. All 3 had mastered the super earthling transformation ability, but the effects varied. The only thing they had in common was that they all chose to keep it secret. Little did they know the sudden surge in combat power when they secretly transformed could not escape Li Shu's key sensing. Just then 3 people in green robes approached them, each embroidered with the character, Crane, on their chest. They blocked the path of the group. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Master Rashi? The old man among the 3 pinching his octagonal beard sneered with a sarcastic smile. Listening to the sarcastic tone, Li Shu and the others cast unfriendly glances at the unfamiliar trio before them, a sharp-tongued old man, a bald child who looked like a paper doll, and a 3-eyed freak. What a strange combination. The arrivals were none other than Kamisennin's arch-rival Tsurusenin and his group. The tall and short figures beside him were Tenshinhan and Chaozu. Looking at the 3 men's combat power, Li Shu couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, watching Tsurusenin's reckless behavior with interest. Yo, isn't that Tsurusenin? You old fool, still alive? Kamisennin retorted without backing down. His eyes behind the sunglasses were filled with disdain and mockery. With his current level of power, Kamisennin could easily discern Tsurusenin's skill, which was a mere fraction of his own, differing by dozens of times. The vast gap in strength made Kamisennin dismiss the old grudges. Tsurusenin sneered coldly. I heard your disciple stole the show at last year's Tenkaichi Budokai. Your lot took the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place. Hey, you know it. This year will be the same, Kamisennin said smugly, straightening his hunched back a little. Tsurusenin scoffed dismissively. Look at you, so pleased with yourself. It only proves the Tenkaichi Budokai has declined. The martial artists who come are nothing but trash. This time the Crane School must participate in the Tenkaichi Budokai. Let everyone see what true martial arts really are, instead of watching a bunch of clowns putting on a show on the ring. So my disciples will also enter this tournament. If you're scared, you'd better tuck your tails between your legs and run. Save yourselves from embarrassment and being laughed at by everyone. The champion will definitely be my disciple. With that, Tsurusenin tilted his head, indicating the 2 standing on either side of him were his disciples. Tenshinhan and Chaozu cooperated, unleashing their formidable auras and shocking killing intent. Sensing the pressure, Kamisennin and the others fell silent, exchanging odd glances at the trio. The atmosphere grew tense. Haha, is that so? How exciting, haha. Kamisennin broke the silence with a hearty laugh. The enormous gap in strength made him completely indifferent to the provocation. Instead, he found it amusing. Yamcha also laughed heartily. The Crane School, huh? So strong, don't you think, Kuririn? Kuririn chuckled. Yeah, and that killing intent. I'm really worried they might kill us, haha. Jing Yi murmured quietly. They're so weak, why are they so arrogant? Faced with Jing Yi's question, Li Shu was also speechless. You're all hiding your strength. The combat power you're showing externally, the highest is Yamcha at 110. Kuririn is 80. Goku is the most ridiculous, his combat power is directly 5. The reactions of Kamisennin's group left Tsurusenin, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu extremely surprised. Shouldn't they be gnashing their teeth? Why did they all look so relaxed and casual, even dismissive? Damn it. Tsurusenin grew irritated and said, Let's go. We'll show them on the ring. As he turned to leave, Li Shu spoke up. Your brother is dead. Tsurusenin froze, then whirled around to stare at Li Shu. It was true that he hadn't been able to contact Teapaipai for a few years. Dead. He couldn't believe it. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother is the world's greatest assassin, how could he die? Although Tsurusenin was unwilling to believe it, his brother's disappearance was a fact. Now that he had unexpectedly received news of Teapaipai, even if it might be false, he still wanted to hear it. Your brother is Teapaipai, right? He came to kill me and I killed him instead, Li Shu said calmly. Tsurusenin, Tenshinhan, and Chaozu were all shocked, staring at Li Shu in disbelief. They knew Teapaipai's strength well. Could he really have died at this man's hands? You're bluffing. How could my brother Teapaipai die at the hands of your turtle school? With your paltry skills, even if you all attacked together, you wouldn't be a match for my brother. Tsurusenin stubbornly refused to believe it until Li Shu executed the Dodonpa, dispersing a white cloud in the sky. Dodonpa. At that moment they finally believed the truth. Teapaipai was truly dead. And killed by someone from the turtle school. This brought them immense shock. Damn you! You killed my brother! I will make you pay blood for blood! Tsurusenin was furious, glaring viciously at Li Shu, but he didn't act rashly. Because he was no match for his own brother. And the fact that the other could kill his brother indicated that Li Shu's strength surpassed his own. Tenshinhan! Tsurusenin roared. Kill this brat! Tenshinhan looked at him in shock. If we kill them here, we'll be disqualified from the tournament. He killed Teapaipai, your uncle. Don't forget it was Teapaipai who taught you the basics of martial arts. What kind of time is this for you to be thinking about the tournament? Surusenin was exasperated. If he weren't outmatched he would have struck already. However, Tenshinhan remained unmoved and said, I want to prove to everyone on the ring. The Crane's school is the strongest. We'll eventually face them on the ring, they can't escape. Then in front of all the spectators I'll teach them a harsh lesson, breaking their limbs. Then after the match kill them. Oh. Sounds good. Surusenin calmed down, then looked darkly at Li Shu and the others. Then let you live a little longer. Li Shu and the others exchanged glances and burst into laughter. This is killing me. Did they come all the way here just to tell jokes? Maybe. That old fool Surusenin has always been a clown, Kamisenin said with a chuckle. Unable to bear it any longer, Surusenin snorted. Let's go. Ding. Congratulations. You have triggered the achievement mission. Reform the wicket. Mission description: make Tenshinhan and Chaozu willingly leave the Crane School. Mission reward: bottleneck potion. Bottleneck potion: break through the current stage's potential bottleneck. The next day the preliminaries of the martial arts tournament began. Li Shu and his group entered the venue and began the draw. At the same time the check-in mission that had been absent for 3 years was completed. The mission reward that puzzled Li Shu warm reminder rang in his mind. Ding. Signed in at the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament Arena. Reward obtained: warm tip once. System: warm tip. Another transmigrator has arrived possessing a villain system. He will oppose you at every turn. Ding. Confrontation mode triggered. Ding. Quest obtained: protect the main character group. Quest description: ensure the safety of the main character group members, enhance their strength as much as possible, and prevent them from being killed by the villain transmigrator. Reward description: each time you win a confrontation you will receive generous rewards. Current main character group members: Sun Wukong, Klin Yamucha, Kame Sen, and Bulma Jing Yia. Victory description: every failure of the villain transmigrator's action targeting the main character group counts as your victory. Failure description: every success of the villain transmigrator's action targeting the main character group counts as your failure. Punishment description: if the main character group is completely wiped out you will be erased by the main system. Quest time limit: the confrontation mode ends after the villain transmigrator is completely dead. After hearing the warm tip and the confrontation mode explanation, Li Shu was greatly shocked, his expression turning extremely vivid. Who is this transmigrator? Li Shu did not hesitate and immediately asked the system. Now that the enemy was hidden and he was exposed, not knowing who the other party was would leave him very passive. However, the system's reply of "I don't know" left Li Shu quite stunned. The system explained, we both have systems. I cannot obtain the other's information just as the other cannot obtain yours. Is that the same? His mission is to kill the main character group members. He doesn't even need to know who I am. System: the reward of the warm tip has already given you the upper hand. Rest assured he currently does not know of your existence. In his perception he is the only transmigrator. Oh. Hearing this, Li Shu felt much relieved and asked again, is he from the same place as me? Of course. The system answered without hesitation. Among all parallel universes only the Earth creatures from your timeline possess the ability to transmigrate. From the same place. That means there is a high probability that the other party has also watched Dragon Ball. If the other party remembers more of the Dragon Ball plot and details than he does, he will be very passive. Li Shu couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. The ultimate punishment for this quest is erasure by the main system. What does the main system mean? The system explained, the villain system and I are both subsystems. The main system is above us and holds the highest authority. If the quest fails, both you and I will be erased together, and even immortality will be useless. Li Shu felt heavy-hearted. His good days were coming to an end. The top priority now was to figure out who the other party was, whether he had transmigrated together with Li Shu as two people or had soul transmigrated into an original character. He also wondered if the villain transmigrator would participate in this martial arts tournament. This would undoubtedly be a perfect opportunity to wipe out the main character group. Jingyia. Li Shu suddenly thought of a key issue, a character that should not appear among the main character group members. This would be a huge clue. Does the villain system know who the main character group members are? The system: yes. It seemed that soon the villain transmigrator would realize the plot had changed and might even deduce that there were other transmigrators in the Dragon Ball world. Li Shu somewhat regretted that the villain transmigrator didn't know the specific members of the main character group. Then he could have hidden Jingyia away and been in an undefeated position from the start. Unfortunately, with the main system's existence, such an obvious loophole was impossible. Brother Li Shu, what's wrong? You seem a bit restless. Clint, who had just drawn his lot, noticed Li Shu's unease. Li Shu slowly relaxed his furrowed brow and said nothing, just a bad feeling. I feel like something unfortunate might happen at the tournament. I hope it's just my imagination. Everyone was baffled by Li Shu's serious demeanor. This year's preliminaries have changed. They are divided into 8 zones with only the top 1 from each zone advancing to the top 8. That way we can all avoid each other. After looking at the zone distribution map, Yamucha shared this good news with everyone. Everyone cheered, not wanting to run into their own people in the preliminaries. Li Shu smiled. Then when we draw lots, I'll use telepathy to tell you which lot to pick. Soon, with Li Shu's clairvoyance, everyone perfectly avoided each other. The skill of telepathy was something Kame Sin-nin had taught them during the 2.5 years of training. Everyone knew it. A small incident occurred. Kaiatsu was using his psychic powers to alter the results of their lot drawing. Li Shu noticed and directly used telepathy to unleash a lion's roar at Kaiatsu, scaring him unconscious on the spot. At that moment, Tien Shinhan looked around in alarm, completely unaware of what had happened to Kaiatsu, and anxiously carried the unconscious Kaiatsu out. Soon after, Tien Shinhan returned to the arena holding Kaiatsu. After learning what had happened, Tien Shinhan guessed that someone from the Kame school had secretly attacked Kaiatsu. This result shocked them and gave them a direct impression of the strength of the Kame school group. They would be formidable opponents. Kaiatsu, do you know who did it? Tien Shinhan, who also mastered telepathy, was communicating with Kaiatsu from a distance, his 3 eyes constantly scanning the Kame school group. I don't know. It was terrifying. Are we really a match for them? Kaiatsu shook his head, his face full of lingering fear. His heart was shaken. He no longer had the confidence he had when they arrived. Tien Shinhan's face darkened. His original confidence was also shaken. This method of long-distance mental intimidation was beyond his comprehension. On the other side, Li Shu was earnestly talking to everyone. Don't let your guard down. I have a strong premonition of something bad. We might encounter powerful enemies, not just us, who can control our ki to hide our strength. Here are 10 senzu beans. Keep them well. Before each match, put 1 in your mouth in advance. If anything happens, swallow it immediately. I suddenly have some urgent business. I need to go to Karen Tower. I'll be back. Li Shu had drawn the last slot for himself. With his current speed, he could make 3 round trips. He must monopolize the senzu beans, such a miraculous item, before the villain Transmigrator reacted. Karen Tower. There is no time to explain. I must take all the senzu beans with me. Master Cat stared in utter bewilderment at Li Shu, who then waved his hand and all the senzu beans vanished. Before Master Cat could even react, Li Shu shot away with a whoosh. Master Cat. Oh well. Master Cat licked his paw, picked up a dried fish beside him, and continued eating. For some reason, he had put on quite a bit of weight over the past few years. Looks like I need to start exercising and lose some pounds. With that thought in mind, Master Cat happily played with a ball of yarn in each hand. Li Shu returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament arena once more. When faced with everyone's questions, he offered a casual excuse and brushed them off, and nobody paid it much mind. Believing the senzu beans were running low, Li Shu had gone to restock. After a short while, it was Li Shu's turn to step onto the arena. His opponent was a towering brute standing over 2 meters tall with a fearsome and fierce appearance. Combat Power 10. Li Shu refused to let his guard down. With the villainous Transmigrator still nowhere in sight, he had every reason to suspect anyone. Especially the competitors at the World Martial Arts Tournament. There was a high chance one of them was the villainous Transmigrator in disguise. After a brief exchange of probing moves, discovering the opponent was indeed a mere nobody, Li Shu easily defeated him. Did any of you encounter formidable opponents? Li Shu asked, looking at the others. Everyone shook their heads. They had all easily defeated their opponents with no difficulty whatsoever. Li Shu couldn't help but furrow his brows as he carefully scrutinized every competitor. With his battle-stirring eyes at level 7 now, even if someone concealed their strength, he would detect it. After scanning around in a circle, he found no suspicious targets at all. The highest combat power belonged to Tien Shinhan. Could it be that he hasn't participated? Was he perhaps being too nervous? Li Shu pondered for a moment, and concluded it was very likely he was overreacting. The villainous Transmigrator had only just transmigrated not long ago, and could not possibly have made any major moves yet. Perhaps the other person hadn't even read Dragon Ball, and was still in a state of complete confusion. Recalling his own experience when he first transmigrated, Li Shu felt this possibility was quite high. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar environment would inevitably require some time to get accustomed to. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that the other person possessed even stronger concealment techniques capable of evading the battle-stirring eyes. For every preliminary match that followed, Li Shu took it very seriously, probing first, then defeating the opponent with a single move. Under his strong insistence, Goku and the others also took great care, treating every opponent as their most formidable adversary. Tien Shinhan, who had been keeping an eye on Li Shu's group from afar, saw their cautious fighting style, and his wavering confidence stabilized once more. It seems I was overthinking this. These inferior martial artists shouldn't warrant such serious preparation from everyone. Tien Shinhan couldn't help but feel a touch of disdain. Soon the preliminaries came to an end and Li Shu and the others advanced to the quarterfinals. Seeing that aside from Tien Shinhan and Kaiotsu all the remaining quarterfinalists were allies, Li Shu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether Kaiotsu and Tien Shinhan could be the villainous transmigrator, Li Shu merely thought about it for a moment before dismissing the possibility. It truly seemed he had been overthinking things after all. The other person had not entered the World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet he could not completely rule out the possibility that this guy was hiding among the spectators waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. The danger is not from a thief who steals but from one who constantly watches and plots. Li Shu was now deeply experiencing the truth of these words. He had to remain constantly on guard, never dropping his vigilance. All competitors may take a break to rest and restore your stamina. The quarter-final matches will begin in 30 minutes. At the announcer's call, Li Shu and the others left the competition area and headed to the rest zone. Master, you seem a bit tense and preoccupied. Jing Yi, having finished her warm-up after the preliminaries, was no longer as nervous and looked at Li Shu with concern. Krillin, Yamcha and Goku also watched Li Shu with puzzled expressions. They did not fully understand Li Shu's current reaction. Li Shu's appearance today was something they had never seen before. In their impression, Li Shu always carried himself with a calm and carefree demeanor. They had never seen him be so cautious. It was as though something major was about to happen. Li Shu gave a bitter smile, unsure how to explain things to Goku and the others. Was he supposed to tell them that a fellow cheat wielder like himself was lurking in the shadows watching them intently? Li Shu, did you discover something? Master Roshi abandoned his usual playful manner. Based on his understanding of Li Shu, the boy would never speak without reason. Something must have occurred that they were unaware of. Li Shu decided to weave a white lie to heighten their vigilance, preventing any real unexpected incident from catching him off guard. Everything about the enemy was unknown. Anything could possibly happen, he said. I am not entirely certain, but I have a strong feeling that something is watching us from the shadows. Whenever I look over, there is nothing there. I feel a faint killing intent permeating the air, shrouding us. Li Shu's words carried great weight in everyone's hearts. No one dared to disregard his intuition. Everyone's expressions grew grave. After all, Li Shu was the strongest among them, especially in sense and ki. He was far superior to the rest. The most straightforward example was that unless they used their eyes to look, they could not detect Li Shu's presence at all. Yet Li Shu, even with his eyes closed, could still precisely locate them. He could sense even their every movement. I trust Li Shu's intuition. If even he cannot detect something, we truly need to be more careful. Li Shu smiled, trying to appear less serious, and said, perhaps I am overthinking this. Just stay a little alert is all. The topic then shifted to everyone's performances during the preliminaries just now. The atmosphere became relaxed once more. One day earlier, 3,000 kilometers from Papaya Island, a spaceship was speeding through the skies above a stretch of sea. Inside the ship's cabin, the Pilaf trio waited cautiously. Before them stood a skeletal throne upon which sat a green-skinned figure. Embroidered on the green-skinned figure's clothing was a large character for Demon. Great King Piccolo, please give me 2 more days. I will surely repair the dragon radar. Pilaf explained, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Dragon radar? Great King Piccolo. What the hell, did I transmigrate into Great King Piccolo? The Great King Piccolo, seated on the skeletal throne, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He had been asleep at home. How had he suddenly become Great King Piccolo? I must still be dreaming. Thus Great King Piccolo closed his eyes once more. Piccolo finally accepted reality. He strained to recall the plot of Dragon Ball. However, to his dismay, he had long forgotten nearly everything about this anime from decades ago. He only remembered a few classic characters and the general storyline. After processing the system's introduction and his own mission, he fell into deep thought. Who was Shimizu Yua? Was she Gogo Tsukiyomi's older sister? Piccolo was lost in confusion, racking his brains to recall the plot, but had no recollection at all. He completely failed to remember any female character like that among the main protagonists. Could it be the one whose hair changes when she sneezes? What was Goku's wife's name again? Damn it, if he had known he would transmigrate, he should have watched Dragon Ball first. Piccolo had a headache. But there was one thing he still remembered at this stage: he was invincible. Goku was no match for him, so none of the other members of the protagonist group stood a chance either. He remembered there was a bean that, as long as you weren't dead, could restore you to full health after eating it. Where did that thing come from again? Piccolo wanted to get his hands on that bean to increase his chances of wiping out the entire protagonist group in one breath, leaving Goku no opportunity to turn the tide. Was it given by a cat? Piccolo was extremely irritable. He had almost forgotten everything. Fortunately, the system had rewarded him with immortality. He glanced at the rice cooker nearby. The Mafuba was his only weakness. Moreover, he had acquired Saiyan Bloodline. As long as he obtained that miraculous bean with immortality and Saiyan Bloodline, he could continuously stack passive abilities and rapidly increase his combat power. Additionally, it could also grant him rewards by helping other villains. He suddenly felt that even if he forgot the plot, it wouldn't significantly affect his mission completion. Because he was invincible now. The primary goal at this stage was not to collect the Dragon Balls, but to directly eliminate the still undeveloped Goku and Master Roshi who possessed the Mafuba. He couldn't quite remember how Goku defeated him in the original story. Thinking of this, Piccolo began to scrutinize the tiny figure before him. "LaFleur, do you know Goku?" Piccolo's body trembled and he replied, "Your Majesty, my name is Piccolo." "Of course I know that damn bastard Goku." "Very well. Don't rush about the Dragon Radar. You now have two tasks. The first is to find Goku's whereabouts, and the second is to search for a certain type of bean." "Bean?" Piccolo was puzzled and pressed further. "Your Majesty, may I ask what kind of bean it is?" Piccolo pondered for a moment and said, "A bean that restores vitality after eating. I believe it's on a white cat that lives in a high tower. That's all I remember." Piccolo looked completely baffled. How was he supposed to find it? But he still gritted his teeth and agreed. Subsequently, Piccolo spat out 2 eggs from his mouth, which hatched into 2 demon warriors. One was named Eggplant. The other was named Cucumber. "Eggplant, go find that perverted old man Master Roshi and kill him. Cucumber, you and LaFleur split up. Your priority is to find that miraculous bean. If you encounter Goku, deal with him on the spot." He still had some impression of the Demon Warriors storyline. When Goku first encountered them, he had nearly been killed. If not for the Demon Warriors' carelessness, Goku might have already died. After arranging the tasks, Piccolo began to familiarize himself with his own power. Once he was comfortable with this body, he would personally take action. Time returned to the present. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. After the 30-minute rest period, the 8 competitors arrived at the waiting area for the draw to determine their opponents and match order. During the quarterfinals draw, Li Shu did not use his X-ray vision to interfere with others' results. He merely ensured that he and Shimizu Yua were paired against different opponents. He had to ensure Shimizu Yua could advance to the semifinals. After seeing his draw result, Yamcha let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Li Shu, he was confident he could defeat his opponent, even Goku. "No way, my opponent is Goku." After seeing his draw result, Krillin forced a bitter smile, his expression somewhat despondent. Among the quarterfinals opponents, the last ones he wanted to face were Li Shu and Goku. That would put enormous pressure on him and force him to reveal his trump cards prematurely. A familiar smile spread across Goku's face as he said, "Krillin, let's have a proper match. I won't lose to you, Goku." Krillin also came to terms with it. As long as he kept advancing, whether it was Goku or Li Shu, they were unavoidable. He couldn't let himself be intimidated before the fight even began. Master Roshi, noticing Yamcha's evident relief, remarked, "You seem very confident about beating me." Yamcha awkwardly smiled and said, "A little, only a little. Please go easy on me later, Tenshinhan-sensei." Hee. Master Roshi chuckled. "I'm just an old man with creaky bones. Facing you youngsters, I wouldn't dare be careless. I will give it my all." "That's wonderful. We'll definitely put on an exciting match for everyone." Watching this scene, Li Shu felt deeply moved. To be honest, even he couldn't guarantee victory over them in his normal state. After awakening their bloodlines, their power growth had been spectacular. "Master, if I make it into the top 3, will there be any rewards?" Shimizu Yua suddenly appeared in front of Li Shu, her eyes filled with an unusual emotion as she looked at him expectantly. Li Shu was surprised and said, "Didn't we agree? This is your gift to honor me as your master, and it's also my way of testing the results of your 3 years of training. Can't there be any extra reward?" Shimizu Yua pouted, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes as her big eyes blinked rapidly. Alright, what reward do you want? Li Shu compromised. Shimizu Yua's lips gradually curved upward, her eyes squinting into crescents as she said, I want you to take me to eat yakitori again. Nobi-kuma's yakitori shop. Just that. Li Shu didn't quite understand what kind of reward was that. Yes, it's that simple. You're not going to refuse, are you, master? Shimizu Yua's eyes widened, staring unblinkingly into Li Shu's eyes. Hee. Li Shu replied casually. Then it's settled. After receiving Li Shu's answer, Shimizu Yua was very happy, her eyes smiling into crescent shapes. On the other side, Tenshinhan and Kaiatsu looked somewhat lonely. They stood there silently waiting for the matches to begin. In fact, they were communicating telepathically, analyzing the strength of Master Roshi's disciples. Kaiatsu, that guy Li Shu looks the weakest. He seemed quite nervous during the preliminary rounds. Remember not to accidentally kill him when you fight later. Kaiatsu nodded vigorously. The world's greatest martial arts tournament, the quarterfinals, were to be held on the grand open-air arena in the plaza. The surrounding area was packed with spectators, many of whom were not local residents of Papaya Island. Rather, they had traveled thousands of miles, drawn by fame, just to witness the prowess of the martial artists. To see the birth of the strongest fighter. When they returned home and chatted with friends, this would be a splendid topic of conversation. A single glance around the grand arena revealed a sea of people, and astonishingly female spectators accounted for 80% of the crowd. Many of them held up signs bearing the name Li Shu. Beside his name were numerous hearts. Countless such signs were waved fervently in their hands. 3 years ago, Li Shu, in order to complete a task from the Casanova, debuted as an idol and quickly amassed a huge following of female fans. He had thought that after 3 years of silence, disappearing from the public eye, he would have been forgotten. However, the reality proved to him that 3 years was not enough time for his fans to forget him. Is this the power of Kun? Li Shu, standing backstage and preparing to go on, listened to the fans outside shouting his name, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He still could not forget the scenes from 3 years ago, when he performed the Kun palm over and over again on stage. Each performance would cause some female fans to scream and faint. Big bro, it seems they're all here for you, Yukong said, quite astonished. The others could also see the fervent scene outside, and even if they couldn't, the earth-shaking cheers were impossible to ignore. They shouted Li Shu's name, each cheer louder than the last. Klin's eyes were filled with envy, so many cute girls. What a lucky guy. Turtle Immortal was equally envious, if only those girls were cheering for him. Yamucha was also dumbfounded, staring at the outside. He had never imagined that Li Shu possessed such astonishing charm. From a single glance, it seemed at least 10,000 women were cheering for Li Shu. Some who hadn't secured good spots even flew helicopters overhead to watch. It was simply too extravagant. Master, you really are popular with the ladies, Jing Yu said with a hint of melancholy. Jing Yu's tone was somber. Li Shu wore an awkward smile, ignoring the remarks. On the grand arena, the host stood dumbfounded, gazing at these frenzied female spectators, then glanced behind him. This really is the world's greatest martial arts tournament. He hasn't taken a wrong turn. He had momentarily wondered if he had mistakenly wandered into a pop star's concert. Fortunately, he was a professional host and referee. Such a scene could only leave him stunned for a mere 2 seconds, and that was his limit. The host quickly regained his composure, and with a passionate opening speech, the atmosphere of the venue soared even higher. Let us. The host paused for a moment with the microphone, then shouted loudly, welcome our top 8 fighters. As the host's words fell, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy filled with the excited cheers of the female fans. Li Shu. Li Shu. Li Shu. The entire venue chanted in unison, calling out Li Shu's name. As for the fans of other fighters, their voices were noticeably weaker. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd and amidst the passionate cheers, Li Shu and the other quarterfinalists ascended the grand arena. The moment Li Shu appeared, a female fan holding a poster of him fainted from excitement. Medical staff had been standing by in case of emergencies. Quick-witted, they rushed and lifted the fainted girl onto a stretcher and hurried away. The fainting of one girl did not cause any commotion among the others, for they were already accustomed to it. They considered it normal. In fact, it would be abnormal if no one fainted. Tianjin Fan, who was walking at the very back, stared at the female spectators in shock, his eyes filled with incomprehension. He couldn't understand why women's emotions were so intense. Isn't he just a man better looking than him? What's there to get excited about? Shouldn't they worship the strong? Why would they like such a weak, pretty boy? Tianjin Fan was utterly perplexed. During his training under Crane Immortal, he had never experienced being worshipped or adored. When others saw him, they only felt fear. He was an assassin, and assassins have no need for the admiration of the weak. Li Shu had been keeping an eye on Tianjin Fan, pondering how to complete the task of reforming the evil. In the original story, Tianjin Fan indeed reformed, but Li Shu could not recall what event had caused him to leave Crane Immortal and join the protagonist's group. And now the plot had already diverged. Many things could no longer be inferred according to the original storyline. Unexpected events occurred from time to time, and no one could predict the future. In the spectator area, Crane Immortal, relying on his formidable strength, shoved through the crowd to reach the front row. Among those he pushed aside were some burly men, but they were effortlessly tossed away. Crane Immortal's domineering behavior caused widespread discontent, but everyone feared his strength. They dared not speak out, merely watching helplessly as he occupied the best vantage point. However, not everyone chose to swallow their anger when faced with a far superior opponent. Especially the already frenzied fans. Xiaoben Kaikai was such a woman who did not fear authority. After being rudely shoved aside by Crane Immortal, she did not retreat in the face of his strength. Instead, she pointed at Crane Immortal's nose and cursed, "You old fool. Do you know first come first served? If you're late, just stay back and watch. What's with cutting in line?" Crane Immortal squinted his eyes, sizing up Xiaoben Kaikai's prominent chest, showing no anger at all. He chuckled, "We can stand here together. It might be a bit cramped, but I don't mind. You could also consider following me from now on. How about it?" Faced with the advances of an old geezer, Xiaoben Kaikai was furious. She roared, "In your dreams. Why don't you take a look in the mirror, you shameless old man? Don't underestimate me just because I'm old. I might be stronger than your husband," Crane Immortal said, admiring Xiaoben Kaikai's angry expression, which seemed to delight him. Xiaoben Kaikai trembled with rage and raised her hand to slap him. However, Crane Immortal merely extended a single index finger to block the slap, and then used his finger to scratch the palm of her hand. Just as he was about to say something else, Buma, who was standing not far away, could no longer bear it. "Get rid of this old geezer for me." Dinosaur no. For standing beside Buma instantly struck out. A single slap sent Crane Immortal flying, turning him into a shooting star that vanished over the horizon. Tianjin Fan on the arena happened to witness this scene, and his face turned pale. He was all too familiar with the strength of Crane Immortal. Tianjin Fan was deeply shaken, unable to even see how his opponent had struck. His master was sent flying with a single blow, life and death unknown. When he finally saw clearly, the dinosaur-like giant had already returned to stand guard beside Bulma. This woman. Tianjin Fan recognized Bulma at once. She had been with the Turtle School group yesterday, clearly one of their companions. His three eyes shifted to the dinosaur man. Tianjin Fan found it hard to comprehend a man capable of instantly killing the crane hermit was willingly serving as that woman's bodyguard. With such strength to submit to another, he himself would never accept such a position. Only one possibility remained: that woman was no ordinary person. As Tianjin Fan's thoughts swirled, the host's passionate voice resounded across the arena. "Among these contestants, I believe you will see some familiar faces." "That's right. The champion, runner-up, and third-place finisher from the previous tournament are all competing again this year. The thrilling matches from 3 years ago are still fresh in our memories. So, this year, what exciting battles will they bring us? Let us wait and see." The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. "Li Shu! Li Shu! We are champions! Li Shu, go! Defeat them! Li Shu! Let us win the championship again! Kun Palm! We want to see Kun Palm! Kun Palm! Kun Palm!" Soon the audience chanted in unison. The host wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Even he found it hard to handle such fervent fans. He shouted loudly, "Now, allow me to once again solemnly introduce these 8 contestants. The first contestant. I believe no introduction is needed. That's right. He is the champion of the previous tournament. After the competition, he transitioned to the entertainment industry and became a sensation in the idol world 3 years ago with his Kun Palm. An idol and powerhouse who captured the hearts of countless young ladies, Li Shu." Boom. The audience area erupted even more, with cheers and screams resounding endlessly. During the commotion, another overly excited young girl fainted. "Quick! Medical staff! Help her!" the host shouted urgently, wiping his forehead again. So dangerous, truly too dangerous. He never expected that over half of the audience at a martial arts tournament would be women. They fainted at the slightest excitement. It was terrifying. He had intended to let Li Shu say a few words to liven up the atmosphere, but after reconsidering he changed his mind. Just by standing there with only 2 lines of introduction, someone had already fainted from excitement. If Li Shu actually spoke, the chaos would be uncontrollable. Having hosted the World Martial Arts Tournament for many years, from a low-level staffer to a renowned host, he had witnessed countless grand and small spectacles. His rich experience told him never let Li Shu speak. So the host unilaterally altered the schedule, skipping the player's speech segment, and quickly introduced the other 7 contestants. After the top 8 introductions, the host changed his tone and roared excitedly. Now, I will announce the match order for the quarterfinals. First match, Li Shu vs. Jizi. Second match, Sun Wukong vs. Kellen. Third match, Qinglong vs. Yamucha. Fourth match, Jingye vs. Tianjin Fan. Oh my god! I never expected Li Shu to appear in the very first match of the quarterfinals. Please everyone stay calm. We have a shortage of medical staff. The host attempted a joke he thought was funny, but no one appreciated it. The crowd shouted for him to get off the stage and stop blocking their view of their idol. Wiping his sweat, the host quickly announced, "Please prepare Li Shu and Jiaozi. Other contestants can take a rest for now." Soon Li Shu and Jiaozi stood facing each other ready. The host shouted, "Match begin. Li." Bang. The host's voice had barely fallen and the fans hadn't even had time to cheer for Li Shu when a loud crash was heard. Jiaozi flew backward, landing outside the ring unconscious. They hadn't even seen Li Shu's movement. The match ended before it began. In their eyes, Li Shu had never moved from his spot. Silence. The entire arena paused for a moment, then erupted into deafening cheers. "So cool! My Shu is so cool! He sent that little guy flying with just his aura. Oh, so handsome! I want to have children with Shu. Me too! Oh, I can't take it! I feel like I'm giving birth right now!" In the contestant viewing area, Tianjin Fan was stunned, his mind shaken. Damn it! Even with 3 eyes, he couldn't see Li Shu's movements. How could his speed be so extreme? Tianjin Fan was dealt a heavy blow. He had believed his speed was unmatched in the world. But someone was faster than him, and that someone was an opponent he had underestimated. And now that opponent barely made a move, and Tianjin Fan couldn't even see a shadow, just like the ordinary people. This agonized Tianjin Fan, who had always prided himself on his speed. Impressive, truly worthy of being Big Brother. Yes, a beautiful finger strike, clean and swift without any hesitation. What's terrifying is that with such a rapid attack, Big Brother can still control his power effortlessly, mastering it with ease. Not bad. Li Shu's control over his power is becoming more and more frightening. His power is precisely measured, just enough, not a bit more, not a bit less. Master is truly amazing. He defeats his opponent without causing substantial harm. This not only demonstrates his mastery of his own power, but also his clear understanding of the opponent's strength. Strong. So strong. Jingye looked at Li Shu's profile, her eyes full of admiration. Tianjin Fan turned in astonishment to the Turtle School group, his face showing disbelief. You can all see his movements? Tianjin Fan couldn't help but ask. But he immediately regretted it. The Crane School and Turtle School were mortal enemies, and his question would surely invite ridicule. It would also expose his incompetence. However, to his surprise, the Turtle School group did not mock him. They simply nodded calmly in response. Kame Senin suddenly sighed. It's a shame you followed that old crane hermit. It's not too late to turn back now. Martial arts training is not about fighting and killing. You have become strong, wielding power ordinary people lack, but you have not used that power for good. I can feel that your heart is in pain. Tianjin Fan's pupils twitched, a trace of panic crossing his features, as though his very soul had been laid bare. He had spent his entire life under the shadow of Xianren and Tao Bai. His dream was to become an assassin like Tao Bai, finding joy in taking lives and reveling in the terror he inspired. He had envisioned himself becoming precisely that, yet on his first assignment, he had faltered, content merely to shatter the man's leg. Nor could he derive satisfaction from the fear flashing in his victim's eyes. Yet the ambition to reign as the world's foremost assassin still burned within him, for beyond that purpose he knew not what else he was meant to do. Never had anyone shown him how to be a good man. Whether under Xianren or Tao Bai, his every lesson had been devoted to cultivating cruelty. He had been taught how to take a life, how to swindle silver from gullible villagers. But now someone had pierced through his guarded heart, and named the wretched sensation that robbed him of sleep torment. You possess remarkable talent, but alas, you have placed your trust in the wrong master. Should you wish to grow stronger, it would serve you well to sever ties with that wretched old fool Xianren. Having spoken these words, Xianren's gaze returned to the arena. The commentator finally snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with excitement, as he bellowed, "Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Did you all witness Master Li's technique? His speed is nothing short of astonishing. Competitor Li Shu, pray tell us, what just transpired? Why did competitor Jiao Zi suddenly appear to be struck from the air?" Meanwhile, Jiao Zi stirred back to consciousness, a profound bewilderment etched across his face, utterly lost as to what had occurred. Only when he registered that he had tumbled beyond the arena's edge did his expression shift into something far more complex. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan said nothing, but his voice echoed silently within Jiao Zi's mind through telepathy. "We have fallen. Defeated utterly. I myself could not even track his movements. Though I loathe to admit it, we are simply no match for them." He was holding back, yet even so. "But I will not yield," Jiao Zi vowed inwardly. "Even if defeat is certain, I must understand the true depth of this chasm between us. Tian, forgive me. I am simply too frail." Dejected, Jiao Zi lifted himself into the air and beneath the stunned stares of the onlookers drifted back to the competitor's pavilion beside Tianjin Fan. On the arena floor, met with the commentator's eager questions, every fighter simply shook their heads in unison. They had seen nothing. Under relentless prompting from the announcer, Li Shu could only offer a modest explanation. "I closed the distance at tremendous speed, placed a single finger against his chest, and he was launched away. A mere single finger. A gentle tap and he was sent flying." The commentator roared, utterly incredulous. "Great heavens! To wield such devastating force with but one digit! Might you grace us with a slower demonstration? The crowd craves the chance to witness such preposterous power with their own eyes." Li Shu offered a faint smile, gave a nod, and deliberately extended a single finger, resting it lightly against the commentator's chest. With a sharp whoosh, the announcer was catapulted over 800 meters into the stands, terror contorting his features. Yet as a veteran commentator and official referee, his professional discipline ran deep. Gritting his teeth against the paralyzing dread, he forced the microphone to his lips and cried out, "Incredible! Truly beyond imagination! Did you witness that? It was merely the strength of a single finger. But please someone send aid, I fear I shall be crushed to death." A subtle smile graced Li Shu's lips as he vanished, instantly reappearing behind the fallen commentator, and gently guiding him back to the arena. "Oh great heavens! He can fly! Competitor Li Shu can fly! Did you see it?" The crowd erupted once more in gasps and shrill cries. Among them a young maiden who beheld Li Shu's effortless flight through the heavens swooned entirely from sheer excitement. The crowd's raucous chants for him to sire an heir rose and fell anew throughout the stands. "May the results be declared now?" Li Shu asked. Snapping back to reality as though awakening from a trance, the announcer hurriedly bellowed, "Let us extend our congratulations to competitor Li Shu. He advances to the quarterfinals. Truly worthy of his title as defending champion." While his female admirers watched with reluctant eyes, Li Shu made his way back to the pavilion. "Now let us welcome the next competitors, Sun Wukong and Kulin." Sun Wukong and Kulin exchanged a knowing glance before stepping onto the arena floor in unison, both eyes blazing with battle lust. "Who do you think will prevail?" Yamu Cha queried. Gui Xianren gave a slow shake of his head. "It is difficult to predict," Li Shu concurred. "Should Kulin perform to his full potential, his odds of victory remain quite favorable." Their collective assessment took Yamu Cha aback. He had assumed all would confidently crown Sun Wukong the victor. It seemed his own insight was shared by many. He was not alone in his observation. Though Kulin's combat power registered at merely 9,999, a full 12,000 points shy of Sun Wukong's 21,999, this contest was hardly devoid of suspense. As the announcer called for the match to begin, Kulin struck first. Moving with the velocity of a striking bolt, the two warriors collided in an instant. The commentator paled in sheer astonishment. "They vanished. Both Sun Wukong and Kulin have disappeared from sight. They are far too swift, our eyes cannot follow them." Below, the spectators stood paralyzed with confusion, utterly unable to track the spectacle. All they could discern were the thunderous sounds of flesh meeting flesh, while the combatants themselves remained invisible. From Li Shu's vantage point, he observed Kulin's combat power surging upward in real time, his flesh taking on a pale violet hue. In an instant it climbed past 22,000, matching Sun Wukong in both speed and strength. Such was the fruit of 2.5 years of rigorous training. Kulin had learned to tier his violet transformation into distinct stages, granting him flawless command over its manifestation and the ability to precisely calibrate its intensity. A cataclysmic boom shattered the silence as the combatants materialized once more before the crowd's gaze. Kulin had locked his fingers together, and drove a ferocious overhead slam straight towards Sun Wukong's skull. Sun Wukong plummeted into the arena floor like a meteor, carving a colossal crater, and sending plumes of dust and debris spiraling into the air. Unflinching, Kulin pressed his advantage, well aware that such a probing strike alone would never suffice to vanquish him. In the same breath he raised his right hand as brilliant golden energy coalesced into a radiant sphere which he hurled directly into the abyss. The beam plunged into the crater, erupting in a second deafening detonation that swallowed the entire arena in a shroud of choking smoke. Their lightning speed engagement left the spectators utterly spellbound. The sheer devastation on display, coupled with techniques that rivaled the most elaborate cinematic spectacles, left the crowd breathless and dazzled. It is too astonishing. Under such ruthless assault, can competitor Sun Wukong possibly rise again? Having survived the previous tournament's dust-choked carnage, the commentator was thoroughly prepared this time, already wearing a full respirator. Fitted with a thermal imaging attachment, the apparatus proved remarkably professional. As the dust dispersed, a massive crater emerged in the center of the arena. Without a second thought, the host pulled out a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. A small helicopter materialized, and he leaped into it with practiced ease. Flying above the arena, he peered through a telescope, trying to discern the scene within the deep pit. Ever since the last World Martial Arts tournament, he had been secretly rehearsing this sequence of moves precisely to handle moments like this. His movements were fluid, without the slightest hesitation. Bottomless. Even with my 8-power scope, I can't see what's down there. What devastating power is this? Contestant Sun Wukong's fate remains unknown. I'm hesitant. Should I start the countdown? The host shouted in agitation, not daring to plunge recklessly into the pit. He circled overhead, waiting anxiously. The audience focused intently on the crater, as if anticipating something. Whoosh! Before long, a figure burst upward from the depths of the pit. The host's eyes widened. The opponent's speed was so blinding that he couldn't react. The moment he glimpsed a flicker of movement, Sun Wukong had already shot out. Kulin, you're amazing. Sun Wukong hovered in midair, gazing excitedly at Kulin. He looked utterly invigorated, without a single trace of injury. Kulin let out a soft chuckle. His skin had already returned to its normal hue. When needed, he could erupt with instantaneous power; when not, he could shed the transformation state just as swiftly. The technique of instant transformation was something he had learned from Li Shu. It effectively prevented unnecessary energy drain. Aren't you going to show your full strength yet? With this level of power, it's not enough to challenge me. Kulin smiled. Wukong nodded seriously, saying, I was somewhat hesitant at first, but now I can rest assured. As his words fell, Wukong's gaze sharpened. A white aura blazed around him, causing the air to tremble. In Li Shu's perception, Wukong's combat power had broken through the bottleneck, reaching 26000 points. Li Shu was not surprised. The natural bottleneck was merely the limit of their base combat power. They could amplify their combat power through various means, with transformation and chi burst being the most common. Sensing the surge in Wukong's aura, Kulin remained composed. With a low shout, he too ignited a white aura. Chi burst, he could do that too. It was another technique Li Shu had taught them. However, their chi burst fell far short of Li Shu's. They could only boost by about 20, nowhere near Li Shu's 100 increase. Unfortunately, Kulin's base combat power was significantly lower than Wukong's, so the amplification effect was weaker. In his base form, he was no match for Wukong. Kulin was well aware of that. So he instantly activated his transformation, sending his combat power soaring and widening the gap with Wukong. The two clashed once more, still probing each other without unleashing their full strength. It seemed destined to be a protracted tug-of-war. Neither wanted to reveal their true capabilities too early. Yamcha said calmly. Were he in their shoes, he would do the same. Gui Xianren chuckled. It seems your upcoming match will bring me a great surprise. Master Wu Tian, surely you didn't hold back? Yamcha asked with a smile. I've held back more than one move. You'd better be careful later. Gui Xianren replied nonchalantly. Li Shu glanced at the two, curious about who would emerge victorious. Ever since he helped everyone awaken their bloodlines, they had seemed reborn, their strength skyrocketing. No one knew the limits of their potential. They vanished again. They vanished. My God, what kind of battle is this? The host's astonished voice rang out once more. He took out another capsule, tossed it to the ground, and a high-speed camera appeared. Yet even the high-speed camera could not capture the speed of Wukong and Kulin. They appeared like flashes, one moment on the left side of the arena, the next on the right, then above. Appearing and vanishing in an instant, leaving the audience dazzled. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, and everyone snapped to attention, looking toward the source. Another crater had formed on the arena, but this time it was Kulin who had been sent crashing down. Wukong hovered directly above the pit, his hands pressed back, a blue energy sphere rapidly gathering. Kamehameha. Wukong charged the attack with incredible speed, completing it in a single breath. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal blue beam that hurtled into the pit. A tremendous explosion resounded with blinding light and swirling dust obscuring everyone's vision. When the chaos subsided, a shocking sight emerged. The center of the arena had vanished, leaving only a boundless, bottomless chasm. The remaining space for the stage was growing ever smaller. Absolutely astonishing. If they keep fighting like this, the arena will cease to exist. My God, they vanished again. Can anyone tell me where they've gone? The host, after his initial shock, looked around in bewilderment, but found no trace of Wukong or Kulin. The audience was equally dumbfounded, mouths agape, utterly lost and unsure of what they were witnessing. All they heard were sporadic bangs and whooshes. Sounds reached their ears, but figures remained invisible. When they finally caught a glimpse of a silhouette, they had no time to react before it vanished with a whoosh. Though they couldn't comprehend it, they were deeply awestruck. There was an inexplicable magnificence to it. They longed to know who would ultimately prevail. Up in the sky, Yamcha lifted his head, gazing at the clouds above, where two figures exchanged rapid punches and kicks. In his sight, the clash between Wukong and Kulin was crystal clear. In the sky, the host looked up immediately but saw nothing. He quickly pulled out an 8-power scope, yet still found no trace. But he could sense two formidable forces colliding fiercely, shattering the clouds. They really are in the sky. They're actually fighting above the clouds. It's unbelievable. Are they even human? Looks like we'll have to bring telescopes to future matches. Above the clouds, Wukong and Kulin's fists met, then they instantly distanced themselves. If this continues, we'll be fighting until nightfall. After uttering this statement seriously, Kulin's body underwent a dramatic transformation, his combat power surging rapidly. He was about to unleash his full strength. Combat power 160000. Kellen activated the complete violet transformation, his combat power reaching a terrifying 160000. A purple aura engulfed his entire body. The powerful aura blotted out the sky like purple clouds coming from the east, dyeing half the heavens purple. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the clouds were instantly vaporized by the tremors of Kellen's aura. A fierce storm of aura swept out in all directions, centered on Kellen. What happened? Contestant Kellen has transformed into a purple monster. The powerful aura caused the wind and clouds to change color. The commentator, using an 8-power scope, described the scene in the clouds to the audience. In fact, even without his words, the audience had noticed the astonishing change in the sky. The dreamlike purple half-sky left people stunned, their mouths agape. Wukong, if this is all you've got, this match might be over, Kellen said seriously, looking at Wukong. He didn't believe Wukong's strength was only this much. Wukong grinned and said, Kellen, I'm afraid I have to return that exact same words to you. If I unleash my full power with your current combat power, you won't stand a chance against me. You might as well bring out all your tricks, or you'll regret it later. That power is extremely terrifying. I can't fully control it yet, and I'm afraid I might lose control. Kellen stared at Wukong in surprise, not expecting such a reply. Though it was a bit hard to believe he knew Wukong, Wukong never boasted. Don't believe me, Kellen, Wukong said helplessly. Then let me show you this power. Wukong's expression turned solemn. He clenched his fist, his face contorted with ferocity, and a violent power was awakening within his body. His pupils grew sharp and turned a dark green. A faint golden light raged around his body, forming golden arcs of electricity that crackled with a popping sound. A tinge of gold climbed up his hair strands, which stood up one by one, and his red hair turned golden in an instant. At the same time, a golden aura surged like blazing fire around his body, emitting an astonishing aura. The sky, originally shrouded in purple, was instantly devoured by gold. It turned the sky into a brilliant golden expanse. Boom! A powerful shockwave burst out from Wukong in all directions. It directly blasted the stunned and pale-faced Kellen hundreds of meters away before he came to his senses and stabilized himself. Super Saiyan form. Wukong's sharp eyes fixed on Kellen, his voice carrying an unprecedented indifference as he explained. Super Saiyan. This is your full power. The shock on Kellen's face gradually faded, turning into a hint of excitement, but soon excitement turned into a bitter smile. It seems I can't hold back any trump cards against you all. This move was originally meant for Li Shu, but it seems I have to reveal it early. Kellen muttered to himself, then similarly clenched his fists, his body trembling violently, as he let out a hysterical roar as if he were about to release this power, enduring great pain. The small pink flesh wings on Kellen's shoulder blades rapidly expanded, instantly turning into a pair of large pinkish-white wings. These wings were much larger than his body, and when folded they could envelop him entirely. As the wings transformed, the extra pair of ears also underwent astonishing changes. Unlike the first stage transformation, in the second stage the extra pair of ears did not enlarge but rapidly shrank into tiny delicate ears that hung from the earlobes. From a distance they looked like a pair of earrings. The eyes that originally grew near the nose bizarrely split apart, branching toward the corners of the eyes, and finally merged into the eyes, forming purple double pupils and leaving a sinister purple mark. Not only that, but Kellen's originally short stature actually grew a bit taller. Compared to the ugly transformation of the first stage, the second stage transformation had an eerie, seductive charm and even looked a bit handsome. "I can't maintain this state for long, let's end this quickly." After completing the second stage transformation, Kellen did not pause for a moment because he could feel his stamina rapidly draining away. The second stage transformation imposed a tremendous burden on his body. The massive pinkish-white wings behind him suddenly flapped, stirring up a huge storm that swept toward Wukong. Below the stage, seeing the astonishing transformations of the two, Yamcha was shocked. "Super Saiyan. Wukong's aura has instantly increased by dozens of times." 50 times, Li Shu said calmly. "His combat power has reached 1.2 million. A 50-fold increase. Combat power of 1.2 million. Yamcha gasped in astonishment. This was simply too insane. He had thought that his own transformation, which boosted his combat power by 30 times, was already insane, and that was the source of his confidence and pride. Yet Wukong had directly increased by 50 times. This brought him great shock and blow. However, what surprised him the most was Kellen's second stage transformation. This little bald guy not only grew up and became handsome in his transformation, but his aura increase was no less than Wukong's and even much greater. Kellen's second stage transformation might have a combat power increase even higher than Wukong's, Turtle Immortal said in a deep voice, his expression full of shock. Kellen's performance truly shocked them. Li Shu could clearly see the changes in their combat power. Wukong combat power 1.2 million. Kellen combat power 1.13 million. Kellen's second stage transformation had a 100-fold increase. Rounding off, Li Shu gave a rough figure. 100 times. Turtle Immortal and Yamcha were horrified. "That's too exaggerated. But his aura is not very stable, he probably can't fully control this power. He won't last long." Li Shu's addition did not lessen the shock in Turtle Immortal and Yamcha's hearts. Even if he couldn't last long, the terrifying power still made them tremble. Moreover, they caught Li Shu's implication that Kellen still had room to grow. This made them tense up, feeling immense pressure. Everyone was training together, and no one wanted to be left too far behind. Especially Yamcha. A trace of bitterness crept into his heart. He had thought he could bring everyone a great shock, but the shock brought by Kellen and Wukong had already left him speechless. How ridiculous! He had thought to astonish Li Shu with his 30-fold increase. Yet faced with Wukong's 50-fold increase and Kellen's 100-fold increase, Li Shu remained as calm as ever. Yamcha felt a tinge of discouragement, but his fighting spirit soon reignited. Being slightly behind meant nothing, he would catch up one day. Master Roshi and Jing Yi had not yet entered the ring. There was still hope he might not finish last. As for Li Shu, however, he had completely given up all aspirations. On the battleground, with both Goku and Krillin fully engaged, their combat grew increasingly fierce, leaving the spectators more and more bewildered. "The arena is too cramped, and there are too many onlookers. We cannot fully unleash our techniques here," Li Shu remarked. The others nodded in agreement, thoroughly concurring with his assessment. True enough, before long the platform had been obliterated by the two combatants, leaving only an unfathomable pit behind. The announcer stood utterly dumbfounded. The arena was gone. They had destroyed it completely. How was the competition supposed to proceed? The audience stood in utter bewilderment. This match was incredibly thrilling. They were fighting and suddenly the arena was gone. Boom! Goku's figure suddenly appeared 5 meters above the site where the platform had vanished. Pressing his palms backward, he launched a Kamehameha toward the sky. Krillin, refusing to be outshone, unleashed his Kienzan, splitting the Kamehameha in two and driving it straight toward Goku's waist. With Li Shu monitoring from the sidelines and senzu beans available, Krillin harbored no concerns about Goku's survival, so he held nothing in reserve. Goku, of course, was not struck by the Kienzan. Instead, he threw a punch that shattered the disc to pieces. Krillin was taken aback, utterly astonished that his signature Kienzan had proven ineffective against Goku. But there was no time for further thought. Goku's figure vanished. Krillin kept a wary eye on his surroundings, carefully sensing the fluctuations in energy to pinpoint Goku's location. In his second transformation, his hearing had been greatly enhanced. "Got you!" Krillin grinned broadly and launched a spinning kick toward the right. Goku's figure indeed appeared at that spot struck by Krillin's kick and sent flying backward. In a flash, Krillin closed the distance and pursued, clasping his hands together for a devastating hammer strike. Goku rocketed downward like a cannonball. Riding his speed advantage, Krillin continued to close in and unleashed an unbroken chain of blows. Goku was battered helplessly through the air, unable to mount any counterattack. "You've lost, Goku!" Krillin exclaimed with fierce excitement. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a thunderous kick that arched Goku's entire body, sending him hurtling toward the ground beyond the arena. This time Krillin did not pursue further, a smirk already forming on his lips as he awaited the conclusion. After being savagely beaten so relentlessly, he could not believe Goku would endure. This would be the final strike to end the battle. Goku's landing point was outside the arena. "Is this spectacular match finally coming to an end?" the announcer roared with excitement. The spectators watched intently, their eyes following Goku's falling figure. Krillin panted heavily. The second transformation was taking a considerable toll on him, and he could not sustain it much longer. Had Krillin won? Yamcha was somewhat taken aback. He had always believed Goku would emerge victorious. Master Roshi merely said, "Not necessarily." As soon as Roshi's words fell, Goku, on the verge of falling beyond the arena, managed to halt at the critical moment. "Whoa! That was close." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Goku flew back up with an expression of lingering relief. Krillin was completely stunned, to be battered so savagely, and still be able to react. Goku's durability was simply monstrous. "Hey Krillin," Goku said with a confident smirk, gazing down at his opponent hovering in the air. "This kind of pain means nothing. If you had sparred with my big brother, you would know what real suffering feels like." Thanks to Li Shu's rigorous sparring partner having endured 28 times the normal gravitational pressure for extended periods, Goku's resilience had improved dramatically. Krillin was somewhat lost for words. He had already deployed his most powerful techniques, yet Goku was unaffected, as if nothing had happened. How was he supposed to fight back? Moreover, his transformation would not last much longer. By then defeat would undoubtedly be his. As though reading Krillin's thoughts, Goku spoke earnestly. "Krillin, your speed is truly remarkable. I cannot keep up with you at all. I can only wait for your transformation to expire." Krillin felt a sense of helplessness. After transforming, his speed had improved considerably, but his damage output was somewhat insufficient. Without resorting to lethal force, he simply could not defeat Goku. But he did not want to lose, he wanted to win. Deciding to stake everything on one final gambit, he bellowed toward the crowd below. "Everyone stand back. I am unleashing my ultimate technique." The spectators initially failed to comprehend, but upon seeing the destroyed arena, they quickly began dispersing from the vicinity. "Everyone remain calm and evacuate in an orderly fashion." The announcer began directing the crowd, urging everyone to stay calm and avoid crowding, preventing any accidents. The spectators, however, did not depart. They were equally eager to witness Krillin's ultimate technique. Once all the spectators had cleared the area around the arena, Krillin, no longer holding back, began charging his energy. "Goku, this is my final trump card. If you can withstand it, I will concede defeat willingly." "Bring it on, Krillin." Goku regarded the figure above with a serious expression, bracing himself. "Have the senzu beans ready. I fear I might accidentally kill you." Krillin shouted once more. Goku obediently retrieved a senzu bean, popped it into his mouth, and stood ready to swallow it at any moment. Seeing this, Krillin finally felt at ease, and the purple aura surrounding his body surged even more violently. Fierce wind currents around him produced sonic booms, while streaks of purple lightning continuously crackled and danced, emitting sharp reports. As Krillin's energy intensified, Goku's expression grew increasingly grave, assuming a defensive stance. "What overwhelming power!" Yamcha exclaimed in shock. He never imagined Krillin had grown so formidable. Master Roshi's expression was extremely serious. Li Shu also said with astonishment, "I never expected Krillin to be hiding such a trump card. His combat power has actually reached 1/4,000,000. And it is still rising." Boom! A thunderous crack echoed from the sky. Two enormous purple lightning arcs appeared around Krillin's body, coiling and writhing like colossal serpents. An awe-inspiring pressure radiated from him, punctuated by periodic thunderous roars. At this moment, Krillin looked like a thunder god incarnate. Li Shu's pupils contracted sharply. Krillin's combat power had surged to a staggering 2,000,000. Watching this unfold, Li Shu grew tense, his gaze locked firmly on the two fighters, prepared to intervene and rescue at any moment. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Krillin would inevitably plunge into a state of extreme exhaustion, or even death. This power had completely exceeded his limit to endure. Krillin was burning through his very life force. A formidable wave of energy illuminated the entire world with blinding radiance. Apart from Li Shu, everyone was forced to shut their eyes against the searing light. At that moment, Wukong's aura began to surge, his overwhelming presence sweeping across the land like a tempest. With sheer force of ki alone, he managed to block Kellen's energy blast. As the brilliant light faded, the onlookers witnessed Kellen descending slowly from the sky, his expression utterly dejected, and he muttered in a crestfallen tone, "I lost." Wukong smiled and said, "Kellen, you're incredible. You forced me to reveal my hidden strength." Thus their duel came to an end. Li Shu was about to offer words of comfort when he suddenly heard the system's voice in his ear. "Time for your crossing is up. You must return." What the hell? Li Shu was instantly dumbfounded. How could there be a time limit on the crossing? Why wasn't he told beforehand? There were so many things he still wanted to do. System, what the hell are you doing? However, Li Shu's thoughts could not sway the system's decision. A flash of white light engulfed him, and he vanished from everyone's sight. Gixie and Ren asked in confusion, where did Li Shu disappear to all of a sudden? The others also noticed his absence, but they assumed he had encountered some urgent matter and left early. Bulma said, "Li Shu really is something. He didn't even say a word before leaving." Just then Wukong approached, frowning. "Big Brother's aura vanished completely. I can't sense it at all." Kellen, who had been feeling downcast, nodded solemnly. "I don't feel even a trace of his presence either." Earth, a rented room. Li Shu sat up from his bed in a daze, feeling as though he had just experienced an incredibly long dream, a dream in which he had crossed into the world of Dragon Ball and gained an indestructible body. He could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Then in the next instant, golden energy ignited around him, his hair stood on end and turned a brilliant yellow, and a mighty power erupted from within him, causing the entire building to tremble violently. Holy crap! Li Shu was shocked. It wasn't a dream at all. He had really crossed into the Dragon Ball world, and now not only had he returned, but he had also brought back the immense power from that realm. The moment he realized this, he quickly suppressed his aura to prevent any disastrous accidents. Earthquake! Run! It's an earthquake! At the same time, panicked shouts from the neighbors echoed from outside. Li Shu sighed. He still cherished the time he had spent with Wukong. Returning to Earth with such formidable power might sound like a good thing, but there was a hollow feeling in his heart. I'll just watch Dragon Ball again. With that thought, Li Shu acted on it. He spent 3 months cooped up in his rented room rewatching the entire series from beginning to end. In the days that followed, Li Shu did not use his extraordinary abilities to dominate others. Instead, he became a food delivery rider using instant transmission to make deliveries, earning 5,000 a month, holding the title of monthly champion for 12 consecutive months, and becoming a legend in the delivery industry. A year later, Li Shu grew bored and quit his job. He then became an auxiliary police officer, using his unparalleled skills to crack major cases repeatedly. He was promoted on merit to the anti-narcotics division, becoming a drug enforcement officer. From then on, no drug case remained unsolved. He once again created a legend in the police force. Until one day, a colleague who admired him saw him single-handedly take on an entire foreign mercenary squad during a mission, even catching a rocket launcher with his bare hands. Li Shu knew then that he could no longer stay in the police force. Thus, Li Shu tried various professions, quietly contributing his strength to social stability and world peace.